Chapter 1. The afternoon sun burned over Yangqing's southern district. Qin Feng emerged from a small shop, a simple gift bag in his hand. He wore a faded white tank top and worn shorts. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply, his eyes shadowed with a gloom that seemed a permanent part of him. He swung a leg over his electric scooter and accelerated onto the winding mountain road. The opulent villas of the Jingtai estate came into view, a glittering kingdom perched on the mountainside. To the world, it was a symbol of the powerful Tang family's wealth. To Qin Feng, it was the gilded cage where he lived as the despised Livian son-in-law. The roar of a high-performance engine shattered the mountain's tranquility. A red Ferrari shot around the bend like a predator. Tires screeched, laying black rubber onto the asphalt. The scooter was obliterated, its parts scattering across the road. Qin Feng was thrown hard onto the pavement, a bloom of crimson spreading beneath him. A man in an impeccably tailored suit stepped out of the Ferrari. His leather shoes gleamed. 3 years, the man said, looking down at Qin Feng with a cruel twist of his lips. We finally found you. A soft chime from phone. A text message sent. The family trader, Qin Feng, is located. Qin Feng's fingers twitched in the blood. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself up, wiping a trickle of blood from his temple. 3 years, Qin Feng spat, his voice raw. And the Qin family still won't let me be? Your father stole the family's cultivation secrets, the man replied coldly. He broke the rules by teaching you the ancient arts. The sentence for that is death. My father is dead because of you, Qin Feng snarled. The man's smile was a predator's grimace. But you're still alive. And the Mystic Codex. It remains with you. That was my father's discovery. It never belonged to the family. Since you refused to return and face judgment. The man said, pulling a steel pipe from the car. Then I'll take your corpse back instead. The pipe whistled through the air. But this time, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. You still think I'm the helpless boy from 3 years ago? His movement was a blur. A sliver of silver flashed in the sun. A 7-inch acupuncture needle found its home in the precise point on the man's back. The man crumpled to the ground without a sound. Qin Feng stood, swaying slightly, and retrieved his needle. He looked down at the sprawling Tang family estate below. Father, he whispered to the wind, a new steel in his voice. I must break my promise to you. The time for hiding is over. I will no longer be the prey. The Qin family will pay for what they died in blood. Chapter 2. The Tang family compound was a spectacle of celebration. Luxury cars, Lamborghinis, Porsches, Rolls-Royce lined the entrance. Into this display of extreme wealth, Qin Feng arrived, pushing his old, scratched mountain bike. He propped it next to a pristine Rolls-Royce Phantom. A wave of whispers followed him. Who is that pauper? What's he doing here? Look at his suit. It's practically threadbare. An embarrassment. Qin Feng's fists clenched so tightly his nails bit half-moons into his palms. For 3 years, he had endured this. The insults had become a familiar soundtrack to his life. Fine, I'll leave, he muttered, releasing his fists and turning to go. Qin Feng, stop right there. The voice was sharp, commanding. Tang Sahan stood at the grand entrance, her beautiful face a mask of fury. She was known as the most beautiful woman in Yangqing. She was also, in name only, his wife. Are you deaf? Get in here, she ordered. Wait a moment. Tang Siming, her cousin, blocked the path. If this trash walks in there, where will our family's face be? I'll take responsibility. Tang Sahan shot back, grabbing Qin Feng's arm and pulling him inside. Tang Siming snatched the gift bag from Qin Feng's hand. He peered inside, then sneered. A pair of mugs? You cheap bastard. He hurled the bag to the ground, the porcelain shattering on the marble. Qin Feng was relegated to a distant corner of the vast courtyard. He watched the wedding procession. The bride, Wang Yin, walked down the red carpet on the arm of the groom, Tang Silong. But Qin Feng's eyes, trained in the arts his father had secretly passed down, saw what others missed. Her steps were unsteady. Her complexion had a strange pallor. Halfway down the aisle, her face turned a deathly white. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed like a marionette with its strings cut. Siming, quickly, Tang Silong cried out, kneeling beside his fallen bride. Tang Siming rushed forward, opening a leather case of acupuncture needles. My sister-in-law just has poor circulation. A few needles will fix it. He inserted the first needle, then a second. As he prepared to place the third and final needle, a calm, clear voice cut through the tension. Place that needle, Qin Feng said, rising from his seat in the corner, and she will die. Chapter 3. A stunned silence fell over the wedding, followed by a surge of disbelieving murmurs. Every eye turned to the man they all considered worthless. Tang, Simon glared, his face flushing with anger. What a piece of garbage like you know. How dare you interrupt? The 3 needles to invigorate blood technique, Qin Feng stated, walking calmly onto the red carpet. It's from the golden mirror of the medical tradition. Your form is perfect. But did you consider she isn't suffering from stagnant blood, but from a blocked heart meridian? Wang Xian, the bride's sister, held out a hand to stop Tang Siming. Are you sure about this diagnosis? She asked him. Of course I am. Tang Siming snapped, though a bead of sweat traced a path down his temple. Qin Feng locked eyes with him. I'll make you a wager. I bet that if you insert that 3rd needle, she will die where she lies. Tang Sahan stared at her husband, shocked. This was the first time she had ever seen him stand his ground with such authority. Qin Feng, the Tang family matriarch, old Madame Tang, barked from her seat of honor. Qin Feng ignored her, his gaze still fixed on Tang Siming. Well, 3rd young master, do you dare take that bet? If you can't do it, then you do it. The groom, Tang Silong, said coldly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Snickers rippled through the Tang family members. Wang Xian studied Qin Feng intently. You have medical knowledge? He knows nothing. Tang Sijin, another cousin, shouted, charging at Qin Feng with a raised fist. Qin Feng caught the fist effortlessly. 4th young master, he said, his voice dangerously calm. Was I wrong? Old Madame Tang's voice was like ice. Siming, is what he says correct? Yes, Tang Siming admitted, his shoulders slumping in defeat. Qin Feng, the old woman commanded, a calculating glint in her eyes. You do it. Qin Feng released Tang Sijin and stood straight. I will save her. On one condition. You're in a position to make demands. Tang Sijin yelled, still fuming. She has 3 minutes left, Qin Feng stated, his tone utterly emotionless. My condition is that Tang Sahan is appointed CEO of Huayao Biopharmaceutical. A dead silence engulfed the courtyard. Huayao was the crown jewel of the Tang Empire, their most profitable company by far. Tang Sahan rushed to his side. Have you lost your mind? She hissed. 2 minutes, he replied, unmoved. Wang Xian looked desperately at old Madame Tang. Please, 1 minute. Fine. Old Madame Tang bit out, the words tasting like ash. I agree. Qin Feng produced 3 silver needles from a simple pouch. They glinted coldly in his fingers. In that moment, he was no longer the humiliated son-in-law. He was the inheritor of the Mystic Codex, and life and death awaited his command. Chapter 4. Kick them out. This was the first time Yi Chun met Wang Dongxue. He had to admit that Wang Dongxue was truly stunning. At around 27 or 28 years old, she had a slender yet curvy figure, breathtaking beauty, and an air of nobility and competence. Yi Chun sat down at Wang Dongxue's desk and immediately said, I won't be coming to Dihao Group often in the future, so I need you to take charge here. Also, do not disclose my identity to anyone outside. Wang Dongxue understood that the man before her had an extraordinary family background. For his family, Dihao Group was nothing more than a minor concern. It was entirely reasonable that he didn't want to manage it personally. She quickly responded, Young master, please feel free to give me any instructions whenever you need. At that moment, a female secretary knocked and entered, saying, Vice President Wang, a man named Wang Yunfei has come to visit you with his fiancée. Wang Dongxue immediately replied, I'm meeting with distinguished guests. Have them wait. Yi Chun asked her, Do you know this Wang Yunfei? Wang Dongxue hurriedly responded, Wang Yunfei's family is one of our partners. Their main business relies on us. And they've been saying they wanted to pay a visit for quite some time. They've already come several times. Yi Chun coldly said, From now on, Dihao Group will cease all business dealings with the Wang family. All ongoing and planned collaborations must be halted. If the Wang family makes even a penny from Dihao Group, you can forget about being vice president. Upon hearing this, Wang Dongxue's expression immediately changed. Without needing to ask, she knew that someone from the Wang family had offended the young master. She quickly nodded and said, Rest assured, young master. I'll issue the order right away to terminate all cooperation with the Wang family. Yi Chun nodded and said, Tell them that Dihao Group will not collaborate with low-quality trash. And then have security escort them out. Outside, Wang Yunfei and Xiao Weiwei were eagerly waiting. The Wang family had been trying to become strategic partners with Dihao Group, so they were particularly eager to get closer to Wang Dongxue. However, they never expected Wang Dongxue's secretary to arrive with several security guards. Wang Yunfei couldn't help but ask, Excuse me, does Vice President Wang have time to meet with us? The secretary looked at him coldly and said, I'm sorry, Vice President Wang has stated that Dihao Group will not work with low-quality trash like you. From now on, all collaborations with your family are cancelled. What did you say? Wang Yunfei was momentarily stunned, his mind racing. Why did that sound so familiar? Oh right. Just earlier in the parking lot, Yichen had said the exact same thing. What does this mean? Is Vice President Wang really cutting ties with the Wang family? Wang Yunfei felt his head spinning. What was happening? Terminating all cooperation? A significant portion of the Wang family's profits relied on Dihao Group. If they ended their partnership, wouldn't their family's strength be drastically reduced? He couldn't accept this reality and shouted, I want to see Vice President Wang. I want to clarify this with her face to face. The secretary coldly said, I'm sorry, but Vice Chairman Wang will not meet with you. And you are not allowed to set foot in the Dihao Group ever again. Wang Yunfei angrily shouted, Are you trying to mess with me, you damn bitch? We are long-term partners of the Dihao Group. There's no way you can just terminate it like that. The secretary ignored him and turned directly to the security guard beside her, saying, Get them out of here. The head of security immediately rushed forward, grabbing Wang Yunfei by the wrist and twisting it sharply behind him. Wang Yunfei yelped in pain, and Captain Chen coldly ordered, Get out now. If you dare to cause trouble at the Dihao Group, watch out, or I'll make you regret it. You're just a security guard. How dare you shout at me? Do you know who I am? As soon as Wang Yunfei finished speaking, Captain Chen slapped him hard across the face, angrily shouting, In front of the Dihao Group, what the hell are you even worth? After being slapped, Wang Yunfei felt a sharp sting on his face and was about to explode in anger when his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his father. Once he answered, his father's furious voice came through, You bastard, what trouble have you caused outside? The Dihao Group wants to terminate all cooperation with us. Who the hell did you offend? Wang Yunfei, feeling wronged, replied, Dad, I didn't offend anyone. I just came to meet Vice Chairman Wang. But I haven't even seen him yet. On the other end of the line, his father erupted in a stream of curses. The people at the Dihao Group said they are cutting ties with our family because you're an uncivilized piece of trash. Our family is suffering huge losses because of you. Get back here immediately and explain yourself to your grandfather. Wang Yunfei was pushed out of the Dihao Group's main entrance by the security guards, holding his phone in shock. Suddenly, he thought of Yi Chun and couldn't help but ask Xiao Weiwei. Weiwei, could it be because of your useless brother-in-law? Does he have any connection to the Dihao Group? Huh. Xiao Weiwei was startled by Wang Yunfei's words. After giving it some thought, she realized it could indeed be related to her useless brother-in-law. But he's just a pathetic loser. With that thought, she shook her head decisively. That useless loser couldn't possibly have anything to do with the Dihao Group. He wouldn't even qualify to clean their toilets. That's true. Wang Yunfei nodded. Then, thinking of his furious father, he said dejectedly, I need to get home quickly. The news of the Wang family's termination of all cooperation with the Dihao Group quickly spread throughout Jinling. While no one knew exactly why the Dihao Group had blacklisted the Wang family, everyone understood that the Wang family must have offended them. This was the end for the Wang family. Their power had been drastically reduced, and they had been close to being considered a top-tier family. But now they had fallen to the bottom of the second tier. When old lady Xiao heard this news, she was trembling with anger. She wanted to break off the engagement between Xiao Weiwei and Wang Yunfei, but knowing that the Wang family, even in decline, was still formidable, she felt they couldn't afford to offend them and had to put the idea on hold for now. At this moment, in Wang Dongshua's office, Yichen learned about the whole process that had just transpired and greatly admired her style of doing things. Satisfied, he said, Dongxue, you did an excellent job just now. From today on, your salary will be doubled. Wang Dongxue was both surprised and delighted. She quickly stood up, bowed to Yichen, and said, Thank you, young master. Yichen nodded and continued. Also, I need you to announce 2 things to the public. Please go ahead, young master, she replied. First, announce that the Dihao Group has changed ownership and that a new chairman has taken office, but do not disclose the identity of the new chairman. Just mention that the last name is Yi. Second, announce that the Dihao Group will invest 2 billion renminbi in Jinling to build a 6-star hotel, and at the same time, initiate a bidding process for partners. All construction and decoration companies in the city can participate in the bidding. The main business of the Xiao Group is decoration, and the old lady has always dreamed of getting close to the Dihao Group. Whoever secures a partnership with the Dihao Group will undoubtedly become a rising star within the Xiao Group. Now that the Dihao Group is his, of course, he wants to offer some benefits to his wife. Chapter 5. I'll give it a try. The 2 announcements made by the Dihao Group completely shook the entire Jinling. It was said that the Dihao Group had changed hands, and the Xiao family finally understood why the Wang family had been ousted. It seems that the new owner of the Dihao Group looks down on families like the Wangs. But who exactly is young Master Yi? This person is incredibly impressive. The Dihao Group, worth over 100 billion, can just buy whenever they want. No one in Jinling's elite has such deep pockets. In no time, countless families were eager to make connections with this mysterious young Master Yi, and many hoped their daughters could marry him. Additionally, Dihao Group's investment in a 2 billion yuan hotel project sent shockwaves through the construction and renovation industry in Jinling. 2 billion. Just a small piece of that could make a fortune. Numerous companies were clamoring for a share of the pie, including the money-hungry old lady Xiao. Old lady Xiao was thrilled at the prospect of this massive project. It was an incredible opportunity. If the Xiao family could secure a contract, it would be a game-changer. She immediately ordered a family meeting to be held at home that night to discuss how to make headway on Dihao Group's new project, insisting that everyone must attend. That evening, at the Xiao family villa, since the matriarch had summoned everyone, Yichen went along as well. He knew that the meeting was focused on how to get a slice of the Dihao Group's big project, and he wanted to take this chance to help his wife. Xiao Churan, save face. Upon arriving at the villa, Xiao Churan's cousin, Xiao Hailong, immediately mocked him, saying, "Dude, Yichun, you really have some nerve showing up here to see Grandma." Xiao Churan shot him a cold glance and replied, "Don't talk nonsense." Grandma insisted that everyone from the Xiao family must be here. Yichun is my husband, so he is naturally part of the family. Xiao Hailong laughed. What does he count as a Xiao family member? He is just a live-in son-in-law. Yichun rubbed his nose and said to Xiao Churan, "Forget it, dear. Don't stoop to his level. Let's hurry inside so Grandma doesn't have to wait long." Xiao Churan nodded, ignoring Xiao Hailong, and led Yichun inside. Seeing this, Xiao Hailong's expression turned icy. He couldn't wait to see how things would unfold. Once inside the conference hall, Yichun and Xiao Churan found a corner to sit. Soon, old lady Xiao entered, and the family meeting officially began. She took her place at the head of the table, tapped it lightly, and said with vigor, "The Xiao family has been waiting for an opportunity these past few years, an opportunity to elevate us into the upper echelons of Jinling society. Now, that opportunity has finally arrived." Old lady Xiao proclaimed, "Dihao Group has announced a 2 billion yuan project. Whoever can secure a partnership contract will undoubtedly reap great rewards. Moreover, this is the first major project under the new management of Dihao Group, making it a golden opportunity for our Xiao family. If we can collaborate with the Dihao Group and leave a good impression on their new owner, the future of the Xiao family will be limitless." Although the old lady is full of vigor, the people below her seem somewhat unmoved. In fact, the Xiao family has wanted to partner with the Dihao Group for quite some time now, but for all this time, the Dihao Group has completely ignored them. How can the old lady expect to get a piece of the new project from the Dihao Group now? Seeing that everyone present was silent, the old lady, visibly frustrated, asked, "What? Are you all dumb? Don't you have the confidence to snag a little leftover from a 2 billion project?" The crowd exchanged glances, not daring to speak. The old lady's expression grew even angrier as she gritted her teeth and declared, "Let me make this clear today. Whoever can negotiate a 30 million cooperation share from the Dihao Group will become the director of our group." At this statement, everyone in the room was taken aback. The old lady has always been autocratic, and she has never established a director position within the group. After all, the director holds significant power and is typically someone who qualifies as a future successor to the group. By using this position as a reward, it's clear she hopes to inspire courage under the promise of great reward, indicating her intense desire for the Dihao Group's project. However, while the director position is appealing, it is not easily attainable. In the eyes of the Xiao family, achieving a collaboration with Dihao and securing a 30 million contract? Don't be ridiculous. Even if the old lady personally stepped in, the executives of the Dihao Group would not meet with her, let alone discuss any cooperation. The family meeting hall fell silent. The old lady, seeing this, angrily questioned, "As descendants of the Xiao family, is there no one willing to share the burden for our family?" With that, the old lady's gaze fixed directly on Xiao Hailong. "Hailong, I'm entrusting this matter to you." Xiao Hailong chuckled awkwardly and quickly replied, "Grandma, even the Wang family has been kicked out by the Dihao Group. Our strength is even weaker than theirs. How could we possibly secure a contract from the Dihao Group?" The old lady immediately scolded him, "Useless. You're denying yourself before even trying. You're even more useless than that waste, Yichun." In truth, the old lady was not entirely confident herself, but she did not want to remain at the helm of a second-rate family forever. She dreamed of the Xiao family rising to greater heights, and this project with the Dihao Group was a unique opportunity. Therefore, no matter how difficult it was, she was unwilling to give up. She had thought that as the eldest grandson, Xiao Hailong would readily take on this task. But she didn't expect him to back down at this moment. Xiao Hailong felt quite frustrated. Who would want to take on such an impossible task? He feared that he would be kicked out before even stepping through the Dihao group's doors. If that happened, not only would he fail to accomplish anything, but he would also be ridiculed and become a laughingstock, so he decided he would not agree under any circumstances. After scolding Xiao Hailong, the old lady loudly asked, "What about the rest of you? Is no one brave enough to take on this task?" At that moment, Yi Chun lightly nudged Xiao Churan with his elbow and whispered, "Darling, why don't you take on this task?" Xiao Churan hurriedly said, "Are you crazy? The Dihao group would never collaborate with a small company like the Xiao family." Yi Chun smiled slightly and confidently replied, "Don't worry, you'll definitely secure this partnership." Xiao Churan asked in surprise, "Really?" Yi Chun assured her, "Of course. I believe you can handle it perfectly. Seize this opportunity, and your position in the Xiao family will skyrocket." For some reason, at that moment, Xiao Churan found herself inexplicably believing Yi Chun's words. She instinctively stood up and said to Grandma Xiao, "Grandma, I'm willing to give it a try." Chapter 6. Making a bet. Xiao Churan's declaration left the entire Xiao family dumbfounded. Everyone thought Xiao Churan must have lost her mind. There's a time and place for showing off, and this was definitely not it. What could possibly come of trying to make a name for herself now, except disaster? The Dihao Group is the largest company in Jinling. How could they possibly look down on the Xiao family? No matter who goes to negotiate, it's bound to end in failure. Xiao Hailong couldn't help but mock. "Churan, do you really think you can secure a contract from the Dihao Group?" Xiao Hailong's younger sister, Xiao Weiwei, who is also Xiao Churan's cousin, sneered, "Sister Churan, what makes you think you're on the same level as the Dihao Group? If you recklessly pursue this, you'll only embarrass our family." Others chimed in, "Exactly. What if she gets thrown out by the Dihao Group? The Xiao family will become a laughingstock in Jinling." Hearing this, Xiao Churan's cheeks flushed with anger and embarrassment. Ever since marrying Yi Chun, her status in the family had plummeted, and she felt increasingly marginalized, almost pushed to the brink of exclusion. Even her parents were subjected to ridicule. She believed that if she could secure this project with the Dihao Group, her position in the family would be solidified. More importantly, her parents would be able to hold their heads high again. But now, faced with so much ridicule, she began to feel hesitant. She shot an annoyed glance at Yi Chun, regretting that she had listened to his persuasion. If she had known, she wouldn't have stepped forward. Old Madame Xiao felt furious upon hearing the comments. She had asked several times for someone to take on this task, but no one dared to step up. And now that Xiao Churan had taken the initiative, these people were pouring cold water on her efforts. Although old Madame Xiao had never favored Xiao Churan, at this moment, she felt that Xiao Churan was at least willing to share her burdens, unlike the others who only added to her troubles, especially her beloved grandson, Xiao Hailong, who had truly disappointed her. Because of this, old Madame Xiao's attitude toward Xiao Churan began to shift. She immediately declared, "Since no one else dares to take it on, there is no need for further discussion. This project with the Dihao Group will be handled by Churan." Xiao Churan could only grit her teeth and respond, "Grandma, please rest assured, I will give it my all." At that moment, Xiao Hailong scoffed derisively. "What good will giving it your all do? If you fail, it'll just be another disgrace for the family." Yi Chun chuckled and asked, "Xiao Hailong, what is your agenda in belittling Xiao Churan? Do you really think the Xiao family is unworthy of partnering with the Dihao Group?" Xiao Hailong didn't expect this good-for-nothing Yi Chun to speak up at the family meeting, and right off the bat, he was trying to flatter himself. Seeing old Madame Xiao's expression turn slightly angry, he quickly clarified, "That's not what I meant. I just think Xiao Churan is unlikely to secure this partnership." Yi Chun smiled and asked, "Then what if Churan actually manages to secure the partnership? How about we make a bet?" Xiao Hailong sneered, "Sure, I'm not afraid of a bet. What do you want to wager?" Yi Chun said, "If Churan manages to negotiate the contract, you will kneel in front of the whole family and bow 3 times, loudly admitting you were wrong. If she fails, I will kneel and bow 3 times, loudly admitting I was wrong. What do you think?" "Ha ha." Xiao Hailong immediately burst into laughter. "You useless fool are really asking for it. Fine, I accept your bet." Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction and said, "With the whole family as witnesses, whoever goes back on their word will be cursed with the deaths of their parents and grandparents." Yi Chun deliberately emphasized the phrase "die grandmother" to ensure that Xiao Hailong wouldn't back out if he lost. Once those words were spoken, Xiao Hailong dared not reconsider, as that would mean cursing his own grandmother, the elderly Madame Xiao. He knew she would never let him off the hook for that. All right, Xiao Hailong, unaware that Yi Chun was setting a trap for himself, felt confident he could never lose. He laughed heartily, with the whole family as witnesses. "I'll be waiting for you to bow to me." Xiao Churan was taken aback and kept signaling him with her eyes, but he completely ignored her. Madame Xiao didn't take the bet seriously. Her only concern was whether they could get onto the collaboration list with the Dihao group. If they could, she wouldn't mind if Xiao Hailong had to kneel before Yi Chun or even call him dad. So she spoke up. That concludes today's meeting. Chun, you have 3 days to secure the contract. Meeting adjourned. When they got home, Yi Chun's in-laws immediately confronted him and Xiao Chun. Mother-in-law Ma Lan was frantic and blurted out, Chun, are you crazy? How could you listen to that useless Yi Chun and confusingly agree to this task? Father-in-law Xiao Chankue scolded Yi Chun. Yi Chun, you useless fool. You've really put my daughter in a terrible position. He continued with a furious expression. If Chun can't secure the collaboration with the Dihao group, she'll definitely be ostracized by the family. And you, this useless man, will have to bow down to Xiao Hailong in front of everyone. What will happen to my reputation then? Yi Chun responded seriously, Dad, Mom. As long as Chun can secure this contract, won't everything be resolved? Negotiate. Negotiate. What nonsense. Father-in-law scolded. Do you have any idea how powerful the Dihao group is? How could they possibly be interested in the Xiao family? Yi Chun smiled and said, maybe they will be interested? I firmly believe Chun will have no problem securing the contract. Mother-in-law sneered from the side, you believe? Do you think you're the boss of the Dihao group? You're just a useless person with no value, and yet you're here boasting. Chapter 7. He is my husband. Xiao Chun sighed as she noticed her parents continuously targeting Yi Chun. Dad, Mom, this has nothing to do with Yi Chun. I just don't want them to look down on us anymore. Haven't we endured enough humiliation over the years? Her mother, unable to hold back, exclaimed. But you can't accept this job. Not even you, and certainly not your grandmother, would be taken seriously. Yi Chun couldn't help but smirk at the scene unfolding before him. His in-laws, with their snobbish attitudes, would probably never believe that he was actually the owner of the Empire Group. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door. Here we go. Xiao Chun's mother, Ma Lan, sighed as she opened the door. Yi Chun glanced over and saw a young man in an Armani suit standing at the entrance. He was quite dashing, with a charming demeanor. And he wore a Patek Philippe watch that looked like it was worth at least 3 to 5 million. Ma Lan immediately brightened up, exclaiming, Oh, it's Wenhao. What brings you here? The visitor was none other than Zhang Wenhao, the son of the Zhang family who had been pursuing Xiao Chun. With a smile, Zhang Wenhao said, Annie, I heard that Chun has secured a collaboration with the Empire Group, so I came over to offer her some advice. Oh my, you are truly a lifesaver for our family. Ma Lan was visibly excited, looking at Zhang Wenhao as if he were her own son-in-law. She quickly ushered him inside, asking, Wenhao, do you have a way to help Chun secure the Empire Group contract? Zhang Wenhao nodded with a smile, ignoring Yi Chun standing nearby, as if he were merely an ant on the roadside. He approached Xiao Chun and said, Chun, you should have told me about such a significant matter. But don't worry, my family's company has a partnership with the Empire Group. I'll ask my dad to give them a heads up and do everything possible to assist you. In reality, Zhang Wenhao's father did not have that much influence. He was just trying to show off in front of Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, aware of Zhang Wenhao's interest in her, responded coldly, Thank you for your kindness. But I will find a way to handle this myself. Ma Lan gasped in disbelief. Chun, are you crazy? Young Master Zhang came here to help you. How can you say that? Xiao Chun remained silent, while Yi Chun, intrigued, asked Zhang Wenhao, Young Master Zhang, I'm curious about how you plan to help Chun. The Empire Group is quite large. Surely you can't influence them, right? Do you really have a way to get them to sign a contract with her? Zhang Wenhao scoffed dismissively and said, What do you know? Our Zhang family has always been a close partner of the Empire Group. For this 2 billion project, our family can secure at least 1/3 of it. At that point, I can have my dad allocate a few million from that share to subcontract to Chun. Isn't that helping her fulfill her task? Yi Chun was surprised. Wow. I didn't realize young Master Zhang's family had such deep ties with the Empire Group. Zhang Wenhao snorted, Of course. In Jinling, who doesn't he know about the close cooperation between the Zhang family and the Empire Group? After finishing his words, Zhang Wenhao stared at Yi Chun with disdain and said, Yi Chun, I advise you, as a frog at the bottom of the well, to leave Chun voluntarily. A man like you can't give her happiness, you'll only hold her back. At this moment, Xiao Chun coldly replied, I'm sorry, young Master Zhang, but I don't need your help. Please refrain from speaking disrespectfully about my husband. Zhang Wenhao, taken aback, exclaimed, Chun, I'm trying to help you. And you still side with this waste? What does he have that is worth defending? Xiao Chun stated seriously, He is not a waste. He is my husband. Zhang Wenhao's face darkened with anger as he retorted, Fine. You're asking for trouble. Let us see how you plan to solve this mess. If you can't handle it later, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. With that, Zhang Wenhao turned around and slammed the door behind him. Ma Lan wanted to chase after him for an explanation, but Zhang Wenhao had already walked far away. Frustrated, She slapped her thigh and pointed at Yi Chun, yelling, "You're driving me crazy. What can a useless person like you do besides dragging Chun down? Young Master Zhang was trying to help, and you managed to drive him away." Yi Chun replied calmly, "Mom, he is just talking. If he can't even secure a deal with the Dihao group, how could he possibly help Chun? Are you kidding me?" Ma Lan said, exasperated. "The Zhang family can secure 1/3 of the Dihao group's projects. What do you know?" Yi Chun sneered inwardly. He didn't care about the Zhang family's capabilities. He only knew that his Dihao group would never collaborate with them. Even if there were past partnerships, starting now, all collaborations would be halted. Unaware of Yi Chun's thoughts, Xiao Chun told her mother, "Mom, don't blame Yi Chun. Let us talk about it after I return from the Dihao group." Sighing heavily, Ma Lan felt that fate was unfair, as her daughter had married a useless husband, only to end up entangled with an even more useless man. What sin had she committed to deserve this? Chapter 8. A 6 million share. Early the next morning, Xiao Chun brought her collaboration proposal, which she had prepared overnight, and went to the Dihao group with Yi Chun, standing before the towering 100-story Dihao group building. Xiao Chun felt completely uncertain. How could such a large company be interested in the Xiao family? Let alone the fact that the Xiao family was foolishly hoping to negotiate a 30 million share. It was like a beggar thinking they could ask a wealthy person for a 30 million reward, utterly delusional. Nervously, Xiao Chun said, "With a company as big as Dihao Group, I wonder if they would even consider collaborating with the Xiao family. I heard that Wei Wei and Wang Yunfei were thrown out yesterday. What if I can't even meet Wang Dongxue and end up being thrown out too?" Seeing his wife worried, Yi Chun gently reassured her. "Dihao Group only deals with those who lack manners. My wife is beautiful and kind-hearted, so she will definitely be warmly welcomed. So don't be afraid. Just go in and talk." Xiao Chun sighed, "I hope so. You wait for me here." After taking a deep breath to muster her courage, she walked through the doors of the Dihao group. Yi Chun watched her from behind and took out his phone to call Wang Dongxue. "Dongxue, my wife has gone up. You know what to do from here." Wang Dongxue immediately replied, "Young master, don't worry. I will ensure that young madam is satisfied." Yi Chun then asked, "By the way, I heard that Dihao Group has a deep partnership with the Zhang family." Wang Dongxue said, "They did have a close collaboration with Dihao in the past. For our new project, they are also looking to collaborate deeply and are currently submitting their proposal materials to me. However, it still depends on your decision, young master." Yi Chun coldly responded, "For this new project, I do not want to see the Zhang family involved at all, and I don't want any future collaborations with them." Wang Dongxue quickly assured him, "Rest assured, I will handle it." On the other side, after entering the Dihao Group's office building, Xiao Chun waited at the reception for her appointment. She didn't even know if Vice Chairman Wang Dongxue would be willing to meet her. Before long, a graceful female assistant approached her and said, "You must be Ms. Xiao Chun? Vice Chairman Wang is waiting for you in her office. Please, follow me." Xiao Chun nodded, surprised that she was called in directly without waiting in line for her appointment. Did Wang Dongxue know she was coming? But that didn't make sense. How could such a famous person know about her? Though puzzled, Xiao Chun recognized the rare opportunity and hurriedly followed the assistant. The assistant directly led Xiao Chun into Wang Dongxue's office. Upon seeing Xiao Chun, Wang Dongxue quickly stood up from her chair and respectfully greeted her. "Hello, Ms. Xiao. I am Wang Dongxue, the vice chairman of Dihao Group." Xiao Chun felt a bit nervous as she faced the renowned businesswoman from Jinling. She respectfully said, "Hello, Director Wang. I'm here to discuss the hotel project with you. Although the Xiao family's overall strength isn't very strong, we've been working hard in the renovation business and have built a good reputation." As she spoke, she nervously handed over a set of documents, saying, "Director Wang, this is an introduction to our Xiao group and our qualification documents. Please have a look." Wang Dongxue smiled gently, glanced through the documents briefly, and said directly, "Ms. Xiao, I've reviewed your materials, and I believe the Xiao family can collaborate with Dihua." "What? Are you serious?" Xiao Chun could hardly believe it. Was it really that easy to get an agreement so quickly? Wang Dongxue smiled and replied, "Of course it's true. Although the Xiao family's conditions don't exactly meet Dihua Group's cooperation standards, our chairman has a high regard for you and is willing to work with you." "Chairman?" Xiao Chun exclaimed, asking, "May I know who your chairman is?" Wang Dongxue smiled calmly and said, "Our chairman is young Master Yi from the Yi family of Yanjing." "Young Master Yi?" Xiao Chun furrowed her brows and replied, "I don't seem to know anyone with the surname Yi, aside from my husband." Wang Dongxue nodded slightly. Yi Chun had instructed her not to disclose his identity, so she could only share this much. Apart from Yi Chun, Xiao Chun genuinely didn't know anyone else with the surname Yi, but she never considered that her husband, who came from an orphan background and seemed to have nothing, was the very young Master Yi they were talking about. At this moment, Wang Dongxue continued, Miss Xiao, I noticed that you stated an intended cooperation amount of 30 million? Xiao Churan quickly nodded and asked uncertainly, is that too much? Wang Dongxue smiled and said, not at all. In fact, it's a bit on the low side. Xiao Churan was even more confused and hurriedly asked, what do you mean? Wang Dongxue replied with a smile. Our chairman has instructed me to raise the cooperation amount to 60 million. As she spoke, Wang Dongxue took out a contract and handed it to Xiao Churan, saying, look, the contract has already been drafted in advance for a total of 60 million. If you're okay with it, we can sign the agreement right now. This. Xiao Churan was completely stunned. She never expected that the Dihua group, which the Xiao family could only dream of collaborating with, would proactively prepare a contract for her. Moreover, the contract amount was doubled. Her original goal was 30 million, and here it was, clearly stated as 60 million. She suddenly recalled how, during the meeting last night, her husband Yi Chun had insisted that she take on this task with such confidence. Why was he so sure? And just moments ago, at the entrance of the Dihua group, while she felt so uncertain, he had exuded confidence. Did he already know this would be the outcome? Who exactly was he? Chapter 9. Outrageous. In that moment, a bizarre thought suddenly crossed Xiao Churan's mind. The young master Yi that Wang Dongxue mentioned, could it be her husband Yi Chun? But then she thought again, that seemed too fantastical. How could that be? Yi Chun was just an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. However, aside from Yi Chun, who else in this world would treat her so well? 30 million was already a luxury, yet the other party had directly offered 60 million. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked Wang Dongxue, Vice Director Wang, may I ask if your chairman's name is Yi Chun? Wang Dongshue's heart sank. The young master had instructed her not to reveal his identity, and she could only say he shared the surname Yi. If the young lady figured it out, wouldn't she be the one to take the blame? So she hurriedly replied, Ms. Xiao, please don't pry further. Our chairman is from a prestigious family in Yanjing, and his identity is highly confidential. I'm not authorized to disclose it. Xiao Churan nodded gently. Wang Dongshue's mention of a prestigious family in Yanjing snapped her back to reality. Yi Chun was an orphan. He couldn't possibly belong to a distinguished family. It seemed she was indeed overthinking it. When Xiao Churan walked out of Wang Dongshue's office, she still felt dazed. In her hand was the cooperation agreement between the Xiao family and the Dihao group for 60 million. It all felt like a dream. At the entrance of the Dihao group, Xiao Churan spotted Yi Chun and excitedly ran up to him, saying, Yi Chun, I actually managed to close the deal. Yi Chun chuckled inwardly, thinking, your husband is the boss of Dihao group. How could you not succeed? However, he pretended to be surprised and said, you managed to secure such a difficult project. You're amazing, my dear. Xiao Churan replied, oh, it's not because I'm amazing. It's like the Dihao group just gave it to me for free. Why do you say that? Yi Chun asked deliberately. Worried that mentioning the chairman of the Dihao group would make Yi Chun jealous, Xiao Churan hurriedly responded, oh, it's a long story. Let us go to the company now and share this good news with everyone. Yi Chun laughed heartily. All right, this time, that bastard Xiao Hailong will have to honor the bet and kneel before me. Xiao Churan nodded and said, he usually looks down on everyone and acts superior. It's time he learned a lesson. Actually, Xiao Churan had her own temper. Those people under Xiao Hailong looked down on her and her husband. And now that she had successfully secured the cooperation, it was indeed time for them to be more restrained in the future. More than 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the Xiao group. In the conference room, everyone from the Xiao family had strange expressions. They all knew Xiao Churan had gone to the Dihao group early in the morning, but no one believed she could pull it off. They were all waiting to see her make a fool of herself. They never expected she would return so quickly. When Xiao Churan and Yi Chun entered the conference room, everyone cast sarcastic glances at them. Xiao Hailong bluntly remarked, oh, Churan, you're back in just half an hour? You didn't even manage to get through the door of the Dihao group, did you? Ha ha. His sister, Xiao Weiwei, sneered, oh dear, Churan. You declared failure in less than an hour. That's got to be a record, right? Old Lady Zhao's expression darkened. The difficulty of the Empire Group project was indeed immense. Even if Xiao Churan couldn't close the deal, she should at least maintain a serious attitude, right? To give up so quickly was infuriating. So, Old Lady Xiao fixed her gaze on her and said coldly, Xiao Churan, you have disappointed me greatly. Hearing this, Yi Chun immediately furrowed his brow. These people were truly despicable. They didn't even bother to ask about the outcome and just launched into mockery without knowing the facts. Especially that jerk Xiao Hailong. What was he so smug about? He would be the one bowing down to me later. Xiao Churan had initially been filled with excitement, but the words of the crowd poured cold water over her enthusiasm. Filled with anger, she said, I'm sorry to disappoint you all, but I've already secured a project partnership with Wang Dongxue from the Empire Group. What? You secured it? Impossible. How could that be? You couldn't even meet Wang Dongxue. Everyone was dumbfounded. Xiao Churan, do you think we'll believe you? Xiao Hailong snapped back to reality and slammed his hand on the table, shouting, Wang Dong from the Empire Group is a well-known business elite in the city. How could she possibly meet with you? Do you even know your own status? Faced with their skepticism and accusations, Xiao Churan took out the contract and handed it to old lady Xiao. Here is the project contract from the Empire Group. Please take a look. The contract hit the atmosphere like a bomb, shattering the tension in the room. Xiao Hailong still didn't believe it and yelled, this must be a forged contract. I don't believe she could handle the Empire Group. Exactly. Xiao Weiwei chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. What makes her capable of landing a contract with the Empire Group? This is a 30 million project. If she could do it, I would have closed it long ago. Xiao Churan smirked and said, cousin, you've got it wrong. This contract isn't for 30 million. It's for 60 million. Get lost. Xiao Weiwei scoffed. A 60 million contract? How dare you say that? Do you think we're fools? If you can bring in 60 million, I can claim 100 million. Xiao Hailong's face turned cold as he said, Churan, are you trying to make a fool out of Grandma and all of us? After saying that, he turned to old lady Xiao and exclaimed, Grandma, Churan is being utterly rebellious. You can't let her off the hook. Old lady Xiao was so furious she was gritting her teeth. She thought 30 million was already pushing it. And now Xiao Churan came back after half an hour claiming she signed for 60 million. Was she trying to make a fool of her in front of so many people? Did she think being the head of the family was a joke? Such an unfilial descendant. If she wasn't expelled, how could she maintain her authority in the family in the future? Old lady Xiao, enraged, slammed the table and shouted, Xiao Churan, go to the HR department immediately and file for resignation. Xiao Churan was taken aback. Had these people gone mad? Would looking at the contract really kill them? Just then, someone suddenly shouted, holy crap. The official WeChat account of the Mgrand Group has announced that the 60 million contract is real. Chapter 10, Bowing and Admitting Mistakes. With that loud shout, everyone was stunned. Then, each person quickly pulled out their phones to search for the official account of the Dihao Group. Sure enough, the officially certified service account of Dihao Group had published a post. Dihao Group's 2 billion hotel project signs its first partner, with Vice Chairman Wang Dongxue signing a 60 million renovation contract with Xiao Churan of the Jinling Xiao Group. Upon seeing this headline, everyone went wild. Xiao Churan actually managed to secure the project, and the amount was doubled. It had only been a little over half an hour. How could it be so easy? This was completely illogical. Xiao Hailong was shocked and regretful. Before today, Xiao Churan's status and identity were incomparable to his own. If he had accepted this task yesterday, regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, he would not have given Xiao Churan the opportunity to shine. Yet, he had rejected it out of fear of failure. It would have been one thing to reject it himself, but the key was that Xiao Churan had actually succeeded. This was like a slap in the face. Old lady Xiao immediately excitedly picked up the contract, read it carefully, and laughed with joy. Good, good, good. Churan, you have really done a great job. After saying that, she asked, how did you manage to do it? Xiao Churan replied, thanks to Vice Chairman Wang Dongxue, she has a very favorable view of our Xiao family. In truth, Xiao Churan wanted to tell the whole truth, but upon reflection, she realized she didn't even know who the chairman of Dihao Group was, and saying it might not even be believed by anyone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hailong felt even worse. Damn it. No wonder Xiao Churan could secure the contract. It turned out that Wang Dongxue from Dihao Group already had a favorable opinion of the Xiao family. So anyone could have done it? Damn it. He had really missed out on a golden opportunity. At this moment, Yi Qin spoke up. Hailong, do you remember our bet? Xiao Hailong's expression suddenly looked as if he had eaten something terrible. How could he forget the bet? The loser had to bow 3 times in public to the winner. Xiao Churan had obtained the contract, making it clear that he was the one who lost. Damn, no way. How could he bow to this loser? Absolutely not. So he immediately gritted his teeth and said, Yi Chun, who the hell do you think you are? Just a freeloader living off our family. And you want me to kneel and bow to you? Yi Chun replied calmly, I am indeed a freeloader, but we swore an oath yesterday. If anyone goes back on their word, may their father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother die. Yi Chun intentionally emphasized the last part. Sure enough, old lady Xiao's expression immediately became extremely grim. She glared at Xiao Hailong, her voice icy as she questioned him. What? Do you want me to die? Xiao Hailong panicked and blurted out, Grandma, you can't fall for Yi Chen's trick. He wants to make you and your grandson lose face. At this moment, Yi Chen said calmly, Hailong, don't try to fool Grandma here. Don't forget, you swore an oath. If you go back on it, you'll face divine retribution. Do you really want to curse Grandma? Xiao Hailong was taken aback and blurted out, "Grandma, you can't take a joke seriously." Old Lady Xiao frowned and said, "You know I've always been a believer in Buddhism. You dare to break an oath made to the heavens." Grandma. Xiao Hailong was genuinely scared now because he could see that Grandma was really angry. Seeing that Xiao Hailong was willing to sacrifice his own reputation rather than uphold the oath that bound their lives together, Old Lady Xiao slammed the table and shouted, "Are you really determined to break your oath?" "Grandma, Xiao Hailong stammered, quickly calculating in his mind. If he honored the bet and apologized to Yi Chun, he would lose face. But if he didn't honor the bet and angered Grandma, he would lose everything in the Xiao family. With that thought, even though he was extremely reluctant, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I accept the bet and will admit my loss." Yi Chun smiled at him, saying nothing, just waiting for him to kneel and bow. Xiao Hailong felt as if his legs were made of lead, struggling step by step to move in front of Yi Chun. He trembled with anger, biting down hard on his teeth, but his legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground. With a thud, some onlookers even discreetly took out their phones. Xiao Hailong lowered his head, his voice trembling as he said, "I was wrong." He then bowed down and knocked his head on the ground. Yi Chun said, "What did you say?" "I didn't hear you. Speak louder." Xiao Hailong, holding back his humiliation, knocked his head again. "I was wrong." Yi Chun sneered, "Oh, so you're saying you were wrong? Where did you go wrong?" Xiao Hailong felt like he wanted to kill Yi Chun, but there was still one final bow left to make. So he clenched his teeth and said, "I was wrong to doubt Ruren's abilities." After saying that, he knocked his head once more. Yi Chun felt incredibly pleased. He had long been unable to tolerate Xiao Hailong, and now he had seized the opportunity to make him kneel and apologize. This feeling was truly satisfying. Xiao Ruren looked at all of this in astonishment, feeling that her husband had suddenly changed from how he used to be. She couldn't quite pinpoint what was different, but recalling how her husband had looked so confident when betting against Xiao Hailong yesterday, it seemed he had anticipated his victory all along. What gave him such strong confidence? Chapter 11. Inviting the chairman. Xiao Hailong finished bowing 3 times, his eyes brimming with humiliating tears. However, he didn't dare to act out at this moment. He knew that his grandmother was undoubtedly very displeased with him right now. At this point, he couldn't afford to provoke her any further. Seeing that Xiao Hailong had bowed and admitted his fault, Grandma Xiao felt a bit relieved. It wasn't that she wanted her grandson to bow to that useless Yi Chun. The key issue was that the oath he took was related to her life. As a devout Buddhist, she was worried that if Xiao Hailong didn't bow and admit his mistake, she wouldn't be able to eat or sleep peacefully, fearing that repercussions might come back to haunt her. Thus, she looked at Xiao Hailong and said calmly, "Hailong, these 3 bows are meant to teach you a lesson. In the future, don't make reckless bets on things you're not sure about, and if you do, don't let it harm the family." Xiao Hailong, with a sorrowful expression, replied, "Grandma, I understand." I won't dare to do it again." As he spoke, he shot a venomous glare at Yi Chun, thinking to himself, "You useless piece of trash, forcing me to kneel and bow, making me lose face. I swear I will kill you sooner or later." Then, Grandma Xiao spoke again. "Today's success in securing this contract for Charan is worth celebrating. Everyone should take this time to prepare. We must seize this opportunity to build a good relationship with the Dihao group." Yi Chun, standing by, chimed in, "Grandma, since Charan has successfully negotiated the project, shouldn't the position of company director be given to her?" Grandma Xiao raised an eyebrow, secretly considering this. She had indeed said that whoever secured the contract would become the director. However, the thought of Xiao Charan, whom she had never particularly liked, and her useless husband, whom she despised, made her uneasy. If she elevated Xiao Charan, what if she became uncontrollable in the future? In that instant, she felt like retracting her previous promise. After all, she hadn't sworn an oath when she made that promise, so retracting it would be justified in her mind. However, she thought it inappropriate to voice such sentiments right after Xiao Charan had just signed the contract. So, she said, "How about this? Tomorrow evening, I will host a banquet and invite prominent figures from Jinling. At that time, I will publicly announce our cooperation with the Dihao group and the appointment of the new director." Upon hearing this, Yi Chun let out a sigh of relief, satisfied. Xiao Charan also smiled gently, realizing that the director position was finally hers, and she wouldn't have to face exclusion anymore. Her parents could also hold their heads high. Grandma Xiao turned to Xiao Charan and continued, "Charan, there's one more thing I need your help with." Xiao Charan quickly responded, "Grandma, please go ahead." Grandma Xiao said, "I'd like you to contact the chairman of Dihao and invite him to our banquet tomorrow." After a pause, her face lit up with anticipation as she added, "If he can attend our banquet, it would undoubtedly bring great honor to the Xiao family and significantly boost our reputation." Xiao Charan pondered for a moment, then hesitantly said, "But The last time I went, I only met with Wang Dongxue, the vice chairman of Dihao. I haven't met the chairman in person. Besides, we just secured their project, and hosting such a banquet might come off as too deliberate. So what? I want to let everyone in Jinling know that we are now tied to the big ship that is Dihao, and the Xiao family is going to thrive from here on out. The old lady continued. Even if the chairman of Dihao is unwilling to come, we can invite Wang Dongxue. She is the second in command at Dihao Group, and having her attend would still carry a lot of weight. At this point, the old lady was already brimming with excitement. Just the thought of those big families and conglomerates that once looked down on the Xiao family potentially having to rely on them in the future made her blood rush with exhilaration. Under her leadership, the Xiao family would shine even brighter. Xiao Churan thought for a moment and then responded hesitantly, I understand. I'll give it a try. No, not just a try. You must invite them. The old lady insisted. Xiao Churan nodded gently, but then quietly asked Yi Chun, what should I do? What if the chairman of Dihao doesn't come? What if Wang Dongxue doesn't want to come either? Yi Chun chuckled and said, just give it a shot. Don't you have Wang Dongxue's number? Maybe once you call, she'll agree right away. The Xiao family was hosting the banquet not only to showcase their strength, but also to announce Xiao Churan's promotion to director at the event. It would be nice for a husband to support his wife on such an occasion. At that moment, Xiao Churan had no idea that her husband was actually the chairman of Dihao Group. She let out a conflicted sigh and said, but the other party is the chairman of Dihao, and I've heard he is from a prominent family in Yanjing. Such a big shot must be incredibly busy. How would he have time to attend a banquet? Yi Chun laughed. I wouldn't be so sure. Who knows? He might just be spending his days at home cooking and doing laundry for his wife. Xiao Churan shot him a glance and replied, do you think everyone is like you? Yi Chun nodded. Yeah, it's quite possible that the boss of Dihao is just like me. Xiao Churan pouted and playfully retorted. Yeah, right. No way. Chapter 12. Sowing discord. Knowing that Yi Chun was joking, Xiao Churan didn't take it to heart. She stepped aside and dialed Wang Dongxue's number. The call connected quickly. On the other end, Wang Dongxue's pleasant voice came through. Hello, Miss Xiao. Hello, Vice Director Wang. I have a favor to ask. Xiao Churan said shyly. Sure, go ahead, Wang Dongxue replied. Xiao Churan gathered her thoughts, took a deep breath, and mustered the courage to say, I wanted to ask if the chairman is free tomorrow evening. We're hosting a banquet at our home to officially announce our collaboration with Dihao, and we hope the chairman can attend. There was a brief silence on the line before Wang Dongxue responded, Miss Xiao, I can't make that decision on my own. How about I check with the chairman and get back to you? Thank you. I really appreciate your help. Xiao Churan said respectfully. After hanging up, Xiao Churan anxiously held her phone, waiting for a response. Just then, Yi Chun's phone suddenly rang. He was taken aback and then scolded himself for forgetting to silence his phone. It must be Wang Dongxue calling to ask for his opinion. Feigning calm, Yi Chun answered the call with a nonchalant hum. Wang Dongxue's voice came through. Chairman, the Xiao family is hosting a banquet tomorrow night and wanted to know if you would like to attend? Oh, I see. Sure, I'll go. All right, that is settled. Yi Chun replied hastily before hanging up, muttering to himself about how annoying these sales calls were. Xiao Churan, not suspecting anything, soon received another call. Wang Dongxue's voice came through again. Miss Xiao, our chairman has agreed to come. He'll be there. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you so much for your help. And please extend my gratitude to the chairman. Xiao Churan exclaimed, her excitement soaring. She hadn't expected them to actually agree. She hurriedly told Grandma Xiao, Grandma, the chairman of Dihao Group has already agreed to come. Really? Grandma Xiao exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She immediately turned to the Xiao family members present and ordered, quickly, get everything ready. Book the best hotel, the finest food and drinks, and prepare to warmly welcome the chairman of Dihao. Additionally, notify all the major enterprises in the city and invite them to our banquet. Let them know the chairman will be attending. Before long, the entire Xiao family was bustling with activity. Everyone was thrilled, making calls to various partners and the elite of Jinling City. This was undoubtedly a major event. In no time, the news spread throughout Jinling City. The mysterious new chairman of Dihao Group was set to make an appearance at the Xiao family's banquet tomorrow night. Grandma Xiao received countless inquiries over the phone, and she responded to each one with a smile. She was incredibly happy today, knowing that once the banquet concluded, the Xiao family would undoubtedly become the hottest family in Jinling. As she thought about this, she smiled excitedly and said, all right, that's enough for today. Let us start preparing for tomorrow's banquet. Meeting adjourned. After the meeting, Grandma Xiao returned to her office. Xiao Hailong, however, quickly followed her, his eyes darting with concern. Grandma, are you really going to give the director position to Xiao Churan? Once they were in a secluded area, Xiao Hailong couldn't hold back any longer. Grandma Xiao frowned slightly and replied coldly, I've already promised Churan. Why shouldn't I give it to her? Xiao Hailong persisted. Grandma, you can't let her be the director. The old lady countered, why not? She secured such a significant contract. She deserves to be rewarded for her contributions to the company. Xiao Hailong hurriedly explained. The only reason Charon was able to land the Daiha contract is because Zhang Wenhao from the Zhang family is backing her up. I heard that Zhang Wenhao even visited her house yesterday. Now Daiha Group is signing with us today? What a coincidence. I suspect it's because she has been sleeping with Zhang Wenhao. Grandma Zhao's expression turned angry. Is what you're saying true? Xiao Hailong replied confidently. Of course it is. Zhang Wenhao did visit Xiao Charon last night. You can check for yourself. He continued, Grandma, Charon is a married woman. If word gets out about her relationship with Zhang Wenhao, and that our Xiao family secured the Daiha contract through such means, where will that leave our family's reputation? What about your reputation? Grandma Xiao furrowed her brow, already half convinced. She knew that Zhang Wenhao had feelings for Xiao Charon. When she celebrated her birthday, Zhang Wenhao even gifted her a jade Buddha pendant worth 3 to 4 million. This could explain why Xiao Charon managed to secure a 60 million contract. At that moment, Xiao Hailong added, if you let such a shameless woman become the director, our reputation will be even worse. We need to choose someone else for the position and shift the credit for the project to another person. It would be best to pick a man to minimize gossip. Grandma Xiao nodded slightly. She was convinced by most of what Xiao Hailong said. It seemed wise to select a different director to avoid any rumors. If it became public knowledge that Xiao Charon got the contract because of her relationship with Zhang Wenhao, how could she explain that they secured the project through the new director and not because of Xiao Charon's dubious means? Moreover, Grandma had her own selfish motives. She simply did not like Xiao Charon. She had always favored males over females and did not want to see Xiao Charon's position and power in the Xiao family grow. She needed to curb her influence to ensure the family's assets wouldn't fall into the hands of outsiders. With this plan forming in her mind, she looked at Xiao Hailong and said coldly, Hailong, from now on, you must listen to me at the company. Whatever I tell you to do, you do it. You must not do anything I haven't approved, understand? Xiao Hailong immediately pledged his loyalty. Rest assured, Grandma. I will do exactly as you say from now on. Wherever you point, I will follow. Good. Old Lady Xiao nodded in satisfaction and said, at tomorrow's banquet, I will announce to everyone that you are the new director and will be fully responsible for the cooperation with the Dihao Group. But remember, you must be obedient. I can lift you up, but I can also bring you down. Xiao Hailong was overjoyed and quickly replied, Grandma, don't worry. Hailong will definitely be obedient. Chapter 13. Preparing a surprise as Xiao Charon exited the Xiao Group, her heart raced with excitement. Tomorrow, her grandmother would officially announce her new appointment, and she could finally hold her head high. Thinking of this, she turned to Yi Chun and said, Yi Chun, thank you. If it weren't for your encouragement, I wouldn't have dared to take on this task. Yi Chun smiled and replied, Wife, this is all you deserve. Then he added, by the way, darling, such a big celebration calls for a party, right? Xiao Charon nodded and asked, how do you want to celebrate? Yi Chun grinned and said, it's almost our 3rd wedding anniversary too. Why not combine the 2 celebrations? I'll take care of the arrangements, so you don't have to worry about a thing. Xiao Charon was surprised and asked, are you planning to give me a surprise? Exactly. Yi Chun nodded, smiling. I want to prepare a surprise for you. Xiao Charon felt a sweet warmth in her heart and said, then I want to ask what it is. Yi Chun replied, no need to ask, just wait and see. To prepare a special wedding anniversary for his wife, Yi Chun thought of many ideas. The focus was mainly on making up for the past. After all, he was once poor and couldn't afford gifts for her, nor did he give her a proper wedding. Now that he had the means, he was determined to make it up to her. After parting ways with his wife, Yi Chun headed to a jewelry store called Chui Guxian in the center of Jinling City. Chui Guxian was the most renowned jewelry store in the area, offering everything from gold, platinum, diamonds, and jade to emeralds. Yi Chun planned to buy a gift for his wife first, and then book a delayed wedding at the best hotel. Upon arriving at Chui Guxian, the sales staff ignored him, thinking he was just another customer in his 4-stripe Adidas outfit. After browsing for a while, he spotted a jade necklace locked in a display case. The necklace was made of the finest icy jade, exquisite and elegant, perfectly matching Xiao Charon's temperament. Checking the price tag, he saw it was 13 million, which was a small matter to him. He called over a salesperson and said, hello, could you please take this necklace out for me to have a look? The salesperson glanced at Yi Chun and replied, I don't have the key. It's with our manager. He then used the intercom to say, Manager Wang, we have a customer who wants to see our store's treasure. Soon, a flamboyantly dressed woman rushed over excitedly. Her name was Wang Yan, and she was the sales manager. Which esteemed guest wants to see our treasure? The salesperson pointed to Yi Chun and said, Manager Wang. It's this gentleman. What? Wang Yan looked at Yi Chun immediately feeling disgusted as if she had swallowed a fly. How could someone like him afford the store's treasure? Thinking this, she immediately snapped at the male salesperson. Lu, are you kidding me? This guy can't possibly buy the treasure. Lu replied, no, really. This gentleman wants to see it. Wang Yin scolded. Do you think this kind of loser can afford the treasure? Are you blind? If you're blind, just keep quiet and get lost before you make me angry. Wang Yin prided herself on her ability to judge people. She could instantly gauge a person's purchasing power just by looking at them. So, it was no surprise that she immediately judged Yi Chun to be a complete loser. A pathetic nobody. There was no way he could afford the centerpiece worth 13 million, let alone a regular necklace priced at 1,300. Wasn't he that just a waste of her feelings? The male sales associate was too scared to speak up, and Yi Chun furrowed his brow and asked her, aren't you open for business? What's the problem with me wanting to see this necklace? Wang Yin sneered, we are open for business. But we don't do business with fools. If you can't afford it, don't come and make a scene. Yi Chun frowned and replied, which eye of yours sees that I can't afford it? Humph. Wang Yin said disdainfully, this piece of jade is worth over 10 million. You, dressed in cheap knockoffs, would be lucky to scrape together $1,000. What do you think you can buy it with? Yi Chun let out a cold laugh and took out the black card given to him by Tang Sihai, saying, open your eyes and take a good look. The money on this black card can buy not just one jade necklace, but 10, 100, or even 1,000 without breaking a sweat. Oh, a Citibank black card worth 10 billion, huh? I didn't expect this loser to come out and show off while knowing a bit about the game. Too bad you've overplayed your hand. Who would believe a nobody like you could actually possess such a card? With that, Wang Yin crossed her arms, looking smug and full of contempt. Onlookers began to whisper and mock, saying, what a shameless person, trying to show off when they can't afford anything. Is that a fake black card? What a disgrace, right? He doesn't even match the quality of that jade with his outfit. I tell you, there are too many fools like him nowadays. Yi Chun glanced at Wang Yin, who was smirking at him with disdain, and decided he was going to teach this arrogant person a lesson. He pulled out his phone and dialed Tang Sihai. I need you to come to Chui Guxian. I want them to know what it means to look down on others. Understood, young master, I'll be right there. Wang Yin smirked. This loser is really getting into character. Calling someone, huh? Do you think you're some sort of wealthy heir? Ha ha ha, you're really a joke. Yi Chun nodded. I really am a wealthy heir. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Being poor isn't the problem, but pretending to be rich is. Haha, this guy clearly doesn't look like a rich person, yet he is acting like a big shot. If he can really call someone, I'd call him dad. I just want to see how this loser embarrasses himself. Hearing the crowd on her side, Wang Yin couldn't help but smile, thinking about how she would watch this pauper's downfall when he couldn't produce any cash. A few minutes later, outside Chui Guxian, several Rolls-Royces suddenly pulled up. Shortly after, 8 bodyguards in black suits stepped out from the first 2 cars. The bodyguards were all muscular and tense, their faces stern, exuding an icy aura of menace that even thickened the atmosphere around them. This scene instantly shocked everyone in the Chui Guxian. Who was this formidable figure to command such a grand display? Chapter 14. Meeting the young master. Seeing such a grand spectacle, Wang Yin was taken aback, secretly wondering if it was possible that the poor guy actually called these people here. But then she thought, how could that be? That poor guy couldn't possibly know such influential figures. Tang Sihai stepped out of the third Rolls-Royce and walked straight into the Chui Guxian. Wang Yin quickly stood up to greet him, but Tang Sihai didn't even glance her way, heading directly toward Yi Chun. Young master, I'm here. These ignorant fools dared to speak disrespectfully to you? Tang Sihai bowed deeply to Yi Chun. The dozens of bodyguards behind him also bowed in respect. Greetings, young master. Everyone around gasped in shock. Holy crap, this arrogant loser. Oh no, what he said is actually true. He really is from a wealthy family? Does that mean that $100 billion Citibank black card is real? My goodness, who is this major figure? Many people pulled out their phones to record videos. They didn't want to miss such a stunning scene. However, Tang Sihai's bodyguards quickly cleared them all out, leaving them with nothing but a view of Yi Chun's back. Yi Chun pointed at Wang Yin. Do you believe now that I'm from a wealthy family? Wang Yin, terrified, nodded repeatedly. I believe. Yi Chun sneered and said to Tang Sihai, I want to see the manager of this place. Tang Sihai nodded, took out his phone, scrolled for a moment, and made a call. As soon as the call connected, he yelled into the phone, you bastard. This is Tang Sihai. I'm at Chui Guxian right now. I'm giving you 1 minute to come out, or I'll burn this place down and have someone break your legs. Wang Yin's face turned pale as she looked at Tang Sihai, filled with fear. This person is really that powerful. Her boss is a well-known figure in Jinling, respected and influential, who would dare to speak to him like that. In less than a minute, A middle-aged, overweight man came stumbling out from the back office. As soon as he saw Tang Sihai, he hurriedly approached him, saying, "Mr. Tang, you didn't inform me of your visit to my humble establishment. I would have come to greet you." Tang Sihai slapped him hard across the face, furious. "You think you're something special? Your staff dared to neglect our young master? Are you tired of living?" Tang Sihai knew that the young master had suffered a lot of grievances over the years, and seeing a staff member disrespect him made him even angrier. The middle-aged man, having just received a slap, felt a sense of grievance, but upon hearing Tang Sihai's words, he instantly turned pale with fear. The young master of Tang Sihai? Goodness! If Tang Sihai is already a dragon among men, then his young master must be like a deity from the heavens. He trembled as he turned to look at Yi Chun, who appeared ordinary but was, in fact, the young master of the Tang family. Upon realizing this, the middle-aged man felt even more anxious and quickly said, "Young master, I'm truly sorry. I apologize." Then he turned around, his face filled with anger, and shouted, "Which blind fool dared to offend the young master? Step forward." The eyes of the other salespeople instantly focused on Wang Yan. She instinctively tried to shrink back, but the middle-aged man lunged at her, grabbing her collar and slapping her hard across the face, cursing, "Are you blind? How dare you offend the young master? You must be out of your mind." Wang Yan fell to the ground from the slap, crying out, "Boss, I'm sorry. I was blind. Please spare me this time." "Spare you?" The middle-aged man grabbed her hair and yanked her face up, his fist crashing down on her face. One punch after another. "You think you can get away with this? Are you trying to kill me? If you want to kill me, I'll deal with you first." Wang Yan's mouth was filled with broken teeth, and the nose job she had just paid for was ruined. In despair, she broke free from the middle-aged man and crawled to Yi Chen's side, grabbing his leg and crying, "Young master, I truly know my mistake now. I won't look down on others ever again. Please, spare me." Yi Chen coldly replied, "You brought this on yourself." The middle-aged man, seeing her clutching Yi Chen's leg, was terrified and rushed over, stomping on her head while angrily shouting, "How dare you touch the young master's leg? I'll kill you." With that kick, Wang Yan was knocked back to the ground. The middle-aged man yelled to the security guards nearby, "Damn it, throw this blind fool into the trash heap out back." "Yes, boss." The security guards, not daring to hesitate, immediately dragged the bloodied Wang Yan away. Yi Chun, with an expressionless face, said to the middle-aged man, "My wife likes that piece of jade. Wrap it up for me." The middle-aged man quickly nodded and replied, "Sure, I'll wrap it up for you right away." Yi Chen took out a black card and said, "Charge it to this card." After that, he turned to Tang Sihai and said, "You can take the cash back." The middle-aged man hurriedly said, "Young master, since you like this jade, I'll gift it to you." Yi Chen replied, "I don't need your gift." The middle-aged man, with a submissive tone, said, "Young master, consider it a small token of my sincerity. Please accept it." Tang Sihai said to Yi Chen, "Young master, since he is offering it as an apology, just accept it. Otherwise, he won't be able to sleep tonight." Yi Chen hesitated for a moment and gently nodded, "All right. Then thank you." Seeing Yi Chen accept the jade necklace, the middle-aged man finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Yi Chen hadn't accepted the necklace, he genuinely feared that Tang Sihai would not let him off the hook, and with his strength, he could make him disappear without a trace. At that moment, Tang Sihai asked Yi Chen, "Young master, do you want me to give you a ride?" "No need." Yi Chen waved his hand and said, "Where's the back door? I can walk myself." The onlookers were truly amazed by what they had witnessed today. A seemingly ordinary guy dressed in cheap streetwear suddenly transforms into a wealthy heir. His sole purpose? To buy an exquisite jade necklace. Surprisingly, the owner of the jewelry store, Cui Guxian, hesitates to accept his payment. Who exactly is this unassuming young man? The video of this incident quickly went viral online, with many netizens dubbing him a super-rich second-generation heir, a domineering CEO, and even a legendary billionaire. This sparked a widespread movement to find this mysterious tycoon, with countless people eager to join the search. Fortunately, by the time these individuals filmed the video, the bodyguards had already escorted them out of the store, making the footage of Yi Chun very blurry and rendering it nearly useless as a reference for locating him. Chapter 15. A lifetime of no escape. After leaving the Cui Guxian, Yi Chun did not head home immediately. He wanted to surprise his wife with a complete package on their wedding anniversary. This surprise was not just an emerald necklace. He also wanted to arrange a romantic wedding for her. When Yi Chun and Xiao Chern initially got married, it was a hasty decision made at the insistence of his grandfather, and they never had the chance to hold a proper wedding. The old man had intended to select an auspicious date for a grand ceremony, but shortly after they obtained their marriage license, he fell seriously ill and was hospitalized, which delayed the wedding plans indefinitely. After his grandfather passed away, Qin found himself in a position where no one in the Shao family respected him, making it even less likely for the wedding to be rescheduled. However, now that Qin had money, he felt it was essential to give his wife the most magnificent and dignified wedding possible. When he thought about the wedding, the first place that came to mind was the Sky Garden at the Buckingham Palace Hotel. The Buckingham Palace Hotel is currently the best hotel in Jinling, bar none. The hotel covers a vast area and is exceptionally luxurious, featuring a large, high-end shopping mall inside. The Sky Garden is located on the top floor of this mall. It is called the Sky Garden because it is entirely constructed of crystal glass, designed by top Italian architects, and adorned with a plethora of high-end fresh flowers airlifted from abroad. From a distance, it looks like a grand garden floating in the air. This venue is also the most extravagant and luxurious banquet hall in all of Jinling. Hosting a wedding here would cost at least several million, if not tens of millions. Now that Qin had money, a few million didn't seem like much to him. Making his wife happy was far more important than anything else. So, he went to the Buckingham Palace Hotel with the intention of booking the Sky Garden for their anniversary. However, Qin was unaware that the Buckingham Palace Hotel operated on a membership basis. Whether dining, staying overnight, or hosting a banquet, one must possess a hotel membership. Moreover, different membership levels correspond to different services. Ordinary members can only dine in the lobby and stay in standard rooms. Silver members can dine in private rooms and stay in upscale luxury rooms. Gold members can enjoy meals in luxurious private rooms and stay in lavish suites. Platinum members can dine in the Sky Garden and stay in top-tier luxury suites. The highest level is the Diamond membership, which grants access to the presidential suites and the ability to reserve the entire Sky Garden for events. Furthermore, memberships above gold level are not simply available to anyone with money. One must have sufficient social status to qualify. As Qin approached the Buckingham Palace Hotel, he was stopped at the entrance by several men in black. "I'm sorry, sir, could you please show us your membership card?" Qin's clothing combined didn't even amount to 200 yuan, making him stand out starkly against the well-dressed, affluent guests around him. Qin hurriedly said, "Excuse me, I would like to find your account manager to discuss renting a venue." The other party coldly replied, "I'm sorry, but you can't enter without a membership card." Qin responded, "Can I apply for a membership card right now?" The person shook their head and said, "Sorry. You can only apply for a membership card through a qualified referrer." Qin frowned, thinking that the Buckingham Palace Hotel was quite troublesome. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, he suddenly remembered that when he was arranged by Elder Xiao to attend Jinling University and was in his senior year with his wife, he had a classmate named Bailina who seemed to work there. He quickly took out his phone and called Bailina. After explaining his situation about wanting to apply for a membership card, Bailina immediately said, "Leave this to me. I'll be right over." Qin hurriedly thanked her. It seemed that even though he had only been classmates with Bailina for a year, there was still some bond between them. He would definitely repay this favor to her in the future. Just then, a woman's surprised exclamation suddenly came from inside the hotel. Looking up, Qin saw a woman in formal attire, heavily made up and strikingly beautiful, walking out of the hotel. Bailina? She had changed quite a bit. He almost didn't recognize her. Seeing the stunning woman, the two black-suited security guards at the entrance quickly bent down and respectfully called out, "Team leader Bai." Qin was astonished and said, "Bailina, it's been years. You've become a team leader at Buckingham Palace Hotel. That's impressive." Bailina smiled and replied, "Oh, come on. I'm just a small team leader in the HR department. In this hotel, I'm really just a middle-low-level leader." Qin sincerely praised, "That's still quite impressive. I heard that the management standards at Buckingham Palace Hotel are very high. You're really remarkable." Bailina smiled with a hint of pride, then turned to the two black-suited security guards and coldly questioned, "Were you two the ones who stopped my university classmate at the door, and didn't he let him in?" The two guards exchanged glances, and one of them quickly replied, "I'm sorry, team leader Bai. I didn't know he was your classmate, and besides, he doesn't have a membership card. I was just following hotel policy." Bailina scoffed, "Rules are dead, but people are alive. Don't you understand this principle?" Qin thought Bailina was going to punish them for this and hurriedly said, "Bailina, don't make it difficult for them. They were just following the rules." Bailina looked at Qin and suddenly burst into laughter, changing her demeanor to a mocking one. "You really think too highly of yourself. Do you honestly believe I would make things difficult for my subordinates, just for you?" Qin furrowed his brows tightly and asked, "Bailina, what do you mean by that?" Bailina smirked and said, "Isn't it obvious? With someone like you, a loser, you think you can enter Buckingham Palace Hotel? Let me tell you, you can forget about it for the rest of your life." Qin clenched his fists and questioned her, "What do you really mean?" "I'm just messing with you." Bailina laughed, her voice bubbling with amusement. "Back in college, I never liked you. You were just a nerd who only cared about studying. Not even able to afford a meat dish in the cafeteria, and you thought you could be class president? And you had the audacity to criticize my grades? Please, just look at yourself. Yi Chen's expression turned cold as he pressed on. Belina, Yi Chen, believe I've never done anything to provoke you. Why do you keep mocking me? Chapter 16. He won't hold a grudge, right? Bailingna crossed her arms and said arrogantly, I look down on you. So what? You've turned into a pathetic loser, and I'm not allowed to say anything? Who doesn't know that you became a live-in son-in-law right after graduation? When we were in school, you couldn't even afford a meal, and now you're living off someone else after graduating. You're such a waste. And you still have the face to ask me for help? What do you think you are? Hearing Bailingna's mockery, Yi Chen felt a surge of anger. He had a principle. If others didn't provoke him, he wouldn't provoke them. But this time, Bailingna had truly gone too far. Just then, his phone suddenly received a text message from Tang. Young master, the Buckingham Palace Hotel is one of our Yi Group's properties. The Jinling Buckingham Palace is just one of over 100 chain luxury hotels we own. Yi Chen's pupils constricted sharply. The Buckingham Palace was actually part of the Yi family's assets? He instinctively replied, You're not lying to me, are you? Tang replied, Young master, the person in charge of the Jinling Buckingham Palace is named Qin Feng. His phone number is 155. Just call him, and he will take care of everything. Yi Chen believed it about 80% and replied, Okay. Seeing Yi Chen constantly looking down at his phone, Bailingna felt quite annoyed. She thought that tormenting Yi Chen was like teasing a dog, and of course, she wanted to hear the dog whimper in agony for her amusement. However, she didn't expect Yi Chen to remain silent. It seemed that this class monitor, who was already a loser in college, was still the same, unmoved even when insulted. So she intensified her attack, sneering, Wow, look at you, class monitor. I heard that you've been married to the campus belle, Xiao Charan, for 3 years and still haven't been able to share her bed. Is Xiao Charan someone else's mistress? You can't possibly just be a cover for her being someone else's side piece, right? Ha. Yi Chen frowned tightly. Insulting him was one thing, but insulting his wife? Bailingna, you're asking for trouble. He then dialed the number of Qin Feng, the person in charge of the Buckingham Palace. Looking at Bailingna, he said calmly, I want to ask your manager how they hire employees, allowing someone as foul-mouthed as you to get in. Dare to insult me? You must be tired of living. Bailingna immediately lost her temper and shouted to the security guard next to her, Damn it, he's looking for trouble. Beat him up. At that moment, Yi Chen had already connected the call. Hello, who is this? A commanding voice came from the other end. Yi Chen coldly asked, Are you Qin Feng? My name is Yi Chen, and I'm right outside the Buckingham Palace. You have 1 minute to come down, or you'll be kicked out of the Buckingham Palace for good. The man, who had been exuding confidence, suddenly panicked and asked, Why, young master? Are you really outside the Buckingham Palace? Yi Chen replied coldly, You have 50 seconds left. The other person seemed utterly terrified and blurted out, Please hold on. I'll be right there. Bailingna laughed at Yi Chen's phone call, mocking, Yi Chen, I never noticed before that you could brag so well. Do you even know who Mr. Chen is? The top members of Buckingham Palace would never dare to show off in front of our General Chen. Do you think pretending to make a phone call can intimidate me? Yi Chen said calmly, Whether it intimidates you or not, you'll find out in 30 seconds. Bailingna laughed heartily. All right, class leader Yi, I'll wait with you for 30 seconds. No, I'll wait for 3 minutes. If General Chen doesn't come out in 3 minutes, I'll have the security tear your mouth apart. Let's see how you'll brag after that. Ha, this is just too funny. 20 seconds later, a middle-aged man in a top custom suit rushed out in a panic. He was a dog of the Yi family, but a very powerful one. Since taking charge of Buckingham Palace in Jinling, he had become one of the most respected figures in the city. When had he ever been this flustered? However, he had no choice but to panic now. He never dreamed that the young master would appear at Buckingham Palace, which he was responsible for. If he didn't hurry to the entrance to greet him, he would be in serious trouble if the young master got angry. At that moment, Bailingna was about to continue mocking Yi Chen when she suddenly noticed the security guards around her looking over her shoulder, their faces filled with shock. Instinctively, she turned around and was taken aback to see General Chen rushing out. It felt like a bolt from the blue. She then looked at Yi Chen, her eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Which one of you is Yi Chen, Mr. Yi? Qin Feng's voice trembled as he spoke. The crowd was dumbfounded. The powerful General Chen, who could shake Jinling with a stomp, was now so flustered that his voice had changed. Yi Chen then said, That's me. Qin Feng immediately rushed over and bowed, saying, Mr. Before he could finish, Yi Chen interrupted, General Chen, some things shouldn't be discussed in public. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng trembled even more. Damn it, he was such a foolish dog. The young master's identity was definitely a closely guarded secret, and he almost let it slip. If the young master got angry, he would be finished. So he quickly changed his address, but still spoke respectfully. Mr. Yi, welcome to Buckingham Palace. Please, let us move to my office for a detailed discussion. Lina was already dumbstruck. She simply could not accept this reality, yet everything was happening right before her eyes. She couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, who exactly is this Yi Chun? How can he make the big boss of Buckingham Palace treat him with such deference? I was just mocking him so harshly, he wouldn't hold a grudge, would he? Chapter 17. What do you mean? At this thought, Belina hurriedly put on a flattering expression and sweetly said to Yi Chun, Class Leader Yi, it's truly an honor for us at Buckingham Palace to have you here. And it's also a privilege for me as your old classmate. Please, come in. She thought that a few compliments would make Yi Chun forget or overlook her previous actions. However, she underestimated Yi Chun's character. When Chun Zikai heard Lina's words, he was overjoyed and asked, Little Bai, you are Mr. Yi's classmate? Yes. Belina quickly replied. Mr. Yi was my class leader in college, and we had a particularly good relationship. Chun Zikai immediately said, Great. Tomorrow, you should report to the CEO's office. From now on, you'll be the HR manager at Buckingham Palace. Moving from a group leader to an HR manager meant crossing at least 3 levels in Buckingham Palace, and the salary would increase tenfold or more. Moreover, the HR manager holds most of the power over employee matters, making them one of the executives. Belina was so excited by this news that she nearly fainted. At that moment, Yi Chun's expression darkened as he coldly asked, Mr. Chun, do you know what my relationship with Belina is? Thinking that Yi Chun was dissatisfied with his arrangement, Chun Zikai immediately became fearful and said, If Mr. Yi is not satisfied, then let Little Bai be promoted directly to vice president of the hotel. Belina was almost moved to tears. A vice president? Second only to one person and above thousands. But just then, Yi Chun suddenly spoke sharply. I called Belina for help because I didn't have a membership card. Yet she humiliated me for no reason and even tried to have security beat me. You want to promote her to vice president? What does that mean? Are you intentionally opposing me? Hearing this, Chun Zikai felt a chill run down his spine. Oh no, he had flattered her in the wrong way. Immediately, his gaze towards Belina was filled with anger. Without hesitation, he slapped Belina hard across the face and shouted, You dare offend Mr. Yi? Do you have a death wish? Terrified, Belina fell to the ground, repeatedly bowing her head and crying out, Mr. Chun, I was wrong. Chun Zikai suddenly kicked Belina hard, sending her flying several meters away. Scolding, You blind fool. Today, I'll make you understand the consequences of provoking Mr. Yi. With that, he shouted to the nearby security, beat her up hard, almost to death, and then ruined that plastic surgery face of hers. Tell all of Jinling that any company that dares to hire her will be opposing me. Chun Zikai. Belina was terrified and quickly pleaded, Mr. Chun, I was wrong. Please spare me. Chun Zikai, furious, shouted, Now you realize your mistake? Where the hell were you before? You think you can offend Mr. Yi? Damn it, if it weren't for Mr. Yi's face, I would take your life. Belina broke down in tears, crawling on the ground until she reached Yi Chun, repeatedly bowing her head. Class Leader Yi, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please. For the sake of our shared school days. Yi Chun asked her lightly, Lina, as classmates, why did you just insult me and my wife? Lina wept bitterly. Class monitor, I was just momentarily confused. It's all my fault for speaking carelessly. Please forgive me. Yi Chun replied, I don't provoke others. But if someone provokes me, I will never show mercy. With a cold snort, he added, Drink the bitter wine you've brewed for yourself. Chun Zikai shouted, You worthless piece of trash. If you dare to keep bothering young Master Yi, I'll make sure to tear your mouth apart. Lina immediately stopped begging for mercy and knelt on the ground, crying uncontrollably. Yi Chun showed no sympathy for her and directly ignored her. Turning to Chun Zikai with a blank expression, I want to discuss the Sky Garden issue with you. Let's go to your office. Chun Zikai quickly nodded and respectfully said, Mr. Yi, please follow me. After that, he pointed at the security guard beside him and shouted, Give her a good beating. Yes, Mr. Chun. The security guard dared not disobey and immediately rushed over to hold Lina down and beat her mercilessly. Lina's cries of anguish filled the air. But Yi Chun paid no attention, following Chun Zikai into the Buckingham Palace. Once in Chun Zikai's office, Yi Chun got straight to the point. In a few days, it's my wedding anniversary with my wife, and I want to book the entire Sky Garden. Can you make that happen? Chun Zikai replied without hesitation, Young master. In order to ensure fairness for all high-end members, the Sky Garden has always refused to reserve the entire venue, even for top city officials. However, if you need it, the Sky Garden can be exclusively open just for you in the future. Yi Chun replied indifferently, That's not necessary. Just keep it available for our anniversary. Additionally, I need your help to prepare a surprise for my wife. Chun Zikai immediately assured him, "Young master, rest assured, all of us at Buckingham Palace will follow your orders." After finalizing the arrangements at Buckingham Palace, Yi Qin took the bus home. Almost all the passengers on the bus were engrossed in various trending short video apps. To his surprise, everyone was watching the same video. It was the clip of him throwing down 13 million cash at Cui Guxian. The video started with a shot of Tang Sihai's convoy of Rolls-Royces. A long line of top-tier Rolls-Royce cars, numerous black-clad security guards carrying black leather suitcases, and 13 million cash thrown on the ground left the sales manager, who looked down on others, utterly humiliated. The entire process was uploaded online. However, the video failed to capture Yi Qin's face clearly. This video quickly went viral in Jinling, with countless people speculating about who this super-rich individual could be. Many young girls even started dreaming of being Cinderella, hoping to meet this low-profile tycoon one day. Yi Qin repeatedly confirmed that it was indeed difficult to recognize himself in the video, which relieved him as he returned home. At that moment, his home was filled with joy and celebration. Xiao Chuan received the contract from the Dihao Group and is about to become the director of the Xiao Group. Naturally, her parents were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces. After being looked down upon for so many years in the Xiao family, she can finally hold her head high. Her in-laws, feeling elated, no longer found Yi Qin as annoying as before. Her mother-in-law excitedly exclaimed, "Oh, today is just wonderful. My daughter is truly exceptional." After saying that, she glanced at Yi Qin and added with a rare smile, "Yi Qin, you played a part in inspiring Chuan. So today you won't have to cook. Let's go to a restaurant and celebrate." Xiao Chuan smiled and said, "How about we go to the Kempinski for Western cuisine? Isn't that too expensive? Wouldn't that be over 1,000 per person?" Her mother-in-law replied. Xiao Chuan laughed and said, "Mom, the director's salary is quite high. It's $1 million a year." Wow. Her mother-in-law clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "That's fantastic. My Chuan is finally making something of herself." Then she added, "But you should give at least 70 of your salary to your mom. Young people don't understand the importance of financial management. Give the money to me, and I'll take care of it for you. It's definitely more reliable than you keeping it yourself." Xiao Chuan immediately nodded and said with a smile, "All right, Mom. I'll give you a monthly allowance, but we have to agree on one thing. You can't keep criticizing Yi Qin. After all, he's your son-in-law." Her mother-in-law's face lit up with joy. "Okay, for your sake, I'll try to say less about him in the future." Chapter 18. Do you even deserve it? While the Zhang family of 4 went to the Kempinski for dinner, Zhang Wenhao was at home sulking. He had seen the post from the Dihao Group and was feeling extremely frustrated. He had thought that Xia Chuan would never be able to secure the contract with Dihao Group, but to his surprise, she managed to clinch a 60 million contract in just one morning. Reflecting on how he had made bold statements at her house the day before, he felt like he was slapping his own face. Xiao Hailong even called him to complain. As soon as he picked up, he said, "Brother Wenhao, you really aren't being fair. I've been helping you create opportunities to pursue my cousin, and now you go and help her secure the partnership with Dihao Group. Aren't you making things awkward for me?" Zhang Wenhao was completely innocent in this matter. What the heck? He hadn't helped Xia Chuan at all. Just then, Xiao Hailong asked, "Brother Wenhao, tell me the truth. Did you sleep with my cousin?" Zhang Wenhao felt embarrassed to deny it. If he insisted he had nothing to do with it, wouldn't that imply he was incompetent? So, he mumbled, "Yeah, sorry about that, Hailong. I'll make it up to you next time." "I knew it." Xiao Hailong sighed, then quickly pressed on, "Brother Wenhao, my cousin should still be a virgin, right? It seems like she's never let that loser touch her. You really hit the jackpot this time." Hearing this, Zhang Wenhao felt a surge of joy. Great. Xia Chuan was still a virgin. He thought he might as well publicly declare that she had slept with him, which could stir up some trouble between her and her husband. With that in mind, he cheerfully told Xiao Hailong, "Hailong, your cousin is indeed still a virgin. It's really amazing, haha." Xiao Hailong replied with a hint of bitterness, "Then you really can't forget about my benefits in the future, Brother Wenhao." "Don't worry." Zhang Wenhao readily agreed. After hanging up with Xiao Hailong, Zhang Wenhao's father suddenly called. As soon as the call connected, he blurted out, "Wenhao, we've got a problem. Dihao Group has suspended all our collaborations. Have you offended anyone in the past few days?" Zhang Wenhao's heart sank. Dihao Group had suspended all cooperation with the Zhang family? Didn't that mean they were facing huge losses? He immediately asked, "What is going on, Dad? I haven't offended anyone recently. Have you offended someone?" Zhang Wenhao's father replied with frustration, "I haven't either. I've been at the company these past few days and haven't gone out to offend anyone." Zhang Wenhao anxiously said, "Oh no, Dad. Could it be that the new chairman of Dihao Group is planning to make changes?" "Very likely." Zhang Wenhao's father suddenly realized, "The new chairman just took over, and I haven't had the chance to pay my respects. I've mentioned it to that Wang Dongshuo several times. But she keeps saying the chairman doesn't he meet with people. Zhang Wenhao asked, so what do we do now? His father thought for a moment and said, oh right. The Xiao family is hosting a banquet tomorrow night, and they say they've invited the chairman of Dihao Group. Let us go and find a chance to meet him. Sounds good. Zhang Wenhao immediately replied, let us go together tomorrow. The next day marked the most important highlight for the Xiao family, and everyone was buzzing with excitement. After a night of speculation, news had spread throughout Jinling that the Xiao family had secured a contract with the Dihao Group and had even invited the chairman of the Dihao Group to their family banquet. To prepare for the event, Yichen put on his most expensive suit and headed to the hotel where the banquet would take place. As soon as he arrived at the hotel entrance and got out of the car, a Porsche screeched to a halt right in front of him. Moments later, Zhang Wenhao, dressed in a designer suit and with meticulously styled hair, stepped out of the vehicle. A reception staff member quickly approached, warmly greeting Zhang Wenhao. Zhang Wenhao, clearly noticing Yi Chun, looked him up and down with a hint of disdain and sneered, where did you find that knockoff suit? You wear it like a dog in a costume. Yi Chun calmly replied, what does it have to do with you? With a smirk, Zhang Wenhao retorted, it doesn't concern me, but it does concern your wife. She has a bit of a connection with me now. Yi Chun frowned and asked, what connection? The people around them couldn't help but stop and listen. Since last night, rumors had been swirling in the circles that Xiao Charan had secured the collaboration with the Dihao Group by sleeping with Zhang Wenhao. Otherwise, given her and the Xiao family's capabilities, how could they possibly land such a deal? It seemed there might be some truth to the gossip. Seeing the crowd gather, Zhang Wenhao smugly addressed Yi Chun, what do you think? Why was Charan able to secure the deal with the Dihao Group? Yi Chun looked at Zhang Wenhao coldly and asked, why? With a condescending smile, Zhang Wenhao replied, of course, it's because of me. Charan is my woman now, and that's why I went out of my way to help her secure the Dihao deal. If you know what's good for you, you should divorce her soon. It would be a kindness. Although the crowd had their suspicions, hearing Zhang Wenhao say it outright still left them in shock. Xiao Charan had indeed gotten the collaboration with the Dihao Group by sleeping with Zhang Wenhao. Because of you? Yi Chun laughed instead of getting angry, saying, you think you're worthy? Chapter 19. I am the super rich guy. I don't deserve it, do you? Zhang Wenhao said with a cold glare. You're just a worthless loser who can't even keep his own wife. Charan deserves better than being with you. She should be with me, where I can give her everything she wants. Yi Chun's expression darkened as he lowered his voice and replied coldly, I'm giving you two choices. First, kneel and apologize to Charan in front of everyone, and take back everything you've said. Second, I will make your family business go completely bankrupt. Choose wisely. Ha ha. Are you kidding me? What makes you think you can bankrupt my family's company? Zhang Wenhao laughed maniacally, looking at Yi Chun with disdain, clearly not taking his words seriously. Are you dreaming? Do you even know how much my family's company is worth? You think you can just say bankrupt and it will happen? Yi Chun maintained a blank expression, staring at Zhang Wenhao as if he were an idiot. After a moment, he pulled out his phone and dialed Tang Sihai. I want to see Zhang Wenhao's company undergo bankruptcy liquidation and debt explosion within 3 minutes. 3 minutes? To bankrupt a company worth tens of billions? That's just a pipe dream. Zhang Wenhao's eyes narrowed as he glared at Yi Chun. Damn it, you must think you're some kind of online super rich guy? After saying that, Zhang Wenhao added coldly, loser, stop pretending. I'll give you two choices too. First, kneel and apologize to me. Then divorce Charan immediately. Second, I'll find a few people to completely ruin you, and you can watch me and Charan live happily together. You choose. You have 1 minute. Yi Chun glanced at his phone and said, you have 1 minute left. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Get lost. You have 30 seconds to think. If you don't kneel, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Zhang Wenhao said dismissively, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds. Time's up. Don't blame me for being ruthless. You brought this on yourself. Zhang Wenhao shook his collar and gestured to a few bodyguards, ready to deal with this worthless loser. But just then, Zhang Wenhao's phone suddenly rang. He paused, seeing it was his father's call, and quickly answered. Dad, I'm already at the banquet. Have you arrived? On the other end, Zhang Wenhao's father roared. You useless fool. Who have you offended? What trouble have you caused? All the shareholders are frantically selling our company's stock, and it has already dropped over 80%. He continued to shout. The bank just showed up demanding repayment. All our partners have suddenly terminated their contracts and stopped settling. Our cash flow has been cut off. The only way out is bankruptcy. Listening to his father's frantic voice, Zhang Wenhao's face turned pale, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Our family is finished. Completely finished. Zhang Wenhao wanted to ask another question when he suddenly heard the sound of police sirens coming from the phone. Following that was the sound of a door being broken down, along with the police officers demanding his father to cooperate with the investigation. He felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him, causing his phone to slip from his hand and shatter on the ground. His legs gave way, and he fell to his knees in front of Yi Chun. A chilling breeze blew past, leaving him feeling cold both physically and emotionally. The bodyguards nearby looked on in confusion, hesitating to approach. Panic-stricken, Zhang Wenhao whispered to Yi Chun, "Who on earth are you? This is all you're doing? I assent it?" The onlookers were equally astonished. After receiving a phone call, Zhang Wenhao suddenly knelt before the son-in-law of the Shao family. What was going on? Yi Chun glanced down at him, slightly bent forward, and said softly, "I gave you a chance to choose, but you didn't make the right choice. I know I was wrong. I apologize to you, please spare me." Zhang Wenhao pleaded. "I have nothing to do with Churin. I never even touched her. The collaboration with the Emperor Group wasn't something I arranged for her. Everything I said earlier was a lie. I beg you, spare me and my family." Zhang Wenhao continuously bowed his head in apology, unable to fathom that a mere son-in-law of the Shao family could wield such immense power. One phone call had led to the downfall of his family. When he looked up at Yi Chun's seemingly ordinary face, it appeared far more terrifying than that of a demon. Someone who could bring about his family's ruin in mere minutes was not someone he could afford to offend. Yi Chun shook his head and said, "You should be grateful, because at least I've spared your life. Otherwise, your entire family would be doomed." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenhao turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Yi Chun looked at him coldly and said, "To be honest, I'm the online super-rich guy. If you don't want to die, it's best not to carelessly reveal my identity. Otherwise, neither you nor your father will see tomorrow morning." With that, Yi Chun gave Zhang Wenhao a light slap on the face and walked into the main hall without looking back. Zhang Wenhao was left completely collapsed on the ground, unable to muster any resistance against such extreme humiliation from Yi Chun. Seeing Yi Chun enter the hall, Zhang Wenhao crawled in after him. Looking around, he spotted Xiao Churin and crawled towards her, kneeling at her feet, constantly banging his head on the ground and crying out, "Churin, I apologize. I shouldn't have spread those rumors about you. Your project with the Emperor Group has nothing to do with me. Please spare me." Xiao Churin was startled by his actions and quickly tried to back away, only to bump into a warm embrace. Turning around, she saw that it was Yi Chun who had caught her. After entering, Yi Chun noticed Xiao Churin, who had dressed up beautifully that day, shining like a star among the crowd. As Zhang Wenhao rushed towards her, Yi Chun swiftly wrapped her in his arms to prevent her from falling, glaring fiercely at Zhang Wenhao. Terrified, Zhang Wenhao immediately dropped to the ground and rolled away, fearing that he might provoke Yi Chun. Xiao Churin asked in confusion, "What's wrong with him?" Yi Chun, while holding her close, whispered, "He must be having some kind of episode. Just ignore him." Although they were married, there wasn't much intimacy between them. Feeling the warmth of Yi Chun's embrace made Xiao Churin's ears turn bright red. She quickly wriggled free from his arms and stammered, Chairman Yi from the Dihao Group should be here soon. I need to go check." Chapter 20. Introducing Chairman Yi. Just as Zhang Wenhao was fleeing in panic, Xiao Hailong walked in, accompanied by his younger sister Xiao Weiwei and her fiancé Wang Yunfei. Next to Wang Yunfei was a young man dressed extravagantly, who bore a slight resemblance to him. When Xiao Hailong bumped into Zhang Wenhao, he quickly exclaimed, "Oh, Wenhao, I just heard that something big has happened to your family. Is it true?" Zhang Wenhao, looking disheveled, pushed him away and muttered, It's over, it's all over." Xiao Hailong, concerned, asked, "What's wrong, Zhang?" Zhang Wenhao shook his head in fear, unwilling to say anything. He had no doubt that if he revealed any information he shouldn't, he might end up dead in the streets by tomorrow. So he broke free from Xiao Hailong's grip and dashed out, looking utterly lost. Xiao Hailong watched his retreating figure and sighed. Looks like the Zhang family is really done for. Damn, that was fast. They were fine yesterday, and now they're bankrupt. Soon after, Xiao Hailong spotted Yi Chun and Xiao Churin and had a mischievous thought. He quickly called out to Xiao Churin, "Churin, let me introduce you to our esteemed guest. This is Yunfei's cousin, Wang Yunkai, the heir of the Wang family. Yunkai, this is my cousin, Xiao Churin." Xiao Hailong introduced them with a flattering smile. From the moment Wang Yunkai entered, his gaze was fixated on Xiao Churin. Upon hearing the introduction, he promptly extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Churin. I've heard so much about the beauty of the Xiao family, and seeing you today, it's truly as they say." Yi Chun felt a flash of displeasure. It was hard to deal with all these flies buzzing around his beautiful wife. So, he stepped forward first, shook Wang Yunkai's hand, and said coldly, "Hello, I'm Churin's husband." Wang Yunkai looked Yi Chun up and down, his disdain evident as he withdrew his hand and remarked indifferently, "I didn't expect Churin to be married already. What a shame. Such a flower in a pile of dung." Xiao Weiwei quickly interjected. Yunkai, this good-for-nothing is just a live-in son-in-law in our family, with no job and no abilities. After saying this, she deliberately exchanged glances with Wang Yunkai, adding, Yunkai, once I marry Yunfei, we'll be family. We should definitely keep in touch. Wang Yunkai understood her implications, encouraging him to pursue Xiao Churan, and smiled, saying, Miss Churan is as beautiful as a fairy. I'd be more than happy to keep in touch. At that moment, Yichen noticed his mother-in-law Ma Lan and father-in-law Xiao Chongkong approaching. Ma Lan hurried over to Xiao Churan and said, Ran, have you heard? The Zhang family has gone bankrupt. Xiao Churan asked in surprise, when did this happen? Just now. Ma Lan sighed. I thought that once you divorced Yi Chun, you could be with Zhang Wenhao, but now it seems that's not going to happen. Yichen felt quite frustrated. Was his mother-in-law really that clueless? Didn't she realize that her current son-in-law was the real catch? Wang Yunkai, who was standing nearby, quickly approached Ma Lan after seeing her and introduced himself, saying, You must be Churan's mother, right? Hello, ma'am. I'm Wang Yunkai, Yunfei's cousin. You're so beautiful. No wonder you gave birth to such a stunning daughter like Churan. Upon hearing that Wang Yunkai was Wang Yunfei's cousin, the legitimate heir of the Wang family and a wealthy young man, Ma Lan's eyes lit up, and she enthusiastically replied, Yes, I'm Churan's mom. Are you friends with Churan? Wang Yunkai nodded and smiled. We are friends, but we just met today. Ma Lan, looking delighted, quickly said, Everyone, let us find a place to sit. Don't just stand around. Young Master Wang, our Churan is indeed beautiful and pure as jade. You young people should get to know each other more. Mom, Xiao Churan interrupted her mother, clearly displeased, trying to stop her from continuing. Just as Ma Lan was about to say something, Xiao Churan pulled her back, reminding everyone to pay attention to the stage. At that moment, old Mrs. Xiao had already stepped into the spotlight. She excitedly surveyed the crowd before standing at the microphone and smiling as she spoke. First of all, on behalf of the Xiao family, I would like to welcome all our friends and partners to join us for this banquet. Now, let us welcome Ms. Wang Dongxue, the vice chairman of the Dihao Group. The spotlight instantly shifted, illuminating the front row. Wang Dongxue, dressed in a black evening gown, showcased her perfect figure to everyone present. Under the lights, she looked dazzling, like a fairy, and all the men in the room couldn't help but focus their attention on her. The vice chairman of Dihao Group, a rare beauty. Each of these identities was enough to capture everyone's gaze. After standing up, Wang Dongxue simply nodded toward the crowd, her gaze lingering on Yi Chun for a moment before moving away. At this point, old Mrs. Xiao continued, Today, I first want to thank the Dihao Group for entrusting such an important project to our Xiao family. We will do our utmost to live up to Dihao's trust. Additionally, we would like to introduce an outstanding junior from our Xiao family. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to reach a cooperation agreement with Dihao. After discussions within our group, we have decided to appoint him as the director of the Xiao Group, fully responsible for the cooperation with Dihao Group. Ma Lan, the mother-in-law, excitedly exclaimed, Oh my Churan, it's your turn to go up. Although Xiao Churan had prepared herself for this moment, she still felt nervous. Yi Chen immediately shot her an encouraging glance. Xiao Hailong looked at Xiao Churan, who was beaming with excitement, and couldn't help but smirk slightly. Old Mrs. Zhao's gaze also turned toward their table as she smiled and said, Let us welcome the newly appointed director of the Xiao Group, Xiao Hailong. Xiao Churan's figure instantly froze in place. She looked incredulously to the side, only to see Xiao Hailong striding confidently onto the stage, looking quite pleased with himself. Yi Chen's expression instantly turned cold. What a clever move to burn bridges. The Xiao family, having used Xiao Churan, immediately discarded her without a care for her feelings. Xiao Churan's eyes instantly turned red, tears swirling in her eyes. Then, she stood up and ran out the door without looking back. For her, the joy she felt upon arriving was now matched by her despair. Yi Chen watched her leave, his expression growing colder. Bullying my wife. They must be looking for trouble. At that moment, Xiao Hailong stood on stage, wearing a proud expression as he said, Thank you for the trust from the company. I will work hard to be a good director. I will also ensure that the projects entrusted to us by the Dihao Group are completed perfectly. Grandma Xiao nodded in satisfaction, taking over the conversation. At this banquet, there is one most important thing. We are honored to have invited Mr. Yi, the new chairman of the Dihao Group. Please give a warm round of applause to welcome Chairman Yi. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. All the guests present were there to see the new chairman of the Dihao Group. Everyone was waiting to catch a glimpse of him. People whispered among themselves, eager to see who would step forward at this moment. Some even speculated. I suspect that this mysterious chairman of the Dihao Group is the same person who caused a stir at the Chui Guxian Online. I think that's quite possible. The figure of that super-rich person looked unfamiliar. They probably aren't from the Jinling circle. Oh my, if that's the case. Wouldn't he, the chairman of the Dihao group, be the most powerful super-rich person in Jinling right now? I can't wait to see his true face. Amidst the intense applause and the eager attention of countless onlookers, Yichen suddenly stood up slowly, his face cold. Chapter 21. Is he the chairman? Amidst the incredulous gazes of everyone present, Yichen slowly stood up. Instantly, all eyes in the banquet hall were on him. Yichen, what are you doing? Sit down. Ma Lan exclaimed in a panic, quickly reminding him. Don't you realize what kind of occasion this is? Not a single big shot here dares to stand up. And you, a useless son-in-law, are trying to make a scene? Wang Yunkai and Wang Yunfei exchanged glances, both thinking, no way. The chairman of Dihao Group can't possibly be him. But then they shook their heads. Impossible. If he were really the chairman, how could Ma Lan scold him so mercilessly? You useless fool. What are you doing? Sit down now. Xiao Hailong shouted from the stage, his face darkening. Yichen shot him a cold glance and walked straight to Wang Dongxue, completely ignoring the astonished looks of everyone around him. He whispered a few words in her ear. Wang Dongxue nodded slightly as she listened. This scene made everyone's hearts tighten. Wang Dongxue, the vice chairman of Dihao Group, a renowned beauty in Jinling. How could a useless son-in-law like Yichen know her? Moreover, it seemed they had a good relationship. After speaking, Yichen disregarded the crowd's stares and stepped out of the hall to chase after Xiao Chuan. Meanwhile, Wang Dongxue stood up, walked to the stage, took the microphone, and said to the bewildered audience, Hello everyone, I am Wang Dongxue. Mr. Yichun met our chairman outside, and the chairman asked him to convey a message to me. Upon hearing that Yichun was not the chairman of Dihao, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Yunkai let out a breath, scoffing as he whispered. He just happened to run into someone once and is going all out to curry favor with their assistant. What a joke. Wang Yunfei shrugged and chuckled. That's how small fries behave. At that moment, Wang Dongxue glanced at old lady Xiao, her expression turning cold. The chairman has asked me to inform you all. Effective immediately, Dihao Group is terminating its cooperation with the Xiao family, and all signed contracts are hereby declared void. Boom. The crowd erupted in shock. As no one had expected Wang Dongxue to say such a thing. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Old lady Zhao's face turned pale in an instant as she anxiously asked, Vice Chairman Wang, what is the reason for this? Did the Xiao family do something wrong? She had invited all the prominent figures in Jinling today, hoping to seize the opportunity to make a name for the Xiao family. If the cooperation fell apart in front of everyone, the Xiao family would likely be trampled underfoot. Wang Dongxue replied. This project was initiated by our chairman out of recognition for Ms. Xiao Chuan, but you took it upon yourselves to let a mysterious person take charge of it. I'm sorry, but we cannot accept that. After finishing her words, Wang Dongxue put down the microphone and left without looking back. Old lady Zhao's face turned pale as she suddenly slumped onto the stage. She never imagined that her momentary cleverness would ruin this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Had she known it would come to this, she would have never allowed Xiao Hailong to take over the director position from Xiao Chuan. At this moment, Xiao Hailong was equally bewildered. What was happening? It seemed that Wang Dongxue was deliberately targeting him, and he hadn't even offended her. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Hailong asked old lady Xiao, Grandma, the director's appointment has already been announced. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Old lady Xiao struggled to stand up and slapped him across the face, angrily scolding, You fool. At a time like this, you still want to think about the director position. Hurry and go plead with Chuan. After Yichen chased them out, he found that Xiao Chuan hadn't gone far. She was just squatting in a secluded corner by the hotel, crying heartbrokenly. He slowly approached her, took off his suit jacket, and draped it over her shoulders, saying, Darling, don't be sad. The director position of the Xiao family isn't something to be cherished. It's not a big deal if you don't take it. You don't understand. If I become the director, my parents will finally have some dignity in the Xiao family. How could Grandma go back on her word? Xiao Chuan said, her voice choked with sobs. Yichun continued to comfort her. Maybe soon they will come to ask you to take the director role. If you keep crying like this, you won't look good when you go on stage. Xiao Chuan replied, How could that be? Grandma already announced it. There won't be another chance to turn back. You go in first, I need some time alone. Just then, old lady Xiao and Xiao Hailong ran out of the banquet hall. The elderly lady was out of breath from running, and behind her, a large crowd followed. Eager to see what was happening. Once Xiao Hailong emerged, he spotted Yichun and Xiao Chuan. He hurried over, looking down at Xiao Chuan, whose eyes were filled with tears, and blurted out, Chuan, quickly go after Vice Director Wang and tell her not to terminate our collaboration. Xiao Chuan looked confused. Terminate collaboration? Why? Xiao Hailong angrily replied, You're still pretending to be innocent. It was definitely you who instructed Vice Director Wang to humiliate me publicly. If you don't sort this out for me, I won't let you off the hook. Slap. Old lady Xiao angrily slapped Xiao Hailong again, scolding, "You brat. How can you talk to your sister like that? She is the director of our Xiao group." Xiao Hailong was anxious. "Grandma, didn't you agree to let me be the director?" Old lady Xiao retorted, "If it weren't for you misleading me, I wouldn't have changed my mind at the last minute. If you keep being unreasonable, get out of the Xiao family." Having been slapped twice by his grandmother, Xiao Hailong was seething with anger but dared not voice it, so he could only swallow his resentment for the time being. Old lady Xiao then turned to Xiao Churan and pleaded, "Churan, I beg you. You are now the director of the Xiao family. Quickly go explain things to Vice Director Wang, or else our Xiao family will be finished." Xiao Churan looked at Yi Chun with confusion and uncertainty. Yi Chun shrugged and said, "I told you, they'll be begging you to take on the role of director soon. You still don't believe it? Look, your face is all teary." Xiao Churan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she wiped away her tears and replied, "Then I'll try to contact Di Hao." With that, she dialed Wang Dongshua's number. Everyone's eyes were fixed on her. Moments later, the call connected, and Xiao Churan spoke up, "Hello, Vice Director Wang. My grandmother asked me to explain that I should be promoted to the director of the Xiao family, responsible for the collaboration with Di Hao. Could you give us another chance?" Wang Dongxua chuckled lightly and said, "If you are the director and can handle it, then there's no problem. The collaboration can continue. But if it's someone else, then we can't discuss it." Vice Director Wang, thank you so much. Xiao Churan felt puzzled about this matter. From the beginning, it seemed like Di Hao Group had come solely to support her, which was quite unusual. Wang Dongxua smiled and said, "This is all the chairman's intention. If there's a chance in the future, the chairman will personally explain everything to you." Xiao Churan was even more confused. Who was the chairman on the other side? She hadn't even met him, so why was he so intent on helping her? "Could you please return to the banquet hall?" Xiao Churan asked nervously. The other party had left in anger, clearly provoked by the Xiao family, and asking them to come back now seemed a bit unreasonable. But to her surprise, Wang Dongxua readily agreed. Soon, everyone saw Wang Dongshua's car returning to the hotel entrance. At that moment, the looks in everyone's eyes towards Xiao Churan were filled with shock and awe. Chapter 22. Mother-in-law deceived. Everyone returned to the banquet hall, and the elderly lady pulled Xiao Churan onto the stage. With a warm demeanor, she began, "I sincerely apologize for the mix-up earlier. It was my mistake. This time, we owe a great deal to Churan. She is truly an outstanding descendant of the Xiao family. Her efforts were instrumental in the collaboration between the Xiao family and Di Hao." Standing beside her, Wang Dongxua shot a disdainful glance at the old lady and waved her hand to interrupt, stating, "Let me correct that. Miss Xiao Churan didn't just contribute significantly. She single-handedly facilitated the entire collaboration, with no help from anyone else." Though her words were rather blunt, everyone was accustomed to Wang Dongshua's demeanor. Given Di Hao's status, even if she publicly slapped the old lady, no one would dare say a word. The elderly lady quickly nodded in agreement, saying, "Vice Director Wang is right. All credit goes to Churan. From now on, Churan will be the director of our Xiao family, fully responsible for the collaboration with Di Hao Group." Only then did Wang Dongxua smile slightly and shake hands with Xiao Churan, saying, "I hope we can work together happily in the future." Xiao Churan was still somewhat bewildered and could only nod in response. The audience erupted into applause, their gazes toward Xiao Churan filled with admiration. This woman, who had she managed to associate with? Di Hao Group valued her so highly. Xiao Churan herself was puzzled and turned to look at Yi Chun. The current situation matched perfectly with Yi Chun's earlier words. The position of director, which should have belonged to her, was returned to her. Even after the banquet ended and they returned home, Xiao Churan remained in a daze. Reflecting on Yi Chun's earlier comments, she felt a sense of confusion. Over the past few days, Yi Chun seemed to have changed in some way. It was as if he was enveloped in layers of mystery that she couldn't quite comprehend. That night, Xiao Churan gained considerable fame in Jinling. Everyone knew that the Xiao family had produced an outstanding descendant who could garner such strong support from Di Hao Group. With her around, the revival of the Xiao family seemed imminent. The next morning, Xiao Churan woke up early, feeling refreshed as she headed to the office. Today marked her first day as director, and she hoped to give her all to ensure success in her new role. Yi Chun, after getting out of bed, went about his usual household chores. Once he finished his chores and was preparing to head to the market to buy ingredients for lunch, he suddenly received a call from his mother-in-law, Ma Lan. As soon as he answered, her anxious voice came through, "Yi Chun, you must get to Pingan Road within 10 minutes, or I won't let you off the hook when you get home." With that, she hung up. Yi Chun was left bewildered. His mother-in-law had vanished early in the morning, and now she was calling him as if something urgent had come up. Although he had a strong aversion to her, he didn't dare to neglect her request. He quickly tidied up and took a taxi to Ping'an Road. Upon arriving, he saw a group of elderly men and women angrily gathered in front of the closed door of an insurance company. In the front of the crowd stood his mother-in-law, holding a banner and shouting angrily, "Garbage Huaxin, fraudulent platform. We demand our rights. Return our hard-earned money." Yichun hurriedly approached her and asked, "Mom, you called me over. What's the matter?" Just as he was speaking, the shouts of the elderly around him filled his ears, their hoarse voices echoing loudly. Ma Lan pulled Yichun over to take her place and instructed him, "Here, you shout this slogan for me. I've been shouting for hours and my throat is hoarse." Yichun was confused but felt obliged to join the elderly in their protest, shouting along while occasionally asking an older gentleman next to him for clarification, slowly piecing together what was happening. It turned out that Huaxin Insurance Company had been selling insurance products with extremely high returns. These elderly folks were lured in by the promise of high returns, with each of them purchasing multiple insurance products from the company, thus becoming their clients. Normally, it would be time for dividends to be distributed. But when these elderly individuals went to withdraw their money, they found the company's doors locked, with only a few employees outside offering flimsy excuses. It was then they realized they had been deceived and scammed. No wonder his mother-in-law was so eager to call him over to join her in seeking justice. Thinking of this, Yichun felt a headache coming on and couldn't help but ask his mother-in-law, "Mom, how much insurance did you buy?" Ma Lan, frantic, replied, "They said buying insurance would yield dividends. It was a golden opportunity. I got carried away and spent all our savings on their products." Yichun was taken aback and exclaimed, "What? You put all our money into insurance?" Upon hearing this, Ma Lan instantly became furious and retorted, "What? Are you the only one who can talk? Do you want to embarrass me even more?" She continued to berate Yichun, saying, "If you had any potential, would I have resorted to buying insurance from this company? I can't count on the insurance to support me in my old age, and certainly not on you. A good-for-nothing. You can't even support your own family, and now you're here to watch the chaos unfold." She then told Yichun, "Let me tell you, keep shouting these slogans for me, not a moment of rest." Yichun, feeling helpless, nodded and replied, "All right, Mom." At that moment, a few older women approached, sizing Yichun up and then asking Ma Lan, "Lan Jia, is this your son-in-law?" They looked him up and down, shaking their heads and laughing. "He looks so shabby. He doesn't even compare to my son-in-law." One added, "Yeah, his clothes are so cheap. They're worse than what I wear." Their taunts were particularly harsh, but Yichun didn't mind. After all, they were just a bunch of elderly women who had lost their life savings. He saw no reason to stoop to their level. At that moment, Ma Lan was feeling extremely frustrated. The more she looked at Yichun, the more he irritated her. She blurted out, "Just wait and see. In a few days, I'll have my daughter divorce him and find a better match." Yichun couldn't help but smirk inwardly. A better match? None of the rich second-generation heirs in Jinling could compare to him, not even his pinky finger. Ma Lan was anxious and worried. Yichun was just a useless person. At most, he could only help her shout some slogans. If she wanted to get her investment back, she needed someone truly capable to help her. Unfortunately, the guy who had been pursuing her daughter, Zhang Wenhao, had gone bankrupt. Otherwise, she could have asked him for help. Suddenly, Ma Lan remembered Wang Yunfei's brother, Wang Yunkai, whom she had met at the family banquet yesterday. The way he had been so attentive to her daughter suggested he might have some feelings for her. Although the Wang family wasn't as wealthy as the Zhang family had been, they were still considered a prominent family. If she could bring him in, he might be able to help. Conveniently, Wang Yunkai had left her his business card, so she quickly took out her phone and dialed his number. Chapter 23. Flattery. The call was quickly connected. Ma Lan immediately said, "Hello, is this Yunkai?" "Yes, I'm Xiao Charn's mother." Since Wang Yunkai saw Xiao Charn at the banquet, he was instantly captivated and couldn't stop thinking about her. He had been worried about not having any opportunity to get closer to her, when suddenly, Xiao Charn's mother called him. He suspected that Ma Lan must be in some trouble, and of course, he wouldn't miss this chance to ingratiate himself. So he politely asked, "Any Ma? Is there something troubling you?" "Well, there is something I need your help with," Ma Lan hurriedly replied. "Yunkai, I invested a lot of money in some financial products with a company called Huaxin along with a few old friends. But now this company won't let us withdraw our money. Can you help me get it back?" Wang Yunkai, hearing this, was overjoyed, feeling that his moment to shine had arrived. He confidently said, "Auntie, don't worry, I'll come over right now and definitely help you solve this problem." Ma Lan was instantly thrilled and quickly said, "Thank you so much." After hanging up, she looked at Yichun with an angry expression and said, "Some people are completely useless. You can't rely on them at all. What good are they besides shouting a few slogans?" Hearing this, Yichun couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This mother-in-law was truly superficial and blind. Calling Wang Yunkai for help, this company had probably defrauded at least tens of millions, if not more. Anyone bold enough to scam that much money undoubtedly had a powerful background, possibly even underworld connections backing them. How could Wang Yunkai possibly make the scammers return the money? The Wang family's strength was already quite ordinary, and after losing cooperation with the Dihao group, their power had diminished even more. With the Wang family's background, it was basically impossible for them to interfere in such a large-scale financial fraud. In fact, this little issue could be easily resolved with just a phone call to Chunzikai at the Buckingham Palace. After all, he was the representative of the Yi family in Jinling, and any entrepreneur or big shot in Jinling, whether in legitimate or shady business, would have to show him respect. However, since this mother-in-law was so infuriating and chose to trust Wang Yunkai, he could let Wang Yunkai handle it. Upon seeing Ma Lan make a phone call, some people immediately approached her with smiles, eager to know if she had found a powerful figure to help. With a proud expression, Ma Lan told the group of elderly friends, "Don't worry, I've invited the young master of the Wang family to help us. He is quite capable, and I'm sure we can get our money back easily." Someone exclaimed, "The young master of the Wang family? Wow, Lanjia. You're impressive for finding such a powerful person." "Yeah, with Wang Xiao's connections, solving our problem must just take a few words, right? Lanjia, since you know such a talented young man, why not marry your daughter to him instead of this waste?" Ma Lan disdainfully glanced at Yi Chun and coldly huffed. "This kind of waste will eventually be kicked out of our Xiao family." Yi Chun said nothing, planning to wait for Wang Yunkai to arrive and see how he would hit a wall. Soon, a black Porsche slowly came to a stop in front of the crowd. A young man in a tailored suit, looking sharp and sophisticated, stepped out of the car. It was Wang Yunkai. The elderly onlookers nearby couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, look at him. Now that's what we call a talented young man. I wonder which lucky girl will get such a good son-in-law. Absolutely. If my daughter could marry him, I could die in peace." Stop dreaming. Even if you did die, he wouldn't look twice at your daughter. At that moment, Ma Lan spotted Wang Yunkai and immediately rushed over, her face glowing with eagerness. "Oh, Yunkai, you finally made it. I was about to lose my mind waiting." Wang Yunkai smiled and replied, "Auntie, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting." Ma Lan quickly responded, "Oh, come on, Yunkai, you're too polite. I didn't wait even 10 minutes. You got here really fast." Wang Yunkai chuckled, "I heard you were having trouble, so I rushed over. I ran through several red lights on the way." Ma Lan looked pleased but asked with concern, "Running so many red lights could cause trouble, right?" "Not at all," Wang Yunkai said casually. "The traffic police are all acquaintances. With one call, any violation can be cleared up." Then he shifted the conversation back to her concerns. "So, tell me, how much did you lose in total?" Ma Lan sighed. "Well, I invested over $1 million. They promised a return of 200,000 this month, but now I can't even withdraw my principal." Wang Yunkai nodded, confidently stating, "Don't worry. I'll handle this for you. With me on the case, I'll definitely help you get your money back." Just then, he noticed Yi Chun standing behind Ma Lan, and his expression slightly changed. He hadn't expected this useless person to be here. Ever since he met Xiao Churan, Wang Yunkai had developed a strong interest in her, especially after hearing from his brother Wang Yunfei that Xiao Churan was still a virgin. His interest had only intensified. So, seeing her husband, whom he considered a waste, naturally made him scoff in disdain. He deliberately laughed and said, "Oh, brother Yi, you're here too. Do you have a way to help Annie Ma get her investment back? Why don't you give it a shot? I wouldn't want you to blame me for stealing your thunder later." Ma Lan quickly interjected, "What can he do? He can barely open his mouth. All he can do is shout slogans." "Yunkai, don't bother with him." Wang Yunkai nodded, mockingly saying, "Since brother Yi doesn't have the ability, I'll give it a try." Yi Chun smiled faintly and said 5 words, "Go for it, young Master Wang." Wang Yunkai laughed dismissively. At that moment, the elderly crowd surrounding Ma Lan began to gather around, flattering her. "Ma Lan, since we're all friends here, why not let this young gentleman help us too? We've all lost hard-earned money." Ma Lan, feeling proud, replied, "Oh, I can't make that decision. Yunkai is doing me a favor. He doesn't know you all." The others quickly turned to Wang Yunkai, pleading, "Young Master Wang, please help us out." Wang Yunkai looked down on others. But when he noticed that Ma Lan was someone who loved to take advantage, he smiled and said, "Since everyone is Aunt Ma's friend, I can help you with this." As the crowd cheered, Wang Yunkai, with an air of arrogance, added, "However, I'm only doing this because of Aunt Ma's reputation. So the money I help you retrieve will come with a 10 commission for her. Is that acceptable?" The others quickly responded, "No problem. Getting back 90 is way better than getting nothing at all." Upon hearing this, Ma Lan couldn't help but burst into joy. The money her friends had been scammed out of totaled over 10 million, and if Wang Yunkai could really help her cover it, she could end up making over $1 million for herself. Chapter 24, The Reckless Ones. Just as Ma Lan was filled with excitement, Wang Yunkai loudly declared, "Everyone, please don't rush. I'll go talk to them right now. Wait here for my good news." Ma Lan felt invincible with Wang Yunkai backing her up. So she immediately blurted out, "Yunkai, I'm going with you." Yichen quickly advised Ma Lan, "Mom, it's best if you don't go and make a scene. What if Wang Yunkai can't resolve this? You might end up in trouble." "Shut up," Ma Lan snapped angrily. "How dare you question Yunkai's abilities, you good for nothing." The other uncles and aunties were counting on Wang Yunkai to help them retrieve their hard-earned money, so Yichen's contrary remarks naturally sparked dissatisfaction among the crowd. Faced with the multitude of accusations, Yichen calmly replied, "Mom, you can wait here. It's better not to get involved in this mess." Ma Lan completely disregarded his advice and retorted, "You don't have a say here, so keep your mouth shut." Wang Yunkai wore a smug expression and scoffed. "You're not very capable, but your jealousy is quite impressive. Do you think I'm like you, just a loudmouth who can't do anything?" Seeing that his mother-in-law wouldn't listen to reason, Yichen decided not to argue further and said coolly, "All right then. I'll wait for good news from young Master Wang." Yichen found his mother-in-law, Ma Lan, utterly unlikable. She was too superficial and often blinded by appearances. To put it bluntly, she was just a narrow-minded woman with long hair. Though today's situation seemed like just a simple scam, a little investigation would reveal the deeper complexities behind it. If his mother-in-law lacked the insight to see the danger and insisted on wading into murky waters, then so be it. Perhaps it would serve as a lesson for her. Unaware of Yi Chun's good intentions, Ma Lan shot him a fierce glare before turning to Wang Yunkai, her tone suddenly apologetic. "Yunkai, don't take what this useless person said to heart. Auntie absolutely believes in you." Wang Yunkai smiled smugly and replied, "It's all right, Auntie. I won't stoop to the level of a coward." With that, he confidently said, "Auntie, let us go." "All right." Wang Yunkai led Ma Lan through the crowd and stepped up to the entrance of the Huaxin Insurance Company. As soon as they arrived, he raised his voice to the employees blocking the door, saying, "Go tell your manager to refund these uncles and aunties their money right now, or I'll have my legal team and the police involved. I'll make sure you and your boss end up behind bars." Ma Lan chimed in, "Did you hear that, you bunch of scoundrels? We have someone backing us now. If this scam company doesn't refund the money, young Master Wang will send you all to prison." The young employee in charge looked a bit nervous and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm just a security guard. I'm not responsible for the actual business operations." Wang Yunkai coldly replied, "Then call your boss and tell him I'm Wang Yunkai from the Wang family of Jinling. He needs to come deal with this personally, or he'll face the consequences." As he spoke, Wang Yunkai's face was filled with arrogance. Although the Wang family is not considered top tier in Jinling, they at least hold a middle ground position. A mere boss of a fraudulent company, after hearing my name, should at least give me some face, right? The young employee, unaware of the deeper implications, felt a bit intimidated and quickly called his boss. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office of Huaxin Insurance Company, the boss, Zhou Huaxin, was busily flattering a middle-aged man in his 40s. With a beaming smile, he took a bank card from his drawer and respectfully handed it over, saying, "Master Wu, this card contains 30 million, and the password is your birthday. This is your dividend for this time. Please have a look." The middle-aged man, dressed in traditional Tang attire, had a somewhat rugged appearance, but his eyes conveyed authority and a formidable presence. If there had been anyone else present, they would have immediately recognized him. He is none other than Master Hong. In all of Jinling, everyone knows that Master Hong is the underground king, and no one dares to provoke him. Master Hong looked at Zhou Huaxin and smiled approvingly, saying, "Xiao Zhou, I didn't expect you to be so astute." "Not bad, not bad." Zhou Huaxin quickly asked, "Master Wu, what should we do about those old folks causing a scene downstairs?" Master Hong replied nonchalantly, "A bunch of old-timers, don't pay them any mind. If they don't leave quietly soon, I'll send my men over to give them a little lesson." Zhou Huaxin let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Master Wu." Master Hong chuckled and added, "From now on, feel free to pursue such business ventures. As long as they're profitable, I will back you up on anything." Zhou Huaxin was overjoyed, his face full of humility as he expressed, "Thank you, Master Wu. With your support, I will definitely work harder, and we will both prosper." Zhou Huaxin didn't have a deep background in Jinling, but he had one advantage. He was clever and knew how to operate in the gray areas. He engaged in financial schemes and, knowing he couldn't handle such a large sum alone, sought Master Hong's assistance by offering a portion of his illicit gains in exchange for protection. With Master Hong's backing, he felt safe and was able to run his fraudulent business without worry. Just as Zhou Huaxin was reveling in his connection with Master Hong, one of his subordinates called with alarming news. Boss, we have a problem. There's a guy claiming to be Wang Yunkai, the young master of the Wang family, saying we need to refund the money immediately. Otherwise, he'll have you thrown in jail. What the hell? Is this true? Zhou Huaxin furrowed his brow and hurriedly told Master Hong. Master Wu, there is someone downstairs claiming to be from the Jinling Wang family, stirring up trouble with those old folks. He says he has significant influence here and wants us to return all the money we've scammed, or he'll send us to prison. Zhou Huaxin intentionally exaggerated the situation to provoke Master Hong. He then bent down and pleaded, Master Wu, the Wang family has some power in Jinling. If they decide to go after me, I truly can't afford to offend them. Please, I ask for your help to get me through this crisis. The Wang family of Jinling? Master Hong snorted coldly and said, the Wang family is nothing but a speck of dust in my eyes. Even their steward has to bow and pay respects when he sees me. Now their descendants actually dare to provoke me. It's truly reckless. After speaking, Master Hong stuffed the bank card that Zhou Huaxin had given him into his pocket and added coldly, let's go. I want to see which fool thinks they can make me. Hong Wuya, cough up the money I've taken. Chapter 25, Seeking Trouble. At this moment, Wang Yunkai stood proudly at the entrance of Huaxin Company. He knew that today was a golden opportunity to showcase his talents in front of Xiao Chern's mother, and he was determined to seize it. Once he won over her mother, how could he possibly fail to win over her? Just thinking about adding the famous beauty Xiao Chern from Jinling to his list of conquests made him feel exhilarated. So he shouted, dear uncles and aunts, please rest assured. The owner of this scam company will be here shortly to refund everyone. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into cheers and applause, each person brimming with excitement. The only one who remained unfazed was Yi Chan, who looked at Wang Yunkai with a cold smirk. This guy really thought too highly of himself. Soon enough, he'd be in for a rude awakening. As Wang Yunkai held his head high, basking in the crowd's admiration, the door of Huaxin Insurance suddenly swung open from the inside. Out came the owner, Zhou Huaxin, alongside a middle-aged man dressed in traditional Tang attire. Although the man appeared somewhat older, he exuded an impressive aura. He was none other than Lord Hong. Following Lord Hong were several strong, intimidating bodyguards, all of whom were his trusted protectors, each one exceptionally skilled. Lord Hong's status was so high that while many in Jinling had heard of him, few had ever had the chance to meet him. Therefore, including Wang Yunkai, no one recognized him. They only recognized Zhou Huaxin, the owner of Huaxin Insurance. Instantly, the atmosphere in the crowd exploded. Oh my gosh, Yunkai really called Mr. Zhou over. He is incredible. Yes, we owe it all to Sister Lan. Our money might actually be safe. Sister Lan, this young man is such a catch. He is definitely a prime candidate for a son-in-law. Hearing the flattery from her friends, Ma Lan felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Today, Wang Yunkai had truly helped her steal the spotlight among her peers. With that thought, she beamed at him, her eyes filled with unspoken approval. At this moment, Wang Yunkai arrogantly stepped forward, exuding an air of superiority. He didn't know Zhou Huaxin or Lord Hong, but seeing how Zhou Huaxin treated Lord Hong with respect, he mistakenly assumed that Lord Hong was the owner. Thus, he looked at Lord Hong and arrogantly asked, are you the owner of Huaxin Insurance? With a half-smile, Lord Hong replied, I'm not the owner. I just work for him. However, if you have something to say, feel free to speak to me. Wang Yunkai suddenly realized and sneered, so you're just a lackey. Someone like you isn't worthy of talking to me. Get lost and bring your boss here. Yi Chen shook his head, looking at Wang Yunkai as if he were a fool. This man in traditional attire had an imposing presence and bodyguards at his side, clearly someone not to be trifled with. Yet Wang Yunkai was arrogantly mocking him, clearly digging his own grave. Beside them, Ma Lan also sneered, Yunkai, don't waste your breath on this lackey. The one next to him is the real owner of Huaxin Insurance. Zhou Huaxin stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Wang Yunkai and that old woman have some nerve. How dare they insult Master Hong by calling him a lackey and telling him to get lost? They really don't know how to stay alive. In all of Jinling, who would dare to insult Master Hong so brazenly? Even if someone did, they would end up tossed into the river to feed the fish after provoking his wrath. Just as Wang Yunkai finished speaking, one of Master Hong's strong and burly subordinates stepped forward, grabbing Wang Yunkai by the hair and delivering several hard slaps across his face. What the hell? You dare insult Master Hong? Are you tired of living? After that, he caught Ma Lan and slapped her hard, shouting, you filthy woman. Dare to insult Master Hong. Do you believe I'll tear that mouth of yours apart? Boom. As those words left his mouth, both Wang Yunkai and Ma Lan felt as if they had been struck by lightning. What? The man in the Tang suit before them was actually the infamous Master Hong of Jinling. And here they were, foolishly insulting him just moments ago. Realizing this, their faces turned pale with fear, cold sweat pouring down their backs as they felt utterly terrified. Wang Yunkai reacted the fastest. He dropped to his knees in front of Master Hong, banging his head on the ground and crying out, "Master, I was wrong. I apologize. I was blind and didn't recognize you. I shouldn't have spoken out against you. This whole mess with those old folks demanding money has nothing to do with me. Please, spare my life." He continued to kneel, hitting himself and begging for forgiveness, utterly broken and sobbing. He never imagined that the person backing this fraudulent company would be the notorious Master Hong. A figure of such stature was beyond his family's reach. At this moment, he regretted it all and wished he could die. All he wanted was to make a good impression on Xiao Chuan's mother to get closer to Xiao Chuan, but instead, he had severely offended Master Hong. If his father found out about this, he would surely kill him. The scene left the group of elderly onlookers utterly stunned. They had hoped Wang Yunkai would help them retrieve their money, but who would have thought that the next second, he would kneel and apologize to the man in the Tang suit? As for Ma Lan, she had been feeling quite pleased with herself just moments ago, but now she had been slapped multiple times and looked as disheveled as a beaten dog. Master Hong snorted coldly and said to his men, "Since this guy has such a filthy mouth, take turns slapping him until you reach 10,000. Only stop when you've delivered all 10,000 slaps." Wang Yunkai was terrified out of his wits. 10,000 slaps would surely kill him. At that moment, one of Master Hong's subordinates pointed at the disheveled Ma Lan and asked, "Master, what about this old woman?" Master Hong glanced at Ma Lan with disdain and replied, "1 slap for every 1,000. Ma Lan was so frightened that she dropped to her knees, trembling violently. She was nearly scared to death, having provoked Master Hong. How could she possibly survive this? At that moment, several subordinates stepped forward, some grabbing Wang Yunkai and others seizing Ma Lan, ready to strike. Yi Chen stood in the crowd, watching the scene unfold with a cold gaze. When he saw his mother-in-law getting hit, he initially didn't want to intervene. After all, she had always been so difficult. A little lesson might be deserved. However, if Grandpa Hong's men really slapped her 1,000 times, she could end up seriously injured or worse. How would he explain that to his wife? If her life were truly in danger, it would undoubtedly cause her great distress. He realized he had no choice but to step in. Just as a burly man raised his arm to deliver a hard slap to Ma Lan's old face, Yi Chen quickly stepped forward and grabbed his wrist. Chapter 26, Young Master Yi. At this moment, Ma Lan was terrified, screaming loudly and had her eyes tightly shut, bracing herself for a beating. However, she suddenly realized that the fierce hand had not come down on her. When she opened her eyes, she was taken aback. Her useless son-in-law, Yi Chen, had actually come out at this moment to block the opponent's hand. Her mind short-circuited for a moment, unable to comprehend how this useless Yi Chen could muster such audacity. Grandpa Hong did not expect that someone would dare to stand up for this damn old woman at this moment. He coldly questioned, "Who are you? Do you want to die too?" Yi Chen smiled faintly and replied, "So you're Grandpa Hong? Do me a favor. You can hit that dead dog over there as much as you want, but my mother-in-law is off limits." Grandpa Hong's face darkened as he said, "This old woman is your mother-in-law? Then what are you to me? Do you think you deserve my consideration?" As he spoke, Grandpa Hong's anger surged within him. He had always been revered by countless people in Jinling, yet today he faced continuous disrespect. First, there was a Wang Yunkai making a scene in front of him, and then an irritating old woman jabbering beside him. Now, a young kid had jumped out to point fingers at him. Did he really think that Grandpa Hong was someone that anyone could just challenge? Thinking of this, he immediately flew into a rage and shouted to those around him, "Kill this ignorant fool." Hearing this, Yi Chen smiled calmly and said, "Hold on, let me make a call and let the person on the line talk to you." With that, he took out his phone and called Chunzikai, the person in charge of the Platinum Palace. As soon as the call connected, the other party respectfully said, "Young master, what can I do for you?" Yi Chen casually asked, "Do you know a guy named Grandpa Hong in Jinling?" Chunzikai quickly replied with a smile, "Young master, I know this Grandpa Hong. The outside world calls him the underground king of Jinling, but he's just a small-time nobody." He then added, "This guy knows I'm from the Yi family and has been trying to curry favor with me. He has asked me to have dinner with him several times, but I've ignored him." "Why? Do you know him, young master?" Yi Chen casually said, "Oh, this guy wants to kill me." On the other end of the line, Chunzikai immediately exploded, "What the hell? Does this loser Hong not want to live anymore? He dares to mess with you, young master. Where are you now? I'll come over with people right away and take care of this loser." Yi Chen replied, "Give him the phone. You talk to him." After saying that, he handed the phone to Grandpa Hong and said, "Here, take this call." Grandpa Hong's face was filled with suspicion. What was going on? This guy didn't seem to be acting. Did he really have some impressive background? He didn't look like it. His clothes and appearance were very ordinary, probably worth less than 500 yuan total. Even his phone was one of those few hundred yuan models. What power could he possibly have? Who could he find to back him up? Feeling quite disdainful, Grandpa Hong nonetheless instinctively took the phone and tentatively asked, "Hello, this is Grandpa Hong. Who are you? Do you want to back this kid?" On the phone, Chun Zikai shouted angrily, "Hongwu, are you tired of living? You dare to mess with our young master? Do you believe that I can make your whole family of 25 disappear without a trace tonight?" Hongwu immediately recognized the voice. It was Chun Zikai, the very person he had been trying to curry favor with. He mentioned that he had offended his family's young master. Could it be that this little punk in front of him was the one? Moreover, Chun Zikai knew the exact number of people in his family. Had he already investigated him thoroughly? After all, he was the representative of the Yi family in Jinling. The Yi family's power was immense. Killing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. Hearing this, Hongwu was instantly terrified. He blurted out, "Mr. Chun, please don't be angry. It was just a misunderstanding. I was with the young master." "Shut up," Chun Zikai interrupted. "The identity of our young master is highly confidential. If you spill any details, I'll make sure your entire family pays for it." Hongwu trembled all over, shaking worse than someone with Parkinson's. He panicked and said, "Mr. Chun, I deserve to die. I'll handle this properly." Just addressing Chun Zikai as Mr. Chun was enough to make him grovel, but the Yi family from Yinjing above, that was something he could only look up to for his entire life. But now, he had unknowingly offended the young master of the Yi family. With this thought, Hongwu's gaze turned to Yi Chun, and he instinctively weakened in the knees, kneeling before Yi Chun in fear, and said, "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. I didn't know she was your mother-in-law. It was my mistake. I apologize. Please forgive me." After saying this, he collapsed to his knees in front of Yi Chun. Everyone present was dumbfounded, watching as Hongwu actually knelt to apologize to this so-called waste Yi Chun. Even the wealthy Wang Deshao was like a dead dog in front of Hongwu, yet this young man could make Hongwu kneel. Who was he really? Hongwu's subordinates were also stunned. Hongwu was the underground king of Jinling. What kind of young man could make him bow down? Yi Chun didn't want Hongwu's life. After all, his subordinates were the ones who had hit his mother-in-law, not him. Moreover, to be honest, Yi Chun found it quite satisfying to see his mother-in-law getting slapped. So he said to Hongwu, "I can forgive you this time, but you must return the money you scammed from my mother-in-law, with interest." Hongwu felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He never expected that young Master Yi would forgive him. Gratefully, he quickly bowed his head and said, "Rest assured, I will take care of it right away." He then turned to his subordinate, Zhou Huaxin, and shouted, "Go handle it now. If you delay, I'll break your legs." Ma Lan was completely stunned. Was this really her useless son-in-law? Even the infamous Hong Wu had to kneel and bow to him? In an instant, Ma Lan felt that Yi Chin's image in her eyes had grown taller, even becoming enigmatic. Wang Yingkai, who had just received several slaps, was also dumbfounded. Wasn't Yi Chin known as a waste? Why was even Hong Wu afraid of him? At that moment, Zhou Huaxin, pale-faced, approached with a black leather suitcase. He stood in front of Ma Lan, visibly terrified, and said, "Auntie, your principal of 1.3 million, along with the promised dividend of 200,000, totals 1.5 million. Here is 2 million. The remaining 500,000 is a small token of our apology. Please accept it." Ma Lan was completely stunned. When did her good-for-nothing son-in-law become so capable? The principal was returned, the promised 200,000 dividend was refunded, and they even gave an extra 500,000. Chapter 27. Wake up! 1 million turning into 2 million in an instant made Ma Lan ecstatic, though she could hardly believe it. With a beaming face, she turned to Zhou Huaxin and asked, "Is this 2 million really for me?" Zhou Huaxin quickly nodded and replied, "Of course, it's all yours." "Oh, that's just wonderful," Ma Lan exclaimed, bursting with excitement. Seeing her receive 2 million, an extra 700,000 on top of her initial investment, left the other elderly folks around her in a frenzy. They thought, since her money was returned, surely their funds would also come back with interest, right? A few of them took the lead to ask, "Manager Zhou, what about our money?" Zhou Huaxin hurriedly glanced at Master Hong. Although Master Hong was reluctant to part with the money he had already pocketed, he realized that this time he was dealing with the young master of the Yi family. If he angered him, he might even lose his life. So he couldn't afford to be sentimental. He blurted out, "Refund. Everyone gets their money back with interest, courtesy of Mr. Yi." The crowd erupted in cheers and excitement. At that moment, Yi Chin suddenly said coldly, "Master Hong, these people have nothing to do with me. What do you mean by refunding them in my name? Are you trying to play moral blackmail?" Master Hong was taken aback and asked, "Mr. Yi, what do you mean?" I'm confused and don't understand. Yichen replied, their money has nothing to do with me. If you want to refund them, go ahead. If you don't want to, that's your choice. But if you dare say it's in my name, don't blame me for turning against you. These old folks had just been mocking him alongside Ma Lan. Why should he help them collect debts now? On the contrary, he wouldn't just refused to help them. He wanted to give Master Hong a wake-up call, making it clear that refunding these elders would only offend him. Master Hong immediately understood and said, rest assured, Mr. Yi, I got it. He then turned to Zhou Huaxin and declared, only refund the money of Mr. Yi's mother-in-law. Nothing else will be refunded. What? The elderly folks, who had just been overjoyed, suddenly went wild. Some even burst into tears, wailing uncontrollably. Others pleaded with Yi Chun for mercy, but he turned a deaf ear. What right did these disrespectful people have to insult him earlier? Now that they realized they could bully Master Hong, they wanted his help? Hell no. Seeing the uproar among the elderly, Master Hong shouted, shut the hell up. Anyone who speaks another word and disturbs Mr. Yi will have me to answer to. The elderly folks fell silent, immediately intimidated. Master Hong then glanced at the stunned Wang Yunkai and asked, Mr. Yi, is this young Master Wang your friend? Yichen shot a glance at Wang Yunkai, who quickly pleaded, Yichen, please save me. Tell Master Hong we're good friends. I'm begging you. Yichen snorted coldly and replied to Master Hong, I don't know this person. You keep your promise and let him go after you've had your fun. Mr. Hong suddenly understood and commanded his men, damn it, keep hitting him. This little bastard makes me furious just by looking at him. Wang Yunkai wailed in terror, Yichen, I was blind to not recognize your greatness. Please, I beg you to save me. I'm begging you. Yichen looked at him coldly and replied, we have no ties, no grievances, yet you've insulted me time and again. And now you ask me to save you? Wake up and stop dreaming. Wang Yunkai immediately broke down in tears. Yichen, I truly realize my mistakes. Please, save me. Seeing Yichen's unfriendly expression, Mr. Hong immediately shouted at his subordinates, damn it, you useless fools, why aren't you moving? Are you looking for death? A few of the subordinates were startled and hurriedly grabbed Wang Yunkai by the neck and hair, slapping him mercilessly. Before long, Wang Yunkai was left with blood in his mouth and a few broken teeth, but they showed no signs of stopping. Each slap was delivered with great force. Mr. Hong, with a forced smile, asked Yi Chun, Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with this handling? Yi Chun nodded. All right, that's enough. I have to go now. Mr. Hong quickly and respectfully handed his business card to Yi Chun, flattering him. Mr. Yi, here is my contact information. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I'll be at your service. Yi Chun acknowledged with a grunt and casually put the card into his pocket. He then turned to his mother-in-law, Ma Lan, and said, Mom, it's getting late. Let us head back. Although Ma Lan had taken a few slaps, she had made 70,000. So she was grinning from ear to ear, looking at Yi Chun with pride, thinking to herself that her son-in-law really brought her honor. With the money in hand, Yi Chun and Ma Lan prepared to leave when a crowd of elderly folks surrounded him, eagerly saying, Oh, Yi Chun, I misjudged you earlier. I didn't expect you to be so impressive. You're truly a talented young man. Yes, Yi Chun, you're quite the dashing figure. My son-in-law can't compare to you at all. Do you think you could talk to Manager Zhou for us and help us get our money back? That's our hard-earned money. Yi Chun frowned and replied coldly, Why should I help you? Weren't you all looking down on me? If you can't get your money back, you can ask your own son-in-law for help. With that, he turned and walked away. The crowd was filled with regret. They all blamed themselves for having belittled Yi Chun earlier. Now, their chance to reclaim their hard-earned money was completely gone. Some were so angry they slapped themselves, while others sat on the ground, despondent and crying out for their parents, lamenting that it was their life savings at stake. Without it, they were finished. But there was nothing they could do. If they were to blame anyone, it would be themselves for their foolish words and for not having a son-in-law like Yi Chun. On the way home, Ma Lan, with a flattering smile, asked Yi Chun, how do you know Mr. Hong? Why was he so polite to you? Yi Chun chuckled and said, How could I possibly know someone like that? I just made a phone call to a classmate, and he has the ability to get Xin to refund the money. As soon as Ma Lan heard this, a wave of disappointment washed over her. She had hoped that Yi Chun had some extraordinary skills she was unaware of, but it turned out he was just relying on others to get things done. Consequently, her initial enthusiasm was significantly dampened. However, the fact that they were getting the money back, along with an extra 700,000, did change her perception of Yi Chun somewhat. She then said to him, Yi Chun, you have to keep this a secret for me today. Don't tell anyone. Even though I'm getting older, I still care about my reputation, you know? Yi Chun smiled helplessly and agreed, saying, I understand, Mom. Chapter 28, The Feast. After resolving his mother-in-law's troubles, She happily took some cash and went to the bank to make a deposit. Yichen went straight home. As soon as he entered the house and saw his wife, Xiao Churan's shoes at the door, he knew she was back, so he headed straight for the bedroom. Upon entering the bedroom, he saw Xiao Churan just hanging up the phone, her face filled with surprise and excitement. Curiously, he asked, "Honey, who were you just talking to?" Xiao Churan replied excitedly, "It was my best friend, Dong Ruolin. Do you remember her?" "Of course," Yichen nodded. "She used to study at the university in Jinling and was quite close with you. I think she is from a prestigious family in Yanjing, right?" "That's right," Xiao Churan said. "Ruolin's family is quite influential in Yanjing." Yichen smiled and asked, "So, is she coming to Jinling to see you?" Xiao Churan replied, "Not just to see me. She is coming to work in Jinling." Yichen, puzzled, asked, "Why would a young lady from a prominent family in Yanjing leave her family business to work in Jinling?" Xiao Churan said, "I'm not really sure. She mentioned she is going to work at the Dihao Group, but I don't know why she'd come all the way to Dihao." Yichen nodded thoughtfully, but internally he questioned. Although the Dong family is not as strong as the Yi family, they still have some influence in Yanjing. Dong Ruolin would need to abandon her family's business to work at Dihao Group. Could there be a special reason for her to join Dihao? Yichen was puzzled, but couldn't come to any conclusions right away. It seemed he would have to wait until Dong Ruolin started at Dihao Group and have Wang Dongxue investigate her background. At that moment, Xiao Churan seemed to remember something, tapping her forehead as she said, "All right, Yichun, I have a meeting with someone from Dihao Group tomorrow and won't be able to make it. Can you pick up Ruolin from the airport and arrange a place to welcome her?" Yichen agreed. "Sure, I'll arrange it for tomorrow." Xiao Churan added, "Oh, and find a nice place. Don't worry about the cost. Just use my bank card." As she spoke, she reached for her wallet. Yichen quickly replied, "No need for that. I know someone who owns a pretty good restaurant. I can take care of it." With that, Yichen took out his phone, intending to send a text to Chun Zikai at the Buckingham Palace to arrange a banquet. However, after a moment's thought, he realized that Buckingham Palace was meant to be a surprise for his wife. It would be better to choose another place for Dong Ruolin. So, he sent a text to Master Hong Wu instead. "I want to host a feast for a friend. Please help me arrange a high-end hotel, but not Buckingham Palace. Soon." Master Hong Wu replied, "Mr. Yi, don't worry. I have a top-notch restaurant called Tang Xiangfu, which is on par with Buckingham Palace in Jinling. Tomorrow, I'll make sure to arrange the best diamond private room and the finest banquet for you. We'll be ready to welcome you." Yichen simply responded with one word, "Okay." The next day, Xiao Churan spent the entire day at the Dihao Group, busy handling matters related to their collaboration. Yichun called Wang Dongxue, the vice chairman of Dihao Group, to inquire about Dong Ruolin's upcoming employment. Wang Dongxue was surprised that Yichen knew about it. She explained that Dong Ruolin had applied for the position of administrative director, a mid-level management role. The group found her resume impressive and decided to hire her, with her start date already set for a few days later. Yichun then reminded her to observe this woman closely after she started, and to report any developments to him immediately. After arranging things with Wang Dongxue, Yichun took a taxi in the afternoon to the airport to pick up Xiao Churan's friend, Dong Ruolin. Upon arriving at the airport, just as he was about to head to the arrivals hall, a Mercedes G-Class suddenly screeched to a halt right in front of him. Xiao Churan's cousin, Xiao Hailong, poked his head out of the window, frowning in confusion as he looked at Yichun. "Yichun, what are you doing here?" he asked. "I'm here to pick up a friend of Churan's." "What about you?" Yichun furrowed his brow, realizing that the people in the G-Class were all familiar faces. Besides Xiao Hailong, there were also Wang Yunfei and Xiao Weiwei. Xiao Hailong sneered, "You're talking about Miss Dong, right? We're taking care of her, so you can just leave." Yichun scoffed and retorted, "If you want to leave, then go ahead." With that, he ignored them and walked straight into the arrivals hall. Xiao Hailong was furious and was about to curse when Xiao Weiwei quickly reminded him, "Brother, Miss Dong is arriving soon. Grandma specifically told you to leave a good impression on her. If you can win her over as a sister-in-law, your status in our family will be unmatched. Don't stoop to the level of this loser." Xiao Hailong suddenly snapped back to reality, almost forgetting the main purpose of his visit today. In fact, welcoming Dong Ruolin was secondary. The most important thing was to leave a good impression and then win her over. The Dong family was incredibly influential in Yanjing, and if he could get close to her, he'd be on the fast track to success, bringing the Xiao family along with him. So, he swallowed his dissatisfaction with Yichun, quickly got out of the car, and headed towards the arrivals hall with the others. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful young woman appeared amidst the crowd. She had long chestnut hair and was wearing a white suit that accentuated her graceful figure. Although she was wearing sunglasses, her porcelain skin and fiery red lips could not hide her stunning beauty. Upon closer inspection, her looks were on par with Xiao Churan's. They each had their unique charms. Instantly, The eyes of everyone waiting in the arrivals area were drawn to her. Xiao Hailong was mesmerized. Even Wang Yunfei, who had come along just to watch, couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder she's from a prestigious family in Yanjing. Her aura is truly different." At that moment, Dong Ruolin also spotted the group and hurried over, waving at them. "Hailong, Wei Wei, and Yi Chun, it's been a while." Xiao Hailong felt a surge of excitement and quickly said, "Long time no see, Ruolin. You've become even more beautiful." Yi Chun smiled and added, "It's been a while." At that moment, Xiao Hailong hurriedly continued, "Ruolin, knowing you were coming, I booked a private room at the best hotel in Jinling to treat you and give you a warm welcome. Let's head over there right now." Dong Ruolin glanced at Yi Chun and apologetically said to Xiao Hailong, "Hailong, I'm really sorry, but I've already made plans with Chun and Yi Chun. Let's reschedule for another day. I'm going to be in Jinling for quite a while, so there will be plenty of opportunities." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hailong felt a surge of anger. On such an important day, that loser Yi Chun had to come and ruin things for him. How infuriating. So, he deliberately said, "Ruolin, to welcome you, I booked the most famous Tiangxiang Fu in Jinling, and it's a gold package with a minimum spend of 300,000. As he spoke, he looked down at Yi Chun with contempt and sneered, "I wonder if my brother-in-law booked something of that level? If it's too low-end, wouldn't that be an insult to you?" Chapter 29. It's better to keep a low profile. When Yi Chun heard that Xiao Hailong had actually booked Tianxiang Mansion, he was somewhat surprised. What a coincidence. Didn't Hong Wuji say that Tianxiang Mansion was his establishment? It seems he also prepared a banquet for himself there, right? At this moment, Wang Yunfei, who was beside him, exclaimed in surprise, "Hailong, you actually managed to book the golden private room at Tianxiang Mansion? That's not something just anyone can do." Xiao Hailong smiled proudly and said, "To be honest, aside from the top diamond suite at Tianxiang Mansion, I really can't book anything else, but the rest isn't that big of a deal." Although he said this, it was merely Xiao Hailong's bragging. In reality, to secure this golden suite, old Madame Xiao personally intervened and made quite a few sacrifices, relying on several connections to finally succeed. Dong Ruolin had heard about the reputation of Tianxiang Mansion while in Yanjing and quickly said, "We're all friends here. There's no need to be so extravagant." Xiao Hailong flattered her, saying, "You're a distinguished guest. How can you be compared to ordinary friends?" After that, he turned to Yi Chun and asked, "Brother-in-law, I wonder where you booked your banquet?" Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, "What a coincidence. I also booked Tianxiang Mansion." "Ha ha." Xiao Hailong laughed loudly. "Yi Chun, aren't you afraid of hurting your back from all that bragging? With your status, you couldn't even book the most basic bronze suite at Tianxiang Mansion. Yet you dare to boast here." Yi Chun smiled indifferently and said, "Whether I brag or not has nothing to do with you. I'm not inviting you to dinner. So why are you so concerned?" Xiao Hailong retorted coldly, "Looking at you, I doubt you could even get through the doors of Tianxiang Mansion." Dong Ruolin, seeing Yi Chun being targeted, felt a pang of sympathy. She knew that Yi Chun was a son-in-law in the Xiao family, without money or status, and it was unrealistic for him to host a welcome banquet in a top hotel. She figured Yi Chun was just trying to save face, which is why he made such a statement. To prevent Yi Chun from feeling too embarrassed, she stepped in and said, "Oh, there's no need to argue about this. Since we're all booking the same place, why don't we just go together?" Xiao Hailong sarcastically remarked to Yi Chun, "Fine, for Ruolin's sake. I'll let you tag along for a meal today. It'll give you a chance to see what a high-end hotel is like." Yi Chun scoffed lightly and ignored him. After all, even Hong Wuji would bow to him. So what did Xiao Hailong's hotel mean to him? Unfortunately, Xiao Hailong was just blinded by his own arrogance. Tianxiang Mansion was an ancient-style Chinese hotel, filled with traditional classic charm and extravagance. Even the sign at the entrance was made from top-quality Wangwali wood. As Yi Chun looked at the decorations inside Tianxiang Mansion, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He didn't expect that Hong Wuji's restaurant was indeed quite impressive. He thought he could bring his wife here to try it out someday. Dong Ruolin looked around, praising, "I heard about Tianxiang Mansion's reputation while in Yanjing, and it truly lives up to its name." Xiao Hailong smiled and said, "Of course, when Ruolin is here, we have to treat her at the best restaurant." After finishing his words, he glanced at Yi Chun and sneered, "Unlike some people, if it weren't for your connection, you'd probably never have the chance to come to such a high-end restaurant in your lifetime." At this moment, Xiao Weiwei intentionally asked, "Yi Chun, didn't you also book a private room at Tianxiang Mansion? Which one is it? Take us to see it." Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, "I can't remember which specific room it is. I just sent a text to the owner asking him to arrange it. Let me check my message history." Xiao Hailong scoffed derisively. "Do you even know who the owner of this place is? Talking big here. The owner is the famous Master Hong Wu. Be careful. If he hears you, he could squash you with a single finger." At that moment, Yichen opened his phone to check the text Master Hong had sent him last night and replied calmly. He said he reserved the diamond private room for me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hailong immediately burst into laughter. Huh? Diamond private room? Yichen, you must be joking. Do you even know who gets to go to the diamond private room? There are no more than 10 people in all of Jinling who are qualified to enter. What do you think you are? Dong Ruolin had been silent, but couldn't help thinking that Yichen was too vain, given his status. How could he possibly get a diamond private room? She had previously thought he was just a person without money or power and somewhat pathetic. But now she realized he was just a vain person. Truly disappointing. Yichen smiled without responding. In his eyes, those who mocked him were nothing but ignorant fools with a narrow view. He couldn't be bothered to argue with them. Wang Yunfei also ridiculed. Yichen, even my dad doesn't have the privilege to eat in the diamond private room. You really dare to boast. Xiao Weiwei chimed in. Brother Fei is right. A person like him wouldn't even qualify to eat the leftovers from the diamond private room. Yichen looked at Wang Yunfei and couldn't help but chuckle coldly. You fool, your brother was just beaten up by Master Hong yesterday, and you still dare to come to his restaurant? He then intentionally asked, Brother Yunfei, I heard your brother had a little incident yesterday? Wang Yunfei frowned. How do you know? He then continued, my brother was attacked yesterday and is still unconscious. We're investigating who hurt him. We'll skin them alive. Do you have any leads? Yichen shook his head and pretended to be clueless. I don't know. I just heard he had an incident. I don't know the specifics. Humph. Wang Yunfei disdainfully said, You useless fool. Don't talk about my Wang family's affairs behind our backs. Next time, watch your words or I won't go easy on you. Yichen smiled and ignored him. Truly a family of fools. They didn't even know their brother was knocked out by Master Hong? How interesting. Just then, a man in black approached the group. Yichen found him somewhat familiar and realized he was one of Master Hong's bodyguards. When the man saw Yichen, he immediately recognized him and wore a face full of eagerness and flattery, almost bowing to greet him. Yichen quickly shook his head at him. The man in black quickly stopped, thinking that Mr. Yi probably didn't like to draw too much attention to himself. He directly said, Esteemed guests, please follow me. The private room has been prepared for some time now. Xiao Hailong was taken aback by this. When did the golden private room service at Tianxiang Pavilion become so attentive? He hadn't even given his name, and yet someone came to greet him personally. This was quite impressive. Beside him, Wang Yunfei remarked, Hailong, you really have quite the influence. It looks like he's someone close to Master Wu. Seems like Master Wu values you highly. Do you know him? You've never mentioned it before. You're really good at keeping a low profile. Xiao Hailong laughed heartily, a proud look on his face as he said, There's no need to flaunt such things. It's better to stay low-key, right? Ha ha ha. Chapter 30. Come here. Dong Ruolin was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected that Xiao Hailong actually had some connections in Jinling. Compared to Yichen, he was indeed much stronger. It seemed that if she got closer to him in Jinling, her daily affairs would be much more convenient. The man in black respectfully led everyone to the entrance of the diamond private room. Then, he took out a form and directly handed it to Yichen, softly saying, Sir, please sign here. This diamond room was reserved specifically for Yichen, and he needed to sign to confirm it. With a smile, Yichen took the pen and paper. Just as he was about to write his name, Xiao Hailong's voice suddenly rang out. Damn it, put the pen down. Xiao Hailong walked over with a stern face, snatched the pen and paper from Yichen's hands, quickly wrote his name, and scolded Yichen. Do you have no shame? Don't you know who reserved this room? What right do you have to sign here? The man in black was instantly dumbfounded, looking at Yichen with a questioning gaze, as if asking whether he should step in and teach this jerk a lesson. Yichen calmly replied, It's okay. If he wants to sign, let him sign. In front of Dong Ruolin, Yichen didn't want to make a scene. After all, she was his wife's close friend. Soon, everyone settled into the private room. Xiao Hailong arranged for Dong Ruolin to sit in the main seat, while Yichen sat alone in a corner, with only Dong Ruolin occasionally talking to him. Before long, exquisitely prepared dishes and fine wines were served by the waitstaff. All the dishes were made from top-quality ingredients, with premium abalone and 10-pound Australian lobsters merely serving as accompaniments. Even the wine was a century-old national brew, with just half a bottle selling for over 100,000. Dong Ruolin, being well-versed in such matters, was also stunned by the extravagance of the meal. Wang Yunfei exclaimed, Hailong, how much did this meal cost? Xiao Hailong proudly replied, This meal is worth 300,000. Wang Yunfei was shocked. This isn't just 300,000. These few bottles of wine alone are worth more than that. Xiao Hailong suddenly felt a bit uneasy, recalling the attitude of the man in black toward him. Could it be that Master Hong had given him some special treatment? But he didn't even know the man. Dong Ruolin's eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiao Hailong with appreciation, saying, Hailong, thank you. Hearing Dong Ruolin's words, Xiao Hailong beamed and said, "Oh, it's nothing. It's the least I could do." Then, Xiao Hailong turned to Yi Chun with a smile and asked, "Yi Chun, you've never eaten such good food in your life, have you?" Yi Chun scoffed coldly. "Who gave you that confidence?" Xiao Hailong sneered, "After eating my food. You still have the nerve to act tough. If you had the chance to eat this kind of food before, I would have taken your head and kicked it like a ball." Yi Chun smiled faintly. The life he lived as a child was a level of luxury that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. A meal like this would be considered the servant's fare in the Yi family. Xiao Weiwei, seeing Yi Chun's unyielding attitude, angrily said, "Yi Chun, what kind of attitude do you have when talking to my brother? Do you believe I can have you thrown out right now? You come here for a free meal, and you still act so shamelessly. You really are a pathetic loser." Just then, the door to the private room was kicked open with a loud bang, and a fierce voice boomed, "Where the hell did you idiots come from? Who let you into this private room?" As the voice faded, a man dressed in an Armani suit, wearing a large gold chain, and sporting a scar that ran like a centipede from his eye to his chin, entered. He held a list in one hand and a stick in the other, his face twisted with menace. Following him were a dozen burly men, tattooed and scarred, who lined up and surrounded everyone in the room. Everyone froze in shock, filled with dread. What was happening? The leading man was called Brother Biao, a right-hand man of Master Hong Wu. He had fought alongside him in his early years and was well known in the whole Jinling area. This time, Master Hong Wu had instructed him that a very esteemed Mr. Yi was to use the diamond suite at Tianxiang Pavilion, and he needed to ensure everything was in order. However, when he came to check on the suite's usage, he found it had been signed for by a nobody named Xiao Hailong, which left him both furious and fearful. He was angry that this damned Xiao Hailong had taken the suite meant for a distinguished guest, fearful because the diamond suite had only one table for the top-tier banquet, and if the true guest arrived, there would be no room left. What was he to do? At that moment, Xiao Hailong stood up and said, "What are you doing? This suite is reserved under my name. Why are you causing trouble here?" Brother Biao pointed at Xiao Hailong and asked, "Are you Xiao Hailong?" Xiao Hailong nodded, proudly declaring, "That's me." Brother Biao coldly replied, "Bring him over here." Two muscular men immediately grabbed Xiao Hailong and dragged him forward. "What are you doing? Let me go?" he shouted. "Shut up." One of the burly men kicked him in the knee, causing Xiao Hailong to fall to his knees in front of Brother Biao. Brother Biao's icy gaze swept over Xiao Hailong like a blade, sending chills down his spine. Slap. The list was thrown onto Xiao Hailong's head. Brother Biao shouted, "Who gave you the right to use this suite?" Xiao Hailong forced himself to remain calm, saying, "It's a misunderstanding. I reserved this golden suite in advance and paid a deposit of 300,000. Wang Yunfei chimed in, "What are you doing? This suite was booked by Hailong. Do you have any sense of propriety?" Brother Biao spat and slapped Xiao Hailong again, saying, "Golden suite? This is a diamond suite prepared for distinguished guests. Who the hell do you think you are to use it?" At this, everyone was stunned. A diamond suite? No wonder it was so extravagantly luxurious. With top-tier dishes and drinks, it was never meant to be a golden suite. Wang Yunfei broke out in a cold sweat. The diamond suite was of such high status that people like him had no right to enter, let alone use it. Xiao Weiwei quickly said, "Brother, don't you know Master Hong? Hurry and explain things to them." Xiao Hailong groaned in frustration and hurriedly replied, "Shut up. What nonsense are you talking? With my status, how could I possibly know Master Hong?" "But you just said," Xiao Weiwei started to say. Dong Ruolin observed the siblings' exchange and realized that Xiao Hailong had just been bragging. She felt a twinge of disappointment. At that moment, Biao Ge sneered, "How dare you use Master Hong's name like that? You must be tired of living." As he spoke, he stood up and commanded his underlings, "Hold this kid down. I'm going to teach him a lesson." Xiao Hailong was immediately restrained and couldn't move an inch. The next second, Biao Ge, holding a stick, swung it down without hesitation. "Ah, my hand is broken." Xiao Hailong screamed in agony, sweat pouring from his body, and he embarrassingly fainted, as he felt a surge of humiliation. Seeing this, Wang Yunfei and Xiao Weiwei turned pale, trembling in fear. Just moments ago, Xiao Hailong had been so full of himself, and now he was reduced to this. Who wouldn't he be scared? Dong Ruolin was also terrified, shaking as she hid behind Yi Chun, saying in panic, "What should we do? They can't be killing him, right?" Yi Chun patted Dong Ruolin on the shoulder to reassure her, "Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, no one will harm you." Dong Ruolin looked at Yi Chun gratefully. Although she knew he couldn't solve such a problem, his words still provided her with a bit of comfort. Meanwhile, Biao Ge kicked the unconscious Xiao Hailong like a dead pig and cursed, "What a coward." Then he turned to Wang Yunfei, "And you, weren't you the one who said I had no manners? Come here, you bastard." Chapter 31. Who dares to touch her? Wang Yunfei was terrified, his heart racing as he stammered, "Biao Ge, I'm from the Wang family. The Wang family. Biao Gu sneered. What is that supposed to mean? He spat disdainfully and kicked Wang Yunfei to the ground, coldly stating, Fifth Master just dealt with some idiot from the Wang family yesterday. Had someone slap him 1,000 times. And you still dare to mention the Wang family to me? Wang Yunfei was instantly dumbfounded. He thought his brother had been robbed by thugs, but he never expected it was Fifth Master Hong who had beaten him, just as he was paralyzed with fear. Biao Gu raised a club and swung it down towards his head with force. With a loud thud, Wang Yunfei felt the world spin around him. His head buzzed and blood poured from his mouth and nose, his consciousness fading rapidly. Xiao Weiwei screamed in terror. Wang Yunfei was her fiancé, her only chance to enter the Wang family. If something happened to him, her life would be ruined. Call an ambulance, quickly, call an ambulance, she shouted in panic, trembling as she fumbled for her phone, but her fear rendered her unable to press any buttons, leaving her to scream helplessly. Biao Gu frowned and cursed, damn it. Stop the screaming. Make that bitch shut her mouth before she talks back. Yes, Biao Gu. His henchmen grinned cruelly at the command. They thrived on tormenting beautiful women, especially fierce ones like Xiao Weiwei. Xiao Weiwei immediately panicked, desperately trying to back away, but the wall was right behind her, leaving her nowhere to escape. Come here, you little bitch. A one-eyed brute viciously grabbed Xiao Weiwei by her hair, yanking her up. Then, the one-eyed man swung his fist at her face with all his might. These henchmen had fought alongside Biao Gu for years and were ruthless in their attacks. Within just a few blows, Xiao Weiwei's face was swollen like a pig's head, blood mixed with saliva streaming down. For a woman to be beaten like this, even with timely treatment, her face would bear indelible scars, effectively ruining her looks. Nearby, Dong Ruolin shivered at Biao Ji's brutality, pressing herself against Yi Chun, both of them almost glued together in fear. At that moment, Biao Gu spotted Yi Chun and Dong Ruolin in the corner and barked, and those two over there, beat them to a pulp. How dare they occupy the diamond suite I prepared for my esteemed guests? They deserve to die. One of the henchmen showed no mercy and reached for Dong Ruolin. I dare you to touch her. Yi Chen's gaze turned icy as he kicked the burly man to the ground. Biao Ji's expression darkened as he reprimanded. Who the hell are you? Yi Chen replied coolly. I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. You're asking for death, kid. Biao Gu shouted. Yi Chen shook his head and dialed Fifth Master Hong's number. Hong Wu, I'm in the diamond suite. Get down here now. After hanging up, he coldly stared at Biao Gu. Dong Ruolin's face turned pale. Just moments ago, Xiao Hailong had been bragging about knowing Master Hong, but the outcome was utterly tragic. Yi Chun dared to speak such disrespectful words in front of Biao Gu. He might as well have signed his own death warrant. Meanwhile, Xiao Weiwei, who had been beaten to a pulp, was filled with horror at Yi Chen's words. Was this guy trying to get everyone killed by showing off at this moment? Biao Gu coldly sneered. You dare to offend Master Hong in front of me? You must be tired of living. As soon as he finished speaking, Biao Gu waved his hand at his underlings and viciously ordered, go kill him. Suddenly, outside the private room, Master Hong's furious voice erupted. Damn it, Biao. Do you want to die? You even dare to touch Mr. Yi? I swear I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Biao Ji's body shook as if struck by lightning. Master Hong was here. Mr. Yi? Who was Mr. Yi? The next second, Master Hong walked in, trembling with rage, and kicked Biao Gu to the ground. You blind fool. You can't even recognize Mr. Yi? I'll kill you. As he scolded, Master Hong relentlessly kicked Biao Gu. Just moments ago, Biao Gu had been arrogant. Now he resembled a drowned rat. Dong Ruolin was dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? The underlings were also in a state of panic. This young man was actually Mr. Yi? They had just considered attacking him. They were practically courting death. Master Hong shouted at the others. And you useless lot, why are you still standing there? Get down on your knees and apologize to Mr. Yi right now. Mr. Yi, I was blind and almost offended you. Please spare us. The underlings all dropped to their knees, frantically knocking their heads in apology. Biao Gu, terrified, also knelt on the ground, slapping his own face as he pleaded. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. Please forgive me just this once. Master Hong slapped himself, looking tense as he said, Mr. Yi, it's my fault for not handling things properly, allowing my subordinates to offend you and your friends. Yi Chen glanced at Dong Ruolin and said lightly, I just invited my wife's best friend to dinner. After that, he looked at the others and coldly added, they are not my friends. Dong Ruolin was completely shocked. It turned out Yi Chen wasn't bragging. He had indeed reserved a private room at Tiansheng Mansion, and it was indeed the top-tier diamond suite. More importantly, this suite had been personally reserved for him by Master Hong. Recalling how she had previously looked down on Yi Chen, Dong Ruolin's face turned crimson with embarrassment. She felt utterly humiliated. At this moment, Xiao Hailong, hearing the exchange, was also trembling in fear. What was going on? This useless Yi Chun was actually a friend of Master Hong? Xiao Weiwei was dumbstruck as well. Yi Chun really did know Master Hong. The key was that Master Hong was being so polite to him. Looking at her fiancé Wang Yunfei, who was now unconscious and covered in blood, the situation seemed even more dire. Master Hong, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, assured, "Mr. Yi, rest assured. This will never happen again. You can come to Tianxiang Mansion anytime for a meal in the Diamond Suite. If any of my subordinates fail to recognize you again, I'll gouge out their eyes." Yi Chun nodded and turned to Dong Ruolin, saying, "Ruolin, we've finished eating, and it's so chaotic here. We might as well leave." Dong Ruolin, startled by Yi Chun, instinctively asked, "What about the others?" Seeing the miserable state of Xiao Hailong, Wang Yunfei, and Xiao Weiwei, she felt a twinge of worry in her heart. Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, "Let Hongwu take care of it." Hongwu immediately chimed in, "Mr. Yi, don't worry. I'll arrange for an ambulance to take them to the hospital right away." "All right." Yi Chun nodded and said, "If that's the case, let's head out." Dong Ruolin was a bit dazed as she followed Yi Chun out of the Tianxiang Mansion. Once outside, Dong Ruolin found it hard to calm her racing thoughts. Observing Yi Chun, who seemed unfazed by everything, she felt as if she were shrouded in a mist, mysterious and profound. "Yi Chun, about what happened today?" Dong Ruolin began, but Yi Chun interrupted her, saying calmly, "Ruolin, I need you to keep today's events a secret for me. If Charon finds out that I know someone like Hongwu, she will definitely be upset." Dong Ruolin could only nod in agreement. "Okay, I understand." After Yi Chun and Dong Ruolin left, Hongwu had people arrange for an ambulance to take the injured to the hospital. Xiao Weiwei's face had been so badly beaten that her jaw was deformed, essentially leaving her disfigured. Xiao Hailong's hand was nearly incapacitated and would take a long time to recover, if at all. As for Wang Yunfei, he suffered a severe concussion. Although he had been stabilized and was no longer in life-threatening condition, the after-effects would likely torment him for the rest of his life. Chapter 32. The Sky Garden is booked. Dong Ruolin's start date with the Dihao Group, as arranged with Wang Dongxue, is tomorrow. After leaving Tianxiang Mansion, Yi Chun drove her to the hotel where she would be staying, and then bid her farewell. Dong Ruolin was still in shock over the dinner they had that evening, while also contemplating her future career. On the surface, her trip to Jinling was for a job at the Dihao Group, but she was secretly carrying a heavy family responsibility. Her father had informed her of confidential news indicating that the prestigious Yi family from Yanjing had found their long-lost young master, and had even purchased the Dihao Group as a way for him to gain experience. This meant that the Yi family's young master was in Jinling, and he was the chairman of the Dihao Group. Although the Dong family was also quite respectable in Yanjing, they were still considered second-tier compared to the Yi family, which was a league of its own. Therefore, the Dong family hoped that Dong Ruolin could take advantage of the fact that the young master of the Yi family had not yet been publicly identified, and find an opportunity to make contact with him. If she could form a union between their families, it would be the best outcome possible. Though Dong Ruolin felt some resistance to such arrangements, the weight of her family's revival rested heavily on her shoulders, so she couldn't afford to slack off. She had traveled a long way to Jinling with the intention of working at the Dihao Group, and her goal was to find a way to attract the attention of the mysterious chairman. In Yanjing, she was undoubtedly one of the top beauties in high society. She believed that with her looks, intellect, capabilities, and her pure character, she would be able to capture the attention of the Yi family's young master. If she could truly marry him, the Dong family would experience an absolute revival, elevating them to one of Yanjing's top families. With these thoughts in mind, she was filled with anticipation for her first day at work tomorrow. At the same time, she was also eager to meet the enigmatic young master of the Yi family. She couldn't help but wonder about his age and appearance. Was he charming and tall, with a handsome demeanor? Unable to resist, she pulled out her phone and opened a video app. She clicked on a video from her favorites that had garnered millions of views. This video captured the moment when Yi Chun confronted the sales director with cash at the Chui Guxian restaurant. She had analyzed this video before, knowing it took place in Jinling, coinciding perfectly with the news of the Yi family's young master being found. Thus, she speculated that the wealthy figure in the video must be the young master of the Yi family, who was also the chairman of the Dihao Group. She focused intently on the silhouette of the affluent man in the video, studying it closely. From the blurry footage, she could tell that this renowned wealthy individual was likely in his 20s, tall and slender, although his face was not clearly visible. However, his physique was impressive, comparable to those handsome Korean stars. With such a physique, she believed his face wouldn't be too hard on the eyes either. Yet, an odd feeling suddenly washed over Dong Ruolin. This person seemed somewhat reminiscent of Yi Chun, but upon further reflection, she dismissed the idea as unlikely. Yi Chun is the son-in-law of the Xiao family, But what kind of power does the Xiao family hold? They can't even compare to a hair from the Yi family. If Yi Chun were truly the young master of the Yi family, how could he possibly reside in the Xiao family's humble abode? It seems I must have overthought it. The next day, Dong Ruolin arrived early at the Dihao group. Vice Chairwoman Wang Dongxue personally assisted her with the onboarding process. Wang Dongxue took her on a tour of the administrative department, explaining the various functions of the job, and then said, "Ruolin, if you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me directly or come to my office." Dong Ruolin nodded gratefully and tentatively asked, "Vice Chairwoman Wang, is there a chance I could meet the chairman? After all, I'll be responsible for the company's administrative affairs, and I'd hate to inadvertently neglect him if I don't know him." Wang Dongxue immediately became cautious. Yi Chun had advised her to keep an eye on Dong Ruolin just the day before, and now this girl was inquiring about the chairman as soon as she arrived. She must be more than she appears. Wang wondered what this beautiful young woman had in mind by traveling all the way to Dihao Group. She replied to Dong Ruolin, "Our chairman rarely comes to the office, but if he does, I'll mention it to him. If he is willing to meet you, I'll let you know." Dong Ruolin felt a bit disappointed but still smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Vice Chairwoman Wang." After returning to her office, Wang Dongxue reported this matter to Yi Chun. Upon hearing that Dong Ruolin had just joined the company and wanted to meet him, Yi Chun felt even more alert. This woman had indeed come for him. What could her intentions be? Did she want to get close to him to harm him, or was she trying to seduce him? Either way, the thought made Yi Chun uncomfortable. He decided to minimize contact with Dong Ruolin and ensure she never discovered his true identity. That same night, Yi Chun's wife, Xiao Churan, had booked a table at a high-end hotel to treat Dong Ruolin to dinner. As Xiao Churan's husband, Yi Chun naturally had to accompany her. This made him a bit frustrated. Just when he was planning to keep his distance from Dong Ruolin, he found himself having dinner with her. However, despite his frustration, he prepared himself to go to the restaurant with Xiao Churan. When they arrived, Yi Chun discovered that Xiao Churan had booked the Sky Garden at the Platinum Palace Hotel. The Sky Garden banquet hall is typically reserved for high-end guests and never offers private bookings. However, Yi Chun had reserved it for their wedding anniversary, making it an unprecedented occasion for the Platinum Palace. With only 3 days left until their anniversary, a large, eye-catching notice was displayed at the entrance of the Platinum Palace Hotel. "In 3 days, the Sky Garden will be booked for a VIP event. We apologize for any inconvenience and will not be accommodating other guests." Everyone who saw the notice was shocked. Someone had booked the Sky Garden at the Platinum Palace? This was a venue that never offered private bookings. It is said that several high-ranking officials' children in the city wanted to hold their wedding banquets here, but they were all turned down without exception. Who could possibly have the influence to rent out the entire Sky Garden from Buckingham Palace? Xiao Churan noticed the conspicuous notice and exclaimed, "Wow, the Sky Garden has actually been booked by someone? That's unbelievable." On the side, Yi Chun chuckled. "What's so unbelievable about it? It's just a banquet hall. Aren't people allowed to book it?" Xiao Churan replied earnestly, "You don't understand. This Buckingham Palace isn't a local business. It's a top-tier hotel chain that spans the globe. Their Sky Garden is a major feature, specifically catering to high-end clients. If they allowed private bookings, one big shot would rent it out today, and another would do so tomorrow, leaving other high-end guests without access. So, they simply don't open it for private bookings." With a sigh, Xiao Churan continued, "I wonder what kind of background this person has to book such a place. That's really impressive." Yi Chun jokingly said, "Maybe it's a man who loves his wife, wanting to throw her a wedding." Xiao Churan responded in surprise, "Holding a wedding for his wife here? He must really love her. She is so lucky." Chapter 33. A good gathering. Hearing his wife say that, Yi Chun felt a surge of happiness. It seemed that the place he had chosen would surely delight her on their wedding anniversary. The two arrived at the Sky Garden and took their seats at the reserved table. It wasn't long before Dong Ruolin joined them. "Churan, Ruolin." The two best friends immediately embraced, their joy evident. Afterward, they held hands and chatted about the old days for quite a while before finally calming down. Dong Ruolin remarked, "Churan, you really went all out, choosing to have dinner at the Sky Garden." Xiao Churan smiled and replied, "Well, you're here. Of course, I had to splurge." Dong Ruolin chuckled, "You truly are my best friend." Xiao Churan confessed, "To be honest, I don't even qualify to book a table here. I had to ask Wang Dongxue, the vice chairman of the Empire Group, to help me secure this spot using her membership card." Dong Ruolin sighed. "The Sky Garden must have really high requirements. It must be for diamond members or something, right?" "Yeah," Xiao Churan nodded. "Honestly, this is my first time here." Dong Ruolin laughed. "I can't thank you enough, my dear Churan." Then she added, "By the way, when I came up, I saw a notice saying that the Sky Garden is booked for a private event in 3 days. "Yes," Xiao Churan replied. "It's strange because the Sky Garden has never allowed private bookings before. I wonder what's different this time. Dong Ruolin nodded and casually mentioned, recently. There was a video on a short video platform featuring a super rich guy from Jinling who bought a necklace, brought along a dozen Rolls Royces, a bunch of bodyguards, and over 10 million in cash. Did you see that video? Yichen shook his head, while Xiao Churan said, I saw it. The spectacle was quite grand. Dong Ruolin continued, everyone is guessing who he is. Some say he must be the new chairman of the Empire Group. Yichen's expression momentarily froze, but quickly returned to normal. Dong Ruolin added, today, the Sky Garden at Buckingham Palace is also booked for a private event. I feel like the person who booked the Sky Garden must be the same one from the video who bought the jade. Xiao Churan sighed helplessly. It's been so long since we last met, and you're still so gossipy. Dong Ruolin replied with a smile. Gossip is a woman's survival instinct. She then said, I want to come back in 3 days to see who has such influence to book the Sky Garden. Hearing this, Yichen felt a wave of anxiety. He just wanted to give his wife a surprise and make up for the wedding they never had. However, he didn't want to be the center of attention. It seemed he had underestimated the Sky Garden's allure. It was likely that many people in Jinling shared Dong Ruolin's curiosity about who had booked the Sky Garden. This was becoming a bit tricky. It's important to greet Chun Zikai in advance and prepare thoroughly. Under no circumstances should I reveal my identity. While dining, Dong Ruolin said to the two of them, we're in Jinling this time, and I've arranged a gathering with our former classmates. Everyone thinks we should take this opportunity to have a reunion. What do you both think? Yichen immediately replied, if you're having a reunion, I won't be attending. Why not? Dong Ruolin asked. Although we weren't classmates for 4 years, we did share a year together as classmates. Yichen had been taken in by the old master of the Xiao family, who arranged for him to attend Jinling University to get to know Xiao Churan better, and they had attended the same senior year together. After graduating, they got married right away. However, Yichen had only shared 1 year with those classmates, and most of them looked down on him. So he had no interest in attending a reunion. Xiao Churan also didn't want to participate, saying, Yichen and I won't be going. I haven't kept in touch with most of my classmates since graduation. Dong Ruolin hurriedly explained. The reason for the reunion is that Wang Daoquan from our class has opened a restaurant, and it's officially opening tomorrow. He's inviting everyone to support his restaurant and have a meal together. She added, look, it's his grand opening. It wouldn't be appropriate not to go, right? Just then, all 3 of their phones buzzed with a WeChat notification. Soon, a flurry of messages started popping up. They each took out their phones to check, and it turned out Wang Daoquan had created a group for their classmates, which quickly grew to over 30 members. Wang Daoquan wrote in the group, Dear classmates, the small restaurant I've invested in will officially open tomorrow at noon in Jinling. I invite all Jinling classmates to come and celebrate with us. Think of it as a reunion. Coincidentally, one of our class's beauties, Dong Ruolin, is also working in Jinling now, and she'll be joining us. I hear Ruolin is still single, so the bachelors in the group should seize the opportunity. Immediately, a wave of responses flooded in. Wow, congratulations. Oh, Ruolin is in Jinling. I didn't hear about that. I'll definitely be there. What about our other beauty, Xiao Churan? Is she coming? I heard Churan is with the transfer student Yichen from our class. I heard Yichen is now part of the Xiao family. I've heard that too, but I don't know if it's true. I haven't seen them since graduation. I heard they are just going through the motions of being a couple. No substance. Who knows if that's true? Xiao Churan saw these messages and said to Yichen, don't take it to heart. Yichen smiled slightly. It's fine. What they're saying is just the truth. I'm used to it. Dong Ruolin quickly replied in the group, don't gossip about them. I'm currently having dinner with the couple. They are very much in love. Oh, it's Ruolin. A crowd of admirers quickly gathered around. At that moment, someone mentioned Yichen in the group chat. It was the group leader, Wang Daoquan. Yichen, even though you haven't been in our class for long, we got along pretty well back in school. You and your wife must come tomorrow. Yichen had a good impression of Wang Daoquan. He was genuinely nice, always polite to everyone, and never made sarcastic remarks at others. He was one of the few classmates he got along well with. Since he had said that, Yichen promptly replied, sure, I'll definitely be there to support you tomorrow. Wang Daoquan immediately responded, that's great. Let's make sure to have a good time together. Chapter 34. Are you kidding me? When Yichen agreed to the class reunion, Xiao Churan reminded him, Wang Daoquan's restaurant is opening, and we should prepare a gift. We can't go empty-handed. Yichen nodded and said, I'll go buy a gift for him tomorrow morning. Sounds good, Xiao Churan replied. I happen to need to go to the Dihao group tomorrow morning as well. Dong Ruolin exclaimed with surprise, you're coming to Dihao tomorrow morning? Once you're done, come find me. I can hitch a ride with you to Wang Daoquan's restaurant for lunch. Xiao Churan chuckled. Well, your plan might not work out. I don't have a car. I usually take a taxi or the bus, and sometimes Yichen rides his electric scooter to pick me up. Really? Dong Ruolin blurted out. You're already a director and you don't have a car? Xiao Charan explained, I haven't been working long and I haven't made much money. With the expenses for both Yi Chun and me, plus the living expenses I send to my mom. I'm lucky if I have a few thousand left at the end of the month. That is hardly enough to buy a car. Then she added, to be honest, I find the bus quite convenient. If the weather is nice, riding on Yi Chin's scooter isn't bad either. Dong Ruolin said seriously. You need to pay more attention to your image. You're the director of the Xiao Group and directly collaborating with Diao. If you don't even have a car, people will talk. Yi Chin agreed with Dong Ruolin. His wife had always been too frugal, and most of her earnings went to her mother. So she often neglected her own needs. Her mother was like a bottomless pit, taking but never giving back. Xiao Charan had saved over $1 million, yet chose to invest in unreliable financial schemes instead of buying her daughter a car. Thinking about this, Yi Chin felt that he needed to buy a car for his wife. This way, it would be more convenient for her when she went out for work, and it would also give her more credibility when dealing with business. Resolving to do so, he decided to visit a dealership first thing in the morning. After dinner, the couple said goodbye to Dong Ruolin and took a taxi home. The taxi driver was listening to a novel on the radio when suddenly a news report interrupted about the Buckingham Palace Sky Garden being booked for an event. The hosts of the novel discussion also began to talk about it. The host exclaimed, "This is the first time in history that the Sky Garden at Buckingham Palace has been completely booked out. I'm really curious about who has such influence." The taxi driver chimed in, "I think the person who booked the Sky Garden must be that super rich guy from the short video platform." Yi Chin didn't respond, but he was also somewhat surprised. It seemed that the news about the Sky Garden being booked had indeed caused quite a stir in Jinling. That night, the story continued to spread throughout the city, and soon everyone knew about it. It was common knowledge that the Buckingham Palace Hotel operated on a membership system, allowing only high-level members access to the Sky Garden. As for booking the entire space, that was out of the question. Even Diamond members didn't have that privilege. So, who exactly has rented out the Sky Garden, becoming the talk of the town? Rumors are swirling. Some say it's a legendary billionaire from a popular short video platform, while others claim it's a wealthy tycoon from overseas. There are even whispers of a mysterious man who has booked the venue for a grand and romantic wedding. Indeed, the third rumor seems the most believable. This has stirred quite a buzz, and countless women are feeling a mix of envy and admiration. Everyone is speculating which lucky woman is so fortunate that someone would spend millions in a single night to rent out the entire Sky Garden as a declaration of love. Many are eagerly anticipating that day to uncover the truth. In order to keep his identity a secret, Yi Chin specifically instructed Chun Zikai to make some special modifications to the entire Sky Garden. Meanwhile, he is looking forward to the anniversary of their wedding day. He plans to give Xiao Charan a magnificent wedding celebration on that day. The next morning, Yi Chin left home early and headed to a 4S dealership. He possessed a bank card with a balance of 10 billion, which he hadn't used much until now. This time, he intended to buy Xiao Charan a luxury car that would make a statement. Initially, he thought about getting her a Rolls-Royce outright, but then he reconsidered, fearing such an expensive car would be difficult to explain to her. Moreover, Xiao Charan is generally low-key. Even if she had such an extravagant vehicle, she probably wouldn't want to drive it around. So he decided to buy her a business sedan priced around 500,000. It would look impressive without being too flashy, and it would be practical. If it got scratched or bumped, it wouldn't be too painful for her. With that in mind, he opted for an Audi A6. As it's commonly driven by business people, and the A6 is a spacious executive car, perfect for his wife. Upon arriving at the Audi dealership, he parked his little electric scooter at the entrance and walked inside. As soon as the sales staff noticed a customer, two of them were ready to approach him. However, a woman in the back quickly said, "Oh, this person rode an electric scooter here. He is probably just looking for air conditioning or Wi-Fi. So don't bother with him." Hearing that he arrived on an electric scooter, the others immediately lost interest. With the recent heat wave, there have been many people showing up early just to enjoy the air conditioning, and sometimes they even shamelessly sit in the display cars, refusing to leave until security is called, which has been quite frustrating for the sales team. Yi Chun, on his electric scooter and dressed in humble attire, certainly did not stand out. He didn't look like someone who could afford an Audi. Not bothered by the lack of attention, he headed straight to the A6 display area. He found that the prices for this model ranged from 300,000 to over 600,000, with the top-of-the-line extended executive version priced at over 600,000. Honestly, the car looked great. At that price point, it wasn't too extravagant, and Xiao Charan should be able to accept it. He then spoke up, "Is there a fully loaded A6 available right now? I want to take it home immediately." The sales staff looked at him as if he were insane, and one of them scoffed, "Have you even seen the price? Did you forget a zero?" Yi frowned at him. I saw it, 618,000 yuan. The man sneered. So you saw it, yet you're still making a scene? Can you actually afford it? When the bill comes and you have to swipe your card in front of all these people, what if you can't come up with the money? That would be so embarrassing. Yi coldly replied, Are you sick? Did you forget to take your medication this morning? Do you want me to call an ambulance to take you away? The man huffed. TCH, stop trying to show off. Do you really think I won't call security to throw you out? A freeloader just hanging around for the air conditioning and Wi-Fi, trying to act tough with me? Chapter 35. Playing the fool to catch the tiger. Yi smiled instead of getting angry and asked, How much commission do you make if you sell a car like this? The salesperson scoffed. I can make 10,000 yuan. Yi nodded. Great. You've just lost 10,000. After saying this, he turned to leave. Just then, the manager of the store walked in, and his name tag read, Sales Manager Wang Haiba. Yi asked him, Are you the person in charge here? Yes, Wang Haiba nodded. What do you need? Yi pointed at the salesperson from earlier and said, You'd better fire that salesperson. He'll only hold back your dealership's business. Hearing this, the salesperson rushed over and exclaimed, Manager Wang, don't listen to him. This guy is crazy. He's just here to leech off the internet and air conditioning. Yi smiled and replied, Whether I'm a leech or not. Just wait and see. With that, he walked straight out and headed to the BMW showroom next door. As soon as he entered the BMW dealership, Yi spotted one of the most luxurious models, the BMW 760. This was the top configuration of the BMW 7 Series, the most expensive model they had, bar none. The BMW 760 featured a powerful 12-cylinder engine and an interior that was lavish beyond compare. Feeling a bit defiant, Yi thought, Those Audi fools look down on me? Fine, I'll buy a fully loaded BMW to show them. After all, he had plenty of money. He called over a BMW salesperson and asked, Can I take this 760 home today? The young woman was taken aback. Sir, this car just arrived at the showroom today. Are you sure you want to buy it? Yes, Yi confirmed. I'm sure. Take me to swipe my card. This car costs 6 million. The young woman was stunned. She had been selling cars for quite a while, but had never seen a customer walk in and ask to swipe their card without any discussion. Was this guy just messing with her? Yi chuckled. I know the price. Just tell me if you're selling it or not. Yes. Of course we're selling it. The young woman said excitedly. Please follow me. Then, under her guidance, Yi swiped his card, made the payment, and completed the purchase in one smooth motion. When he drove the 6 million yuan BMW 760 out of the dealership, the people in the Audi store were left speechless. Yi parked the BMW 760 right in front of the Audi dealership, opened the trunk, and loaded his electric bike inside before driving off confidently. The salesperson who had looked down on Yi was left dumbfounded, while manager Wang Haiba, with a cold expression, said, Go to HR and hand in your resignation. You're fired. Manager, get lost. The other employees at the Audi dealership were also stunned. No one expected that the guy riding an electric bike would be so arrogant, casually buying a car worth over 6 million. The sales assistant who looked down on Yi was filled with regret. Not only had she missed out on a big client and thousands in commissions, but she had also lost her job. If she had known it would turn out this way, she would have rather died than looked down on others. Meanwhile, when Yi drove out the BMW 760, he felt he had acted a bit impulsively. It wasn't that he was worried about the money. It was just that the car was too expensive. How could he explain this to Xiao Churan? 2,600,000 yuan wasn't exactly pocket change, after all. After some thought, an excellent idea suddenly popped into his mind. He then drove to a roadside repair shop and spent 20 yuan to have the shop owner change the BMW 760 badge to a 520. The 5 Series and 7 Series looked quite similar. The main differences were internal, making it hard for the average person to tell them apart. Most could only distinguish them by the badge. The 520 was the base model of the 5 Series, with average power and handling, while the 760 was the top model of the 7 Series, boasting strong power and handling. As Yi drove the 760 with the 520 badge, he thought to himself that since Xiao Churan didn't know much about cars, she wouldn't be able to tell the difference if he told her it was a BMW 520. The repair shop owner couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. He thought, this guy looks so honest, but who would have thought he could be so cunning, deliberately swapping the top spec 760 for a 520? He must be planning to play the fool and catch others off guard. After buying the car, Yi remembered that Wang Daoquan's restaurant was opening at noon, and he needed to prepare a gift. Thinking of Wang Daoquan as one of the few classmates who had been nice to him during college, he drove straight to a large art consignment shop and spent 200,000 yuan on an early painting by the Qin dynasty artist Huangshan. Huangshan wasn't very famous, so most people wouldn't recognize his work. The reason he bought such an ancient painting was that he felt it was appropriate to give Wang Daoquan a substantial gift. But he also didn't want others to know its true value. He thought that if anyone asked, he could casually say it was worth a few thousand yuan to get by. By the time he finished buying the painting, it was close to noon. Yi Chun called his wife, Xiao Churan, to let her know he was at the Dihao group to pick her and Dong rolling up. When they met, Xiao Churan was shocked to see that Yi Chun was driving a BMW 5 Series. She stared at him in disbelief and asked, "Where did this car come from?" Yi Chun smiled and said, "I bought it for you." "You bought it?" Xiao Churan was even more astonished. "Where did you get the money?" "From my private stash." Yi Chun replied, "Look, I've been living with the Xiao family for quite a while now, and I didn't spend a dime when we got married. Over the years, I've eaten, lived, and used the Xiao family's resources. Is it strange to save up some private money? But you could just save it for yourself." Xiao Churan said, "Why buy such an expensive car? This must be around 400,000, right?" Yi Chun laughed and said, "You're my wife. Who else should I use my private money for if not you? Am I supposed to spend it on a mistress? Now that you're the director, it wouldn't look good if you don't have a decent car. People will definitely talk." At this moment, Dong Roland also chimed in, saying, "Churan, you really do need a more business-appropriate car. This one suits you quite well. Yi Chun cares about you. You should be happy." Xiao Churan nodded, feeling very touched, and said, "Thank you, Yi Chun." Yi Chun gently squeezed her hand and smiled. "Why are you being so polite with your husband?" After saying this, he turned to the two of them and said, "Let us head straight to Wang Daoquan's restaurant." Xiao Churan quickly asked, "Did you buy him a gift?" "I did." Yi Chun replied, "I got him a painting." "A painting?" Xiao Churan asked curiously. "What kind of painting?" Yi Chun explained, "It's one of those antique paintings from the antique street. I saw it was a pomegranate, which symbolizes abundance and good fortune, so I decided to buy it." "How much did it cost?" Xiao Churan inquired. "A few thousand yuan," Yi Chun answered. Xiao Churan nodded and joked, "You might have been taken for a ride. You can't really get a genuine antique painting for just a few thousand." Yi Chun laughed and said, "It doesn't matter. It's the thought that counts. It's a small gift, but carries a lot of sentiment." Xiao Churan agreed and nodded, saying, "You're right. It's all about the feelings. Let us head over there now." Chapter 36, A Comparison. Wang Daoquan's newly opened restaurant is located in the development zone of Jinling City. The development zone is quite far from the city center, and it's sparsely populated. Yi Chun is a bit puzzled as to why Wang Daoquan chose to open his restaurant here. However, he hears from Xiao Churan that several large manufacturing companies, including big names like Foxconn, are set to move in soon, which will make the area bustling in no time. So, it seems that Wang Daoquan's decision to establish the restaurant here is actually quite wise. Wang Daoquan's restaurant is situated along a wide new street, and it appears to be quite sizable, with 2 levels. The restaurant is called Yueli Restaurant, which has a certain poetic charm to it. When Yi Chun drives up to the restaurant, he notices a row of cars parked outside, with a few people standing in front of a golden BMW, smoking and chatting. Yi Chun recognizes them as former classmates from university, although he doesn't have much of a relationship with them. The leader of the group is Wang Tingfei, who was quite a well-known rich kid in their class and had always shown interest in Xiao Churan, but she never paid him any attention. At this moment, Wang Tingfei is leaning against the golden BMW, basking in the compliments from his classmates. A few male classmates are enthusiastically discussing his newly purchased BMW, exclaiming, "Brother Fei, you're really a winner in life. It hasn't been long since graduation, and you're already driving a BMW. Is it a 540? The top model of the 5 Series?" Wang Tingfei laughs heartily and replies, "Oh, the 540 is just a car worth around 700,000 to 800,000. It's nothing special." "Wow, a 540? That's the most expensive imported car in the 5 Series." Another classmate chimes in, "I wanted to buy a 1 Series for around 200,000, but I can't even scrape together the down payment. Compared to Brother Fei, I'm really far behind." "Brother Fei, this car must have some serious power, right?" Wang Tingfei, grinning, says, "It's not bad. The power is pretty strong. I usually don't run into rivals on the street." "Impressive. If only I could have a BMW too. My girlfriend complains every day that I can't afford a car. It's driving me crazy." Just then, someone notices another BMW approaching and exclaims in surprise, "Hey, is that BMW one of our classmates too? Oh man, isn't that loser Yi Chun? And it looks like Xiao Churan is in the passenger seat." Someone else scoffs, "Damn, that guy living off others has managed to get a BMW too. He must be riding on Xiao Churan's coattails." Wang Tingfei also spots Yi Chun in the car and, with a dark expression, mutters, "So it's this waste of space. Damn, he really is lucky." At this moment, someone asks, "Hey, what model is he driving?" Just as Yi Chun pulls up nearby and backs into a parking spot, Wang Tengfei glances at the badge on the rear of the car and sneers. Humph, it's a 520, the lowest tier version of the 5 Series. Only a loser would drive this model to save face. A classmate next to him nods in agreement, saying, Brother Fei, yours is the top tier 5 Series. His is the cheapest. It's definitely not in the same league. Wang Tengfei scoffs, my one could buy 2 of his. Brother Fei is really impressive. At this moment, Yichen parked the car, and Xiao Chuan and Dong Ruolin got out first. Several boys immediately perked up, buzzing with excitement. Wow, our class has 2 beauties here together. Xiao Chuan and Dong Ruolin greeted everyone politely. Wang Tengfei looked at the now even more stunning Xiao Chuan, feeling extremely unbalanced inside. Damn it, why? When he was in college, he pursued Xiao Chuan desperately, but she completely ignored him. Now, she had married a live-in son-in-law, a good-for-nothing who relied on others. Heaven must be blind. Thinking of this, he sneered and taunted. Hey Yi-chun, it seems like you're living pretty well after marrying into Chuan's family. You even have a BMW now. Must be a gift from her family, right? You're really a role model for us guys looking for shortcuts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuan's expression turned slightly displeased, and Dong Ruolin immediately interjected, Wang Tengfei, you've got it wrong. This car wasn't bought by Chuan's family. Yichen bought it himself. Oh, Wang Tengfei scoffed, impressive, driving a BMW 5 Series. He then deliberately provoked Yichen. I say, Yichen, there aren't many cars in this development area, and the main road is wide and straight. How about we have a little race to see who is faster? Yichen frowned, feeling a surge of irritation at Wang Tengfei. Why is he looking for trouble with me? We have no connection or grudge. Besides racing cars, mine is a BMW 760, the most expensive and fastest BMW model. Competing with you would just make me look like I'm bullying a kid. Wang Tengfei thought Yichen was intimidated and immediately mocked. Hey, Yichen, why are you still as cowardly as you were in college? What is there to be afraid of in a competition? Are you worried about wasting a little gas? I can even fill up your tank for you. Dong Ruolin protested with some dissatisfaction. Hey, Wang Tengfei, what do you mean by that? Your car is a BMW 540, while Yichen S is a 520. The power levels are several tiers apart. Do you think it's fair to race? Wang Tengfei shrugged. Well, it's still about the driver's skill. Just having a good car doesn't guarantee speed. It also depends on technique and guts. I'm not sure if Yichen has the guts to compete with me. If he is scared, then forget it. After all, everyone knows Yichen has never been much of a contender. A few people nearby immediately chimed in. Exactly. If you're scared, just say so. It's not embarrassing. Yichen smiled instead of getting angry, saying, Wang Tengfei, we can race. But we can't just compare words, right? It's best to have a little wager, otherwise, it'll be boring. Alright, Wang Tengfei, who had been worried that Yichen wouldn't take the bait, suddenly heard him mention a wager and immediately thought he was digging his own grave. He blurted out, how about this? Whoever loses has to kneel on the ground and bow to the other, admitting defeat. What do you think? Yichen shook his head. We're all adults. Let us not act so childish. At that moment, Wang Daoquan, dressed in a suit and holding a large tray of firecrackers, walked out. Upon seeing Yichen, he excitedly approached and said, Hey Yichen, you're here? Yichen nodded slightly, smiled at him, and said, Congratulations on your new store opening. Daoquan. Wang Daoquan replied with a grin. Thanks, bro. At that moment, Wang Tengfei coldly interjected, Yichen, don't change the subject. Tell us, what do you think is an appropriate bet? Curiously, Wang Daoquan asked, What's going on? What are you guys up to? Yichen smiled faintly and looked at the large plate of firecrackers in his arms, asking him, Daoquan, how many shots does this firecracker have? 30,000 shots. Wang Daoquan chuckled. This plate of firecrackers isn't cheap. It's over 600 for the whole thing. Yichen nodded and said to Wang Tengfei, How about this? Let's have a competition. Whoever loses has to set off this plate of firecrackers in their car. What do you think? Chapter 37. Can't afford to lose? Upon hearing those words, Wang Tengfei was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. His car was a 540, while Yichen's was a 520. There was no way he could lose, even if it killed him. How dare he bet such a large amount against himself? 3,000 firecrackers were lit inside Yichen's car, which would surely ruin the interior, seats, and control panel. Since Yichen was looking for trouble, it was a perfect opportunity for Wang Tengfei to humiliate him. Without hesitation, Wang Tengfei nodded vigorously and shouted, Everyone, bear witness. I'm going to race Yichen to see whose car is faster. The loser has to set off these firecrackers in their car. He added, Anyone who tries to back out will face dire consequences. Several male classmates immediately began to cheer, and soon enough, students from upstairs rushed out to see what was happening. A crowd of 20 to 30 gathered at the door, eager to watch the spectacle. Everyone thought Yi Chun was a fool for daring to challenge a 540 with his 520. This was a straight road, and speed depended mostly on the car's performance rather than skill. Even if Schumacher were driving a 520, he couldn't possibly outrun a 540. It seemed that Yi Chun's brand new BMW 520 was about to be declared a total loss. Xiao Chuan continued to advise Yi Chun, saying, "Yi Chun, don't let him provoke you. He's doing this on purpose. We shouldn't T-race him." Yi Chun smiled slightly and reassured her, "Don't worry, my dear. Your husband will never lose." Wang Tengfei laughed heartily. "Ah, Yi Chun, I must say I admire your courage. Ha ha ha, since that's settled, let us stop talking and get straight to the race." "All right." Yi Chun nodded and asked, "How do you want to race?" Wang Tengfei pointed to the intersection at the end of the road and said, "We'll start at the same time and see who reaches that intersection first. Then turn around and come back. Whoever returns first wins. What do you think?" Yi Chun smiled, "No problem." "Great." Wang Tengfei exclaimed. Everyone witnessed this. "We're about to start the race." With that, he jumped into his BMW 540 and drove onto the main road, ignoring Xiao Chuan's protests. Yi Chun drove his car next to Wang Tengfei's, aligning the fronts of both vehicles. At that moment, a helpful guy stepped forward and said, "I'll count down for you." "All right." Wang Tengfei replied, "Get ready to start." Yi Chun nodded and switched his BMW 760 into sport mode. The BMW 760 was equipped with a 6.6-liter engine generating 585 horsepower. In contrast, the BMW 540 had a 3.0-liter engine with only 340 horsepower. The displacement was half that of the 760, resulting in a power deficit of 245 horsepower, an enormous difference. However, Wang Tengfei had no idea that Yi Chun's 520 was actually a top-of-the-line 760. He thought victory was already in his grasp. The classmate responsible for counting down shouted excitedly, "Ready, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the countdown finished, Wang Tengfei slammed the accelerator to the floor. He knew that Yi Chun was bound to lose, but he wanted Yi Chun to lose even more embarrassingly. So he pushed himself to run a bit faster. However, what he didn't expect was that a shadow on his right side suddenly shot out, instantly leaving him far behind. It was Yi Chun's BMW 520. Wang Tengfei could hardly believe his eyes. Damn it, how is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. His BMW 520 only had 184 horsepower, while his own car boasted 340 horsepower, nearly double that. How could Yi Chun surpass him so effortlessly? The onlooking classmates were also stunned. No one expected that Yi Chun, who everyone thought would definitely lose, would suddenly shoot past Wang Tengfei like an arrow, leaving him far behind. By the time Wang Tengfei hadn't even reached halfway, Yi Chun had already turned around at the intersection at the end of the road. Just as Wang Tengfei was about to turn around, Yi Chun had already driven back to the starting point. Yi Chun had won, and he won with a crushing advantage. When Wang Tengfei finally turned back, he saw that Yi Chun had already reached the finish line, and he was nearly in despair. What is going on? What the hell is happening? When did a BMW 520 surpass a BMW 540 by so much? No, this bastard must have modified his car. Damn it, using a modified car to cheat me? Damn it. He gritted his teeth and drove back in front of the crowd, where Yi Chun was already celebrating his victory with Xiao Chuan. The surrounding classmates were all dumbfounded, still unable to comprehend why Yi Chun's 520 was so fast. Wang Tengfei stopped the car, angrily got out, and roared, "Damn it, Yi Chun, you're using a modified car to cheat me, right? This match doesn't count. A modified car has so much more power than mine. How can we compare?" Yi Chun scoffed and replied, "Hey, Wang Tengfei, you just said that power doesn't matter. That skill and courage are what counts. Now that you've lost, you want to backtrack?" "I didn't Wang Tengfei's expression flickered with a hint of panic as he argued, "You're the one who cheated me, not me backing out." Dong Ruolin sneered, "Wang Tengfei, you're really being dishonest. It's disgusting. Don't forget the oath you just made, that anyone who doesn't play fair will have their entire family wiped out." Exactly. Many classmates who were originally waiting to see Yi Chun make a fool of himself were now also dissatisfied with Wang Tengfei. It was clear that this guy couldn't accept losing. He was an adult who couldn't even honor a bet he initiated. So someone spoke up, "Wang Tengfei, this isn't right." Everyone witnessed it. You wanted to compete with Yi Chun and said power didn't matter. Now that you lost, you're trying to back out? Isn't that clearly saying you'd rather have your whole family wiped out than honor your bet? Yeah. A girl chimed in, "Wang Tengfei, we used to think you were really manly, that you kept your word, but who would have thought you'd turn out to be such a two-faced person?" Others added, "I can see what kind of person Wang Tengfei is now. He's just a double-standard hypocrite." If Wang Tengfei lost to Yi Chun, he definitely wouldn't let Yi Chun off easily. Now that he has lost, he is starting to play dirty. What a disgrace. Wang Tingfei's face turned from green to pale. To be honest, he had just bought this car less than a month ago, spending over 700,000. If he really threw in those 30,000 firecrackers and set them off, that would ruin the car. This was his beloved vehicle. He couldn't even stand the slightest scratch or dust on it. So how could he bear to set fire to the firecrackers? However, with so many classmates watching him, it was clear that he had already lost their support. If he continued to act unreasonably, his classmates would surely distance themselves from him in the future. They might even spread rumors that he lost the bet and was being a sore loser, swearing that he would rather let his entire family suffer than honor the bet. Thinking of this, he felt his resolve wavering. If he didn't set off those firecrackers, his reputation would be ruined forever. At that moment, Yichen suddenly spoke up. Wang Tingfei, we're all classmates here. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Your car is quite expensive. If you can't bear to set it off, then don't. Wang Tingfei immediately sighed in relief. But the classmates around them began to murmur, wow, Yichen really has a big heart. Look at Wang Tingfei, what a shame. Exactly. Yichen sees he can't take the loss and is giving him an out. Wang Tingfei's pride suddenly exploded, and he shouted angrily, who the hell says I can't take the loss? Where are the firecrackers? Give them to me. If I can bet, then I can afford to lose. At that moment, a sly smile crossed Yi Chun's lips. Chapter 38. All over. At this moment, Wang Tingfei had lost his mind. He refused to be overshadowed by that useless Yi Chun in front of his classmates. Determined, he took the firecrackers from Wang Daoquan and threw them directly into his car. Then, he grabbed a lighter, held onto the firecracker's fuse, and coldly declared, you all better watch this. I'm not someone who can't afford to lose. I don't need Yi Chen's pity. With that, he immediately lit the lighter. The firecrackers instantly ignited, exploding in the car with loud bangs. At first, the flames inside the vehicle were visible, but soon the car was filled with thick, white smoke. The continuous explosions of the firecrackers made Wang Tingfei's heart bleed, while his classmates, watching the spectacle, were thrilled. Many students had already pulled out their phones to record, eager to share the entire event on social media, showing the world this rare spectacle. The 30,000 firecrackers kept exploding, quickly destroying the seats of the BMW 540. The seats were filled with a large amount of sponge, which was highly flammable. With the help of the firecrackers' gunpowder, flames erupted immediately. No one expected the firecrackers would ignite the car, and with the smoke filling the interior, it was impossible to see the fire at first. However, as the explosions subsided and the smoke began to clear, the flames suddenly erupted, engulfing the entire cabin in a sea of fire. The students at the scene gasped in shock, and Wang Tingfei exclaimed in panic, damn it, put out the fire. Quick, put it out. He had thought that the firecrackers would only damage the seats and the interior, and that he could spend a few tens of thousands to restore the car to its former glory. But he never imagined that the firecrackers would start a massive fire inside the car. He shouted for help, but no one could rush in empty-handed to extinguish the flames. In a frenzy, he called 119 and stood there in despair, watching helplessly as the fire grew larger, ultimately engulfing his beloved car in flames. By the time the fire truck arrived, all that was left of the BMW 540 was the charred skeleton. From the remains, it was impossible to tell that it had once been a BMW. Wang Tingfei sat slumped on the ground, his heart aching as he watched his prized possession turn to ashes. If he had known it would end up like this, he would rather die than provoke Yi Chun and compete with him. Now, not only had he lost face, but he had also lost his car. Wang Daoquan had a neutral expression on his face, but he found the situation quite amusing and secretly gave Yi Chun a thumbs up. Then, he turned to Wang Tingfei and said, Tingfei, don't be too upset. It's about time. How about we head inside for dinner? Wang Tingfei initially wanted to find an excuse to leave, but after thinking it through, he realized that would be too easy on that bastard Yi Chun. Regardless of the circumstances, his car was ruined because of Yi Chun, so he had to find a way to reclaim his dignity. Thus, he stood up and feigned calmness, saying, what's there to be upset about? It's just a matter of accepting the bet. Several classmates who flattered him quickly chimed in. Brother Fei is so rich. What's a BMW to him? Exactly. To Fei Gu, it was just an ordinary vehicle for getting around. Everyone knew that Wang Tingfei cared about his image, so they decided not to bring it up again and followed Wang Daoquan inside to prepare for the grand opening celebration. Inside the restaurant, several tables were already set up for a feast in the main hall, and a banner celebrating both the class reunion and the restaurant's opening hung over a small stage at the front. Many classmates were presenting gifts, and Yi Chun approached Wang Daoquan with an ancient painting he had bought, saying, congratulations, Daoquan. This is a little gift from my wife and me for your opening. Xiao Chuan also smiled and added, Wang Daoquan, congratulations. Wishing you abundant wealth. Thank you, thank you. Wang Daoquan quickly expressed his gratitude, then leaned closer to Yi Chun and, with a mischievous grin, whispered, I see you and the class beauty are pretty close, huh? Not like what people say outside. When are you planning to have kids? Xiao Charan overheard their hushed conversation and blushed, while Yi Chun laughed and replied, Stop being so nosy. When the time comes, I'll let you know. And you'll definitely have to chip in for the red envelope. Of course. I'll make sure to give the kid a big red envelope. Wang Daoquan nodded eagerly. At that moment, a woman with heavy makeup and an average appearance approached Wang Daoquan and asked, Daoquan, who are these two? This is my college buddy, my bro, Yi Chun. And this is our campus beauty, Xiao Charan. She's Yi Chun's wife now. Wang Daoquan introduced them, then introduced the woman beside him, saying, This is my fiancé, Lu Lily. Oh, is he the one who? Lu Lily blurted out, but quickly realized she misspoke and corrected herself with a smile. I've heard Wang Daoquan mention you too. You really are a perfect match. Yi Chun pretended not to hear and handed the ancient painting to Lu Lily, saying, This is just a token of our appreciation. Lu Lily smiled and said, Oh, you didn't have to bring a gift just for coming. However, she quickly took the gift box. Yi Chun said, You two take care of your guests. We'll find a place to sit. Sure, Wang Daoquan replied apologetically, Sorry, Yi Chun, but there are too many classmates to attend to. As soon as Yi Chun and Xiao Charan walked away, Lu Lily hurriedly opened the gift box Yi Chun had given her, discovering a scroll inside. She frowned and said, What did your classmates send? Wang Daoquan replied, Can't you tell? It's a painting. Uffed. Lu Lily scoffed, rolling her eyes. After glancing at the scroll, she remarked, What a piece of junk. It's old and worn out. I bet it's only worth a couple $100. Wang Daoquan replied sternly, What does the price matter? It's a gift from a classmate. It's the thought that counts. Lu Lily retorted, Come on. Let me tell you, you should distance yourself from classmates like that. A gift like this isn't even enough to cover their meal. Wang Daoquan's expression darkened. Lu Lily, are you really that materialistic? Lu Lily snapped back. What do you mean by that, Wang Daoquan? Am I materialistic? If I were, would I even bother with a broke guy like you? Don't forget, my dad invested most of the money in this restaurant. Wang Daoquan looked a bit awkward and found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Wang Tingfei walked up to the two of them. He had already recovered somewhat from the incident with the burning car and was starting to adopt a rather arrogant demeanor. Approaching them, he directly handed over a thick red envelope and casually said, Daoquan, since your restaurant is opening, I wasn't sure what to give you. So I thought I'd just give you a big red envelope. Lu Lily thanked him hurriedly as she accepted it. When she squeezed the envelope, she could tell it contained at least 10 or 8,000 yuan. She immediately flattered him, saying, Oh, thank you so much. Wang Tingfei waved his hand and asked, I saw Yi Chun came by earlier to give you a gift. What did he bring? Lu Lily scoffed and replied, A painting. I don't know where he got it from. Probably picked it up from some second-hand market. It's probably only worth a couple $100. Wang Tingfei sneered. A loser is still a loser. Chapter 39. Tu Shui Yi Chun, Xiao Charan, and Dong Roland took their seats together, followed by Wang Tingfei, who sat beside Dong Roland. As soon as he sat down, he smiled and asked Dong Roland, Roland, I heard you came to Jinling to work at the Dihao Group? Dong Roland nodded. I just started. Wang Tingfei grinned. What a coincidence. My dad works at Dihao Group as a vice president in the same department. I'll have him take good care of you. At this, several people at the table exclaimed, Tingfei, your dad is a vice president at Dihao Group? Yes. Wang Tingfei nodded. He just got promoted last year. Someone quickly complimented him. A vice president must earn several million a year, right? That's impressive. No wonder your family is so wealthy. Wang Tingfei chuckled. Several million is just the salary. My dad has a lot of authority and other income too. Right now, Dihao Group is working on a hotel project, and if that goes well, my dad could make at least 10 to 20 million. A male classmate sitting opposite him eagerly asked, Tingfei, I also want to join Dihao Group. I've sent my resume several times, but haven't heard back. Could you mention me to your dad and see if he can recommend me internally? Wang Tingfei nodded readily. Sure, just send me your resume on WeChat. And I'll give him a heads up. Yi Chun couldn't help but furrow his brow. He had no idea Wang Tingfei's father was such a high-ranking executive at Dihao Group. This made things interesting. He decided to send a text to Wang Dongxue later, asking her to dismiss Wang Tingfei's father. So he deliberately asked, Wang Tingfei, since your dad is so capable at Dihao Group, why didn't he get you in there? Wang Tingfei scoffed disdainfully. What do you know? It wouldn't mean anything for me to join Dihao Group. A father-son relationship can't be hidden. And I'd be under constant scrutiny. He continued proudly, so I'm not considering Dihao Group at all. I've started my own building materials company, and I'll collaborate with Dihao Group through my dad to secure contracts for supplying materials. Wow, someone exclaimed. Doesn't that mean you're going to make a fortune? Wang Tingfei smirked. It's not bad. I should be able to make a few million a year. Then, he deliberately looked at Yi Chun and asked, Yi Chun, what do you do for a living now? You haven't just been doing laundry and cooking ever since you married, have you? The others at the table burst into laughter. Yi Chun replied casually, every day, besides doing laundry and cooking, I also drop my wife off at work and give her massages. Life is wonderful. Wang Tingfei was furious. This guy actually acted like it was completely natural. How thick-skinned could he be? Suppressing his anger, he gritted his teeth and said, Yi Chun, I didn't expect you to be so comfortable living off someone else. Why not? Yi Chun replied shamelessly, I haven't stolen or robbed anything. I'm living off my abilities. Why shouldn't I feel at ease? The classmates around them were dumbfounded. They had seen shamelessness before, but nothing like this. The key was that everyone secretly envied him. After all, Xiao Chuan is simply too beautiful. Being able to enjoy the company of such a goddess-level woman is something many people dream of. It's pure envy and jealousy. If given the chance to serve a beauty like Xiao Chuan, what does it matter to be a son-in-law? Being a son-in-law is still a win in life. Wang Tingfei was nearly choked by his own thoughts. Just then, Wang Daoquan's wife, Lu Lily, suddenly took the stage. After thanking everyone for their presence with a smile, she continued, thank you all for the generous gifts today, which have deeply touched both Daoquan and me. To show our gratitude, we've decided to announce the details of the gifts here. Thank you once again. Since today is the grand opening ceremony, the gift acknowledgement segment is naturally essential. Initially, Wang Daoquan didn't want to do this, but he didn't have much say in the matter and could only let Lu Lily do as she pleased. However, many classmates weren't surprised, as everyone has a tendency to compare and show off. From here on, who gave what would be noted, allowing everyone to gauge how their old classmates were faring in society. Lu Lily then began to call out names. Thanks to Zhang Jia for the 1,000 yuan red envelope. Thanks to Wang Bei for the pair of golden ingots. Thanks to Su Oho for the jade pixiu. And a big thank you to Wang Tingfei for the 10,000 yuan red envelope. The earlier gifts, whether red envelopes or items, were mostly valued around 1,000 yuan. Suddenly, when it came to Wang Tingfei, he presented a 10,000 yuan red envelope, leaving everyone in shock. For just a grand opening ceremony, to give out a 10,000 yuan red envelope is quite a gesture. Many people marveled at Wang Tingfei, praising his generosity. Wang Tingfei was also quite pleased with himself, feeling he had easily come out on top among his classmates. At this moment, Lu Lily continued, thanks to Yi Chun and Xiao Chuan for the ancient painting. As soon as she said this, laughter erupted among the crowd. An old painting? Does it even worth 100 yuan? These two are so stingy. Here we have Wang Daoquan opening a restaurant with such a lavish banquet. Just the meal would cost several hundred per person, and they come just to mooch off the food. Giving only an old painting? Aren't they afraid of being laughed at? Wang Tingfei sneered. Yi Chun, you can afford a BMW 520 and even have money for modifications. But for your old classmate's restaurant opening, you only give such a shabby thing? Yi Chun smiled lightly. You don't know its origins, so how can you call it shabby? Wang Tingfei mocked. Don't think I don't see through your little scheme, trying to buy that worn-out fake antique to pass it off as a valuable item, making it hard for people to judge its worth. Tell me the truth, how much did you pay for that old painting? 100 or 80? Yi Chun smiled slightly. That painting is worth more than everything everyone here has given combined. Ha ha. Wang Tingfei led the laughter. You really are blowing hot air without a script. Lousy. I gave out a red envelope of 10,000, and there are still more than 20 classmates here. If each person gets 1,000, that's over 20,000. Are you implying that your painting is worth over 30,000? Yi Chun chuckled. You're underestimating it. Ahaha. At this point, the whole class burst into laughter. Everyone thought Yi Chun was just trying too hard to show off. He gifted some random item, and now he dares to brag. An old painting worth several tens of thousands? Who do you think you're fooling? Meanwhile, on stage, Lu Lily looked down on him and curiously asked, Yi Chun, do you know whose ancient painting you gifted that could be worth several tens of thousands? Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, it's by a painter from the Qing dynasty. Not very famous. Lu Lily laughed and said, what a coincidence. My dad is an authority on cultural relics and a well-known appraiser. His name is Lu Yuesheng. Anyone who knows about antiques should have heard of him, right? Dong Ruolin exclaimed, Lu Yuesheng? The expert from CCTV? I remember him. He is your dad? Lu Lily replied. That's right, he is my dad. He is upstairs right now. How about I ask him to come down and appraise the ancient painting Yi Chun gifted? Wang Tingfei stood up and said loudly, then let us trouble Lily to bring her father down to help us appreciate it. If Yi Chun's painting really is worth more than all the gifts we brought today, I, Wang Tingfei, will eat this table on the spot. Chapter 40. Slapped again. As soon as the classmates heard that Lu Lily's father was an expert in cultural relics appraisal, They cast disdainful and sympathetic glances at Yi Chun. They thought he was really unlucky, trying to show off, only to run into an expert. Wasn't that just a slap in the face? If Lu Lily's father, Lu Yuesheng, came down soon, wouldn't he be completely embarrassed? Xiao Charan also felt a bit awkward and whispered to Yi Chun, with so many classmates watching, maybe it's best if you don't be stubborn. It would be quite embarrassing. Before this, Yi Chun had mentioned buying a painting but claimed it wasn't worth much. Now he was saying it was worth several tens of thousands, and Xiao Charan felt uncertain, thinking that Yi Chun might have lied to save face. However, Yi Chun didn't care at all and said, since you all don't believe me, let's have a professional appraise it. He then added, by the way, let's not forget, Wang Tingfei is still unrepentant and has sworn again. This time he's going to eat the table. Wang Tingfei, recalling that his car had just been burned, gritted his teeth and cursed. Yi Chun, stop being so arrogant. You tricked me in that race earlier. I'm willing to bet and accept my loss. If that painting you gave is really worth tens of thousands, I'll eat the table on the spot. But if it's not worth that much, what about you? Yi Chun nodded and replied, sure, if it's not worth that much, I'll eat it too. Although the painting wasn't a famous one, it was indeed a work by the Qin dynasty artist Huang Shun. The antique shop where it was bought was a nationwide chain with genuine product guarantees, and they had a policy of punishing tenfold for fakes, so the painting couldn't possibly be a counterfeit. Xiao Charan wanted to stop Yi Chun, but before she could react, he had already agreed. With no other choice, she could only sigh to herself. Dong Ruolin was also a bit surprised. How could Yi Chun be so confident? Upon closer inspection, this person was indeed quite mysterious. That day at Tianxiang Mansion, the renowned Hong Wuya had actually shown him respect. She couldn't figure out why, but she was sure of one thing. Yi Chun must have some secret. Wang Tingfei felt he finally had a chance to turn the tables and immediately blurted out, great. Let us have Lu Lily call her dad down to help us with the appraisal. Lu Lily, in front of everyone, directly made the call, saying, Dad, could you come down for a moment? Daoquan's classmate brought a painting and wants you to appraise it. A minute later, an elderly man slowly walked down the stairs from the second floor. This man was Lu Yuesheng, a well-known cultural relics appraiser in Jinling. Today was the grand opening celebration for Lu Yuesheng's daughter and future son-in-law's restaurant. He had invited an old friend and was having a small gathering upstairs. Upon hearing that there was an ancient painting needing appraisal, his professional instincts kicked in, and he hurried down to take a look. As Lu Yuesheng approached the stage, Lu Lily quickly handed him the gift box containing the painting, saying, Dad, could you help appraise this painting? Someone says it's worth several tens of thousands. As she spoke, she glanced at Yi Chun with a look of disdain. A good-for-nothing who relied on others, giving a painting worth tens of thousands. Who would believe that? It's obvious without guessing that the painting must be fake. Everyone else thought the same way. No one believed that Yi Chun could actually gift a painting worth tens of thousands. Lu Yuesheng took the gift box and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, carefully unwrapped the scroll. The painting appeared somewhat yellowed with age and looked quite unremarkable. Many of his classmates, who judged by appearances, chimed in, wow, it doesn't look like anything valuable. Yeah, I'd say it's worth about $50. I bet the box is worth more. That box might be worth 70 or 80. Lu Yuesheng studied the painting closely and, after a few minutes, smiled and asked, this painting was given by Daoquan, right? Yes. Lu Lily replied. He has been good friends with him since college. As she said this, Lu Lily thought to herself, Yi Chun, you're good friends with Wang Daoquan, yet you give him a piece of junk worth less than $100? I can't wait for my dad to expose you in front of everyone. However, no one expected Lu Yuesheng to exclaim, it seems they really are good friends. Who would give such an expensive gift if they weren't? Everyone froze at his words. What is going on? Expensive? This piece of junk is expensive? Wang Tingfei thought, expensive my foot. I could buy a fake painting at the antique street, age it with some urine, and it would look more real than this. At that moment, Lu Yuesheng said seriously, this is an authentic piece by Qing dynasty painter Huang Shun. Although Huang Shun isn't one of the most famous painters, he is certainly one of the outstanding ones. Being part of the Yangzhou 8 eccentrics. He continued, I estimate that this painting has a market value of around 200,000. 200,000. Lu Lily was stunned. She thought this thing wasn't worth $100. Who would have thought it was worth over 200,000? Wang Daoquan was also shocked, exclaiming, wow, Yi Chun, how can you give me such an expensive gift? This is too much. Yi Chun replied casually, Daoquan, it's just a token of my appreciation, don't worry too much about its price. Wang Daoquan felt deeply moved. He never expected that his good friend from college would be so generous. Wang Tingfei was completely bewildered. What is going on? This piece of junk is actually worth over 200,000? How can something that looks like this be worth so much? This is outrageous. The classmates were also stunned. This time, No one dared to look down on Yi Chun. After all, he was someone who casually gifted a painting worth over 200,000. Everyone was envious of Wang Daoquan. How incredible! Receiving such an expensive gift for the opening. What a steal! Meanwhile, Lu Lily was also shocked, instantly changing her view of Yi Chun. She knew her father's level well, and since he said this painting was worth over 200,000, it must indeed be worth that much. Oh my goodness! Wang Daoquan's classmate actually gifted such an expensive present. That's not just a generous gesture. Thinking about this, she looked at Yi Chun with starry eyes. Xiao Chuan, confused, asked, Yi Chun, how much did you actually spend on this painting? Yi Chun smiled slightly and said softly, actually, it didn't cost much. The person who sold me the painting is an acquaintance. He got it at a bargain himself. So he offered it to me at a low price. Xiao Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, a painting worth over 200,000. And he sold it to you for just a few thousand? How is that even possible? Yi Chun replied casually, many people don't attach as much importance to money. I'm the same way. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given that painting to Dao Kuan. Xiao Chuan nodded gently. Yi Chun was right. If someone valued money highly, they wouldn't give away such an expensive gift. It seemed that although her husband might not have much ambition, he certainly had a remarkable spirit. At that moment, Yi Chun stood up, looked at the flustered Wang Tengfei, and asked with a smile, Wang Tengfei, how are you planning to eat this? Are you going to just dig in with your mouth? Or do you want a knife to cut it into pieces first? Chapter 41. Not giving an inch of face? Wang Tengfei was feeling like he wanted to die. Damn it. What is going on? Did I step out without checking the fortune today? Why have I been slapped in the face by that loser Yi Chun time and again? I never would have guessed that painting was actually real and worth over 200,000. But now that I've made such bold claims, what am I supposed to do? Am I really supposed to eat the table? That's impossible. The car burned up, so what? I can always buy another one. But how can I possibly eat a table? If I really did that, I'd be dead for sure. At this point, other classmates started teasing him. Hey, Wang Tengfei, you said you'd eat the table. You're not backing out now, are you? Yeah, we're all waiting for your performance. Someone even slammed the table and shouted, Tengfei, please start your performance. Wang Tengfei's face turned extremely ugly. He blurted out, come on, we're all classmates here. You don't have to kick me while I'm down. Kick you while you're down? Yi Chun laughed. You brought this upon yourself. We're just urging you to keep your promise. How is that kicking you while you're down? Wang Tengfei realized he couldn't talk his way out of this today. He had to swallow his anger and said in a muffled voice, I was impulsive just now. I didn't recognize the situation. I apologize to Yi Chun and to everyone here. I hope you can forgive me. Seeing him suddenly back down, everyone was shocked. Is this really Wang Tengfei? When has he ever backed down before? But he had no choice. What could he do? If he didn't back down, he'd have to eat the table, and that was just impossible. If he tried to weasel out of it, he'd definitely incur everyone's wrath, and they would roast him even more. So, the only option was to admit defeat. Only then could he get through this hurdle. Indeed, as soon as he admitted defeat, someone said, wow, it's not easy for Wang Tengfei to admit his mistakes. Besides, no one is really going to force him to eat the table, so let us just forget about it. Yeah, let us just forget it. Eating the table is impossible. We haven't even had our meal yet, so let us get to it. Yi Chun also knew that Wang Tengfei would never actually eat the table, but since he had backed down, his goal was achieved. He wanted to show him that acting tough comes with consequences. However, just this little bit of consequence wasn't enough. This was just the beginning. There was worse to come. So he said, since Wang Tengfei has admitted his mistake, let us forget about the table. Today is the grand opening of the Daoquan restaurant, and we shouldn't steal their thunder. Wang Tengfei let out a sigh of relief, but inside, he wished he could kill Yi Chun to relieve his frustration. Yi Chun wasn't planning to let him off that easily. He sent a text to Wang Dongxue. Is there a vice president with the last name Wang, whose son is named Wang Tengfei? Please check for me. Wang Dongxue quickly replied. There is a vice president named Wang Donghai, and his son is Wang Tengfei. What is up, chairman? Any orders? Yi Chun replied, fire him. Let him go now. Done. Wang Tengfei was unaware that his father had already been dismissed by the Dihao group and was currently going through the termination process, having finally overcome a difficult challenge. He let out a small sigh of relief, but in his heart, he was plotting revenge against Yi Chun. More importantly, he needed to find a way to regain his dignity in front of his classmates. Otherwise, how could he continue to act tough after being humiliated by Yi Chun twice in a row? Just when he was unsure how to save face, a commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance of the restaurant, drawing everyone's attention. A group of intimidating young thugs barged in, each covered in tattoos and wielding baseball bats and galvanized pipes, making it clear they were not to be trifled with. Upon seeing this gang enter, the expressions of everyone changed. particularly for Wang Daoquan and Lu Lily, whose eyes were filled with fear. The leader, a scar-faced man, scanned the hall and then pointed at Wang Daoquan with a sneer, saying, "Boss, you should have given us a heads up for such a big opening. Do you think we're beneath you?" Lu Lily's face went pale as she forced a smile and stuttered, "What? What do you want?" Before opening, Lu Lily had heard that local thugs collected protection fees, and the previous owner of this restaurant had allegedly been driven out by these hoodlums, forced to sell the place. However, Lu Lily thought to herself, in broad daylight, would these criminals really dare to rob? That's why she took the risk to acquire the restaurant at a low price, hoping to run it well. Little did she expect that they would show up right after the opening. The scar-faced man grinned and said, "To do business here, you naturally have to take care of our bro Biao. We won't ask for much, just 20 of your restaurant's stake. If anything happens here in the future, we'll have your back." He then added coldly, "If you don't comply, don't blame me for being rude. You'll have to shut down today." Upon hearing this demand, both Wang Daoquan and Lu Lily gasped in shock. 20% of the stake right off the bat. This was outright extortion. "You have 1 minute to think it over." At that moment, Wang Tingfei suddenly felt an opportunity to step up. He immediately stepped forward and asked, "Who are you guys affiliated with?" The scar-faced man sneered, "Who do you think you are? Why would I need to introduce myself to you?" Wang Tingfei scoffed, "Let me tell you, my dad has connections in both the black and white worlds in Jinling. I'm calling the leaders of the development zone right now." The scar-faced man looked at him with a hint of wariness and asked, "You know the leaders of the development zone?" "Of course," Wang Tingfei replied coldly. "If you don't want to end up in trouble, I suggest you leave now." The scar-faced man frowned and said, "Fine, if you can actually reach someone influential. I want to come back to this place again. But if you can't, don't blame me for being harsh." Lu Lily, looking anxious, pleaded, "Fij, please help us get in touch with someone." Wang Tengfei smiled nonchalantly and said, "Don't worry, I'll call the leaders of the development zone right now." The Dihao Group also has projects in the development zone, and it's being overseen by Wang Tengfei's father. As a result, the leaders of the development zone have interacted with his father quite a bit and are familiar with Wang Tengfei as well. Wang Tengfei called the top leader directly, deliberately raising his voice as he began, "Uncle Li, why are there a bunch of thugs in the development zone collecting protection fees? They've even come to my classmate's store." There was a brief pause on the other end before the leader replied, "Tengfei, what's going on?" Wang Tengfei explained, "A friend of mine is opening a restaurant and has run into trouble with extortion. So I wanted to ask District Chief Li if there's anything that can be done about it." After a moment of hesitation, the leader, sounding somewhat troubled, replied, "I'm sorry, Tengfei, but these issues are not under my jurisdiction. I'm currently in a meeting, so I have to hang up." Without waiting for Wang Tengfei to respond, the call was abruptly ended. Wang Tengfei was left stunned. What was going on? Didn't District Chief Li use to court his father, hoping to attract more investments from the Dihao Group? Why was he showing no respect now? Little did Wang Tengfei know that the news of his father's dismissal from the Dihao Group had already spread throughout the leadership in Jinling. Chapter 42, Mr. Yi. I was wrong. Wang Tengfei was frustrated for reasons he couldn't understand. With so many classmates watching, he could only grit his teeth and seek other connections. He called the second-in-command of the development zone again, a person who had a good relationship with his father. As soon as the call connected, Wang Tengfei said, "Mr. Chun, it's me, Wang Tengfei. I'm having some trouble in the development zone." He then explained the situation. The other party awkwardly replied, "Tengfei, the other party is from a Biao, who is under Master Hong. It's best if you don't get involved in this matter." Wang Tengfei asked, "Aren't you going to help at all?" The other party responded, "You should know Master Hong's status." Wang Tengfei felt a bit panicked and said, "But you can at least put in a good word for me, right?" The other party chuckled awkwardly. "I'm afraid I can't do that, sorry." Wang Tengfei got angry and retorted, "Mr. Chun, I remember you wanted the Dihao Group to donate some supplies to you, right? Don't you want that anymore?" The other party cut the pleasantries and coldly said, "Wang Tengfei, your father has already been expelled from the Dihao Group. Didn't you know? Expelled? When did that happen?" "Half an hour ago." The other party replied, adding, "You should figure things out before you speak." With that, he hung up the phone. Seeing Wang Tengfei's stunned expression, the scar-faced man sneered, "What's wrong? Can't find anyone?" Just as Wang Tengfei was about to speak, the scar-faced man slapped him across the face, causing him to stagger and knock over a table and chairs. The crowd gasped in shock. Everyone turned pale, but no one dared to intervene with the scar-faced man. "You dare hit me?" Wang Tengfei covered his face, his once fair complexion now revealing deep anger. "And what if I do?" The scar-faced man chuckled and kicked Wang Tengfei in the stomach, sending him crashing to the ground, followed by a furious beating. Wang Tengfei cried out in pain. But at that moment, no one could help him. In no time, he was beaten into a pulp, his face covered in blood, looking terrifying. Terrified, Wang Tengfei cried and pleaded, "Big brother, I was wrong. Please, don't hit me anymore." "Wrong? So what if you're wrong?" The scar-faced man snorted coldly. "You think you can show off to me? If I don't beat you to death, how will you survive in the future?" After saying that, he called to the others. "Damn it, beat him up hard." A group of people immediately rushed in, punching and kicking Wang Tengfei. Some even used baseball bats to hit him, creating a scene that was too brutal to watch. As Wang Tengfei was being beaten to a pulp, the scar-faced man walked up to Wang Daoquan and coldly threatened, "Your friend is showing off to me. The original 2% has now turned into 4. If you don't agree, his fate will be your example." Wang Daoquan felt a surge of panic, but if he agreed to give up 4% of his shares, wouldn't that mean he was working for these thugs? So he mustered his courage and said, "If you want 4%, you might as well kill me." The scarred man furrowed his brows and said coldly, "All right, I'll grant your wish." With that, he immediately pulled out a gleaming dagger from his pocket. Everyone was stunned, and a female classmate even screamed. Seeing that the scarred man was about to attack Wang Daoquan, Yi Chun blurted out, "Put the knife down." The scarred man turned his head, cursing, "Who the hell wants to die?" When he saw Yi Chun, his expression shifted from confusion to deep fear, and he suddenly dropped to his knees. While everyone was still in shock, the scarred man had already tossed aside the dagger and started slapping himself, repenting, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I didn't recognize you." Yi Chun was slightly taken aback and asked, "You know me?" The scarred man nodded vigorously and said, "Mr. Yi, I'm Biao Ji's subordinate. I've seen you at Tianxiang Mansion." Yi Chun suddenly realized. So that was it. That day at Tianxiang Mansion, when he was looking for Wang Yunfei. The troublemaker was a little brother of Master Hong, named Biaozi, and this guy was Biaozi's underling. No wonder he was so scared to see me. Even Master Hong turned weak in the knees when he saw me, let alone the little brother of his little brother. The classmates were all stunned. Lu Lily was also shocked, as if in a dream. They couldn't understand why such a fierce underworld figure, someone who even dared to fight Wang Tengfei, would kneel before Yi Chun, the son-in-law, and show such fear. Xiao Chern was also dumbfounded and asked Yi Chun, "What's going on? Do you know him?" Yi Chun, fearing she might misunderstand his connection to the underworld, quickly replied, "I don't know him." The scarred man hurriedly added, "I don't know him. I don't know him. I don't know Mr. Yi, and Mr. Yi doesn't know me. I've only heard of Mr. Yi's great name and have great admiration." What flattery! Admiration for Yi Chun? Everyone found it hard to accept this reality. It was just too surreal. The scarred man quickly said to Wang Daoquan, "Since you're Mr. Yi's friend, from now on, I'll take care of your restaurant without charging a dime in protection fees. If anything comes up, I'll help you sort it out." This statement shocked everyone. Lu Lily was so excited she was on the verge of tears. The contrast of the day was just too stimulating. Because of Yi Chun's influence, she had saved 40 of her stakes, and more importantly, this scarred man was willing to protect her family's hotel for free to curry favor with Yi Chun. Now she could run her business without worries. Yi Chun was practically a lifesaver. Wang Daoquan was also incredibly grateful and sincerely said, "Yi Chun, I can't thank you enough for this." Yi Chun smiled and replied, "Why are you being so formal with me? You don't need to thank me." The scarred man, looking at the unconscious Wang Tengfei, said with a worried expression, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I hit your friend." Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, "It's no big deal. He is not my friend, just an acquaintance. And we don't have much of a relationship." After saying that, he continued, "You should take him to the hospital. Don't let this affect the opening ceremony." The scar-faced man immediately nodded. "Then we'll take him to the hospital right away. Mr. Yi, please continue. We won't disturb you any longer." With that, he quickly signaled to his brothers, lifted the unconscious Wang Tengfei, and hurriedly left. The way everyone looked at Yi Chun transformed from disdain to surprise. And then from surprise to awe. No one knew why Yi Chun had such immense power. This son-in-law seemed to have suddenly become a completely different person. At the banquet, many people rushed to curry favor with Yi Chun, including Lu Lily, who had initially looked down on him. Lu Lily now regarded Yi Chun as a true deity, constantly expressing her gratitude and even offering him a lifetime of complimentary service. Yi Chun didn't mind this. He was just doing Wang Daoquan a favor, helping him resolve a minor issue. However, in the eyes of others, his actions today took on a somewhat mystical quality. Everyone was eager to find out what had really happened to this son-in-law who relied on others for support. Chapter 43. Unwelcome guest Xiao Chern was quite curious about what had happened today. First, why was Yi Chun's BMW 520 twice as fast as Wang Tengfei's BMW 540? Then there was that ancient painting worth hundreds of thousands. And why did Yi Chun know people in the underworld who seemed to treat him with such respect? On the way back, Yi Chun explained to her that this BMW 520 was a modified test drive car from the dealership. designed to mislead users into thinking it had powerful performance. Xiao Charan didn't know much about cars, so she half-heartedly accepted his explanation. As for the ancient painting, he had already clarified that it was sold to him at a low price out of friendship, and he had gifted it to Wang Daoquan in the same spirit. However, the situation with the scar-faced man was a bit tricky. After all, that man had called him Mr. Yi with such enthusiasm, making it hard for Yi Qin to explain. In the end, he could only say that the scar-faced man was a relative of a friend of his, whom he had met at a gathering before. The man was just being respectful because of his connection to Yi Qin's friend. Xiao Charan felt something was off, but seeing Yi Qin's confidence, she realized that pressing for more answers would be futile, so she didn't ask further. Dong Ruolin had been observing Yi Qin closely and increasingly felt that he was not an ordinary person. So she decided to keep a closer eye on him in the future to uncover his secrets. Wang Tingfei was reportedly in a dire situation. When he was brought to the hospital, he was already unconscious. His father had been fired by the Dihao Group and was found to have embezzled funds, leading to a lawsuit from the company's legal department and his subsequent arrest by the police. It could be said that the Wang family was completely finished. However, the Wang family wasn't well known in Jinling, so no one paid much attention to their plight. What truly captured everyone's attention was the legendary billionaire on the short video platforms and the mysterious figure who was about to book the entire Sky Garden at Buckingham Palace. Everyone was eager to find out who they were and if they were the same person. Soon, the day of their wedding anniversary arrived. Having previously told Xiao Charan that he wanted to surprise her, Yi Qin insisted that she change into an elegant white evening gown before they left. Xiao Charan reluctantly agreed, mumbling, "It's just dinner. Why do I have to wear such formal clothes? Even if today is our anniversary, it doesn't need to be this grand." Yi Qin smiled and replied, "Today marks our 3rd anniversary, so it should be a bit more formal. I've already made reservations at a special place, and I assure you, tonight's plans will make you very happy." He had kept everything a secret so well that his wife had no suspicions at all. Xiao Charan smiled softly, feeling touched. In the past 2 years, they had celebrated their anniversaries casually at home. Though ordinary, Yi Qin would always prepare thoughtful little gifts for her, even when he had no money, just to make her happy. This year, however, Yi Qin was unusually mysterious, making it difficult for her to guess what new surprises her husband had in store. After a moment, they changed their clothes and took a taxi to the Buckingham Palace Grand Hotel. As Yi Qin stepped out of the car, he looked at Xiao Charan beside him with a tenderness in his eyes and said, "Charan, tonight we're celebrating our 3rd wedding anniversary here. What do you think?" Xiao Charan's expression suddenly turned strange. Was the restaurant Yi Qin booked really here? She instinctively asked, "You're not joking with me, are you?" Yi Qin smiled and replied, "Of course not." He then explained, "A few days ago, I reserved a spot here. If you don't believe me, we can go in and check." Xiao Charan shook her head. Yi Qin had never deceived her in their 3 years of marriage, especially not on such an important day. "No need, I trust you," she said. Then she asked, "You didn't book a spot in the Sky Garden, did you?" "Isn't it booked for some big shots today?" Yi Qin quickly responded. "I booked a table next to the Sky Garden, so we can see inside and find out who the big shots are that reserved it. What do you think?" Xiao Charan laughed. "I'm not as nosy as you." With that, they walked into the Buckingham Palace Grand Hotel. Just as they were about to head upstairs, they suddenly heard a woman's exclamation, "Oh my, Xiao School Bell, what are you doing here?" Xiao Charan looked up to see a young couple walking toward them. The man was dressed in an expensive suit, clearly a wealthy heir, while the woman was adorned in designer labels, her makeup stunning but her expression haughty, with a somewhat vulgar flair in her appearance. Xiao Charan recognized the woman. She was Zhao Liqing, a former roommate from university. Although they shared a dorm, they were not in the same class, and their relationship had always been quite average. Zhao Liqing had an air of superiority and was quite envious, believing that she was the true school belle, not Xiao Charan. However, in reality, Zhao Liqing fell short in looks, figure, presence, and depth compared to Xiao Charan. What Zhao Liqing did have, though, was a knack for attracting men. It was said that she had charmed many wealthy individuals during her college years, with all her expenses covered by them. Xiao Charan furrowed her brow, but out of courtesy, she forced herself to smile as the two approached. "Liqing, long time no see. I'm here with my husband for dinner. How about you?" Zhao Liqing feigned surprise. "Oh, what a coincidence. My husband and I are here for dinner too." Then, she pretended to be curious and asked, "By the way, which area did you book? A regular private room, a premium room, or a luxury room?" Xiao Charan was completely baffled by Yi Qin's arrangements and could only reply honestly, "I'm not sure about that. My husband made the reservation." At that moment, Zhao Liqing noticed Yi Qin's presence, covered her mouth with a smile, and said, "Oh, so this is your husband, Yi Qin? He was quite famous back in school as the king of soft rice." Her words carried a mocking undertone that was particularly jarring. Xiao Charan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Realizing her slip, Zhao Liqing quickly apologized. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. Charan, please don't take it to heart." Yi Chun frowned slightly. It seemed that Zhao Liqing was not here with good intentions. Chapter 44. Exposing your true colors. Zhao Liqing, oblivious to Xiao Charan's expression, proudly pulled the man beside her closer and announced, "Let me introduce you all. This is my husband, Zheng Hao." She continued to boast. He's the eldest son of the Zheng family in Jinling, and also the heir to their billion-dollar fortune. Xiao Charan nodded politely, while Yi Chen's expression darkened. He had brought his wife to celebrate their wedding anniversary, only to have this annoying person show up out of nowhere. Zhao Liqing continued to flaunt. "Oh, by the way, my husband is a platinum member here, with a lot of privileges. I bet Yi Chen only reserved a regular private room, right? How about I have him upgrade you to a luxury suite later?" Xiao Charan was about to politely decline. But Yi Chen chuckled and said, "The place I booked is quite nice. Let's leave it at that." After all, he had reserved the top-floor sky garden for a grand wedding celebration for his wife. What was there to boast about for a mere platinum member? Moreover, the entire Platinum Palace Hotel belonged to his family. If he took his wife to a luxury suite meant for platinum members, wouldn't that be lowering his own status? At this moment, Zhao Liqing, somewhat dissatisfied, remarked, "Charan, look at your husband. He doesn't know how to appreciate a good opportunity. How do you usually discipline him?" As she spoke, she linked arms with Zheng Hao, resting her head on his shoulder and laughing. Yi Chen's demeanor isn't fit for such a prestigious occasion. "You should let him learn some noble etiquette from my husband. After all, he studied in the UK. Zheng Hao glanced at Yi Chen disdainfully, chuckling, "Honey, don't set me up with such impossible tasks. Mr. Yi here is so unconventional. Trying to teach him noble etiquette would be like climbing a mountain." Zhao Liqing nodded, sighed, and said to Xiao Charan, "Honestly, you should just get a divorce. Living with a poor guy like Yi Chen for the rest of your life is such a waste of your potential." Zhao Liqing spoke bluntly, showing no regard for Xiao Charan's feelings. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Xiao Charan coldly replied, "Zhao Liqing, what do you mean by that? My husband is not someone you can criticize." Zhao Liqing covered her mouth and laughed. "I never liked you back in college. If your family wasn't rich, how could you even be considered the campus belle? Now that you've married poorly, am I not allowed to speak my mind?" Yi Chun felt a surge of displeasure at her words. This Zhao Liqing had always been flirtatious, relying on her decent looks to seduce wealthy men. Now that she had the luck to marry into a wealthy family, she truly believed she was a high society lady, and she even dared to mock his wife? That was crossing the line. With that thought, a wave of anger washed over him. So he took out his phone and sent a text to Qin Zikai, the manager of the Platinum Palace. "I need all the information on Zhao Liqing, the daughter-in-law of the Zheng family in Jinling, within 3 minutes." Zhao Liqing saw Yi Chen staring at his phone without saying a word and mocked him. "Look at your husband. I'm making fun of him. And he doesn't even dare to speak up for you. It's just hilarious." Ha ha. Just then, Yi Chen suddenly received a text message from Qin Zikai. "Young master, I've sent you the information about Zhao Liqing." Yi Chen glanced at the lengthy message and then looked at Zhao Liqing and her husband, Zheng Hao, before smiling and asking, "I have some interesting information here. Do you want to hear it?" Zhao Liqing frowned and asked, "What information?" Yi Chen raised his voice and said, "Zhao Liqing, female, 26 years old, graduated from Jinling University. During her freshman year, according to verified records, she stayed in hotels over 100 times, and her partners included 8 different men, such as Li Hu, Ma Fei, and Du Xiaoping." Zhao Liqing was stunned, her face turning pale as she exclaimed, "What nonsense are you talking about? Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation." Zheng Hao beside her frowned deeply, clearly shocked. Yi Chen continued, "Oh, it gets better. There were even instances where you shared a room with 2 men at the same time. One was named Dong Bin and the other Dong Jia. Aren't they brothers? Are you into threesomes?" Zhao Liqing shouted in panic, "You're talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense." Yi Chen went on, "And during your sophomore year, you were kept by the vice president of Shanghua Group for a monthly allowance of 30,000 yuan for 3 years. During that time, you had 4 abortions, all at the Jinling Maternal and Child Hospital. The last time the doctor declared you infertile for life." He then curiously asked Zheng Hao, "Mr. Zheng, if I'm not mistaken, you still don't have any children, right?" Zheng Hao's expression darkened instantly as he glared at Zhao Liqing, demanding, "What is going on?" Zhao Liqing was in a cold sweat, panicking as she said, "Hao, don't listen to him. My first time was with you. You know that." Yi Chen laughed. "Don't rush. There's even more exciting stuff." Zhao Liqing anxiously pulled on Zheng Hao, desperately trying to drag him away, while saying, "Stop talking. Let us go quickly. We'll be late for dinner." Zheng Hao frowned, remaining motionless as he asked Yi Chun, "What else is there?" Yi Chun smiled and said, "Listen carefully. After Zhao Liqing graduated from university, she underwent extensive plastic surgery at a cosmetic hospital. A month later, she started working at Zheng's company, deliberately bumping into your Bentley to get to know you, the eldest son of the Zheng family." Looking up at Zheng Hao, Yi Chun asked, "Am I wrong?" Zheng Hao was left speechless. He knew all of this was true, which meant that everything else was also true. At this moment, Zhao Liqing's face was completely white, trembling in panic. She pleaded with Yi Chun, "Yi Chun, I beg you, please stop. I'm begging you." Yi Chun coldly replied, "Now you know to beg me? Sorry, it's too late." After finishing her sentence, she continued, "Half a month after getting to know Zheng Hao, she took the opportunity of a business trip to High City to undergo a hymen repair surgery at a plastic surgery hospital there. Upon her return, she officially became Zheng Hao's girlfriend, and they got married 6 months later." Zhao Liqing was completely slumped on the ground, not understanding how Yi Chun could expose all her secrets. It felt as if she had laid bare her entire past to her husband. Zheng Hao was furious, his anger boiling over as he turned to glare at Zhao Liqing, shouting, "So that night you lied to me, saying it was your first time, when in fact it was your 100th, 1000th, or even 10,000th time, right?" Zhao Liqing quickly denied it. "No, that's not true. Hao, you are my first." Yi Chun laughed. "Don't be in a hurry. I can find her medical records from the surgery. When the time comes, you can verify it at the hospital." Zheng Hao grabbed Zhao Liqing by her collar and slapped her hard across the face, still not telling the truth. "If I confirm this, I will kick you out of my house, and your dad, your mom, and your brother will all have to move out of my villa. Your brother won't work for the Zheng family anymore. I'll make sure your whole family ends up on the streets." Zhao Liqing immediately broke down in tears, kneeling on the ground and begging, "Husband, please don't be angry. I was wrong. Those were mistakes I made when I was young and naive. I've changed and only want to live my life with you now." At this moment, Yi Chun added fuel to the fire. "Don't believe her. After she married you, she still hooked up with the man who was supporting her a few times. During one of those encounters, he even recorded a video as a keepsake. If you want, I can find the video and send it to you for your viewing pleasure." Chapter 45, The Happiest Woman. Zheng Hao's face was extremely grim, a deep shade of anger etched across it. At this moment, he finally understood what it felt like to be under the weight of an entire prairie, unable to contain his rage any longer. He frantically slapped Zhao Liqing across the face countless times, shouting, "You deceitful wretch. You've been lying to me all along. You even cheated on me. I swear I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Zhao Liqing cried out in pain, her hair disheveled, breaking down in tears. As Zheng Hao continued to hit her, he yelled, "Divorce. You will leave with nothing. If not, I'll have someone take care of your parents and your brother. Throw them into the river." Zhao Liqing completely shattered. She had used every means possible to marry into the Zheng family, dreaming of being a wealthy lady for life. But today, that beautiful dream was utterly crushed. All of this was because of Yi Chun. She loathed Yi Chun with a passion, but at that moment, Yi Chun merely smiled disdainfully and said to Xiao Chuan, "Let them tear each other apart like dogs. We should leave." With that, he took Xiao Chuan's hand and headed toward the elevator. Xiao Chuan's beautiful eyes trembled, her heart racing in disbelief. How did Yi Chun know so much about Zhao Liqing's dark past? Unable to help herself, she looked at Yi Chun and asked incredulously, "Did you have someone investigate all that?" "How could I? I don't have that kind of ability," Yi Chun chuckled. "A classmate of mine was seriously hurt by Zhao Liqing in the past, and he has been digging up dirt on her. I didn't expect it would come in handy now." As he spoke, Yi Chun had already led her into the elevator. Once inside, he pressed the button for the top floor. Xiao Chuan quickly asked, "Yi Chun, did you press the wrong floor?" "Isn't the top floor the Sky Garden?" Yi Chun smiled slightly. "Wife, we are indeed heading to the Sky Garden on the top floor." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. The Sky Garden? How could that be? Everyone in Jinling knew that the Sky Garden had been booked by a mysterious person for tonight. Even if Yi Chun had incredible abilities, it would be impossible for him to reserve a spot in the Sky Garden to celebrate their 3rd wedding anniversary. But in the next moment, a bold thought suddenly sprang to Xiao Chuan's mind. Could it be that Yi Chun is the mysterious man who booked the entire Sky Garden? Though it sounded like a fantasy at that moment, was there any other explanation? Unable to contain herself, Xiao Chuan asked, "Yi Chun, did you really book the Sky Garden?" Yi Chun smiled slightly and replied, "Yes, I'm going to give you the biggest surprise today. A grand wedding celebration that no one else can replicate." "What?" Xiao Chuan felt her mind short-circuit. If this was indeed the huge surprise Yi Chun had prepared for her, then tonight, wouldn't she be the happiest woman in all of Jinling? Thinking of this, Xiao Chuan's breathing became rapid, and she felt as if she could hardly think straight. Just as her heart was tumultuous with emotions, the elevator arrived at the top floor of the Buckingham Palace Hotel. At the entrance, a staff member slightly bowed and smiled, saying, "Miss Xiao, on behalf of the Buckingham Palace Hotel, I extend our heartfelt congratulations to you and Mr. Yi on your wedding anniversary tonight." Yi Chun waved his hand, saying, "You all can leave now." Immediately, all the staff exited, leaving only Xiao Chuan and Yi Chun in their own world in the Sky Garden. Xiao Chuan felt as if she were in a dream. Before her was a vast space adorned in luxurious style. The magnificent crystal chandelier cast a soft light, making the entire Sky Garden appear elegant and serene. Gentle piano melodies filled the air, slowly soothing the heart and making it difficult to feel any tension or anger. Fresh, high-end flowers, flown in from abroad, emitted a subtle fragrance, not overpowering, but just enough to quietly alter one's mood, evoking an indescribable sense of tranquility and beauty. At that moment, as the piano music shifted, the most classic wedding march, A Midsummer Night's Dream, suddenly began to play, its melodious notes resonating in the air. While Xiao Chuan was captivated by the beautiful scenery, Yi Chun had already changed into a well-fitted suit, holding a bouquet of flowers as he walked toward her. With each step he took, a series of vibrant red hearts danced across the crystal glass floor, as if they were twirling in time with the music, creating a powerful visual impact. Outside the Sky Garden, countless people gazed through the crystal glass walls and floor, yearning to witness the scene inside. The only regret was that the glass had been treated to be slightly frosted, allowing everyone to see a young couple within and the clusters of exquisite flowers. But not their faces. The red hearts that kept appearing on the floor led many women to exclaim, "This is so romantic. I've never seen such a romantic scene in my life. If I were that woman, I would gladly give my life for this moment. Oh my, that man looks like a mysterious tycoon. But unfortunately, we can't see his face. How torturous." The scenes unfolding in the Sky Garden completely captivated the onlookers outside, leaving them spellbound. Thousands of people were filled with longing and envy, their eyes brimming with blessings as they gazed at the magnificent garden seemingly suspended in the air. Countless women had tears in their eyes, overwhelmed with uncontrollable envy, wishing they could be the protagonist of this grand wedding. Even though they couldn't see the true faces of the couple tonight, they could feel how happy the bride must be. Yi Chun walked step by step to her side, pointing to the night view of Jinling outside the floor-to-ceiling window, and with love in his eyes, said, "Chuan, I love you. I couldn't give you a wedding back then, but I hope you will like this wedding that is just for the two of us." Xiao Chuan came back to her senses, covering her mouth. But tears streamed down her face like rain on pear blossoms, each drop like a fallen pearl hitting the ground, continuously sliding down her delicate cheeks. After hearing those words, she could no longer contain the surge of emotions within her. She stepped forward and threw herself into Yi Chun's embrace, crying as she said, "I like you. I really like you. Thank you, Yi Chun. Thank you." At this point, she was sobbing uncontrollably. In that moment, she felt that all the grievances she had endured over the past 3 years were worth it. No matter how Yi Chun had made all this happen, at least for now, she felt incredibly happy, and tonight, she was the happiest woman in the entire city of Jinling. Chapter 46. A sensation across the city through the hazy frosted crystal glass. The entire city of Jinling witnessed this incredibly grand wedding. Countless people, filled with envy, speculated about the identities of the couple getting married in the Sky Garden. Moreover, these two individuals were shrouded in mystery. Their wedding was attended solely by themselves, with not a single friend or family member present, not even a witness. On the crystal stage, Yi Chun held Xiao Chuan's hand and took out the jade necklace he had prepared in advance. "Chuan, this is my gift for our wedding anniversary. I hope you like it." Xiao Chuan gazed at the translucent jade necklace, exclaiming, This can't be the treasure of Chui Xin Pavilion, can it? Yi Chun, where did you get this?" As she spoke, Xiao Chuan was utterly shocked. Could it be that Yi Chun was the legendary billionaire from the video? Otherwise, how could this jade necklace be in his hands? But that didn't make sense. She knew exactly who Yi Chun was. He was nothing like a billionaire. He didn't fit the profile at all. At that moment, Yi Chun noticed Xiao Chuan's astonishment and felt an impulse to reveal his true identity to her, telling her that he was a descendant of the Yi family from Yanjing, the heir to a fortune worth trillions. However, the next moment, he suddenly recalled a very serious issue. He was unsure of the current situation with the Yi family. He remembered meeting his uncles and aunts when he was a child, which meant there was more than just his father in the previous generation of the Yi family. If there were others besides his father, then his uncles and aunts surely had offspring too. These people would undoubtedly see him as a thorn in their side. If he rashly revealed his identity before he fully understood everything and had enough ability to protect himself and Xiao Churan, it could bring disaster upon her. The means by which wealthy families fought for their fortunes could be incredibly brutal, and he certainly didn't want his beloved wife to suffer because of his recklessness. With this in mind, he deliberately lied, saying, "This necklace looks just like the treasure of Chui Xian Pavilion, but I had it replicated by someone for a price. Although it uses decent jade materials, it's still far from the original. I spent only a few tens of thousands on it." He then nervously asked Xiao Churan, "Churan, you don't dislike it, do you?" Xiao Churan sighed in relief. This explanation made much more sense. She quickly smiled and replied, "Silly, how could I ever dislike it? You've done so much for me. I'm touched beyond words." Yichen also felt relieved and hurriedly put the jade necklace around Xiao Churan's neck. Looking at her with sincere eyes, he said emotionally, "Churan, over these 3 years of marriage, you've endured a lot of grievances. But from today onward, I promise you that no one will ever bully you again." Xiao Churan nodded earnestly, realizing at that moment that her husband was finally ready to stand tall. After the wedding, Yichen quietly left with Xiao Churan via the exclusive elevator from the Sky Garden. Countless onlookers outside felt a sense of loss. Were the main characters really leaving just like that? They had come to share a moment of romance with the world and then disappeared? In no time, the entire city was buzzing about this extraordinary wedding. Yet, no one knew who the bride and groom actually were. Yichen drove his modified BMW 520, which was originally a BMW 760, back home with his wife, Xiao Churan. On the way, Xiao Churan was still immersed in overwhelming happiness. She couldn't help but ask Yichen, "How did you manage to book the Sky Garden? It's never been open for private events before, right?" Yichen smiled slightly and replied, "To be honest, a senior executive at Buckingham Palace is a good friend of mine from the orphanage. We've been through tough times together, sharing everything, even a steamed bun. So when I asked him for help this time, he was more than willing." Xiao Churan nodded gently. "I see. I didn't know that. Why haven't you mentioned it before?" Yichen said, "I have too many friends from the orphanage. I could talk for 3 days and nights about them. I thought you wouldn't be interested, so I never brought it up." Xiao Churan said earnestly, "You're my husband. Naturally, I'm very interested in your past and want to know more." Yichen chuckled, "Then I'll tell you more in the future." "Sounds good." When they returned to their apartment complex, Yichen parked the car downstairs. Just as they got out, they ran into his father-in-law and mother-in-law walking back. His mother-in-law immediately spotted them and exclaimed, "Ran, where did this BMW come from?" His father-in-law's eyes lit up at the sight of the car. "Wow, a BMW. Ran, is this new?" Xiao Churan quickly replied, "Dad, Mom, it's not mine. Yichen bought it." "Yichen?" Her father frowned and asked, "Where did you get the money for this car? Did you use our Ran's money?" Yichen hurriedly said, "No, Dad, I bought it with my own savings." Meanwhile, his mother-in-law circled the car, pursing her lips, and said, "Humph, you eat our food and live in our place. And you don't even think to show us some gratitude after buying a BMW? What an ingrate." Xiao Churan quickly said, "Mom, don't say that about Yichen." Her father's voice dripped with envy and jealousy. "Humph, buying a BMW 520? With Yichen's level? Does he even deserve such a nice car? Shouldn't he at least settle for a 3 Series? Her mother coldly replied, "Let me tell you, your dad still doesn't have a car. He is almost at the end of his life, and if we don't let him enjoy it now, he might not have the chance later." As she spoke, her mother pointed decisively, "How about this? Let your dad drive this car. Consider it your way of honoring him." Xiao Churan looked at Yichen and tentatively asked, "Yichen, what do you think?" Yichen thought to himself, "I can agree, but this isn't a 520. It's a 760. To be honest, my father-in-law is just a henpecked loser who doesn't even get much affection from the old lady. For him, spending 760 is quite extravagant." With this in mind, he hurriedly complimented, "Oh, Dad, this is a BMW 520, the lowest model in the 5 Series. Also known as the Beggar's Edition. If you drive this car out, people will laugh at you." His mother-in-law furrowed her brows and asked, "What? You don't want to give it to me?" Yichen quickly waved his hands. No, it's not that I don't want to. I just think you shouldn't be driving a Beggar's Edition. How about this? I won't give you this 520, and instead, I'll buy you a 530. The 530 is a step up from the 520, and it would definitely give you more face." His mother-in-law frowned and asked, "Do you have enough money to buy a 530? Yichen replied, "I only made a small down payment for this car, and I still have some money left. Don't worry, I'll go buy you a car first thing tomorrow morning." Chapter 47. Buying another BMW. When my in-laws heard that Yichen would be buying them a better car tomorrow, they immediately beamed with joy. Little did my father-in-law know that he was missing out on a top-of-the-line BMW 760. Xiao Churan was a bit worried. After returning to her room and finishing her evening routine, she quietly asked Yi-chun, "Do you still have enough money to buy the car? I have some savings. Why don't you take that to buy the car tomorrow?" Yi-chun quickly waved his hand. "No need. I have enough here." Xiao Churan apologized. "I'm really sorry. I didn't expect my parents to react like this." Yi-chun smiled and said, "What are you talking about? Your parents are my parents too. We're all family, and it's only right to take care of them." As he spoke, Yi-chun lay down on his little mat and added, "Don't worry. I'll go buy another one first thing in the morning." Xiao Churan was touched. "Yi-chun, thank you." Yi-chun laughed heartily. "Why are you being so polite with me, my wife?" Blushing slightly, Xiao Churan asked, "Aren't you cold sleeping on the floor?" Yi-chun replied without thinking, "Not at all. It's perfectly fine, don't worry." Suddenly, Xiao Churan teased, "If it's not cold, then just go to sleep. Silly head." After finally considering inviting him to sleep on the bed, she found that this silly head was completely oblivious. At that moment, Yi-chun suddenly realized that he might have inadvertently missed something, so he quickly said, "Oh, dear wife, the floor is so cold. I'm shivering." Xiao Churan retorted, "If it's cold, just add another blanket." Sigh. Yi-chun felt utterly defeated. After a while, he stubbornly asked, "Wife, it seems like the temperature has dropped. I'm really cold." Xiao Churan ignored him and kicked a blanket down to him, puffing up her cheeks. "How cold can it be on a summer night? If you're still cold, I'll find you a down jacket to wear." Yi-chun felt despair in his heart. It seemed his wife was really not going to let him sleep in the bed tonight. The next day, Xiao Churan prepared to go to work. Yi-chun made her breakfast and handed her the keys to the BMW, saying, "Why don't you drive to work today?" Xiao Churan couldn't help but say, "It doesn't seem right for me to drive the car you bought." Yi-chun replied, "What is wrong with that? You're my wife, and the car was bought for you, not for me." Xiao Churan gently nodded, gratefully saying, "Thank you." After that, she took the keys from him. Nearby, my father-in-law watched with envy and blurted out, "Yi-chun, you haven't forgotten about buying me a car, have you?" "Of course not." Yi-chun hurriedly replied, "Just wait. I'll go buy it for you right away. You just stay at home and wait for the new car to come back." My father-in-law was instantly overjoyed, saying, "I'll be waiting. Remember, a BMW 530, just like you said, don't get it wrong." Yi-chun couldn't help but laugh, nodding, "Don't worry, Dad. I'll get you the BMW 530 today." After finishing his conversation, he followed his wife downstairs and pulled his little electric scooter out of the trunk of their BMW 760. Xiao Churan had taken the BMW to handle some business, while Yi-chun rode his electric scooter to the BMW dealership. As he approached the dealership, he passed by the Audi showroom. The salespeople inside were the first to spot him, and one exclaimed, "Wow, there's the guy who bought the BMW 760, and he's back on that little scooter. Damn it. Today we have to stop him even if it means kneeling, and sell him a fully loaded Audi A8. Exactly. In an instant, a bunch of Audi salespeople rushed out, surrounding him tightly. "Sir, come check out the latest fully loaded Audi A8. Sir, our A8 has incredible power, equipped with a W12 engine that's even better than the V12 in the BMW 760. Yi-chun, curious, asked, "Is it really that impressive?" "Absolutely," one eager salesperson replied. "Let me tell you, our W12 engine can shut off half the cylinders. If you disable 6 cylinders, you're only running on 6, which saves fuel." Yi-chun scoffed. "Are you out of your mind? I buy a 12-cylinder car to save fuel by turning off 6 cylinders? Why not just buy a 6-cylinder car?" The salesperson suddenly realized he had misspoken and turned beet red. Yi-chun coldly laughed and said, "I know what you're thinking. You saw me buy the BMW 760 yesterday and felt bad, so today you're desperate to keep me as a customer, right?" The group quickly nodded in agreement. Yi-chun huffed, "Let me tell you, it's too late. Yesterday you ignored me, and today I'm out of your league." After saying that, he honked his scooter's horn. "Beep beep. Make way, make way. I'm heading to the BMW dealership to buy a car." At that moment, the BMW sales team also rushed out, angrily shouting, "What are you Audi guys doing? Trying to steal our customer? Don't you see he's ignoring you? If you keep bothering our esteemed guest, I'll make sure the media exposes you." The Audi salespeople, embarrassed, slinked away. The manager of the BMW dealership personally came out to greet Yi-chun, respectfully asking, "Mr. Yi, are you here to buy a car today?" Yi-chun nodded and said, "Do you have a BMW 530 in stock? I want to drive it away today." "Yes, yes, yes." The manager was ecstatic. Selling a BMW 760 yesterday and a 530 today meant he had a major client on his hands. He quickly said, "Please follow me." "Sir, I'll show you the display models." Yi-chun nodded and followed him into the showroom. Inside, there was a BMW 530 on display. Yi-chun sat in it to get a feel for the car and noticed that while it looked quite similar to the 7 Series, the interior was indeed lacking in many aspects. However, for his father-in-law, who was a middle-aged man with a penchant for flashy things, This was already considered a high-end model. He was about to swipe his card to buy a car when he suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice, sweetly saying, "Oh darling, I really love the BMW X6. Can you buy me one?" Sitting in the car, Yi-chun turned to look in the direction of the voice and was shocked to see Lu Lily, the fiancée of his college friend Wang Daoquan, clinging to a strange man, looking affectionate and flirty. Yi-chun's brow furrowed in confusion. Lu Lily was calling this man darling. Could it be that she was cheating on Wang Daoquan? Anger bubbled up inside him. He had always despised women who lacked moral integrity and were unfaithful in relationships. Moreover, Wang Daoquan was diligently focusing on his career while she was out there betraying him. What a disgusting woman. Just then, the man, with a lewd expression, asked, "If I buy you the X6 right now, how will you explain it to Wang Daoquan?" Wang Daoquan, Lu Lily replied with a look of disdain. "Don't even mention that pathetic loser. He is useless, no money, no skills. If it weren't for the fact that he seems honest and reliable, I wouldn't even be with him." Chapter 48. The Dog and the Woman. The man chuckled, pinching Lu Lily's cheek, and asked, "Now that you're my woman, are you still planning to be with him?" "I Zhao Dong. Won't allow any other man to touch the women I've been with." Lu Lily quickly replied, "Don't worry, Dong Go. Ever since we got together, I haven't let him touch me. I find him disgusting. My body is forever yours, and it's only meant to serve you." She continued, "Actually, I planned to break up with him right after the restaurant opened. But unexpectedly, a classmate of his turned out to be somewhat capable and helped me deal with a thug in the development zone. I thought I'd wait until the restaurant's business stabilized before breaking up with him and kicking him out." Zhao Dong laughed heartily and said, "He's just a thug. What's the big deal? If you had told me earlier, I could have made a call and had his boss come apologize to you." Lu Lily grinned and said, "Oh, Dong Ge, you're amazing. At that time, things were urgent, and I didn't think to call you. Plus, Wang Daoquan was there, and I was afraid you'd be unhappy if you saw him." Zhao Dong pinched her waist and laughed. "You're quite sensible." Lu Lily quickly rubbed against his arm and asked, "Dong Ge, are you really going to buy me a BMW X6? Zhao Dong smiled and said, "Here's the plan. First, let's south go to my place, and I'll take good care of you a few times. Then you can break up with that loser. And tomorrow, I'll buy you the BMW X6. Lu Lily asked excitedly, "Dong Ge, is that true? Are you really going to get me the X6 tomorrow? When have I ever lied to you?" Zhao Dong chuckled, "But you have to make sure I'm comfortable first." Lu Lily immediately responded with a sultry look. "Don't worry, Dong Ge. Once we get to your place, I'll take good care of you." As they spoke, they turned and exited the 4S dealership. Yi-chun felt furious watching this couple, and he immediately pulled out his phone to call Wang Daoquan. As soon as Wang Daoquan answered, he excitedly said, "Yi-chun, what is up? What made you think to call me?" Yi-chun replied nonchalantly, "Just checking in. What are you busy with now?" Wang Daoquan said, "I'm helping out in the kitchen at the restaurant. It's almost noon, and we're about to serve customers, so I'm lending a hand." Yi-chun asked, "Are you working at the restaurant every day?" Wang Daoquan replied, "Yeah, the restaurant just opened, and there's a lot to do. Besides, more than half of the investment came from Lily's dad. If I don't work hard, they'll look down on me." Yi-chun inquired further, "How much did you invest?" "I put in 100,000. That's all my savings since graduating from college," Wang Daoquan said. Yi-chun continued, "Who is the owner of the restaurant?" Wang Daoquan replied, "That would be me." Yi-chun asked, "Is your name on the business registration?" Wang Daoquan said, "Not exactly. The business registration is in Lily's dad's name. We're not married yet, so it wouldn't be appropriate to put my name down since he provided the money." After finishing his sentence, Wang Daoquan said, "But my dad mentioned that once we get married, he'll transfer the actual ownership of the restaurant to me." Yi-chun shook his head in disbelief. This fool didn't even realize he was being used. Lu Lily treated him like a workhorse, making him run the restaurant business in the development zone while she sneaked off to be with wealthy men, all while planning to kick him to the curb. As it stood, the restaurant had nothing to do with Wang Daoquan in the business registry, and once Lu Lily turned against him, he would be left with nothing. Not only would all his efforts be in vain, but he would also lose the 100,000 yuan he had invested. The more Yi-chun thought about it, the more he despised Lu Lily. He directly asked Wang Daoquan, "What is Lily up to now?" Wang Daoquan replied with a smile, "Oh, she want to get her hair done." "Why?" Yi-chun sneered, "Getting her hair done? Is that what she told you?" "Yeah, you believe her just like that?" Wang Daoquan asked, sounding somewhat surprised. "Yi-chun, what do you mean? Just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush." Yi-chun replied, "All right. I'll be straightforward. I saw Lu Lily at the BMW dealership, and she was all over a guy named Zhao Dong, calling him darling repeatedly. You might be wearing a green hat." "Impossible," Wang Daoquan exclaimed. "Lily is not that kind of person. Are you sure you didn't mistake her for someone else?" Yi-chun confidently stated, "I didn't mistake her, it was her." I don't believe it, Wang Daoquan said coldly. Yi Chun, we have a good relationship. But you can't slander my fiancé just because we're friends. Yi Chun replied coldly. Wang Daoquan, wake up. Your fiancé is with another man now. Zhao Dong promised to buy her a BMW X6, and she has gone home with him, planning to break up with you tonight. As a friend, I suggest you prepare yourself. Before Wang Daoquan could respond, Yi Chun continued, you'd better move that painting I gave you, as long as you have it. You can bounce back. But if you don't believe me, there's nothing more I can do. Wang Daoquan was getting anxious. Yi Chun, stop talking nonsense. Lily is my fiancée, I know her better than anyone. She would never betray me. If you keep slandering her, I'll cut ties with you. Yi Chun frowned and calmly said, fine, as a friend, I've given you my warning. If you don't believe it, there's nothing else I can do. Good luck. With that, he hung up the phone. What a fool blinded by love. He should have secretly recorded a video to show him earlier. At that moment, the manager of the BMW dealership knocked on the car window and asked, Sir, are you satisfied with this 530? Yi Chun nodded, it's great. I'll take this model. Please bring me a new one from the storage. The manager's face lit up with joy. Please hold on. I'll arrange for someone to bring the car over right away. Soon, a black BMW 530 pulled up, driven by the salesperson. Yi Chun smoothly and efficiently swiped his card to pay for the car, then folded up his little electric scooter and stuffed it into the trunk before driving off confidently. On the way back, his father-in-law and mother-in-law took turns calling to ask if he had returned yet. When Yi Chun arrived downstairs, he realized that his in-laws were already waiting for him. Seeing that Yi Chun had indeed bought a BMW 530, the elderly couple was all smiles and visibly excited. His father-in-law circled the BMW several times, exclaiming, what a great car. I never expected that I would get to drive a BMW. Yi Chun chuckled and replied, Dad, who knows, you might even get to drive a Rolls-Royce someday. His father-in-law laughed heartily. Well, that depends on your skills. His mother-in-law was equally thrilled and had a noticeably improved attitude towards Yi Chun. After taking the car for a test drive, his father-in-law returned and said, the car is really nice, and it drives comfortably, but it's a bit long and hard to handle. Yi Chun, this afternoon, you'll be my driver and accompany me to run some errands. I have plans to check out some things with someone. Yi Chun nodded, sure, Dad. His mother-in-law chimed in excitedly, and later, you can drive me too. Take me to have afternoon tea with my friends. I want them to see that I have a BMW picking me up. Absolutely, Mom. Chapter 49. The annoying father-in-law after lunch. My father-in-law, Xiao Chongquan, dressed neatly and urged Yi Chun, saying, Yi Chun, hurry up and get ready. Let's take our new car to the antique street. A shop just got a Tang Dynasty official kiln vase, and I want to go and appreciate it. Yi Chun couldn't help but advise, Dad. Are you getting back into antiques again? We don't have much money. Buying antiques might be a bit extravagant, don't you think? Xiao Chongquan wasn't particularly skilled at making money, but he had plenty of dreams about getting rich. He loved to stroll through antique streets, always hoping to find a hidden treasure. However, over the years, he had mostly been taken advantage of. He had previously taken a break from this obsession, but now it seemed he was back at it again. Seeing Yi Chun daring to point fingers at him, Xiao Chongquan snorted and said, Stop talking nonsense and just drive me over. Yi Chun felt helpless but didn't want to oppose him, so he drove his father-in-law to the antique street. On the way, Xiao Chongquan sat in the back seat of the newly bought BMW, feeling quite pleased with himself. Instead of sitting in the front passenger seat, he lounged comfortably in the spacious back, crossing his legs, directing Yi Chun on how to drive, and asking him to play his favorite treasure-hunting audiobooks. As he put it, at my age, reading strains my eyes, so I might as well listen every day. That aside, after listening to a few segments, Yi Chun realized that the protagonist in the story could gamble $10 and win a jade stone worth 10 billion. At this point, Yi Chun understood why his father-in-law had endless dreams of getting rich. Xiao Chongquan was engrossed in the story, exclaiming, when will I strike it big like that? $10 for a stone that's worth 10 billion? Well, I'd settle for just $1 billion. Yi Chun coughed awkwardly and said, Dad, stop thinking about gambling on stones. It's all a scam. Xiao Chongquan scoffed, you don't know anything. As they approached the antique street, he quickly instructed, find a parking spot and park the car. Don't delay my appointment to look at the goods. Jinling is a historic city, and the antique street, located outside a scenic area, is fairly well known in the country, attracting antique dealers and treasure hunters from all over. The local tourism department had invested heavily to renovate the antique street, turning it into a tourist attraction. Upon arriving at the antique street, Xiao Chongquan confidently walked to the entrance of an antique shop, informing the staff that he had an appointment. They invited the two of them to the VIP room at the back to view the items. Just as Yi Chun was about to follow him inside, Xiao Chongquan turned around and said, you should wait here. You won't understand anything in there. Just wait for me at the door of the VIP room. Yichen nodded. Got it, Dad. Xiao Chongquan walked into the VIP room with his hands behind his back, following the staff, while Yichen sat down in the waiting area. A few minutes later, Yichen suddenly heard a loud crash coming from inside the VIP room. Then, Yichen saw his father-in-law, Xiao Chongquan, rushing out in a panic. He kept muttering, "It's over, it's over. This is it." Yichen hurried over and looked behind his father-in-law, only to see a tall, slender ceramic vase shattered into two pieces on the ground, with quite a few small ceramic fragments scattered around. From the fragments, it was vaguely clear that the broken item was a Tang dynasty jade spring vase. Having grown up in the Yi family and being well-versed in antiques, he could tell at a glance that this vase was a genuine antique worth millions in the market. It seemed that his father-in-law had landed himself in big trouble this time. In the VIP room, a middle-aged man with a dark expression said, "Mr. Xiao, this jade spring vase was purchased for over 3 million. Now that you've broken it, you must compensate us at that price." This man was Zhou Liangyun, the manager of Qin Feng. Xiao Chongquan pulled Yichen over, trying to hide his panic as he said, "This is my precious son-in-law. Do you have any idea how much money he has? Forget about 5 million. Even 50 million is nothing for him. You two can discuss the compensation. I have things to attend to, so I'll be leaving." With that, Xiao Chongquan pushed Yichen inside and turned to run away. Yichen was left dumbfounded. His father-in-law was incredibly shameless, clearly trying to pin the blame on him. Zhou Liangyun looked at Yichen and coldly asked, "Sir, the total is 5,380,000. Will you be paying by card or via bank transfer?" Yichen shrugged, "I don't have any money." It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but he wanted to teach his father-in-law a lesson, so he wouldn't be bothered to visit the antique street every day. "No money?" Zhou Liangyun gritted his teeth. "You think you can just walk away after breaking our Qin Tang's item by saying you have no money?" Yichen helplessly replied, "I'm not trying to run away, but I really don't have any money. Besides, I didn't break the vase. Why should I be the one to pay?" Zhou Liangyun was furious. "Isn't that your father-in-law?" Yichen nodded. "You said it yourself. He's my father-in-law, not me. If he broke it, you should hold him accountable. That's how it works. Debts must be repaid by the debtor, and family members shouldn't be dragged into it. Don't you understand that?" Zhou Liangyun felt a surge of anger, but he also realized that Yichen had a point. If he insisted on making Yichen pay, it would tarnish Qin Tang's reputation if word got out. So, he quickly shouted to a few people nearby, "You guys, hurry and go catch that old fool and bring him back." Yichen watched as they scrambled to chase after his father-in-law, chuckling to himself. He could have easily swiped his card to pay for the vase, but that would just reward his shameless father-in-law. It was better to let the old man face some consequences. Otherwise, if something like this happened again, he would end up being taken advantage of, with everyone at Qin Tang mobilized to catch his father-in-law. Yichen found himself with nothing to do and glanced down at the vase that had broken into two pieces. The vase stood about half a meter tall and was now split in two along with a pile of shards, which was indeed a pity. However, he suddenly noticed that something seemed to be hidden in the bottom of the lower half of the vase. He hurriedly reached inside and pulled out a small wooden box. To his surprise, there was such a hidden secret inside the bottle. The shape of the jade vase was characterized by a small mouth and a large belly, and this wooden box was clearly 2 or 3 times larger than the mouth of the bottle. It seemed that it wasn't something that was stuffed in later, but rather it was incorporated during the making of the vase. This suggests that the wooden box must also date back to the Tang dynasty. He held the wooden box in his hands and examined it closely. Then, with a bit of force, he opened it with a snap. As the box opened, an exquisite fragrance wafted out, and Yichen took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. Upon closer inspection, he found a palm-sized ancient book lying inside. Yichen picked up the tiny ancient book and saw the title on the first page, 9 mystical scriptures written in ancient seal script. This name was intriguing. He wondered what it contained. Yichen flipped open the book and looked at the back. The first section was titled Medical Techniques, and it recorded numerous cases and treatment methods. Yichen furrowed his brow slightly. He had some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine and understood its basic theories. But the content in this book was evidently far more advanced than the methods used in contemporary practices. Some diagnostic and treatment techniques were unheard of, and at the end of the medical section, he even found alchemy, detailing the effects of various elixirs that seemed to transcend reality. Yichen's interest was piqued, and he sat down on the ground, flipping through the pages continuously. To his astonishment, the 9 mystical scriptures also included content on feng shui, divination, treasure appraisal, restoration, and various other mystical techniques, along with a host of other peculiar and strange subjects. Yichen read for a long time, feeling as if every word was drilling into his mind, his heart bubbling like boiling water. He had struck gold. This was an extraordinary treasure. Chapter 50. Yi Chun takes action. Overjoyed, Yi Chun immediately prepared to tuck the 9 mysterious heavenly scriptures into his pocket. However, the book instantly turned to dust and vanished. Yet, each word from the book was vividly imprinted in Yi Chun's mind. At that moment, his father-in-law, who had tried to escape, was roughly dragged back by several burly men. With his cheeks swollen and red, it was clear he had received quite a beating. Seeing his father-in-law in such a sorry state made Yi Chun want to laugh. This old guy had gotten himself into trouble and still tried to shift the blame onto him. What a ridiculous situation. A little lesson was well-deserved as a form of punishment. At this moment, his father-in-law, Xiao Chongquan, was particularly disheveled. He had just run for his life and was exhausted. But without the car keys, and given his age and bulkiness, he couldn't run fast enough to outpace those young men. It wasn't long before he was caught, tied up, and slapped a few times. It was a real disaster for him. After dragging Xiao Chongquan back, Manager Zhou Liangyun gritted his teeth and said, "Old man, you think you can smash our bottles and just run away? You should know the background of our Tang." Terrified, the old man replied, "I didn't mean to. The bottle was just too slippery." Zhou Liangyun coldly interrupted, "Stop with the excuses. I'm giving you until this afternoon to gather the money, and you'll be behind bars for a long time." Xiao Chongquan trembled in fear and looked at Yi Chun as if he had found a lifeline. "Yi Chun, my good son-in-law, you can't just stand by and watch me get into trouble." Yi Chun helplessly replied, "Dad, I don't have that kind of money either." Xiao Chongquan quickly blurted out, "Then you can go to jail in my place. The Xiao family has supported you for so long. It's time for you to show some gratitude." Yi Chun thought to himself, how could he have the nerve to say such a thing? Just as he was about to refuse, a middle-aged man interjected, "Debt has a master, and we at Tang pride ourselves on our integrity in business. You broke the vase, so you must compensate for it." He then turned to Yi Chun and said, "You can leave, but it's best if you help him raise the money. Otherwise, after this afternoon, I'll take him to the police station." Yi Chun nodded lightly. Xiao Chongquan was terrified and cried out, "Good son-in-law, you can't leave. What will I do if you go?" Seeing him so frightened was amusing to Yi Chun, though he couldn't show it on his face. He was just about to come up with an excuse to leave and let his father-in-law endure some hardship when a thought struck him. He remembered that the 9 mysterious heavenly scriptures contained ancient methods for restoring porcelain artifacts. So he focused his mind and said, "Manager Zhou, if I can restore that jade vase, will you let my father-in-law go?" Zhou Liangyun sneered, "Who do you think you are? You want to restore an antique? Let me tell you the truth. I've already sent the photos to an expert in antique appraisal in Jinling, and he said that with the vase shattered like this, it's impossible to restore it." Yi Chun shook his head and said, "This bottle is already broken, so it's useless to keep it. Trying it out 1 cost me anything." Zhou Liangyun scoffed dismissively and replied, "Oh, so you're determined to keep trying, huh? Fine. I want to see what you can do." Yi Chun said, "Give me a piece of rice paper, a brush, and 5 raw eggs." Zhou Liangyun, eager to see what kind of joke Yi Chun would make, didn't hesitate and quickly brought him a basket of raw eggs. However, he couldn't help but sneer. "Using eggs to fix antiques? I've never seen such a method before. I warn you, don't try any tricks. Either you pay for the damages, or we'll take your father-in-law to court. 5 million, enough to keep him in jail for life." Yi Chun nodded and asked, "What if I manage to fix it?" Zhou Liangyun snorted coldly, "If a professional verifies that it's indeed fixed and most of the damage is recovered, then you can leave." "All right." Yi Chun nodded. "It's a deal." With that, he stopped talking to Zhou Liangyun, picked up the brush, and began sketching the outline of the Tang dynasty jade vase on the rice paper. Then, he cracked open an egg, dipped his finger in the egg white, and applied it to a shard of the vase, pressing it onto the paper model. He continued to pick up pieces and attach them, gradually covering the model with the antique fragments. Everyone held their breath, afraid to disturb his restoration process. Half an hour passed quickly. When Yi Chun straightened up again, what lay before everyone was a seemingly brand new Tang dynasty jade vase. He smiled at Zhou Liangyun and said, "You can take a look and see if there are any flaws left." Zhou Liangyun picked up the vase, examined it closely, and then disdainfully said, "Are you kidding me? You just smeared it with egg white and called it repaired? If I break your legs and smear them with egg white, would that work? Don't touch that vase." At that moment, a clear, urgent voice suddenly came from the doorway. Following that, a stunning woman dressed in a white casual suit stepped inside. She was strikingly beautiful, tall and graceful, nearly 1.7 meters in height, exuding an air of elegance. Her beautiful eyes scanned the room, filled with a cold pride, like an ice queen. Upon seeing her, Zhou Liangyun's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly bowed respectfully, saying, "Miss, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than Song Wanting, the actual owner of Tang and the eldest daughter of the prominent Song family in Jinling. Song Wanting huffed coldly, her face showing anger. I was worried you'd ruin the whole shop if I didn't come. What is going on here? Zhou Liangyun chuckled awkwardly and quickly replied. A customer accidentally broke the vase while examining it, and his son-in-law tried to fix it with eggs. I was just about to say that this method is worthless and discuss compensation with them. Song Wanting leaned closer to the jade vase, observed it for a moment, and her expression suddenly changed. She immediately turned around and scolded Zhou Liangyun. Put it down. Who told you to mess with things you don't understand? Zhou Liangyun was momentarily stunned. Miss, what is this about? Song Wanting replied angrily. This is a recently restored artifact. Besides the restoration expert, no one else is allowed to touch it for the time being. Don't you understand this basic rule? Zhou Liangyun hesitated and said, but all it got was a coating of egg white. That hardly counts as restoration, right? Song Wanting's beautiful eyes flashed with anger as she retorted, you fool. This vase, after restoration, is worth at least double, but because you touched it, we've lost at least 2 million. Pack your things, don't come back tomorrow. Previously, at an auction in the harbor city, she had seen a porcelain plate from the same era as the jade vase. The history of that plate was fascinating. It was a Tang dynasty artifact that had been broken during the Song dynasty, and then expertly restored by skilled craftsmen using the same techniques. Because this restoration method was extremely rare and had long been lost to history, that plate ultimately sold for 13 million, far exceeding its actual value. Now, the jade vase had been restored using this lost technique by Yi Chun, which would undoubtedly increase its value. Zhou Liangyun's face turned pale. He had never imagined that merely touching the jade vase could lead to such a significant loss and cost him his job. Song Wanting then asked, where is the master who restored this jade vase? Take me to meet him right away. Chapter 51. Unbelievable. Zhou Liangyun was taken aback. He never dreamed that the repaired vase, originally just a broken egg, would turn out to be an even more precious treasure. He quickly pointed at Yi Chun and said, Miss, this gentleman is the one who repaired it. Song Wanting glanced at Yi Chun, feeling a sense of doubt in her heart. He was so young. How could he possibly know this ancient and lost technique of artifact restoration? With a slight smile, Song Wanting politely asked, I am Song Wanting from the Song family. May I ask your name, sir? Which master of artifacts did you study under? Meanwhile, her father-in-law, Xiao Changkong, was trembling with fear. Upon hearing Song Wanting's name, he was immediately rendered speechless. The Song family. They were the top family in Jinling. Although they couldn't compare to the super families in Yanjing, in Jinling, they were truly an unparalleled giant. He never expected to meet the eldest daughter of the Song family here. On the other hand, Yi Chun felt indifferent about Song Wanting's identity. Although the Song family was powerful, they were merely a family with assets in the hundreds of billions, which was a far cry from the tens of trillions held by the Yi family. So he replied indifferently, my name is Yi Chun, but I have no formal mentor. He then added, my father-in-law broke your jade vase, and I repaired it. As for its specific value, I hope you can help appraise it to see if we need to compensate you. Song Wanting shook her head with a smile and said, after your repair, the vase has far exceeded its original value. In fact, it should be us at Tang who owe you. Yi Chun smiled lightly, no need to be so polite. Since everything here is settled, my father-in-law and I should head back. Song Wanting's big eyes twinkled as she smiled and said, sir, may I ask for your surname and how to address you? Could you possibly leave a contact number for future communication? As she spoke, she took out her business card and handed it to him, saying, sir, this is my business card. Please accept it. Yi Chun nodded, accepted the card, and replied casually, my surname is Yi, but I don't have a business card. That's all right, Song Wanting said. Would it be convenient for you to leave your phone number, Mr. Yi? Yi Chun felt that knowing more people was naturally a good thing, and since Song Wanting seemed polite and humble, not arrogant or overbearing, he found her quite pleasant. So he exchanged phone numbers with her. Only then did Song Wanting say, Mr. Yi, would you like me to send a car to take you both back? Yi Chun waved his hand and said, no need, I drove here. Song Wanting nodded and said, then let me walk you both out. Afterward, Song Wanting escorted them to the BMW 530, watching as Yi Chun drove away before she slowly walked back to Tang. On the way back, Yi Chun's father-in-law couldn't help but ask, Yi Chun, who did you learn this artifact restoration technique from? Yi Chun naturally couldn't reveal that he had discovered a miraculous text, the 9 mysterious scriptures, inside the broken vase. After all, this book was extraordinary, containing so much content that he still needed to digest it slowly. Moreover, such matters couldn't be disclosed to anyone. He casually replied, I learned it from an old janitor at the orphanage. His father-in-law nodded and sighed, what a blessing. If it weren't for your skills, I might have ended up in jail. He quickly added, by the way, you mustn't tell your mom or Charon about this. Okay. Yi Chen nodded, got it, Dad. Only then did his father-in-law relax, rubbing his face and lamenting, if I had known you had this talent, I wouldn't have bothered running around. Not only did I exhaust myself, but I also got slapped a few times. Damn it. What bad luck. After that, he asked Yi Chen, can you still see marks on my face? Yi Chen replied, there's still a bit of redness. His father-in-law said, if your mom asks when we get home, just tell her I accidentally bumped into a telephone pole. Once they returned home, Yi Chen busily went to the market to buy groceries and prepare dinner. He called his wife, Xiao Charon, to ask what she wanted to eat. But she replied that she would be meeting Wang Dongxue in the evening to discuss the construction plan, and Wang Dongxue was treating her to dinner at the Dihao group. Shortly after, Wang Dongxue also sent him a message saying, young master, the young madam is about to start working here, so she might be quite busy in the near future. I hope you don't mind. Yi Chen, being a reasonable person, understood that work was important, so he replied, make sure to treat her well at the company. Don't let her eat takeout. Wang Dongxue quickly assured him, don't worry. I'll arrange for the best dinner at the executive restaurant for the young madam. Good job, he replied. Since his wife wasn't coming home for dinner, Yi Chen didn't fuss too much and simply bought some ingredients to make a home-cooked meal for his father-in-law and mother-in-law. After dinner, the elderly couple went out to dance in the square, leaving Yi Chen alone at home, still pondering some profound concepts from the 9 mysterious scriptures. At that moment, he suddenly received a call from Wang Daoquan. Yi Chen initially hesitated to answer. He was a bit annoyed with the guy for being so unreasonable. After he had kindly reminded him, Wang Daoquan turned against him, which was frustrating. However, thinking about how pitiful he was, Yi Chen decided to pick up the call and asked, what's up? On the other end, Wang Daoquan was sobbing uncontrollably. Yi Chen, my good brother, I'm sorry. I wronged you. Hearing him cry so hard, Yi Chen felt a bit of compassion and asked, have you figured out the truth? Wang Daoquan replied through his tears, after you told me, the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was off. Then I used her iPhone's location to find a villa in a gated community. I knocked on the door to catch them in the act. But I got beaten up by that man, his driver, and his butler. Then I was taken to the hospital by an ambulance. At this point, Wang Daoquan broke down and cried, Yi Chen, I was blind and wronged you. Please don't be mad at me. You're my only good friend. If you turn against me too, I'll have nothing left in Jinling. Yi Chen sighed and said, I don't blame you. Which hospital are you in? I'm at the People's Hospital. Wang Daoquan said, my leg was broken by him with a baseball bat. The doctor said I can't get out of bed for a while. The painting you gave me, I took it with me when I went out to catch my cheating partner. Could you please help me pawn it? I've put all my money into the restaurant, and now I'm broke with no money for medical treatment. Hearing this, Yi Chen immediately questioned, did the people who hurt you pay for your medical bills? No. Did you report it to the police? I did, but it was useless. The officer said I was trespassing, and they were just acting in self-defense. That's outrageous. Yi Chen exclaimed, furious. Just wait, I'm coming over right now. Chapter 52. You're going to die a horrible death. People's Hospital. Wang Daoquan was lying on a hospital bed in the emergency department. He was covered in injuries, with his right leg in a cast, looking quite pitiful. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel sympathy for him. A grown man, who misjudged a woman, ended up with a shattered heart and a broken body. When Wang Daoquan saw him enter, tears streamed from his swollen, egg-like eyes. Yi Chen. Wang Daoquan couldn't hold back his sobs as he spoke. Yi Chen walked over and said calmly, enough, she's just a worthless woman. She's not worth your tears. Wang Daoquan cried, I pursued her for 3 years. For her, I lost all my dignity and completely turned into a submissive fool. I thought if I stuck around long enough, I would have everything in the end, but instead, I ended up with nothing. He gasped between sobs. That wretched woman not only wants to break up with me, but she also wants me to leave empty-handed. Most of the money I earned over the years was spent on her, and my only savings of 100,000 were invested in a restaurant. Yet she won't even give that back. I must have been blind to fall for such a heartless woman. Yi Chen tried to comfort him, Daoquan. A man should know when to hold on and when to let go. If you fall, just get back up. What about the painting I gave you? It can sell for at least 200,000, enough for you to start a small business. Wang Daoquan nodded and replied, the painting is in my arms. Luckily you reminded me to bring it. Otherwise, she would have taken it too. Yi Chen said, as long as the painting is safe, just lie down and cool off. I'll go buy you some fruit and pay for your hospital fees. Wang Daoquan was moved to tears. Yi Chen, good brother, thank you so much. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you back in the future. Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, all right, we're brothers, no need for all this talk. With that, he left the room. In his haste earlier, he hadn't had time to buy anything. Seeing Wang Daoquan in such a pitiful state, Yi Chun felt a pang of compassion, so he went to buy some fruit and also prepaid 10,000 for his hospital expenses. On his way back to the ward, Yi Chun noticed the door was ajar. As he approached, he saw Lu Lili standing at Wang Daoquan's bedside, holding hands with Zhao Dong. Wang Daoquan immediately shouted, "What are you two doing here? Are you here to laugh at me?" Lu Lili sneered, "Who would want to see your pathetic state?" She then spat on the floor and continued, "I'm here to demand that painting back. Where did you hide it? Hand it over." Wang Daoquan angrily replied, "Lu Lili, that painting was a gift from my brother to me. What right do you have to take it? A gift to you?" Lu Lili scoffed. "Get this straight. Why did Yi Qin give you that painting?" "It was a congratulatory gift for the restaurant opening." "And whose restaurant is it?" "It's my dad's." Wang Daoquan couldn't believe Lu Lili could be so shameless, his voice trembling with anger. "Lu Lili, don't go too far. You still have the 100,000 yuan I invested in your restaurant, and you must return that money to me. As for that painting, it was a gift from my good brother, do you hear me? A gift to me." Lu Lili scoffed, "Stop wasting my time. The restaurant has nothing to do with you, and I won't give you a single penny. That painting belongs to the restaurant. If you don't hand it over, I'll call the police and report that you stole it from my restaurant." Zhao Dong, standing nearby, sneered and said, "Kid, I advise you to be smart about this. My connections in Jinling are not something you can afford to mess with. If you don't hand over the painting, all it takes is a call to the police, and they'll have you arrested in no time. With a case value of 200,000, you could end up spending 10 years in prison." Wang Daoquan's tears flowed continuously as he questioned Lu Lili. "Over the years, I have given you my all and poured my heart into you. Even if you don't appreciate it, is it really necessary to kick me when I'm down?" Lu Lili scoffed. "Appreciate it? Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, I've never liked you. Someone like you doesn't deserve my affection. Only a man like Dong Gu is worthy of my affection." Zhao Dong also chuckled. "I forgot to tell you, Lily and I are quite harmonious in bed. You have no idea how loud she can be. Her screams almost blew the ceiling off my house." Lu Lili shyly said, "Oh, Dong Gu, why do you have to say that? It's making me embarrassed." "Embarrassed?" Zhao Dong laughed and said, "How about we close the door and give him a demonstration right in front of this useless guy? Let him see how you serve me." "Oh no, please don't. It's so embarrassing." Wang Daoquan couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed a pillow and threw it hard, shouting, "You shameless couple, get out of here." Zhao Dong grabbed the pillow and coldly snorted, "I warn you, if you don't hand over the painting, I'll break your other leg and throw you in jail." Yi Chun, after hearing this outside, suddenly walked into the hospital room and shouted angrily, "Dare to touch my brother? You're asking for death." Zhao Dong turned around and looked at Yi Chun, questioning, "Who are you?" Lu Lili said, "This person is Yi Chun, the one who delivered the painting." Zhao Dong laughed heartily and said, "Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just that good-for-nothing who relies on others. His name is known far and wide in Jinling." Saying this, Zhao Dong coldly stared at Yi Chun and said, "I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of here. If you leave now, I can pretend you were never here and won't hold it against you." Yi Chun scoffed, "You want me to get lost? Who do you think you are?" Zhao Dong gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, you still dare to act tough in front of me, Zhao Dong?" Yi Chun said coldly, "I don't care if you're Zhao Dong, Zhao Shi, or whatever. You're really getting on my nerves today. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and bow your head 3 times to my brother, and I'll let him break one of your legs. If you don't, you're going to die a very ugly death." Hearing this, Zhao Dong let out a wild laugh a few times, but soon his expression hardened. He coldly said, "Kid, what did you just say? You want me, Zhao Dong, to kneel? Are you tired of living?" Lu Lili couldn't help but mock. "Yi Chun, where did you come from? You fool. Trying to show off in front of Dong Gu? Do you want to die young?" Yi Chun replied coldly, "Shut up, you annoying brat. I can't stand your mouth. You." Lu Lili's anger flared up instantly. She turned to Zhao Dong and said, "Dong Gu, he dared to insult me. Get someone to beat him up. I want to tear his mouth apart." Zhao Dong gritted his teeth and replied, "You ungrateful punk. I'll call someone to deal with you right now, just wait." Hearing this, Yi Chun suddenly laughed and said, "All right, if you can't take me down, both you and this annoying brat are going to suffer terribly." Chapter 53. Kneel down. Spare your dog's life. Zhao Dong immediately made a phone call, speaking loudly, "Seventh brother. I'm at the People's Hospital right now. Bring a few brothers over. I want to take care of a kid." Yi Chun didn't make a call. Instead, he sent a text to Hong Wu. "Come to the People's Hospital. Someone wants to kill me." Hong Wu quickly called back, asking, "Mr. Yi, which blind dog dare to mess with you?" Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, "Cut the crap. Just come over." Hong Wu immediately responded, "Mr. Yi, don't worry. I'm on my way." Seeing Yi Chun on the phone, Zhao Dong sneered, "What's wrong? You can call someone too." Yi Chun coldly retorted, "I told you, I will make you suffer terribly." Zhao Dong laughed mockingly, "Who do you think you are? In Jinling, no one can make me suffer like that. They haven't even been born yet. On the hospital bed, Wang Daoquan struggled to sit up, anxiously saying, Yi Chun, you need to leave quickly. Don't mess with this guy. You can't afford to provoke him. Yi Chun walked over and pushed him back onto the bed, saying calmly, just lie down and rest. Wang Daoquan desperately said, you have no idea about Zhao Dong's background. His family is very powerful in Jinling. Yi Chun peeled an orange and stuffed it into Wang Daoquan's mouth, saying, the person I can't afford to provoke hasn't been born yet. Lu Lily laughed heartily. Oh my goodness, you really can boast. Do you know what kind of business Dong Ji's family is in? Yi Chun replied, I don't know what his family does. But I do know that he will be a disabled person for the rest of his life. After saying that, he added, all right, you too. Lu Lily's face immediately darkened. Fine. Since you're looking for death, just wait. At that moment, Yi Chun asked Wang Daoquan, does Lu Lily's father, Lu Yuesheng, know about you getting beaten up? Yes, Wang Daoquan said, I called him. Yi Chun nodded and asked, what did he say? Wang Daoquan's expression was filled with anger as he said he can't meddle in young people's affairs. That means he doesn't want me to bother him. Yi Chun then asked, what about the 100,000 you invested in the restaurant? Did you ask him for it back? I did. Wang Daoquan's expression grew even more furious as he gritted his teeth. That old man actually said that my 100,000 wasn't an investment in the restaurant, but a gift for his future son-in-law, and he said I'm not qualified to ask for it back. He won't return it to me. Unbelievable. Yi Chun snorted coldly. No wonder he has such a shameless daughter. Turns out he's just trash himself. What did you say? Lu Lily immediately exploded in anger, shouting, how dare you insult my dad? I think you're tired of living. After saying that, she quickly shook Zhao Dong's arm, pleading, Dong go, he dared to insult my dad. You have to hit him. Zhao Dong was just a playboy, not particularly tall, and physically quite average. Standing in front of Yi Chun, he was half a head shorter. Moreover, Yi Chun did various chores at home every day, had a healthy routine, and was in great shape. If he were to fight Yi Chun, he would have no chance of winning. Moreover, Yi Chun had been learning Wing Chun from his father since he was a child. After his parents passed away, he never stopped practicing martial arts in the orphanage. It was precisely because of the skills he developed from a young age that he was able to avoid being bullied there. So, if it came down to a fight, let alone just one Zhao Dong, even 5 Zhao Dongs wouldn't necessarily be a match for him. Zhao Dong was well aware that making a move now wouldn't benefit him at all. He might even end up getting beaten. So, he comforted Lu Lily by holding her hand and said, don't worry, babe. Brother Qi is already on his way with some people. He'll be here soon. Once he arrives, I'll make him pay. At that moment, Yi Chun sent a text to Chun Zikai at the Platinum Han Palace. What is the background of Zhao Dong and Jinling? Chun Zikai replied quickly. His family is in business, mainly dealing in jade stock and pawnbroking. Their strength is just average. Did he provoke you? Yeah. Yi Chun replied. I've already sent Hong Wu over. Also, I need you to help me with something. Chun Zikai hurriedly said. Young master, please go ahead. Yi Chun continued. I want you to bring Zhao Dong's father to the People's Hospital. And also an old guy in Jinling who specializes in cultural relic appraisal named Lu Yuesheng. Bring them both to me. Chun Zikai immediately responded. All right, young master. I'll personally escort them to see you. Yi Chun said, you don't need to show up yourself. Just send someone to do it. I don't want people to know we're acquainted. Understood, young master. Should I have someone teach those 2 old geezers a lesson? Yi Chun replied, capture them first. Give them a good beating, and then bind them up and send them over. Okay, young master. I'll follow your orders and get right on it. Putting away his phone, Yi Chun looked at Zhao Dong and Lu Lily, coldly stating, they say a child's misdeeds reflect on their parents. I'll be having your fathers come over shortly to discuss how they raised you 2 worthless scums. Zhao Dong's face darkened as he retorted, kid, I advise you to know your limits. Otherwise, when my people arrive, you might really lose your life. Yi Chun chuckled, tell your people to hurry up. I can hardly wait. Just as Zhao Dong was about to insult Yi Chun, the door to the hospital room was kicked open, and a burly man, flanked by 7 or 8 others, stormed in with an aggressive demeanor. Upon seeing him, Zhao Dong immediately pointed at Yi Chun and shouted, Brother Qi, it's this kid. Help me take him out. Brother Qi frowned and coldly asked, so, you're the one who messed with my brother? Yi Chun smiled nonchalantly and nodded. What is it to you? Are you here to back him up? Brother Qi looked at him with suspicion. This kid seemed unfamiliar. He didn't know his background, but why was he not afraid at all? So he cautiously asked, Kid, where do you come from? Yi Chun replied, I'm from my family's place. Zhao Dong quickly added, Brother Qi, this guy is a live-in son-in-law, living off others. He then whispered into Brother Qi's ear, Brother Qi, this kid doesn't have much of a background. Don't worry about beating him up. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. Living off others, huh? Brother Qi sneered and said, all right then, I'll break his little bird, and let us see how he continues to live off others. After finishing his words, without waiting for Yi Chen to respond, he immediately waved to the brothers behind him and shouted, damn it, kill him. Zhao Dong looked at Yi Chen with a cold smile and said, what last words do you have, Mr. Yi? Yi Chen ignored him and turned to the man known as Seventh Brother, saying calmly, kneel down, and I'll spare your life. Seventh Brother was taken aback, rubbed his ears, and frowned, asking, what did you just say? Repeat that, and I guarantee you won't make it through tonight. Just then, a furious roar came from outside the door. Little Seven, Mr. Yi told you to kneel down. Are you deaf or what? Seventh Brother's expression changed sharply. It was none other than Lord Hongwu who had arrived. Chapter 54, Get to Work. As soon as the words left his mouth, Master Hong burst in with Biao and dozens of his brothers in tow. The moment they entered, he immediately called out to Biao, shut the door. No outsiders allowed. Biao nodded quickly. Got it, Master Hong. Brother Seven stood there, dumbfounded, his mind completely blank. Master Hong, the underground king of Jinling. Brother Seven was just one of the many small-time leaders in the area, but Master Hong was the ruler of the streets. Everyone in the underworld had to pay their respects to Master Hong's turf. He never imagined that coming to help Zhao Dong with a minor issue would attract Master Hong's attention. Zhao Dong didn't know who Master Hong was. Seeing Brother Seven's bewildered expression, he furrowed his brow and asked, Brother Seven, what's going on? Who is this old guy? As soon as he said that, Brother Seven was terrified and started to tremble. He grabbed Zhao Dong by the hair and punched him in the face, breaking his nose. Watching the blood gush from his nostrils, Brother Seven gritted his teeth and cursed, Zhao, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. This is Master Hong. What? Zhao Dong was instantly paralyzed with fear. Master Hong, the underground king of Jinling. Why was he here? At that moment, Master Hong approached with a grim expression and kicked Brother Seven between the legs, sending him crashing to the ground in excruciating pain, his face pale as a ghost. Master Hong glared at him and coldly said, you dare to mess with Mr. Yi? You must be tired of living. After that, Master Hong quickly bowed to Yi Chen. Apologizing, Mr. Yi, I'm late. Please punish me. Master Hong's respectful attitude towards Yi Chen left everyone present in shock. Zhao Dong finally realized the kind of person he had provoked, and he trembled uncontrollably. Yi Chen nodded at Master Hong and pointed at Brother Seven, asking, do you know this person? Master Hong replied, yes, just a junior. He foolishly offended Mr. Yi. Whatever Mr. Yi decides, I will comply immediately. Yi Chen nodded and said, this guy is quite arrogant. He wanted to take me out as soon as he came in. A person like him is a danger to society. Break him. So he spends the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Brother Seven was instantly terrified. His livelihood depended on being tough. If he really became a wheelchair-bound invalid, how could he survive in the underworld? His entire life would be ruined. He crawled on his knees to Yi Chen, crying, Mr. Yi, I was blind and foolish. Please spare me this once, and I promise I won't offend you again. Yi Chen replied coldly, I gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it. Brother Seven recalled what Yi Chen had said earlier, kneel, and I'll spare your life. At that time, he thought Yi Chen was looking for trouble, but now he realized that the one in trouble was him. In a panic, he immediately knocked his head against the floor, crying, Mr. Yi, please give me another chance. Spare my life. Yi Chen ignored him and turned to Master Hong, questioning, aren't you going to get to work? What are you waiting for? Huang Wu's expression darkened as he hurriedly shouted, bring him here. Crush his kneecap into powder. Immediately, several of his underlings rushed over and pinned Brother Qi to the floor in a star shape. At that moment, Biao pulled out a metal rod and strode over. Brother Qi still wanted to plead for mercy, but Biao raised the rod high above his head and brought it down with force. With a crack, Brother Qi's right kneecap was smashed to bits. Such a shattering injury could never be healed in his lifetime. Brother Qi howled in pain, but at that moment, Yi Chen said, that's not enough. You've only ruined one of his legs. He can still use crutches. I want him to be dependent on a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Biao nodded immediately, raised the steel rod, and smashed down hard on Brother Qi's left kneecap. Brother Qi immediately rolled on the ground in agony, nearly passing out from the pain. Huang Wu said to Biao, stuff something in his mouth to keep him from disturbing Mr. Yi. Understood, boss. Biao quickly shoved a few pieces of cloth into Brother Qi's mouth, leaving him curled up on the floor like a dead dog. Zhao Dong was already pale with fear, finally realizing the kind of enemy he had angered. Before Yi Chen could take action, he proactively knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head and saying, Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to you disrespectfully. Please, have mercy. Lu Lily was also in shock, seeing Zhao Dong kneeling and begging. She quickly knelt down as well, continuously banging her head and apologizing. Yi Chen coldly replied, "You two shameless dogs, do you really think that begging for mercy will save you? You are truly foolish and naive." Both of them trembled in fear. At that moment, several men in black brought in two middle-aged men who were tightly bound. The two middle-aged men were beaten and battered, barely conscious. They tossed the two men onto the ground and bowed to Yi Chen, saying, "Mr. Yi, we have brought the people you wanted." Zhao Dong and Lu Lili glanced over and nearly fainted on the spot. Lying on the ground were Zhao Dong's father, Zhao Haifeng, and Lu Lili's father, Lu Yuesheng. Yi Chen instructed someone to pour cold water on Zhao Haifeng and Lu Yuesheng's faces to wake them up. Once they were revived, he questioned Lu Yuesheng. "Lu, your daughter is promiscuous and casually cuckolded her fiancé. Are you aware of this?" Lu Yuesheng was dumbfounded. He had already been beaten before coming here and knew his daughter had crossed a hard line. To protect himself, he shook his head vigorously, saying, "I don't know. I don't know." Yi Chen nodded and said, "I see. Not knowing means you, as a father, have failed in your duty. A biao. Break his left kneecap, just like that dead dog." "Got it." A biao immediately turned to his men and said, "Hold him down." Lu Yuesheng screamed in terror, "No, help." Lu Lili also cried out loudly, "Dad." Without hesitation, a biao swung the steel rod down hard once his men had pinned Lu Yuesheng's leg. Ah! Lu Yuesheng felt a pain so intense that he wished for death. His knee was completely shattered, and he feared he would never recover in this lifetime. At that moment, Yi Chen asked again, "I'll ask you one more time. Do you know that your daughter is promiscuous and has cheated on her fiancé? Is that something you're aware of?" Lu Yuesheng, crying, replied, I know. It's my failure as a parent. I will definitely discipline her better in the future." Yi Chen snorted coldly. "Since you know about this, why didn't you intervene? Knowing your daughter is making mistakes and choosing to ignore it means you, as a father, have a warped sense of values and are complicit in her wrongdoings." After saying that, he shouted angrily at a biao, break his other leg too. Chapter 55. Paying a heavy price. Lu Yuesheng never expected that admitting his mistakes wouldn't help. Yi Chen still wasn't planning to let him off the hook. Terrified, he fainted from the shock. However, the searing pain from a bio's steel rod jolted him back to consciousness. Lu Yuesheng, having lived most of his life, had never endured such torture. Tears streamed down his face as he cried out in despair, "Mr. Yi, I truly realize my mistakes. From now on, I will strictly discipline that unfilial daughter of mine and will never allow her to commit such heinous acts again." Yi Chen scoffed. "You really know how to shift the blame." Those words made Lu Yuesheng tremble violently. Yi Chen pressed on with a stern voice, "Lu, let me ask you. My brother invested 100,000 in your restaurant. Why didn't you return it? Why did you say that money was a gift from my brother to you?" Lu Yuesheng's face turned pale as he hurriedly replied, I was wrong. I'm greedy and shameless. I truly realize my mistakes." After saying that, he glanced at Wang Daoquan, who was fuming on the bed, and begged, "Daoquan, I was blinded by greed. Rest assured, I will return that 100,000 with interest. Please, plead with Mr. Yi on my behalf. My old bones can't take any more of this." Yi Chen looked at Wang Daoquan and questioned, "Are you going to plead for him?" Wang Daoquan shook his head firmly and blurted out, "No, I won't plead for any of them." "Good." Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. "At least you're still a man." He then turned to the despairing Lu Yuesheng and said, "Not only have you failed as a parent, but you also disrespect your elders by trying to seize my brother's hard-earned savings over the years. How is that any different from outright robbery?" Lu Yuesheng trembled in fear, crying and wailing, "Mr. Yi, I'm a scoundrel. I'm not human. I deserve to die. Please spare me, I beg you. From now on, I will be your servant, and I will call you Grandpa Yi. Please spare me." Yi Chen sneered, "Spare you? It seems you may not be good-looking, but your imagination is quite vivid." With that, he turned to a bio and said, "Break his right hand. Let's see if he dares to steal from others again." Lu Yuesheng cried out in despair, "No, Mr. Yi. Please don't." A bio swung down forcefully. My hand. Yi Chen instructed a bio, "Gag him and take him to the side." Understood. A bio immediately covered Lu Yuesheng's mouth and tossed him aside with Qi Go. Lu Lili was nearly driven to madness from fear. Zhao Dong was in the same boat. Zhao Dong's father, Zhao Haifeng, was equally distraught. He glared at Zhao Dong and angrily slapped him, scolding, "You bastard! Who told you to mess around outside? Are you trying to kill me?" Yi Chen observed Zhao Haifeng with a smile and asked, "What's the matter? Your son is fooling around with my brother's fiancée, giving my brother the green hat, and you, as his father, are unaware?" Zhao Haifeng trembled in fear and began to cry. He didn't know how to respond, especially with Lu Yuesheng's earlier misfortune fresh in his mind. If he says he knows, his right leg will be broken. If he says he doesn't know, His left leg will be broken. Seeing that he was too afraid to answer, Yichen directly said to a Biao, "This old guy seems quite clever, thinking he can avoid punishment by staying silent. A Biao, just take out both of his legs." "Yes, Mr. Yi." Yichen looked at the extremely flustered Zhao Haifeng and coldly said, "Blame it on your son for getting you into this mess." Immediately after, with two desperate cries of anguish, Zhao Haifeng's legs were completely incapacitated. As Zhao Dong watched his father being crushed into a state of disability, he felt an overwhelming loss of control. Suddenly, a warm, foul-smelling liquid began to seep from his pants. He was so scared that he had wet himself. Yichen let out a cold smile and said, "All right, it seems you really can't control that thing of yours. Everything happening today is a result of your inability to manage it. Honestly, I don't see the point in you keeping it." After saying that, he instructed a Biao, "Make sure he can never be a man again." A look of shock flashed across Abayo's face. As a man himself, he couldn't help but feel a tightening in his groin upon hearing the command. Master Hong immediately shouted, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and listen to Mr. Ye's orders." A Biao quickly snapped back to reality and said to those around him, "Spread this bastard's legs." Zhao Dong, in utter despair, cried out loudly, "Mr. Yi, Grandpa Yi, please spare me. Even if you break my limbs, please don't let me fail to be a man." Yichen smiled and said, "Do you think this is a choice between losing your hands and feet or losing that thing? You're mistaken. This is a double choice, and you can't escape either." Immediately after, a Biao stomped down hard with his foot. Zhao Dong had completely become a eunuch. However, this was not the end of it. A Biao, following Yi Chen's instructions, disabled his hands and feet. Zhao Dong, who arrogantly put a green hat on others and even beat someone into the hospital, has completely become a worthless person in every sense. However, no one feels sorry for him. Everything he is experiencing today is a result of his own actions. At this point, only Lu Lily remained unscathed. She was on the verge of a breakdown, crawling to the bedside and grabbing Wang Daoquan's hand, crying, "Honey, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have betrayed you. I truly love you. I was just violated by that man with the surname Zhao once. He took naked photos of me, and I had no choice but to let him control me." Zhao Dong angrily shouted, "Lu Lily, you shameless woman, how dare you slander me? It was clearly that time when you went to my family's pawn shop with your dad. You saw that my family was well off and actively flirted with me, wanting to sleep with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get involved with you." As he spoke, he cried and said to Yi Chun, "Mr. Yi, please don't believe this guy. I have chat records here. She took the initiative to add me on WeChat and confessed her feelings for me, saying she fell for me at first sight. She even sent me several suggestive photos to entice me. All these pictures are in my album. You can take a look at my phone." Lu Lily's face turned pale as she angrily scolded, "Zhao, didn't you promise me that you would delete the photos after looking at them?" Zhao Dong gritted his teeth and said, "You truly have a heart as venomous as a snake. Fortunately, I didn't listen to you and save the photos. Otherwise, I would have been ruined because of you." Lu Lily hurriedly said to Wang Daoquan, "Honey, I was just confused for a moment. Considering our years together, please let me off this time." Yi Chen asked Wang Daoquan, "What do you think?" Wang Daoquan glanced at Lu Lily, pushed her aside, and said, "I don't know this woman." Lu Lily immediately broke down and cried. Yi Chen said, "If that's the case, then break her legs and disfigure her so she can never seduce another man again." Yi Chen had no sympathy for a woman as cold-hearted as Lu Lily. A Biao immediately carried out his orders, crippling Lu Lily's legs and mutilating her face, even using medical scissors to cut off her hair. At this point, all 5 of them paid a heavy price. Chapter 56. Song Wanting's invitation. Yi Chun instructed his men to drag the 5 individuals up and coldly said, "Today, I'll spare your lives. But if any of you dare to leak what happened today, I will take your life. Do you understand?" The 5 immediately nodded frantically. At this moment, being able to live was already a stroke of luck. They wouldn't dare to defy Yi Chun's wishes. Seeing that the 5 were completely subdued, Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction and said to Lu Lily's father, "Lu Yuesheng, you betrayed my brother, so you must pay the price. Tomorrow, transfer the restaurant to my brother, and you and your daughter need to get out. Do you understand?" Lu Yuesheng nodded vigorously, "I understand. I'll leave immediately tomorrow." Yi Chun then turned to Zhao Dong's father, Zhao Haifeng, and said, "Your son put my brother in a green hat and severely injured him. You need to compensate my brother 2 million in damages tomorrow, and not a cent less. Do you understand?" Zhao Haifeng quickly replied, "Mr. Yi, I will transfer the money to your brother tomorrow." Only then was Yi Chen satisfied and told the subordinates of Master Hong, "All right, throw these trash out." The group immediately escorted the 5 individuals out. Once they were gone, Yi Chen turned to a Biao and said, "A Biao, you did well this time." A Biao's face brightened and he quickly responded, Mr. Yi, this is what I should do. Yi Chen casually stated, I'll have someone transfer 2 million to your account as a reward. A Biao was overjoyed and bowed, saying, Thank you, Mr. Yi. Although he had made a decent amount of money following Master Hong, Hongwu wasn't he this generous to give out 2 million at once. Yi Chen then sent a text to Qin Zikai, asking him to help transfer the money to a Biao. Although he had plenty of money in his account, it was inconvenient to handle it at the moment. A minute later, the money arrived in a Biao's account. A Biao was ecstatic and kept bowing to Yi Chen. Yi Chen turned to Master Hong and said, Hongwu, you probably look down on this 2 million. Hongwu quickly replied, Mr. Yi, it's my honor to relieve your worries. Yi Chen nodded and said, I will remember this favor and will give you an opportunity to rise to greater heights in the future. Upon hearing this, Hongwu immediately knelt down and bowed his head to Yi Chen. For Hongwu, what he wanted wasn't just money, but a chance to elevate his status. However, for someone in his line of work, climbing the ranks was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He had long wanted to curry favor with Qin Zikai, but Qin Zikai had always looked down on him due to his low and dirty background. Now, with Yi Chen's words, it was very likely that Qin Zikai would help him, paving the way for a brighter future. After rewarding his subordinates, Yi Chen turned to Wang Daoquan and asked, Are you satisfied with today's events? Wang Daoquan was extremely shocked. He couldn't understand how Yi Chen had become so powerful that even the underground king of Jinling had to kneel before him. He was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses and hurriedly said, I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied. Yi Chen replied, I've helped you vent your anger. I've also secured the restaurant for you, and I managed to get you 2 million in compensation. From now on, you'll have to walk your own path. Wang Daoquan immediately said, Yi Chen, I will definitely work hard to repay your kindness. Whatever you ask me to do, I will not hesitate. Yi Chen nodded and said, You should focus on recovering from your injuries. Once you're better, run the restaurant well. If there's anything I need you to do, I'll let you know. Wang Daoquan repeatedly assured, I'm always at your service. Yi Chen added, All right, about today's incident, you mustn't mention it to anyone. I don't want others to know my identity, understand? Wang Daoquan quickly nodded, I understand. Don't worry, I won't say a word even if it costs me my life. Yi Chen responded, I'll arrange for 2 caregivers to take care of you. Make sure to rest well, I'll be leaving now. When Yi Chen got home, he didn't tell his wife, Xiao Churan, about what happened today. He preferred that she knew as little as possible for her own safety. The next day, while he was out buying groceries, he suddenly received a phone call. Checking the caller ID, he was surprised to see it was Song Wenting, the daughter of the owner of Jiqing Tang. Yi Chen couldn't help but wonder what business she had with him. Upon answering, Song Wenting's voice came through, Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry for the sudden disturbance, please forgive me. Yi Chen instinctively asked, Is there a problem with the jade vase I repaired? Song Wenting quickly replied, No, that is not it. I called you for another matter. Yi Chen said, Go on. Song Wenting explained, Recently, I've come across something I'm interested in, but I'm not quite sure about it. Mr. Yi, you have profound knowledge of antiques, so I would like to hire you to help me take a look. I wonder if you would be interested? Yi Chen wasn't particularly interested in antique appraisal, but he was in need of some spiritually infused treasures, so he continued, Can you tell me what it is? Song Wenting responded, It's an ancient jade piece. According to the seller, wearing it can bring peace of mind and ward off evil. Suddenly, Yi Chen remembered that the 9 Xian heavenly scriptures he had stumbled upon seemed to contain information about spiritual items. Such treasures that harbor spiritual energy can be extremely beneficial to people. He was eager to see if such a treasure truly existed in the world, so he agreed, saying, All right, I can accompany you. Song Wenting replied, Thank you, Mr. Yi. I'll pick you up at 8 tomorrow morning. Sounds good. After hanging up, Yi Chen pondered to himself. Wealthy individuals highly regard antiques that can adjust feng shui, calm the mind, and ward off misfortune. He thought he should interact with them more in the future to see if any opportunities might arise. The next morning, Song Wenting arrived on time to pick up Yi Chen. After Yi Chen got into the car, Song Wenting spoke up, Mr. Yi, today we're going to buy this piece of ancient jade, and there are a few others from Jinling as well. The competition is likely to be very fierce. Yi Chen nodded and replied casually, It doesn't matter how many people there are. What matters is the quality of the item. If it's good, then even if there are many competitors, I'm not worried. I believe in your capabilities, Miss Song. If you truly want to acquire a treasure, I don't think anyone can stop you. Song Wenting smiled slightly and said, Mr. Yi, you're too kind. As the saying goes, there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Even just in Jinling, there are countless hidden talents, and many who are stronger than I am. Yi Chen feigned surprise and asked, Really? Isn't the Song family the biggest family in Jinling? With a smile, Song Wenting replied, That's just on the surface. Take the new chairman of the Dihao group for example, Just that one group is equivalent to our entire Song family. This person's true strength is truly unfathomable. As she spoke, Song Wanting sighed. I actually would love to make connections with such a prominent figure, but unfortunately, this person is too mysterious. And I can't find any way in. Chapter 57. Blood Silk Jade. Song Wanting spoke from the heart. She truly felt that the new chairman of the Empire Group was unfathomable. The ability to casually acquire a company worth over 100 billion, yet remain in the shadows, clearly indicated that their interests extended far beyond just the Empire Group. In comparison, the Song family indeed seemed lacking. However, she was unaware that the chairman of the Empire Group she had longed to befriend was seated right next to her. Yichen also maintained a low profile, casually chiming in but revealing no information. Song Wanting drove quickly and steadily. Soon, they arrived at a tranquil and elegant courtyard by the river. The courtyard was unassuming on the outside, yet inside exuded the charm of the Jiangnan water town, with its small bridges, flowing waters, Suzhou-style gardens, and pavilions arranged in neat rows. After parking, someone was there to welcome them inside. They passed through the courtyard and entered the main hall. The hall was decorated in traditional Chinese style, featuring a round table made of redwood surrounded by several scholars' chairs. Upon seeing them enter, an elderly man with white hair stood up and greeted Song Wanting. Miss, you're here. Song Wanting's expression turned slightly awkward as she nodded. Old Qi, you're here too. The elderly man smiled slightly and replied, the master heard you were coming, so he asked me to come and keep an eye on things. Song Wanting nodded and introduced Yi Chun. Old Qi is the appraiser for our Song family, sent here to ensure everything goes smoothly. Yi Chun nodded. It was understandable that the Song family would be cautious given his young age. Old Qi glanced at Yi Chun with a hint of disdain and remarked, so this is the appraiser Miss has brought? So young, have you studied appraisal? Next to him, a middle-aged man with a pale complexion scoffed and said, you brought such a greenhorn to evaluate. Is there no one left in the Song family? Should I lend you a few appraisers? Ha ha. Song Wanting's expression turned cold as she retorted, Li Tailai, this is Jin Ling, not your Haiqing. You have no right to speak here. Li Tailai shrugged nonchalantly, replying, the little girl from the Song family has quite the temper. All right. A middle-aged man seated at the eastern side of the round table frowned and said, we're here to do business, not to argue. Let's all calm down. And this young man, please join us. Song Wanting snorted softly before slowly taking her seat. Yi Chun sat down as well, and then Song Wanting leaned in closer to his ear and whispered, the one called Li Tailai is the richest man in Haiqing. The one next to him is Guoming, a formidable feng shui master. The one who just spoke is Qin Gang, the head of the Qin family in Jinling. Their family has been. At this point, Yi Chun noticed that beside Li Tailai sat an elderly man dressed in a green Tang suit. The old man had silver hair and exuded an ethereal aura, giving off a vibe that kept strangers at bay. He had his eyes closed and hadn't opened them even when Yi Chun and Song Wanting arrived. As Song Wanting fell silent, Yi Chun felt a twinge of curiosity but decided not to ask further. Once everyone was seated, a plump man dressed in luxurious attire smiled and said, now that the arguing is over, let us take a look at the goods. You all come from wealthy families, so there is no need to dwell on this little matter of 1 billion or so. Qin Gang snorted coldly and replied, as long as this item can really do what you say, adjusting feng shui and calming the mind, then 1 billion is nothing to me. The fat man glanced at him and placed an ancient wooden box on the table. Inside the box was a piece of red jade that glowed with a blood-like sheen. Its style antique. Once it was taken out, everyone felt a warm atmosphere fill the hall. Qin Gang and the others immediately perked up. Song Wanting turned to Old Qi and asked, Old Qi, what do you think of this jade? Old Qi gazed at it for a moment and nodded, saying, it should be fine. It's blood jade from before the Tang dynasty, and it's clear that a highly accomplished monk has cultivated it over a long period. Song Wanting nodded and turned to Yi Chun, asking, Mr. Yi, what do you think? Yi Chun curled his lip in disdain and replied, it's fake. Old Qi snorted and scolded, you're young. Who gave you the audacity to speak carelessly in front of so many people? The elderly man beside Li Tailai, Guoming, also opened his eyes, looked at the ancient jade, and asked, can I hold it? The fat man sneered dismissively and said, Master Gua, are you kidding me? You don't understand that jade shouldn't be handled? Ordinary jade shouldn't be touched, let alone my piece, which is blood jade from the Zhou dynasty. If it breaks or gets scratched, who will take responsibility? Guoming was taken aback for a moment before saying, I was being presumptuous. After that, he leaned closer to the ancient jade, observing it carefully. After a while, he closed his eyes and, after a long pause, nodded and said, I don't know if this jade is from the Zhou dynasty, but the claims about adjusting feng shui and calming the mind should be true. As soon as these words were spoken, Everyone's hearts ignited with excitement. For them, the jade's history was irrelevant. What mattered was its potential. Old Qi smiled and said, Master Gua has a keen eye, unlike those who are all show and no substance. Hearing this, Song Wanting couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed in Yi Chun. It seemed he was still too young. Perhaps he had some skills in artifact restoration, but when it came to identifying antiques, he was still far behind these older experts. Yi Chun noticed this and merely shook his head slightly. Since these people were willing to be fooled, there was no need for him to intervene. Seeing that everyone had finished their evaluations, the fat man closed the box and smiled. Now that the item has been appraised, shouldn't we discuss the price? Before he finished speaking, Qin Gang was the first to open his mouth. I'll offer 1 billion. 1,300,000,000, Li Tailai chimed in. The fat man noticed that Song Wanting hadn't spoken, so he asked, What about you, Miss Song? Old Qi, seeing Song Wanting hesitating, quickly whispered in her ear, Miss, this is definitely a treasure. It should be valued at around 3 billion. If you can get it for 2 billion, it's a guaranteed profit. Song Wanting felt a bit shaken inside. She turned to glance at Yi Chun, only to find him calm and composed, neither sad nor happy, which made her hesitate. Old Qi shot a cold glare at Yi Chun, realizing that Song Wanting was influenced by him, and thus refrained from making a bid. He then spoke up, just now? Mr. Yi claimed that this ancient jade is fake. I'm quite curious to know how Mr. Yi came to that conclusion. Let's see what Mr. Yi has to offer. If Yi Chun rambled on later, Song Wanting would naturally understand that his words were false, and only then would she feel at ease to make a bid. The others sneered, saying, What does this kid know? He shouldn't embarrass himself here. Exactly. Who does he think he is to speak up? If you're not interested in buying, just move on and don't waste everyone's time. Listening to their mockery, Yi Chun merely looked at Old Qi with interest and asked casually, Are you sure you want me to speak? Chapter 58. Thanks to you. Of course. Just say it. Old Qi sneered and said, I want to see how you fraudsters operate. Yi Chun shrugged and replied, I wasn't really planning to expose your scam, but since you insist, I can't refuse. A scam? Kid, are you saying we missed the mark? Guoming, who had been calm and composed, suddenly scoffed. Yi Chun shot him a glance and coldly remarked, You're especially the dumbest one here. Kid, you're asking for death. Guoming was instantly furious. Yi Chun ignored him and continued, The jade is indeed real. I'll give you scammers some credit for that. He went on, however, This jade isn't some blood-stained jade from the Zhou dynasty, nor has it been nurtured by a high monk. It's just a piece of high-quality yellow jade from Hetian. It's decent in quality and has some value, but the market price is at most 500,000. Nonsense. Can't you see that the jade is red? Old Qi interjected angrily. Yi Chun continued, The red color is due to manganese or with high permanganate content. You can't seriously believe it's soaked in some monk's blood, can you? What about the warm atmosphere we felt? Qin Gang asked, frowning and eager for answers. Yi Chun shook his head and said, That is even less technical. It comes from grinding the roots of grass from Africa into powder, dissolving it in water, and soaking this piece of jade in it for about half a year. The effect isn't a warm atmosphere. It's just a hallucinogenic effect. To reverse it, just heat the jade. You brat. How dare you speak so arrogantly? The fat man slammed the table and stood up. Li Tailai's face darkened as he looked at the fat man and said, Why don't we bring the jade and heat it up? The fat man was sweating profusely as he replied, What do you mean by heating it? This kid is clearly just showing off and scamming us. Don't listen to his nonsense. Qin Gang tapped his fingers on the table and said, If heating it up still shows the effect, I'll buy it. But if the effect is gone, you know the consequences. Our Qin family may have encountered some issues lately, but we won't let anyone ride on our heads. Song Wanting nodded and added, If Mr. Yi is wrong, then heating it up doesn't matter. Jade can't be burned. But if Mr. Yi is right, then you owe us an explanation today. The fat man was now in a cold sweat. None of these families were ones he could afford to offend. The reason he set up this scam was entirely due to Old Qi's inside help, hoping to swindle some money from Song Wanting and then split the profits with Old Qi. He never expected that someone like Yi Chun would suddenly appear and see through all the tricks. In fact, Yi Chun didn't know much about jade before. The reason he could spot the problem with this piece of jade at a glance was entirely due to that book, the 9 Xian Heavenly Scriptures. He didn't know why, but as soon as he saw this piece of jade, the answers popped into his mind. It seemed that identifying antique jade was one of the skills contained in the 9 Xian Heavenly Scriptures. Seeing the fat man silent, Yi Chun suddenly sneered, What's wrong? Feeling guilty? Not daring to speak? The fat man's face turned from green to white, yet he remained tight-lipped about whether he was willing to go through with this. Yi Chun, enraged, said, Fatty, do you think staying silent will save you? You should know, this is Jinling. All the people you've deceived here are either wealthy or influential. With just a snap of their fingers, they could ensure you find no resting place in Jinling. My advice is to be smart about this and confess the truth quickly. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. Song Wanting understood that Yi Chun was launching a psychological attack, so she immediately played along, darkening her expression as she said, "Our Song family has a significant reputation in Jinling. If anyone dares to deceive a member of the Song family, we must give them a harsh lesson. If we show leniency, our family's reputation will be at stake." The fat man was instantly terrified. He knew how high the Song family's standing was. And if he truly angered Song Wanting, he could very well meet his end in Jinling. In a panic, he turned to Old Qi, shouting desperately, "Old Qi, save me. This isn't just my problem." Old Qi's expression changed dramatically, and he roared, "You! What nonsense are you spouting? You dared to deceive the Song family and implicate me? I'll take your life." With that, Old Qi pulled out a dagger from his pocket, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he lunged at the fat man. The fat man was on the verge of a breakdown, cursing, "Damn it. You turn on me faster than you can flip a page. You were the one who told me that selling antiques for the Song family relied entirely on your word. That as long as you said it was good, it would definitely sell. You've set me up." Song Wanting shot a cold glance at the two of them and then said to Yi Chun, "Mr. Yi, I apologize for the trouble. Thanks to your presence today. Let's leave this place. Our family will send someone to deal with these people." Yi Chun nodded slightly and replied, "All right, let us head back." With that, the two stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing Song wanting to leave, Old Qi was immediately alarmed, disregarding his initial intent to kill the fat man, and quickly knelt on the ground, pleading, "Miss, spare me. Considering my years of diligent service to the Song family, please let me off this time." Before Song Wanting could respond, Li Tailai stood up, sneering, "You old fool are truly asking for death, trying to set a trap to deceive me and your own master. And a trap worth 2 or 3 billion at that. Do you think the Song family would let you go?" Old Qi's face turned ashen, collapsing to the ground. Li Tailai continued, "Even if the Song family spares you, I, Li Tailai, will not." Old Qi immediately broke down in tears, completely losing it. Seeing this, Song Wanting shook her head slightly and said to Yi Chun, "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Yi. Our Song family has made a mistake in choosing people. And you've witnessed this." Yi Chun replied indifferently, "There are always treacherous people everywhere. Miss Song need not apologize." At that moment, Li Tailai from Haiqing, along with Guoming and Qin Gang from the Jinling Qin family, all stepped forward. Upon seeing Yi Chun, Li Tailai immediately approached and cupped his fists, saying, "Master Yi, I owe you today, otherwise I would have been deceived by this scoundrel." Beside him, Guoming also spoke up, feeling somewhat ashamed. "Master Yi truly is a prodigy. I, an old fool, failed to see through their tricks with the jade. How embarrassing." Qin Gang also cupped his hands and said, "Mr. Yi, we owe you a great deal today. Otherwise, our three families would have fought tooth and nail over a counterfeit, suffering significant losses and becoming a laughingstock in the process." Yi Chun smiled slightly and replied calmly, "There's no need for formalities, everyone. I came at Miss Song's invitation to verify the authenticity of the items, so it's all part of my responsibilities." After some pleasantries, Yi Chun got into the car with Song Wanting. At that moment, the courtyard behind them fell silent. However, Yi Chun noticed that just as they left, a few men in black suits quickly entered. It seemed that Old Qi and that fat man were in for some trouble. Chapter 59, Self-Indulgence. On the way back, Song Wanting's expression was particularly cold. The fact that her family had produced such a traitor was infuriating enough. But what was even more outrageous was that Uncle Qi dared to set a trap for her in front of so many outsiders. If she had fallen for it today, given him the money, and he had vanished, it would have been a disgrace for her and for the entire Song family. When they later found out they had been deceived, fortunately, Yi Chun was present to point out the trick in time, preventing her and her family from suffering a loss. She took a bank card out of her suitcase in the car and handed it to Yi Chun, saying, "Mr. Yi, this card has 1 million in it. And the password is 6/8. It's just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you accept it." As she spoke, she couldn't help but marvel at Yi Chun. He seemed to possess genuine talent and knowledge, so she wondered why he chose to marry into a small family. If he ventured out to work in antique appraisal, he could accumulate quite a fortune in a few years. Yi Chun looked at the card in her hand, feeling a bit hesitant. 1 million was not a small amount. But for the Song family, it was just a drop in the bucket. Yi Chun originally thought little of the 1 million. After all, he had over 9 billion RMB in his account. 1 million was merely a trivial sum to him. What was the point of accepting it? However, upon further reflection, he realized that he wasn't a billionaire. He was a son-in-law of the Shao family. If a son-in-law showed disinterest in 1 million, it would surely raise doubts in Song Wanting's mind. So he took the card and said, Thank you, Miss Song. Song Wanting smiled slightly. You're too polite, Mr. Yi. After a moment, she asked, where are you headed next, Mr. Yi? Yi-Chen replied with a smile, take me to the market. I need to buy some groceries to cook. Song Wanting was taken aback and couldn't help but say, I've heard about you, Mr. Yi. To be honest, with your abilities, you really don't need to confine yourself to the identity of a son-in-law. Why not come work at my Jiqing Hall as the chief appraiser? I can offer you a base salary of 1 million a year. What do you think? Yi-Chun waved his hand and laughed. I'm someone who has gotten used to eating soft rice. Song Wanting was momentarily stunned, then sighed. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. Yi-Chen was just a son-in-law living off a woman. She used to think he was merely useless, and a useless person resorting to that was somewhat understandable. But now it seemed he wasn't useless. He was willingly choosing to be one. That was something she found hard to accept. Consequently, her attitude toward Yi-Chen began to shift slightly. Yi-Chen knew she might look down on him, but that was actually for the best. If everyone misjudged him, he would be the one laughing in the end. After passing by the market, Yi-Chen got out of the car and bid farewell to Song Wanting before buying some groceries and heading home. As soon as he entered the house, he heard his father-in-law laughing uproariously, calling out, "Ha! Come, come, come. You have to see the treasure I've found." Xiao Charan had just finished work and was sitting on the couch reviewing some documents. Unable to contain herself, she stood up and said to her beaming father, Xiao Chongquan, Dad, you almost scared me to death. Quick, take a look at this. Without noticing Xiao Charan's expression, Xiao Chongquan excitedly brought over a pair of palm-sized bronze cups, boasting, I found these bronze wine vessels at the antique market today. I heard they were dug out from the coffin of the great Emperor Qin, and they're worth over 500,000. Over 500,000? Xiao Charan stood up in shock and blurted out, Dad, where did you get that much money? Yi-Chen felt utterly helpless. His father-in-law had just broken a precious vase that morning, and now, while he was out, he had gone back to the antique street? Wasn't that just classic case of forgetting the pain after the wound had healed? At that moment, Xiao Chongquan was laughing heartily, looking quite pleased with himself. With a mysterious air, he said, I didn't say I spent 500,000 on these cups. I said they're worth that much. But guess how much I actually paid for them? Xiao Charan hesitated for a moment and tentatively guessed, 300,000? Wrong. Guess again. Xiao Chongquan waved his hand dismissively. 200,000? Still wrong. Keep guessing. Yi-Chen glanced at the bronze cups and instantly recognized them as fakes. He thought to himself, for this piece of junk, with its tin coating and green patina, even 20 bucks would be too much. The owner of the smoke shop at the corner would even exchange it for a pack of cigarettes. At that moment, Xiao Chongquan, unable to keep up the suspense any longer, grinned with pride and said, Let me tell you, I bought these for just 5,000. Isn't that impressive? Xiao Chongquan chuckled, barely able to contain his excitement. Xiao Charan's eyes widened in disbelief. Dad, you say this cup is worth hundreds of thousands, but you really only paid 5,000? Her mother, Ma Lan, heard the commotion and came out of the kitchen with a delighted expression. Oh my, is this thing really worth that much? It can't be fake, right? Xiao Chongquan laughed confidently and said, the guy who sold it to me is a fool and doesn't know its value. I had it appraised by an expert. It's definitely genuine bronze, and it doesn't get any more real than this. Really? Ma Lan's face lit up with joy as she rushed over to carefully pick up the cup, scrutinizing it closely. Yi-Chen stood to the side, listening to their conversation, shaking his head with a smile. He had already figured out that the cups were modern replicas, but seeing his father-in-law so jubilant, he decided to keep his mouth shut and not spoil the fun. Holding the cups, Xiao Chongquan, with a beaming smile, excitedly said, These cups were originally part of a set, but I haven't completed it yet. The seller told me he has the rest, and he'll bring them to me tomorrow. If I manage to get the whole set, our family will really strike it rich. Yi-Chen furrowed his brows and quickly interrupted, Dad, when it comes to antiques, one must be careful not to be greedy. It's easy to get scammed. Besides, Xiao Chongquan shot him a glare and scolded, What else is there to say? You, of all people, are lecturing me? Yi-Chen sighed with a wry smile and replied, Well, I just wanted to remind you that dealing in bronze artifacts is illegal, and I'm sure you're aware of that. Xiao Chongquan's expression went blank for a moment. He blinked in surprise and asked, Illegal? What law is that violating? Criminal law, Yi-Chen said seriously. After all these years of collecting antiques, you must know this basic fact, right? The state prohibits the trade of bronze artifacts. Violators can face up to 5 years in prison or detention, along with fines, and the buyers and sellers share the same penalty. Chapter 60, Spiritual Energy. Oh no. Xiao Chongquan was so scared that his legs went weak, and his face turned pale as he said, Does that mean I've broken the law? The police won't come after me, will they? If I really get sentenced, what will I do at my age if I go to prison? As he spoke, Xiao Chongquan quickly looked at Yi Chun with a pleading expression and said, "Good son-in-law, how about you help me out? If the police come knocking, just say these 2 bronze wine vessels are yours. You can take the fall for 2 years. After all, you're still young, and by the time you get out, you'll only be 30. Xiao Charan immediately interjected, "Dad, you caused this mess yourself. Why should Yi Chun take the blame for you? If the police really find you, you should just go to jail yourself." Yi Chun was utterly speechless at this point. His father-in-law was really something else. He had just set him up this morning, and now he was trying to do it again. Thankfully, these 2 bronze wine vessels weren't real. Otherwise, if anything went wrong, he would definitely try to pin the blame on Yi Chun. Thinking of this, Yi Chun helplessly said, "Dad, you're overthinking it. Even if you wanted to go to jail, the police definitely want to arrest you." Xiao Chongquan was taken aback and instinctively asked, "Why not? Do you have connections with the police?" Yi Chun sighed. "It has nothing to do with connections. The main thing is that these bronze wine vessels aren't real. The police can't arrest you for buying fake goods." "What?" Xiao Chongquan exclaimed. "Are you saying the 2 wine vessels I bought are fake?" Yi Chun nodded, "Absolutely counterfeit." Xiao Chongquan immediately became a bit annoyed. "No, Yi Chun, you can question my character, but you absolutely cannot question my judgment. These 2 bronze wine vessels are completely genuine." Ma Lan also said, somewhat displeased, "Yi Chun, are you that incapable that you can't stand to see our family doing well? You'd rather see us poor for a lifetime, wouldn't you?" Yi Chun, feeling helpless, directly grabbed one of the bronze wine vessels. Before Xiao Chongquan could react, he slammed it down onto the ground. Xiao Chongquan shouted in alarm, "Hey, Yi Chun, what are you doing? That's a freaking antique." Just then, there was a loud crash, and one of the bronze wine vessels broke a foot, revealing a silver-white fracture. Yi Chun handed the broken piece to him and said calmly, "You see for yourself, this isn't bronze at all. It's just tin melted down and poured out. The swords kids play with when they're little are made from this." Xiao Chongquan's jaw dropped in shock. Even he, as foolish as he was, realized something was off at that moment. How could something that was supposed to be bronze be green on the outside and silver on the inside? Seeing this, Ma Lan also understood that Xiao Chongquan had been scammed, and his dreams of wealth were shattered. She became extremely frustrated and cursed, "Xiao Chongquan, you spent 5,000 yuan just to buy these 2 shoddy products." Xiao Chongquan was sweating profusely, stammering, This doesn't make sense. Damn it, that guy dared to scam me. Xiao Chongquan, he must be out of his mind. I'm going to the antique street to find him first thing in the morning." Ma Lan angrily retorted, "You think you can just go find him? That guy scammed you, the big fool, and has probably already taken the money and run. I think you're even more useless than Yi Chun. Although Yi Chun couldn't make money, at least he didn't waste it. You let someone swindle you out of 5,000 yuan just like that? That amount could cover several visits to a beauty salon." Xiao Chongquan was extremely frustrated but didn't dare to confront Ma Lan. So he quickly turned to Yi Chun and said, "Yi Chun, you have to come with me to the antique street tomorrow to find that guy. If he doesn't give me my money back, just break his legs. Don't worry, even if you end up in jail, it's no big deal. You can just serve a couple of years and get out." Yi Chun didn't want to get involved in these matters, but didn't want to outright refuse him either. So he casually agreed, saying, "All right, I'll go with you tomorrow." The next day happened to be a weekend. Early in the morning, Yi Chun was woken up by Xiao Chongquan in a hurry, and they drove straight to the antique street. The father-in-law was gritting his teeth the whole way, practically wishing to tear that scammer apart. Upon arriving at the antique street, Xiao Chongquan burst out of the car and rushed inside, searching everywhere for the scammer. Yi Chun followed closely behind him, worried he might get taken advantage of. After searching for a while, Xiao Chongquan finally spotted a vendor and immediately glared at him, shouting to Yi Chun, "Yi Chun, come over here. It's him." Yi Chun quickly looked over and saw a shrewd-looking middle-aged man chatting confidently with a customer at his stall. Seeing Xiao Chongquan approach, the vendor didn't seem worried at all and chuckled, "Hey there, brother, found another good deal today?" Xiao Chongquan, furious, shouted, "I'll find your grandmother's leg. You scoundrel. You used modern crafts to scam me. Give me back my 5,000 yuan. Who scammed you?" The vendor scoffed. "If you say I scammed you, you need to provide evidence." "Evidence, huh?" Xiao Chongquan, fuming, pulled out the 2 cups and tossed them in front of the vendor, cursing, "You tell me. Is this a bronze artifact? This is just tin wrapped in copper." The vendor dismissed him, saying, "Are you trying to pull a fast one? Who doesn't know that bronze artifacts can't be sold these days? Why would I sell you a bronze artifact? Do I have a death wish?" Xiao Chongquan retorted, "Then why did you tell me it was bronze?" "Did I say that?" The vendor looked disdainful. "You say I said it, so I must have? I could just as easily say I've never seen you before. Besides, with antiques, once you buy it, it's yours. If you made a mistake, that's your problem. I think all the vendors on the antique street will remember your face from now on and keep their distance." People like you shouldn't be playing with antiques. You should just go to the market and buy a couple of pounds of walnuts to mess around with. Qin found the vendor's slick tongue and thick skin amusing rather than infuriating, since he was just watching his stubborn father-in-law get roasted. When Xiao Chongquan realized that not only was the vendor denying selling him fake goods, but he was also getting insulted in return, he was shaking with rage. He grabbed the vendor and yelled, "You scoundrel, give me my money back. Don't you dare tear this up. Let go of me right now, or I'll call the police." The vendor struggled as he spoke, trying to free himself. However, Xiao Chongquan was not willing to let him go, gripping his clothing tightly. At that moment, the collar of the vendor was torn open by Xiao Chongquan, revealing a large collection of ornaments around his neck, including jade tokens, amber, as well as prayer beads and sky beads. Qin's attention was drawn to a grayish-white Hetian jade token among them. The jade token appeared rather unremarkable. After all, with such a quality, even if it was genuine Hetian jade, it could only be considered a lower-grade piece and not particularly valuable. However, as Qin looked at the Hetian jade, his brows instinctively furrowed slightly. He could sense that this Hetian jade contained an energy that only he could perceive. This energy made him want to draw closer, to grasp it in his hands. Qin understood that this must be the spiritual energy recorded in the 9 mysterious heavenly scriptures. Spiritual energy is a long-lost mysterious force that can not only fundamentally transform a person's physical qualities, but can also continuously enhance one's cultivation, ultimately leading to a transcendent state. Chapter 61. Success. Qin felt an overwhelming excitement inside, but he feigned nonchalance and said, all right, everyone calm down. Can't we settle this properly?" Xiao Chongquan, infuriated, shouted. "Qin, you useless brat, why are you siding with them?" Leaning closer to his ear, Qin whispered, "Dad, let me handle this. You can trust me." Hearing this, Xiao Chongquan thought Qin might have a clever plan, so he temporarily calmed down and waited to see what Qin would do. Qin approached the vendor, put an arm around his neck, and led him aside, saying in a low voice, "Boss, my father-in-law did indeed hurt himself. This isn't your fault, so don't take it to heart." The vendor was taken aback and instinctively asked, "Dude, is he really your father-in-law?" Qin replied, "Absolutely." The vendor, puzzled, asked, "Then why are you siding with me instead of him?" Qin smiled and said, "When we're out and about, we should help reason, not relatives, right? Don't you think that's fair?" The vendor was at a loss for words. After years of scamming, he had seen relatives brought in to settle scores, but never had he encountered a relative who spoke up for him. Qin then said, "All right, I know you're confused. Let me be honest with you. I'm not short on cash, I just can't afford to lose face. Here's the deal. Later, you give me a favor, and I'll transfer you 5,000 yuan. After that, you pass the money to my father-in-law, and we'll consider this matter settled. How does that sound?" The vendor's eyes lit up at this, and without hesitation, he said, "Sure, that sounds great." Qin continued, "However, I also value my dignity. That piece of Hetian jade pendant around your neck doesn't seem worth much. Sell it to me. And later you can tell my father-in-law that you're returning his money, and that the pendant is a gift from you to me as an apology." The vendor quickly asked, "How much will you pay for the pendant?" Suddenly energized, the vendor boasted, "You have a keen eye. Among all these fakes, you can spot the real one. To be honest, although this jade looks fake, it was worn by Zhu Yuanzhang and was a token from Empress Ma." Qin interrupted, waving his hand, "Stop with the nonsense. It's just a piece of jade. The material costs $1 a pound, and with your labor, let us say it's worth 20. I'll give you 200 yuan for it. If you don't sell, and my father-in-law really calls the police, that is not my concern." After saying this, Qin turned as if to leave. The vendor quickly grabbed him and gritted his teeth. "Fine, we're fated to meet. So you can take it for 200. Qin nodded, whispering, "Let's exchange QR codes, and I'll transfer the money." "All right." The vendor quickly took out his phone. After receiving 5,200 yuan from Qin, he said, "Okay, just watch what happens." Then he turned to Xiao Chongquan and said, "Old man, let me be honest. Your son-in-law is wasting his potential with a father-in-law like you." Xiao Chongquan shouted, "What the hell do you mean? You won't refund my money and you're insulting me, right? Do you believe I can call the police right now?" The vendor, uninterested in his outburst, scoffed, "Stop whining. I've already agreed to refund your son-in-law. Just bring over a QR code, and I'll transfer the 5,000 to you. But if you want to call the police, then I won't give you the money. You can bring the cops to sort it out, or you can sue me in court. If the court orders me to pay you 50 million, I'll accept that." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chongquan immediately backed down. He knew that this kind of issue fell under civil disputes, and it was likely that he would have to go through legal channels to resolve it. Hiring a lawyer and dragging it out for a year or more would cost him a fortune. Since the other party was willing to refund him, it was best to just take the money and move on. He reluctantly said, "Fine. You refund me the money, and we'll consider this done." The vendor smirked. "I'm not just refunding you. I'm also planning to give your son-in-law a jade pendant as a gift, just to show my respect for him." Xiao Changquan was taken aback by this and instinctively asked, "What do you mean?" "Nothing much," the vendor replied with a chuckle. "Just hurry up and get that QR code before I change my mind." Xiao Changquan didn't want to delay any longer and quickly opened the QR code, receiving the 5,000 that was transferred to him. After that, the vendor took a jade pendant off from around his neck and handed it to Yi Chun, saying earnestly, "Buddy, we should really consider switching to a different father-in-law. Someone like this isn't worthy of you, honestly." Yi Chun smiled slightly as he took the jade pendant in his hand, instantly feeling the vibrant energy it contained, which delighted him. Xiao Changquan was left dumbfounded. He couldn't understand how Yi Chun, whom he considered a useless person, managed not only to get a refund but also to receive a gift. Just as he was about to ask, a loud and arrogant voice interrupted. "Wow, that jade pendant looks interesting. Hand it over." Chapter 62. Hit me hard. Upon hearing the voice, Yi Chun furrowed his brows and looked up towards the source of the sound. A young man approached. Dressed in a rather peculiar outfit, traditional Chinese attire paired with bell-bottom pants and a chain hanging off his waistband. He was a mix of trendy and retro, with a face that oozed a bit of swagger, resembling a hip-hop artist. In front of him was a massive black Tibetan mastiff, drooling all over the place. Clearly not a creature to be trifled with. Following closely behind were 6 burly bodyguards, and the whole group, along with the dog, charged through the crowd, causing people to scatter in fear. As soon as the vendor spotted the young man, he rushed forward, saying, "Young Master Qin, what brings you here today?" The young man casually waved his hand, glanced at the jade pendant in Yi Chun's hand, and pointed to his Tibetan mastiff, telling the vendor, "Air Mao. This jade pendant looks nice. My dog could really use a nameplate. Wrap it up for me. I'll take it." The vendor, whose real name was Zhang Mao, was simply known as Air Mao in the antique street. He chuckled, "Young Master Qin, I'm really sorry, but I've already given this jade pendant to this young man here." "Are you kidding me?" The young man scoffed. "You think I'm going to believe you? You can't even give something away for free without wanting something in return." The vendor quickly replied, "Oh, come on, young Master Qin. Don't put me in a tough spot. I truly handed it over to this brother here. If you like this low-end Hetian jade, I can get you 10 or 8 pieces tomorrow and deliver them to your home." Young Master Qin was visibly displeased, his tone turning cold. "Who are you talking to? I want this jade pendant. It's perfect for my dog's neck. Stop wasting my time. I'll give you 50,000 for it." "Got it." Hearing the price, Zhang Ermao's heart raced. He had sold it to Yi Chun for just 200, but selling it to young Master Qin for 50,000 was a no-brainer. He leaned in and whispered to Yi Chun, "Bro, let us make a deal. You give the jade pendant to young Master Qin, and we'll split the 50,000. How does that sound?" Yi Chun snorted coldly and frowned. "Do I look like someone who needs 50,000? Xiao Changquan, overhearing this, suddenly panicked and blurted out, "Yi Chun, what are you playing at? That's 50,000. Just take it." Young Master Qin was also annoyed and spat. "There are plenty of people who try to show off around me, but you're the first to act like money isn't an issue. Let me ask you again, 50,000, yes or no?" Yi Chun chuckled. "Nope, not even 50 million. Are you serious?" Young Master Qin exclaimed, his anger flaring. "You really think you can refuse me?" Yi Chun smiled. "A person like you offering a favor is something even a dog wouldn't want. How dare you?" Young Master Qin's eyes flashed with menace, his face dark as thunder. The crowd around them gasped in astonishment. First, because they hadn't expected Yi Chun's jade pendant to be worth 50,000, and second, because he was refusing to sell it even at that price. Seeing so many people pointing fingers at him, Qin Xiao was instantly furious and shouted, "You're asking for it. Don't blame me for being rude." With that, he released the dog leash and shouted at the Tibetan mastiff, "Xiongda, go bite him." As soon as the mastiff heard its owner's command, it bared its teeth and lunged at Yi Chun. Yi Chun shouted angrily, "Can't you see? Get lost." The mastiff, initially fierce, suddenly lost its nerve at Yi Chun's roar and, to everyone's surprise, turned tail and dashed away from the crowd as if it were running for its life. Qin Xiao was taken aback to see his dog scared off. He was about to chase after it, but the dog was too fast and vanished in the blink of an eye. With so many onlookers blocking his way, he couldn't pursue it at all. Furious at losing his dog, he stomped his foot in anger and directed all his rage at Yi Chun, shouting, "You're asking for death. You not only have to give me that jade token, but you also have to compensate me for my dog." Yi Chun chuckled and replied, "Compensate your dog? It ran off on its own. Why should I pay for that? Since your dad isn't here today, why don't you let me compensate you for him too?" Qin Xiao trembled with rage, gritting his teeth and spat, "You're really asking for it. Get him." After saying that, he waved his hand. Several bodyguards immediately surrounded Yi Chun, trapping him in the middle. The crowd, seeing the situation escalate, quickly stepped back to make way. Xiao Chongquan, intimidated by Qin Xiao's aura, froze in place. The Qin family? The Jinling Qin family? They were a prestigious family, even more formidable and arrogant than the Wang family. The 6 bodyguards formed a circle around Yi Chun and Xiao Chongquan, all with fierce expressions. Xiao Chongquan, now frightened, quickly shrank back behind Yi Chun and whispered, "Yi Chun, a wise man avoids immediate conflict. Just let it go. We can still profit from this." Yi Chun's expression remained indifferent as he scanned the bodyguards one by one and said, "Let it go? With this bunch of losers, even a dog is better than them. They think they can make me lose." Qin Ao Dong, fuming, couldn't he stand upright and clutched his chest as he shouted, "Beat him to a pulp." Chapter 63. Are you messing with me? Upon hearing the command, a group of bodyguards rushed forward. Yi Chun remained unfazed, but the vendor, fearing trouble, quickly stepped in to intercede, pleading, "Oh, young Master Qin, my dear young Master Qin, is it really worth it over such a trivial matter? You're a person of status. If this escalates to the police, it won't look good for you." Qin Aodong frowned slightly. He knew he was in the wrong today. He had wanted to buy a jade pendant for his dog to flaunt it a bit, which was why he attempted to snatch the jade pendant from Yi Chun. However, he didn't expect that his usually obedient dog would suddenly run off without a trace. He was already in the wrong, and if he were to hurt Yi Chun, he'd have a hard time explaining himself if he ended up in jail. Thus, he gritted his teeth and said to Yi Chun, "Since this guy is pleading for you, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and bow to me 3 times, and we'll let this matter go." Yi Chun laughed. "You want to buy my item, but I refuse to sell it. And now you want me to bow to you? What if I want to buy something from you? Would you sell it?" Young Master Qin scoffed. "It's not that I'm looking down on you, but with your pitiful appearance, what makes you think you could buy anything from me? Can you afford it?" As he spoke, he revealed a bracelet on his wrist and sneered, "See this? It's made of bloodstone, bought for over 5 million. Can you afford to buy it from me?" Yi Chun glanced at the bloodstone and retorted with a smirk, "Even if I could afford it, I wouldn't spend 5 million on a fake. This piece of junk isn't worth $50 to me. You're talking nonsense." Young Master Qin shouted angrily, "You've never seen a good thing, so keep your mouth shut. How dare you call this a fake? Who gave you the confidence?" Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke up, "That bloodstone is indeed fake." "What?" Young Master Qin turned to see an old man speaking and angrily retorted, "Old man, are you blind? How can you say such a fine piece is fake? What do you know about it?" Immediately, someone in the crowd shouted, "Hey, watch your tone. This is President Su of the Jinling Jade Association. He is the biggest collector of bloodstone in Jinling. When it comes to identifying bloodstone, no one is more authoritative than him." Upon hearing this, many others chimed in, angrily berating young Master Qin for not recognizing the esteemed figure in front of him. Young Master Qin was left speechless in shock. He suddenly realized that the old man did look somewhat familiar. It was indeed the president of the Jade Association. President Su, however, was not angry and calmly said, "Let us not blame this young man. It's understandable for him to be emotional after spending 5 million on such a counterfeit. We should sympathize with him, not criticize him." Holy crap, young Master Qin was devastated, holding the bracelet and asking, "Are you saying this is really fake?" President Su nodded. "To be honest, it couldn't be more fake. It's dyed with acid-treated colors. Didn't your wrist get allergic when you first wore it?" Qin Xiao was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "That bastard who sold it to me said that genuine chicken bloodstones will react with the skin and cause it to turn red. He also said that if it doesn't turn red, it's fake." The onlookers covered their faces in disbelief. Who would have thought there could be such a fool in the world? President Su, shaking his head, said, "Young man, I've seen many people get scammed, but you are the first to be scammed so thoroughly. That acid wash is highly corrosive. If you keep wearing it like this, not only will your skin be allergic, but your body will also absorb too many toxins, which can harm your health." Qin Xiao was also at his wit's end. Who would have thought that spending 5 million would get him junk that was even toxic to his health? Yi Chun, noticing his expression was worse than someone who had just eaten feces, teased, "Come on, even if you offered me this junk for $5, I wouldn't want it." Qin Xiao was seething with anger inside, but to save face, he snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Everyone who collects antiques has made mistakes. It's just 5 million. Qin Aodong, don't care about that. I'll just treat this bracelet as a piece of junk." As he spoke, he pulled out a wolf tooth tied with a red string from his waistband, proudly declaring, "That one doesn't count. Look at this wolf tooth. It's the only genuine treasure from the 3 Kingdoms era, capable of warding off evil spirits and bringing good fortune. It can't possibly be fake." Qin Feng was absolutely confident about this wolf tooth. He had consulted many experts before, and they confirmed that it was indeed an artifact from the Three Kingdoms period. Yi Chun, however, laughed heartily and then coldly scoffed. You're completely unaware of the danger you're in. Wearing such a sinister object as if it's a treasure to ward off evil. Aren't you just being foolish? What nonsense are you spouting? You don't know what you're talking about. Qin Feng shouted angrily, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Yi Chun remained relaxed, smiling lightly. You're still alive after wearing such a sinister object, which just goes to show your luck is really good. Qin Feng's face turned red, but after what had just happened, he wasn't sure whether Yi Chun was genuinely knowledgeable or just bluffing. He stubbornly asked, what's your basis for saying that? Take a good look at your so-called wolf tooth. Yi Chun said coldly. Did you not notice that this wolf tooth is a size smaller than a normal one? Qin Feng forced himself to sound calm, shouting, so what if it's a size smaller? The concentrated essence is the best. Maybe this wolf king was just small in stature. Seeing Qin Feng stubbornly refusing to admit defeat, Yi Chun chuckled and sarcastically remarked, not only is your wolf tooth smaller than a regular one, but the base is also round and full. Take another look at yours. Qin Feng examined his wolf tooth with suspicion, and after a moment, he weakly replied, so what? Although mine isn't as full, it's a rare original treasure from the Three Kingdoms. The wolves from that period were smaller than today's. And that's what the experts told me. Although he has been in the antique business for several years, he has never truly applied himself to learning about antiques. He simply buys whatever looks good or what others recommend is worth collecting, using them to show off. What a hopeless fool. Yi Chun snorted coldly and said, wolves have rounded teeth because they gnaw on bones, while humans, being omnivores, have less rounded teeth and less wear. That so-called wolf tooth of yours was actually pried from a dead man's mouth. What? Qin Feng seemed struck by lightning, his face filled with disbelief. Are you kidding me? Human teeth can't be that long. Chapter 64. Kneel before Master Yi. Seeing that he was unmoved by the coffin, Yi Chun shook his head and mocked. It seems you've really been fooled badly. After a person dies, their body dehydrates, which reveals parts that normally wouldn't be visible, like the roots of the teeth. This makes them appear much longer than normal. Adding a silver band around it only accentuates the length. You've been wearing this dead man's tooth all this time and didn't even realize that the root has cavities? Qin Feng looked at the silver band at the base of the tooth, along with the hint of blackness peeking through the gaps, and couldn't hold back any longer. He vomited on the ground. The treasure he cherished so much was actually a dead man's tooth. What disgusted him even more was that not only did he handle it with his hands, but sometimes, to show off, he even held it in his mouth. Wasn't that like kissing a corpse? A French wet kiss, no less. The crowd around them wore similarly disgusted expressions. Some even snickered quietly, thinking how ridiculous it was for Qin Feng to buy a dead man's tooth as a prized possession. What bad luck. Yi Chun sneered. I suspect this tooth either belonged to an ancient tomb owner or a grave robber. Regardless, this human tooth has been in a tomb for who knows how many years, imbued with countless sinister energies. The protection you claim it provides from evil spirits is impossible. Wearing it will instead attract all kinds of malevolent forces into your body. If you don't believe in curses and keep this tooth close, within half a year, you will certainly meet with misfortune and not die a good death. Before he finished speaking, the crowd gasped and quickly backed away, fearing even a trace of the tooth's dark energy might taint them. Zhang Ermao, who had been shamelessly close to Qin Feng, hurriedly ran to the edge of the group, even losing a shoe in the process. Although he sold fakes, anyone in the antique business had some dealings with grave robbers, and he knew Yi Chun's words were resolute and without error. Qin Feng's face turned pale, clearly frightened, and he stood frozen in place. Yi Chun snorted coldly and asked indifferently, haven't you been experiencing frequent accidents this year? Don't you feel like you're getting injured and bleeding every few days? Qin Feng bit his lip, afraid to respond. Just as Yi Chun stated, he had indeed been having a streak of bad luck this year. A few months ago, he went out for drinks with some buddies, and they egged him on to pop a bottle of champagne. The cork flew up and hit the ceiling, then bounced back down and broke his nose. Last month, he got set up with a married woman, hoping to take advantage of her husband being away on a business trip. But, as luck would have it, her husband's flight was canceled due to air traffic control issues, and he had to rebook for the next day. Disheartened, he returned home, only to be caught in the act, leading to a brutal beating. Even worse, 2 weeks ago, he took his sports car out of town to party with some friends. On the highway, a large truck missed its exit and had to stop suddenly, causing his car to slide right under the truck. Fortunately, his car was low enough that the truck barely grazed the top of his head. Had he been driving a taller vehicle, he might not have made it. Thinking about these tragic experiences made Qin Feng tremble in fear. He yanked the talisman off the string and threw it away. The crowd, fearing they might be tainted by the death tooth, quickly dispersed in the direction of the flying talisman. Seeing Qin Aodong's terrified expression, Yi Chun sighed inwardly. If he hadn't recognized the problem with the talisman, Qin Aodong might not see the next year. So Yi Chun said, "It's a bit late to throw away that death tooth now. If I'm not mistaken, its negative energy has already entered your home, and your entire family will be affected. The consequences could range from financial loss to severe personal harm." Qin Aodong was immediately furious. "Damn it, you can curse me, but you can't curse my whole family." At that moment, he felt no gratitude towards Yi Chun for saving him. Instead, he was filled with anger and shame. Seeing that he didn't appreciate the warning, Yi Chun replied coolly, "I don't have time to waste on you. Good luck." As Yi Chun turned to leave, Qin Aodong shouted, "Get him. He thinks he can just walk away after showing off." His 4 bodyguards immediately moved to surround Yi Chun, while the other 2 lunged at Xiao Chongkong. Xiao Chongkong was terrified and started to back away, but the 2 bodyguards were relentless. With nowhere to escape, he shut his eyes and braced himself for the beating. Just as the punches were about to land on him, Yi Chun stepped forward swiftly, knocking one bodyguard to the ground with a punch. He then rushed to Xiao Chongkong's side and kicked out at the other bodyguard. Ever since he acquired the 9 mysterious scriptures, he felt like his mind was filled with combat memories, and he seemed to be mastering the moves effortlessly. To top it off, the jade pendant had infused him with a significant amount of spiritual energy, instantly boosting his strength. At that moment, the bodyguard was about to grab Xiao Chongkong when Yi Chun's kick connected with his stomach, sending him flying back over a meter, clutching his belly like a shrimp. Unable to get up, the other bodyguard, seeing Yi Chun daring to fight back, quickly pulled out a dagger from behind and lunged at him. "Ah!" Xiao Chongkong yelped in fear, dodging around and shouting, "Yi Chun, watch out." Before he could finish speaking, Yi Chun moved like a dragon, slipping past him effortlessly, while the dagger narrowly missed him. In the next moment, Yi Chun seized the wrist of the bodyguard holding the dagger and twisted it forcefully. With a clang, the dagger fell, followed by a sharp crack as the wrist bone shattered. Xiao Chongkong was left stunned. When did Yi Chun become such a skilled fighter? Was this still the same timid son-in-law who used to stay at home? Yi Chun stepped on the dagger's hilt, sending it arcing through the air into his hand. He gave it a shake and laughed. "Anyone else want to try? Come on, step up." The crowd fell into an eerie silence, holding their breath as if afraid to make a sound. Zhang Ermao swallowed hard and muttered, "Man, you're too fierce. Good thing I didn't provoke you, or I'd probably lose my arm right here." Xiao Chongkong finally let out a long breath and asked in surprise, "Yi Chun, how did you become so skilled? Have you been secretly practicing martial arts?" Yi Chun touched his nose and replied with a smile, "Dad, I don't have much to do at home when Ruin goes to work. I just watch TV and videos. Some channels have those fighting shows, and I practiced along with them. Slowly, I got the hang of it." The onlookers gasped in amazement. Such incredible skills. And he could take on 5 or 6 bodyguards that Qin Aodong brought, all self-taught. His talent in martial arts was astonishing. Meanwhile, Qin Aodong was filled with terror. Both his knowledge of antiques and his fighting skills were utterly crushed by Yi Chun. The 6 bodyguards, all highly paid experts, couldn't even withstand a single move from Yi Chun. They were truly useless. At that moment, Yi Chun waved the dagger at Qin Aodong, beckoning him with his finger. "Got any tricks left? Hurry up, or it'll be my turn." With that, he stepped toward Qin Aodong, who was so frightened that he stumbled backward, shouting, "Don't come any closer." Just then, a white Bentley turned the corner and stopped outside the crowd. The driver got out, opened the rear door, and helped the passenger out of the car. Qin Aodong's face lit up with excitement as he waved his arms and shouted for help. "Sis, please save me." Yi Chun looked up and saw the crowd parting to make way for a woman in a tight black sports outfit striding towards them. The fitted outfit perfectly outlined her figure, and her fierce expression added an air of confidence. It was Qin Aodong's sister, Qin Aoshua. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed in shock, causing a stir among the onlookers. Qin Aodong yelled, "Sis, this guy hit me. Please, give him a good beating." As Qin Aoshua approached, she glanced over the bodyguards lying on the ground and coldly looked at Yi Chun. "Did you do this?" Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, I did." "What about it?" Qin Aoshua let out a cold laugh and said, "Not really, but apologize to my brother right now. What if I refuse? Then I'll make you apologize by force." Before her words fell, Qin Aoshua delivered a swift kick aimed at Yi Chun's face. Yi Chun was somewhat surprised. This woman's skills were far superior to those of the previous bodyguards. Her kick was powerful and incredibly fast, clearly a serious martial artist. Qin Aodong watched this scene, thinking to himself, "Damn, my sister is a fighting expert. Just wait until she knocks you out." His sister had practiced martial arts for many years, mastering both ancient techniques and modern combat skills. Even seasoned martial artists were no match for her. But in the next moment, Qin Aodong's eyes widened in shock. He heard Yi Chen scoff and say, "Too weak." Immediately after, Yi Chun dodged Qin Aoshua's attack and kicked her hard in the backside, sending her flying. Qin Aodong was dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping as he stared at the scene, muttering, "How is this possible?" Qin Aoshua was even more furious and humiliated. She had never been so insulted since she started practicing martial arts, and the spot he kicked was especially shameful. With anger on her face, she got up and charged at Yi Chun, determined to make this bastard pay today. "Aoshua, stop. You mustn't be rude to Master Yi." At that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly rushed over and grabbed Qin Aoshua. Qin Aoshua, her pretty face flushed with anger, shouted, "Dad, get out of the way, I want to kill him." She cursed inwardly, "Bastard. How dare you kick my backside? Don't you have any respect for women? That hurt way too much." "Enough." The middle-aged man glared at Qin Aoshua and scolded her. Then, he approached Yi Chun with a humble expression, took a deep breath, and respectfully said, "Master Yi, it's good to see you again. I apologize on behalf of my unworthy daughter and nephew. Once we get home, I will have them reflect on their actions." Qin Aoshua and Qin Aodong were stunned, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Their father was a prominent figure in Jinling City. How could he be so polite to this guy? Yi Chen recognized the middle-aged man. He had met him before when he went to appraise antiques with Song Wanting. His name was Qin Gang. So, Yi Chen nodded and said, "Mr. Qin, your nephew really should be disciplined more." Qin Gang nodded repeatedly, glaring at Qin Aoshua and Qin Aodong, and said, "Come over and apologize to Master Yi." "I'm not apologizing to a bastard who kicked my backside." Qin Aoshua pouted, her face filled with anger. Qin Gang's face turned grim as he scolded, "Apologize? Right now? Immediately." Qin Aoshua instantly deflated, biting her lip in grievance. She muttered, "I'm sorry." However, Qin Aodong was still indignant and said, "Uncle, this guy not only humiliated me, but also hit my sister. If you won't deal with him, why should I have to apologize? If you can't handle it, I'll find someone else to take care of him." Slap. Qin Gang delivered a hard slap to his face, angrily shouting, "Bastard, kneel down and apologize to Master Yi." Qin Aodong was struck so hard that he saw stars, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Terrified, he covered his face. Completely dazed and unable to comprehend how things had escalated to this point. But to kneel publicly, this would utterly disgrace the Qin family. How could they maintain their reputation in Jinling City after this? Qin Gang clenched his teeth and shouted, "You bastard. Do you have any idea that if Master Yi Henti discovered the clues about your treasure-hunting talisman, not only would you be dead, but the entire Qin family would be doomed because of you?" Fuming, he continued, "I was wondering why the Qin family has been cursed with bad luck lately. With one business misfortune after another. It turns out it's because of you, you worthless brat, bringing disaster upon us. If your grandfather finds out, he'll break your legs." Hearing his uncle's serious words, Qin Aodong felt a wave of fear wash over him, his legs going weak as he collapsed to the ground. Qin Gang barked, "Aren't you going to apologize to Master Yi?" "Why yes, I'm sorry." Qin Aodong stammered, trembling with fear as he apologized to Yi Chun, his eyes filled with terror. Only then did Qin Gang respectfully address Yi Chun, saying, "Master Yi, I hope this resolution meets your approval?" Yi Chun replied calmly, "Forget it. Since he is already on his knees, I won't hold it against him." Qin Gang felt a weight lift off his shoulders and quickly asked, "Master Yi, I have one more question. After discarding that treasure-hunting talisman, will our Qin family's fortune be restored to normal?" Yi Chen sneered, "You have quite the wishful thinking. The deathly aura from that talisman is far too strong. It's not just affecting Qin Aodong anymore. At this rate, I predict that within a year, your Qin family will likely face total ruin." Chapter 65. Master Yi takes action. Qin Gang was taken aback by Yi Chen's words. A broken family and lost lives? That price is too steep. His face turned pale, and after a long sigh, he said, "I have never done anything wrong in my life. I have always done good deeds. How could I end up in such a situation?" Yi Chen smiled slightly and said, "So it seems that your desire to buy that piece of yellow jade last time was also related to this matter?" Qin Gang nodded. Over the past year, he had tried every method he could think of, but none had worked until he met Yi Chun. Initially, he thought Yi Chun was just knowledgeable about appraising treasures and hadn't paid much attention. But today, Yi Chun had pinpointed the malevolent energy so accurately that he realized Yi Chun was not an ordinary person. The hope of saving the Qin family might just lie with him. In a hurry, he clasped his fists toward Yi Chun and pleaded, "Master Yi, please lend us your help." Afterward, he quickly whispered a few words to his assistant, who immediately turned and left. Yi Chen smiled lightly and said, "Mr. Qin, your family's issues are best resolved by yourselves." He had no particular ties to the Qin family, and his previous encounter with Qin Gang was brief. Moreover, the current Qin Ao Dong had offended him. On the other hand, Qin Ao Shui, who looked shocked, was quite pretty. The young girl had a great figure, with curves in all the right places, and her fiery personality gave her a spicy charm. However, her looks had no bearing on him. She was neither his wife nor someone he was intimate with. Therefore, Yichen saw no reason to help the Qin family. But Qin Gang was unwilling to give up such a golden opportunity to save his family. He immediately bowed deeply and said, "I earnestly request your guidance, sir." Qin Gang looked at Yi Chun with near reverence, bowing at a 90-degree angle and adopting an extremely humble posture. Yet, Yi Chun remained unmoved. Seeing that Yi Chun was indifferent, Qin Gang steeled himself and suddenly knelt down on the ground. At that moment, Qin Ao Shui, without hesitation, also knelt down beside him. Kneeling before Yi Chun, she desperately pleaded, "Master Yi, I was rude earlier and angered you. Please don't take it to heart. The fate of the entire Qin family rests in your hands. We implore you to help us." After saying this, she turned to the stunned Qin Ao Dong and slapped him hard across the face, scolding, "Qin Ao Dong, this is all your fault. That's strange. Dirty thing was brought home by you, and our family's troubles are because of you. You even offended Master Yi. Hurry up and bow to Master Yi. Plead for his help." Qin Ao Dong was truly shocked. He had never expected that the Qin family's recent misfortunes and his impending disaster were all caused by that treasure-seeking charm. Now, he could not escape blame and had also angered the only person capable of resolving everything, Master Yi. He was genuinely afraid of being beaten to a pulp when he got home. So, he immediately trembled and knelt on the ground, banging his head on the floor as he pleaded, "Master, I was wrong, Master. I was blind and ignorant, failing to recognize the good before me. I beg for your forgiveness, Master, and I hope you can lend a hand to the Qin family. I bow to you." With that, Qin Ao Dong knocked his head against the concrete floor, the sound echoing loudly. At that moment, Qin Gang's assistant rushed back and handed him a gift box. Qin Gang quickly took it, respectfully presenting it to Yi Chun, and humbly said, "Master Yi, this is the most expensive jade bracelet from Chui Guxian, priced at over 6 million. I hope you will accept it." Yi Chun glanced coldly at the gift in Qin Gang's hands. It was a high-quality jade bracelet from the old pit, with excellent water quality, as clear and transparent as glass. Although it couldn't compare to the jade necklace he'd previously given to his wife, Xiao Chuan, it was still considered top-tier for a bracelet. The crowd around them was mesmerized. Everyone knew this bracelet was the most expensive one at Chui Guxian, with a marked price of 6 million. Qin Gang had actually sent his assistant to buy it for Yi Chun, and he was practically begging him to accept it. This showed just how eager he was to please Yi Chun. Just who was Yi Chun? Even Yi Chun's father-in-law was stunned. He had never encountered such an unbelievable situation in his life. Yi Chun looked at the jade bracelet, but did not take it. Instead, he smiled faintly at Qin Gang and said, "Mr. Qin, how do you know I have the means to dispel this evil spirit?" Qin Gang replied earnestly, "If Master Yi cannot do it, then I fear no one in this world can." Yi Chun smiled lightly. Qin Gang was indeed correct. He had a way to resolve it. The 9 mysterious scriptures had documented such evil spirits and provided clear methods for dispelling them. Yi Chun glanced at the jade bracelet and casually accepted it. It was so translucent that if it were worn on his wife Xiao Chuan's wrist, it would look stunning. As for Qin Gang, to be honest, he wasn't a bad person. He had just failed to properly educate the next generation of his family. His sins did not warrant death. Since he was so sincerely asking for help, it wouldn't hurt to assist him a little. Thus, Yi Chun said, "All right, since you're asking me, I'll give you a favor." With that, he accepted the bracelet. Seeing Yi Chun take the bracelet, Qin Gang was overjoyed and quickly bowed again, saying, "Master Yi, the Qin family has some standing in Jinling City. Once the evil spirit is dispelled, if you ever need the Qin family's assistance in the future, I will do my utmost to support you." The crowd erupted in astonishment, all taken aback by Qin Gang's boldness. Yi Chun pondered for a moment and replied, "In that case, I will help you once. It seems the Qin family is not destined to perish." Qin Gang immediately bowed deeply, excitedly saying, "Please, Master Yi, take action." Yi Chun nodded and instructed, "Prepare yellow paper, red ink, and brushes for me." Moments later, Qin Gang's secretary returned with the items and handed them to Yi Chun. Holding the brush, Yi Chun lightly touched the red ink, taking a deep breath as the spiritual energy within him began to flow, threading through his meridians and attaching to the brush. With fluid movements, he began to write from the top of the yellow paper to the bottom. After finishing the drawing, Yi Chun lightly blew on the yellow paper before handing it over to Qin Gang. This talisman was specifically designed to dispel evil. It represented the utmost yang and strength in the world. by using this talisman to wrap the gold-seeking charm and offering 3 sticks of sandalwood incense daily. The negative energy from the person's tooth would be completely dispelled after 36 days, according to the heavenly numbers. During these 36 days, the household must not see bloodshed, must not kill, and must avoid eating meat. Family members should bathe at precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon and remember these instructions. Mr. Xia had warned him, and Qin Gang dared not be negligent in the slightest. With a respectful expression, Qin Gang extended his hands to receive the talisman, finally feeling a sense of relief. He was immensely grateful to Yi Chun. Without the master's assistance, the Qin family would surely have faced a dire fate. He carefully wrapped the talisman layer by layer around the gold-seeking charm, fearing that any damage might affect its efficacy. Just as the talisman completely enveloped the charm, Qin Aodong suddenly exhaled deeply, as if a heavy stone pressing on his chest had been lifted. He felt a sudden lightness and clarity in his mind. Qin Gang also sensed a change within himself. He felt clearer and more at ease than before. He realized that Yi Chun's method was working. This filled him with immense joy. Fortunately, he had sought out Yi Chun. Otherwise, the Qin family would have been headed for ruin after today. Zhang Ermao, watching from the side, was equally astonished. Seeing Qin Gang finish, he quickly approached with an ingratiating smile and bowed to Yi Chun. Brother, could you take a look at my fortune? When do you think I'll find a beautiful wife? Yi Chun frowned and shook his head, saying, if you want to marry a beautiful wife, you should first consider getting some work done. Qin Aoshue, standing nearby, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Indeed, Zhang Ermao was too ugly for any girl to take a liking to him. On the other hand, Yi Chun was quite handsome. Chapter 66, The Mysterious Chairman. Qin Gang respectfully smiled and said, Master Yi, I will never forget the great kindness you have shown to the Qin family. Today is a bit rushed, and I haven't had time to prepare. Could I invite Master Yi to visit the Qin family tomorrow? I would like to host a banquet at my home to personally express my gratitude. No need. I have other matters to attend to, Yi Chun replied coldly, shaking his head. Today's actions were taken because I recognized your good deeds. I hope to keep it low-key, understood? Qin Gang was taken aback and quickly nodded. I understand. If Master Yi needs anything from the Qin family in the future, feel free to reach out to me. After saying this, he hurriedly handed over a gold-embossed business card with his personal phone number. Yi Chun took it without looking and turned to leave with his father-in-law. Qin Gang watched their figures disappear before glaring fiercely at Qin Aodong, saying angrily, from now on, if you see Master Yi and Jinling, you better bow respectfully and greet him. Don't cause me any trouble. Qin Aodong protested. I had no idea that buying something in town could offend a master. Beside him, Qin Aoshue glared at Yi Chun's departing back, gritting her teeth. Although she admired him, she clearly still held a grudge for the incident where he kicked her. For a proud girl, such a thing was simply unforgivable. Qin Gang sighed and comforted her. Girl, don't seek revenge on Master Yi. Our whole family is counting on him now. Can he really be of help? Qin Aodong murmured. Shut up, or I'll break your legs. Qin Gang scolded. Qin Aodong shrank back, not daring to say more. Qin Aoshue stomped her foot in frustration, saying, I know, Dad. I won't provoke him. Just thinking about the lingering pain in her body made her feel miserable. What a shame. Qin Gang shook his head and sighed. Qin Aoshue looked at him in surprise and asked, what a shame about what? Qin Gang glanced at her before saying, it's a shame that Master Yi is already married. Otherwise, I think you two would make a lovely couple. Dad, what are you talking about? Qin Aoshue exclaimed, feeling both embarrassed and angry. On the way back, Xiao Chongquan was still in shock. The head of the Qin family had shown such respect to his son-in-law. Yi Chun, were those things you said to Qin Gang true? Xiao Chongquan asked, puzzled. His son-in-law was starting to seem more like a con artist. Yi Chun chuckled and replied, partly true, partly false. Don't all con artists love to create a mystique? Xiao Chongquan was taken aback and anxiously scolded. What the heck? You dared to deceive the Qin family and even accepted such an expensive bracelet from them. What if it gets exposed? What will we do if they come after us? Don't drag our family into this. Yi Chun shrugged. If it comes to that, I can just return the bracelet. It's a legal society. They can't kill me, can they? Xiao Chongquan sighed heavily, clearly worried. But after some thought, he realized there wasn't much else they could do. Maybe Yi Chun's con artist skills would actually prove effective? After returning home, Yi Chun entered his bedroom and took out the peace and prosperity stone he had received from Zhang Ermao. In that moment, Yi Chun suddenly felt a surge of energy flowing from the stone into his body. He immediately experienced a warm sensation, and his entire chest and abdomen felt indescribably comfortable. Soon, layers of sweat mixed with black impurities were expelled from his body, leaving him feeling incredibly light. Moments later, he sensed an energy moving around within him. This was spiritual energy. When he looked at the stone again, Yichen discovered that it had lost its spiritual energy and appeared just like an ordinary rock. Even after activating the cultivation methods recorded in the 9 mysterious heavenly scriptures, he was unable to draw any spiritual energy from it. Yichen could only put the stone back in his pocket, instinctively feeling that it was extraordinary. However, since he couldn't study it any further at the moment, he decided to wait until his cultivation level improved. Feeling sticky all over, Yichen hurried to take a shower. By the time he finished, it was already past 5 p.m. His wife, Xiao Churen, called him. On the phone, she informed Yichen that she was discussing project details at Dihao Group. The BMW 760 he had bought for her had a driving restriction today, so she hadn't driven it and wanted Yichen to take her father-in-law S530 to pick her up from Dihao Group. When his wife called, Yichen naturally couldn't refuse. He quickly asked his father-in-law for the car keys and drove to Dihao Group's building. Once he arrived, he took out his phone and called Xiao Churen. She didn't answer, but soon replied with a WeChat message. Yichen, I'm still in a meeting with the project team. Please wait for me downstairs. Thank you for your patience. Sure, I'll wait for you downstairs, Yichen replied, then stepped outside to smoke while he waited. At that moment, he received a call from Wang Dongxue, the vice chairperson of Dihao Group, who asked, Young master, have you arrived at Dihao Group? Curious, Yichen asked, how did you know? Wang Dongxue replied, I can see your car from my office. Yichen looked up and smiled. Do you need something? Wang Dongxue said, Madam is still in a meeting and it might take some time. So I wanted to ask if you have a moment. If you do, I'd like to report on recent work. Yichen thought for a moment. He hadn't been managing Dihao Group closely lately and didn't want to be completely out of the loop. So he said, all right, wait for me. I'll come up now. Wang Dongxue responded, you can go directly to your office. I'll meet you there to report. Okay. After hanging up, Yichen walked into the building, took the elevator, and headed straight for the chairman's office on the top floor. As he stepped out of the elevator and walked toward the office, a door behind him suddenly opened. Dong Ruolin was just about to head to the restroom when she unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. She didn't recognize it was Yichen, but she felt that this figure resembled the legendary wealthy man from the short video platform. Could it be that the chairman she had been eager to meet has finally arrived? Dong Ruolin felt a surge of excitement. After all, her main purpose for coming to Jinling and the Dihao Group was to get closer to this mysterious chairman and then work hard to make herself his woman. That way, the entire Dong family could rise to new heights. This was the mission entrusted to her by her family, as well as their hope for her future. However, Dong Ruolin was also quite frustrated. She had been there for several days and hadn't even caught a glimpse of the chairman. How could she develop a deeper relationship with him under these circumstances? So, seeing the chairman's back now, she was overwhelmed with excitement. She quickly took a few steps forward, following Yichen, hoping to catch up and greet him, and then introduce herself. Chapter 67. Changing her position, hearing footsteps behind him. Yichen glanced at the glass beside him and was shocked to see that it was Dong Ruolin following him. This was bad. If she recognized him here, she'd surely connect him to the fact that he was the chairman of the Dihao Group. She might even remember that he was the young master of the Yi family. This could lead to serious trouble. Seeing that Dong Ruolin was about to catch up, he quickly quickened his pace, slipped into the chairman's office, and locked the door behind him. Dong Ruolin hadn't anticipated that he would suddenly speed up, and by the time she realized she needed to pursue him, he was already inside the office. Disappointed at seeing Yichen enter the office, Dong Ruolin muttered under her breath, how strange, this chairman seems to be deliberately avoiding me. Nevertheless, she wasn't ready to give up just yet. She approached the door and knocked, saying, hello, chairman. I'm the new administrative director, Dong Ruolin. I have something I'd like to report to you. Yichen deliberately lowered his voice and replied, have you reported to Wang Dongxue already? The company doesn't allow skipping levels in reporting, don't you know that? I'm sorry, chairman, I forgot. Dong Ruolin felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, thinking, this chairman is quite intimidating. Is he angry about my bypassing the reporting protocol? Or does he simply not want to see me? However, she didn't dare to linger outside Yichen's office any longer and reluctantly left. Once Yichen heard her footsteps fade away, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. He almost got recognized, and it was truly dangerous, considering that he would inevitably have to come to Dihao Group in the future. And since Dong Ruolin was now the administrative director with her office on the same floor as his, the chances of running into her were far too high. At that moment, Wang Dongxue came over to report on work. Yichen said to her, Dongxue, I need you to help me with something. Wang Dongxue nodded, young master. What is it? Yichen continued, could you arrange for Dong Ruolin to be transferred to another position? After a moment's thought, he asked, What positions in our company do not require one to stay in the office all the time? Sales and business development, Wang Dongxue replied. These two positions often require going out for business, so they're hardly ever in the office. All right, Yichen nodded. Then transfer her to be the sales director. Not a problem. I'll start arranging that right away, Wang Dongxue assured him. After that, Wang Dongxue updated Yi Chun on the company's recent developments. The new 6-star hotel project for Dihao Group had officially kicked off, located at the foot of Qingxing Mountain, boasting beautiful scenery and an elegant environment. Once completed, this hotel would become the first 6-star hotel in Jinling, showcasing utmost luxury. The related business for the hotel was progressing smoothly, with an expected completion date in 2 years, and it would be operational 6 months later. At that point, Dihao Group's revenue potential would reach a whole new level. Yichen instructed her, if my wife is doing well and has some spare capacity, you should allocate more business to her from the Dihao Group. Wang Dongxue immediately replied, young master, you can count on me. I will definitely do that. As Yichen noticed that his wife was about to finish her meeting, he told Wang Dongxue, go call Dong Ruolin to your office. I'll take this chance to slip away. Wang Dongxue quickly nodded and returned to her office to call Dong Ruolin. Upon hearing that Wang Dongxue needed her, Dong Ruolin promptly went to her office. Meanwhile, Yichun hurried downstairs. Just as he reached the ground floor, he saw Xiao Charan coming out looking exhausted. It was obvious that the collaboration had worn her out, and she sighed. There's just so much going on right now. I can hardly keep up. Yichun, feeling concerned, asked, do you want to delegate some of your work? Or maybe you should just take a break. That is not an option, Xiao Charan replied. I just became a director not long ago, and my foundation is still shaky. I need to work harder, otherwise my cousin will definitely take advantage of my weaknesses. Thinking of Xiao Hailong made Xiao Charan feel frustrated. He was particularly annoying, always opposing her and often engaging in actions that harmed others without benefiting himself. On her way home, Xiao Charan closed her eyes in the car to rest while Yichen focused on driving, not wanting to disturb her. At that moment, in Wang Dongxue's office, she informed Dong Ruolin about the new appointment. Dong Ruolin was somewhat surprised. She had only recently taken on the role of administrative director, and now she was being transferred to sales. What was the reason behind this? Wang Dongxue explained, I believe you have great potential, and keeping you in an administrative role would be a waste. Moreover, I saw your resume. Your degree is in business management and marketing, making sales the perfect fit for you. Sales is also more critical for the company. If you excel in this role, your future prospects will be much brighter. Wang Dongxue wasn't just saying this for no reason. Sales positions are significantly more important than administrative roles. Sales are where the company generates real revenue, while administration is more like being a housekeeper, dealing with trivial matters. Dong Ruolin didn't overthink it. Instead, she felt that if she could excel in sales and bring actual profits to the company, the chairman would surely pay more attention to her in the future. Thus, this was a good opportunity for her. Excitedly leaving Wang Dongxue's office, the first thing Dong Ruolin did was call her close friend, Xiao Charan. As soon as the call connected, she exclaimed, Charan, I've been promoted to sales director. Really? Xiao Charan was instantly excited as well, saying, that is fantastic. You're naturally talented in sales. Being in administration was such a waste. Now, you'll have more room to showcase your abilities and should achieve great results soon. Hehe. Dong Ruolin was also very happy and suggested, how about we celebrate together over dinner tonight? You should bring Yichen along too. Xiao Charan hesitated and said, we're almost home, and to be honest, I'm really exhausted today. How about we celebrate another day? Dong Ruolin knew that Xiao Charan had been working hard lately, so she quickly said, yeah, you've really been under a lot of stress with all those late nights and meetings. How about this? You go home and take a good rest. We can get together once you're done with all this. Xiao Charan replied, once I get through this busy period, let's have a nice meal and enjoy ourselves. Dong Ruolin laughed and said, that's a promise. After hanging up the phone, Dong Ruolin felt a bit down. She didn't have many true friends in Jinling, and her only close friend was Xiao Charan. Now that she had transitioned to the position of sales director, it was a bigger stage and a great opportunity to prove herself. But she couldn't find anyone to celebrate with. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, her phone suddenly rang. To her surprise, it was a call from Xiao Hailong. Chapter 68. Xiao Hailong's show-off. When Dong Ruolin saw that the call was from Xiao Hailong, she hesitated to answer. She didn't have a good impression of him, and she could tell that his intentions were merely to get closer to her in hopes of winning her over. However, she had no interest in someone like him, so she hung up the phone directly. But Xiao Hailong was persistent. After several attempts, Dong Ruolin reluctantly picked up the call and asked coldly, Hailong, is there something you need? Xiao Hailong quickly responded, Ruolin, I heard you've been promoted to sales director? Dong Ruolin asked in surprise. How did you hear about that so quickly? Xiao Hailong laughed I happen to have a few friends working at your company, Dihao Group. They mentioned the new appointments that were announced, so they told me. Yes, Dong Ruolin said. I have indeed been promoted to sales director. Congratulations. Xiao Hailong exclaimed excitedly. That position holds a lot of power and potential. Your luck has really turned around this time. Thank you, Dong Ruolin replied, keeping her tone neutral. Xiao Hailong continued, Ruolin, you've been in Jinling for a while now. Things were a bit unpleasant during our last encounter at Tangxiangfu. To express my apologies, I'd like to invite you to dinner. Since today is your big day with the promotion, it's a reason to celebrate. What do you think? Dong Ruolin politely declined. But I might have to work late tonight. Ruolin, Xiao Hailong insisted, big occasions should be celebrated in a timely manner. Otherwise, the joy fades by tomorrow. You don't have many friends in Jinling. How about just the two of us find a place to celebrate? We won't invite anyone else. So it'll be quieter. What do you say? Dong Ruolin felt a bit tempted. To be honest, she really wanted to celebrate. However, since Xiaokoran couldn't join her, she didn't know who else to invite. With Xiao Hailong reaching out, it gave her an option. Although she found him somewhat insincere, celebrating with someone was still better than being alone. With that in mind, she said, okay, send me the address. Great. I've reserved a spot at the Jinling Hotel. Just mention my name when you arrive, he replied. Dong Ruolin nodded. All right, I'll head over shortly. After leaving the office, Dong Ruolin took a taxi to the Jinling Hotel. While it couldn't compare to Tangxiangfu, it was still one of the top restaurants in Jinling. At that moment, Xiao Hailong was waiting at the entrance, dressed in a suit with slicked back hair, exuding an air of sophistication. However, the bandages on his hands completely ruined the atmosphere he was trying to create. Dong Ruolin stepped out of the taxi, wearing casual attire on top and jeans on the bottom, radiating youthful energy. The moment she got out of the car, she drew all eyes to her. Xiao Hailong felt proud and quickly approached her, saying, Ruolin, you look beautiful today. Please, come in. Everything is ready. Thank you. Dong Ruolin replied politely with a smile. They took their seats, and soon the food was served. Xiao Hailong asked the waiter to bring a bottle of top-notch red wine, complimenting, Ruolin. Today is a day of great joy. We must have some wine to celebrate. Dong Ruolin hurriedly replied, I'd rather not drink wine. Let us have some soft drinks instead. How can that be? Xiao Hailong had initially planned to take advantage of the situation to get Dong Ruolin drunk and see if he could find an opportunity to make a move. However, her immediate refusal to drink left him feeling particularly disappointed. Dong Ruolin waved her hand and said, Sorry, Hailong, I'm not feeling well. I really can't drink tonight. Let us save it for another time. In truth, Dong Ruolin had a strong sense of self-protection and could roughly guess Xiao Hailong's intentions. So she was determined not to drink with him tonight. Seeing that she wouldn't be persuaded, Xiao Hailong felt frustrated but didn't dare to show it. He said, If you don't want to drink, we can stick to soft drinks. Dong Ruolin nodded. Thank you for understanding. At that moment, a well-dressed young man at the next table was staring intently at Dong Ruolin. Ever since she walked in, he had been captivated by her beauty and elegance. To him, she was extraordinarily beautiful, almost like a fairy descended from the heavens. After observing for a while and realizing that she didn't seem to be in a relationship with the man across from her, he decided he couldn't let this opportunity slip by. A moment later, the young man stood up and walked over to Dong Ruolin and Xiao Hailong's table. He addressed Dong Ruolin. Excuse me, miss, I've been captivated by you since you walked into the restaurant. Would you be willing to share your contact information with me? Dong Ruolin was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected to be approached while dining here. Xiao Hailong was furious. Damn it, where did this idiot come from? Can't he see I'm trying to impress this girl? How dare he come over to hit on her? Is he looking for trouble? Without waiting for Dong Ruolin to respond, he coldly said, Who are you? What do you want at our table? The young man replied calmly, I'm talking to this lady. What does it have to do with you? He then turned back to Dong Ruolin, saying, Miss, I've been admiring you from a distance for quite a while. I didn't want to intrude, but I couldn't resist the urge to come over and introduce myself. I hope you can forgive my boldness. At that moment, Xiao Hailong exploded. What the hell? Who does this guy think he is, trying to steal my woman? He immediately shouted, I warn you. You'd better get lost if you know what's good for you. If you dare to say another word or keep staring, I'll make you regret it. The young man turned to Dong Ruolin and asked, Is he your boyfriend? Dong Ruolin shook her head. The young man then turned back to Xiao Hailong and said, Since you're not her boyfriend, my confession to this beautiful lady has nothing to do with you, right? Xiao Hailong sneered. I don't like the way you're looking at her, so you can't look? The young man frowned and replied, You seem to think you're quite impressive. Huh. Xiao Hailong let out a cold laugh and said, Kid, I'm from the Xiao family. If you know what's good for you, get lost and don't cause yourself any trouble. Dong Ruolin felt a bit irritated. Firstly, she didn't like how straightforward the young man was with his declaration. Secondly, she was put off by Xiao Hailong's arrogant attitude, as if he were the king of the world. At that moment, the young man's expression changed instantly. He glared at Xiao Hailong and said coldly, "What the hell is the Xiao family? What do you think you are? I warn you, stop pretending to be tough with me, or I'll make sure you walk in and lie down on the way out." Xiao Hailong's teeth clenched in anger. He was furious. How dare anyone act tough in front of him? He had already lost face when he took Dong Ruolin out to dinner for the first time. And if he didn't teach this guy a lesson now, he would embarrass himself even more in front of her and have no chance of winning her over. With that thought, he wasted no time. Grabbing a bottle of wine from the table, he shouted, "What are you rambling on about? Are you looking for trouble?" And without hesitation, he smashed the bottle over the young man's head. There was a loud crash, and blood immediately gushed from the young man's wound. Chapter 69. Dead meat. The young man was knocked off balance by the blow, his head spinning and nearly unable to stand. The people around him were startled by the sudden appearance of the flying bottle. Xiao Hailong glared at the bloodied young man and sneered, "If you don't scram, I'll break your legs too." The young man gritted his teeth, clutching his head, and said, "Fine, you've got guts. Just wait for me." After saying that, he hurriedly ran out, holding his injured head. Xiao Hailong let out a disdainful laugh and said, "What an idiot. A waste of space dares to threaten me?" He should know better than to mess with Xiao Hailong. He then turned to Dong Ruolin with a smug expression and said, "There are always flies like him around. Don't let him bother you. Let's just continue our meal, forget about him." Dong Ruolin, feeling unsettled by the whole incident, nodded silently, her mood clearly dampened. Throughout the meal, Xiao Hailong tried several times to lighten the atmosphere, but Dong Ruolin completely ignored him. To her, Xiao Hailong not only lacked any real ability, but was also overly reckless. A man like that was not someone she would ever take seriously. Xiao Hailong had thought that by confronting that idiot in front of Dong Ruolin, she would be impressed by his masculinity, but to his surprise, she seemed to feel more repelled and disgusted by him. This left him feeling particularly frustrated. He had never expected that Dong Ruolin would dislike violent men. Wasn't he just digging his own grave? The meal ended on a sour note for Xiao Hailong. He had initially wanted to chat a bit more with Dong Ruolin to deepen their connection, but instead, she frowned and said, "It's getting late. I need to head back." "Thank you for the meal." Xiao Hailong was filled with irritation and said, "Let me drive you home." Dong Ruolin shook her head. "No need. I'll take a taxi." At that moment, she just wanted to distance herself from Xiao Hailong. Xiao Hailong was furious inside, but said, "At least let me see you to your car. I want to feel at ease otherwise." Dong Ruolin didn't refuse and nodded, getting up to leave. Xiao Hailong hurried to follow her, seething with frustration. He had planned to create a romantic atmosphere to confess his feelings to her, but that jerk had ruined everything, leaving him with no opportunity and seemingly giving Dong Ruolin a bad impression. What bad luck. Just wait until I run into that bastard again. I swear I'll make him pay, Xiao Hailong cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, Yichen had just finished his meal and was clearing the table. At that moment, Xiao Churan anxiously exclaimed, "Yichen, did you see my supplier's quotation file? It's in my bag." Yichen shook his head. "I haven't touched your bag since I got back." Xiao Churan thought for a moment and then slapped her forehead, saying, "Oh no. I must have left the document in the conference room at Dihao Group. I need it for tomorrow morning. Could you drive me to get it?" Yichen smiled. "You look exhausted. Why don't you rest? I'll go get it for you." Xiao Churan sighed. "I am pretty worn out. Thank you for helping me. The document is number GY 201911101. Yichen waved his hand and said, "Doing things for my wife is not hard at all." After that, he drove towards the Dihao Group. Meanwhile, Xiao Hailong and Dong Ruolin had just exited a restaurant and arrived at the roadside. Just as Dong Ruolin was about to hail a taxi, a group of over 10 strong men suddenly jumped out of 3 white vans parked nearby, charging toward them with an aggressive demeanor. All of them were masked with black cloth and wielding steel pipes, clearly there to settle a score. Oh no! Xiao Hailong was terrified when he saw the group rushing towards him. Dong Ruolin also noticed the scene and turned pale, realizing that these men were likely sent by that young man from earlier. Given the situation, it looked like things could get deadly. Sure enough, a young man with a bandaged head stepped forward and shouted, "Damn it, get him." As soon as he finished speaking, he gave the order, and the crowd lunged at Xiao Hailong. "I'm the young master of the Xiao family. Do you dare to touch me?" Xiao Hailong shouted defiantly, trying to sound tough despite his panic. A burly man sneered and approached him, swinging a steel pipe. Xiao Hailong was terrified to the point of nearly losing control. In a moment of sheer panic, Xiao Hailong suddenly shoved Dong Ruolin in front of him. "Dong Ruolin!" she cried out as she was pushed into the line of fire. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Hailong dashed to his car, flung the door open, jumped inside, and without hesitation, started the engine to escape the scene. Dong Ruolin was furious. What a despicable person Xiao Hailong was. He had gotten himself into trouble, and, at the critical moment, he pushed a woman out to take the hit while he ran away. Was there anyone else in this world as disgusting as him? Seeing Xiao Hailong escape, the young man was furious and began cursing. That bastard actually left a woman behind and ran. What a waste of space. He then turned his icy gaze on Dong Ruolin and said, "Hey, beautiful, call that jerk back, or don't blame me for being rude." Dong Ruolin retorted, "I don't know him well. Please don't involve me in your issues." The young man pointed at his bandaged head and coldly replied, "Damn it. I have 16 stitches in my head, and I can't eat until I get my revenge. If he doesn't come to rescue you, you'll come home with me and make it up to me for one night." Dong Ruolin gasped, "How can you say that? It's illegal." "Illegal?" The young man sneered. "My word is law. After I'm done with you, you'll understand what real law is." A wave of cold dread washed over Dong Ruolin, nearly engulfing her in fear and despair. She quickly said, "I'll call him right now," and pulled out her phone to dial Xiao Hailong. Xiao Hailong was desperately driving, trying to get as far away as possible when he suddenly saw Dong Ruolin's name flashing on his phone. His heart sank. It was over. He had just pushed her away to save himself, and now she must hate him. Damn it, what bad luck. He had been told to get close to her, to establish a connection with the Dong family, so that his own family could rise to prominence. But now, he had severely offended Dong Ruolin. However, at this moment, he dared not answer the phone. Answering would only mean being forced to return, and even a fool could guess that. But would he even make it back alive? Those people were fierce, wielding steel pipes. Even if he didn't care about his own life, he could end up severely injured for life. Women are important, but life is even more so. So he decided to keep running, no matter what happened to her. Dong Ruolin's calls went unanswered, and she felt utterly despaired. She pleaded with the young man, "I can pay you money. Please let me go. This really has nothing to do with me." The young man sneered, "I don't want your money. I want your body. I want to have you beneath me, to enjoy you thoroughly." Dong Ruolin was terrified. She knew if she didn't find a way out, he wouldn't let her go. Seizing the opportunity when he was unguarded, she bit her lip and kicked hard between his legs. The young man didn't expect her to fight back. He was caught squarely in the groin, and he let out a pained scream, instinctively swinging his knife in retaliation. Dong Ruolin was about to flee when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her thigh, letting out a scream as she fell to the ground. A sharp dagger had pierced her leg, blood gushing out. "Stupid girl, still trying to run." The young man, furious and humiliated, grabbed her by the hair and coldly said, "Congratulations, you've successfully angered me. Tonight, my brothers and I will take good care of you. You'll have the time of your life." Tears streamed down Dong Ruolin's face in despair. She had already resigned herself to her fate, knowing that this young man wouldn't let her live, and she might really die at his hands. In this situation, there was no one to save her. What she didn't notice was that at that moment, a black BMW was slowly approaching. Behind the wheel, Qin spotted her at a glance, his brow instantly furrowing in concern. Chapter 70. Just to save your life. Dong Ruolin sat helplessly on the ground, clutching the wound on her leg and despairingly closing her eyes. The young man crouched down, gripping her chin and gazing at her disheveled hair as she stubbornly turned her head away. His desire to torment her grew stronger. His fingers caressed her face in a suggestive manner, and he ordered, "Take her to my car. Let me enjoy myself first." The onlookers, captivated by the sight of the beautiful woman, couldn't help but chime in, "Hey, Wes, such a rare beauty. Don't forget about us, your brothers." The young man laughed heartily. "Don't worry, once I'm done, it'll be your turn. No need to rush." Hearing their unabashed filthy words, Dong Ruolin's face turned pale. As she saw the young man reaching for her, tears streamed down her cheeks, and despair filled her heart. Just as she resolved to bite her tongue and end her life, a series of agonized screams pierced the air. A gust of wind rushed from behind, and the young man abruptly turned, only to be met by a flurry of fists. He felt an overwhelming force hit him, sending him flying backward. Stumbling a few steps, he collapsed to the ground, spitting out blood. His companions were already sprawled on the ground, unconscious or worse. Dong Ruolin was stunned by this sudden turn of events and looked hopefully at the newcomer. "Are you here to save me?" A sense of relief washed over her as she saw the man in black, masked and imposing, as if he were a deity descended from the heavens. The man in black didn't respond, his cold gaze slightly pausing as he took in her disheveled state. "Damn it, kill him." A few masked figures, recovering from their shock, tightened their grips on their weapons and charged forward. Before Dong Ruolin could even feel fear, the man in black effortlessly scooped her up and dashed away. She leaned gently against his chest, trembling fingers clinging to his neck, feeling that the shouts and pursuit behind her no longer frightened her. Who was this person? Why does he make me feel so safe? After a day filled with extreme highs and lows, Dong Ruolin wearily closed her eyes, a strange thought surfacing in her mind. How odd. This person feels somewhat familiar. As if I've seen him somewhere before. Unbeknownst to her, the mysterious man holding her was Yi Chun, the husband of her best friend. Yi Chun happened to drive by and saw Dong Ruolin surrounded. Fearing for her safety, he had put on a mask to rescue her. After his body was enhanced by a strand of spiritual energy from a Hatian jade pendant, Yi Chun's abilities had improved significantly, allowing him to move much faster than before. With the many alleys in the area, he quickly shook off the pursuers. Carrying Dong Ruolin, Yi Chun ran a considerable distance until he reached a secluded spot. As dusk approached, the dense vegetation offered cover, hiding them from any potential pursuers. He laid Dong Ruolin on the ground and noticed her pants were soaked in blood, causing him to frown. Although Dong Ruolin had lost a lot of blood, she was still barely conscious, her pale face showing gratitude as she said, "Thank you for saving me. May I ask, who are you?" Yi Chun's expression remained cold, and he didn't respond. She had always looked down on him and acted arrogantly, so it was unlikely they would have any future interactions. The only reason he had saved her was because of Xiao Churan, so he had no intention of revealing his identity. Seeing that he didn't answer, Dong Ruolin understood he didn't want to disclose who he was. However, she was the kind of person who believed in repaying kindness and settling scores. She felt troubled, not knowing how she could repay such a significant favor without knowing his identity. Just as she was pondering how to express her gratitude, the man suddenly bent down and tore her pants. Feeling a rush of cool air against her thigh, Dong Ruolin was both shocked and furious. Her face turning bright red as she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" She had thought he was a hero who saved her from danger, but it turned out he was just another lewd scoundrel. Tearing her pants was even worse than the earlier assault, but considering her injuries and the man's evident strength, she realized that escaping from him was highly unlikely. It seemed she had just escaped the wolf's den and had now walked into the tiger's mouth. Tears streamed down Dong Ruolin's cheeks, her eyes filled with defiance and despair as she choked out, "If you dare to force yourself on me, I will die right here." Yi Chun was momentarily speechless and said helplessly, "You're seriously injured, and the wound is deep. At this rate of blood loss, you might faint before reaching the hospital. I'm just trying to save your life." With that, he began to tend to her wounds. Seeing him handle her injury with skill, Dong Ruolin realized she had completely misunderstood him. However, having been raised with the belief that men and women should not have close contact, she felt utterly embarrassed as her thigh was nearly exposed, and she was being held by a man while he treated her. She wished she could just disappear into the ground. Her face flushed with shame, she lowered her head and dared not look at him, stammering, "Thank you, and I'm sorry for misunderstanding you earlier." Chapter 71. The miracle. Dong Ruolin pressed her leg, noticing blood seeping through her fingers, and realized that Yi Chun was not deceiving her. However, the thought of undressing in front of a stranger filled her with immense inner turmoil. Faced with the choice between life and death, after a long hesitation, she finally relented. She didn't want to die, nor did she want to become disabled. With her face flushed, she glanced up at Yi Chun, her heart racing, feeling a strange sensation throughout her body. Finally, she softly said, "I understand. Thank you." Yi Chun nodded, squatted down, grabbed her pants, and tore them forcefully. With a rip, the fabric was shredded, revealing two flawless white legs. Dong Ruolin gasped, her cheeks burning with embarrassment, her heart pounding even faster as she kept her head down, unable to look at Yi Chun. Yi Chun's gaze remained calm as he saw the knife wound on her left leg. He aligned his fingers, pressing down on an acupoint. A strand of spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips into the wound. Although the scenery around them was beautiful, Yi Chun's focus was solely on the injury, not glancing anywhere else. His fingers moved swiftly, and after a few precise presses, the bleeding gradually stopped. According to the medical techniques in the 9 mysterious heavenly scripture, he could completely heal Dong Ruolin's injury, rejuvenate her meridians, and even restore the wound on the spot. However, Yi Chun didn't want to shock her. He simply used his fingers to help her stop the bleeding and heal the meridians, stopping once that was done. The remaining flesh wound could be bandaged at the hospital, and she would be able to recover on her own. Dong Ruolin's heart raced as she felt the pain lessen and the bleeding stop after Yi Chun's treatment, leaving her utterly astonished. She never expected that the traditional Chinese medicine her family deemed useless would be so much more effective than Western medicine. "All done," Yi Chun said casually, standing up without glancing sideways. "Try standing up." Dong Ruolin attempted to stand, and to her surprise, the bleeding had indeed stopped, filling her with both shock and joy. Blushing, she looked up and shyly said, "Since you want to reveal your name, you must give me a chance to thank you, right?" "No need." Yi Qin replied coldly, not wanting to expose his identity. You saved my life. If I can't even express my gratitude, I'll feel indebted to you for the rest of my life, Dong Ruolin insisted. Then she took off a necklace from her neck. This was a gift from my grandfather for my coming-of-age ceremony. Since you saved me, I want to give it to you. In her hands was a platinum chain, adorned with a sparkling pink diamond. Yi Qin initially wanted to refuse, but he sensed a faint spiritual energy emanating from the diamond. After a moment of thought, he accepted it. He nodded, took off his jacket, and helped her tie it around her waist. I'm sorry for tearing your pants. You can use my jacket for now. I just called an ambulance with your phone. It should arrive in a few minutes. You're safe now. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving. With that, Yi Qin turned and walked away without looking back, his figure swiftly disappearing into the dense fields of tall sorghum. Hey, wait a minute. Dong Ruolin called out, but by the time she looked up, Yi Qin had already vanished from sight. Outside the park, the wailing of an ambulance could be heard. She glanced down at the coat wrapped around her and then looked in the direction Yi Qin had disappeared, feeling a sense of loss. In the next moment, she suddenly realized that the figure leaving had looked so familiar. After a moment of recollection, she thought of it. This silhouette was strikingly similar to that of the chairman. Could he be the chairman of the Dihao group? Dong Ruolin's heart stirred. However, she hadn't even asked for his name, let alone seen his face, so she couldn't be sure if her guess was correct. Just then, Dong Ruolin noticed a grayish-white pebble where Yi Qin had been squatting earlier. The stone had the words peace and prosperity inscribed on it. This stone must have fallen from him inadvertently. Dong Ruolin instantly felt as if she had found a treasure and tightly grasped it in her hand. If she never saw him again, this stone would be the only token he left for her. After being taken to the hospital by the ambulance, Dong Ruolin was diagnosed with minor injuries. The treating doctor was astonished by how well she was doing, unaware that Yi Qin had provided her with initial treatment. Based on the knife wound on her leg, it could have resulted in anything from a torn tendon to serious damage to her nerves. Yet, aside from some superficial injuries, her tendons and nerves were intact, almost as if they had been reattached, and even seemed stronger. The doctor told her, with a few days of rest, your injury will heal completely. Honestly, this is quite remarkable. Did you do anything special to treat the wound? Dong Ruolin thought about the mysterious figure but replied, I didn't do anything special. The doctor marveled, that's truly amazing. He then added, by the way, I've already notified the police. They'll be here shortly, and you can recount the details of the attack to them. Dong Ruolin nodded gently. The police arrived quickly, given the knife attack in a busy area, especially involving a senior executive from the Dihao group. They took the matter very seriously. Among the officers was someone who knew the Shao family and was aware that she was a guest of theirs, so they notified the Shao family. At that moment, the Shao family was gathered at their villa discussing what to do. Xiao Hailong informed them that Dong Ruolin was in trouble, but didn't mention that it was his fault. Granny Xiao thought this was a great opportunity for the Shao family to shine, insisting that they find Dong Ruolin and rescue her, which would also help Xiao Hailong win her heart. However, upon hearing that she was in the hospital, Granny Xiao was immediately disappointed, lamenting, if only Hailong could seize this chance to be the hero and save the beauty. After saying that, she turned to everyone and declared, let us hurry to the hospital. Xiao Hailong felt uncertain, but had no choice but to follow his family to the hospital. On the way, he already had a speech prepared, though he wondered if Dong Ruolin would be receptive to it. As soon as Xiao Hailong arrived at the hospital and saw Dong Ruolin, a look of intense surprise spread across his face. He hurried over with a concerned demeanor, saying, Ruolin, are you okay? I was just about to call my dad and bring people to rescue you. Rescue me? Dong Ruolin's face, usually so composed, flashed with a hint of sarcasm as she replied coolly, you nearly got me killed. Xiao Hailong quickly tried to explain, Ruolin, please don't misunderstand. I was trying to draw their attention. After all, they were looking for me, not you. I thought they wouldn't harm you. Dong Ruolin let out a cold snort, too weary to argue with him. She had seen through his true nature and just wanted to keep her distance from him in the future. Seeing that Dong Ruolin wasn't blaming him anymore, Xiao Hailong mistakenly thought she believed his words. He looked her up and down and noticed she was wearing a man's jacket. His brow furrowed in concern. Ruolin, where are your pants? They didn't do anything to you, did they? Filled with disdain, Dong Ruolin had no intention of engaging with him. She replied coldly, it's none of your business. Madame Xiao's keen eyes scanned Dong Ruolin, fixating on the man's jacket she was wearing. She stepped closer and asked, Ruolin, if there's anything you want to say, you can tell Grandma. Those people didn't harm you, did they? With a blank expression, Dong Ruolin replied, they stabbed me. But thankfully, a passing young man saved me. Since I was injured in the leg, he helped me treat it. My pants were torn, so he took off his jacket and gave it to me. What is the problem? A young man? Madame Xiao felt a shock in her heart. If a young man had saved Dong Ruolin, that could spell trouble. What if Dong Ruolin developed feelings for him? That would mean her precious grandson, Xiao Hailong, would have no chance at all. At this moment, Xiao Hailong, filled with jealousy, asked, Ruolin, how did he treat you? Did he take off your pants to help you? Dong Ruolin let out a cold laugh and retorted sarcastically, what does it have to do with you? Chapter 72. Forever impossible. Xiao Hailong felt a buzzing in his head, a surge of jealousy rushing to his forehead. He hadn't even touched Dong Ruolin's hand, yet she was being undressed by a strange man, who was fondling her thighs, and who knows, perhaps even touching her in more private areas. How could he possibly accept this? At that moment, Xiao Hailong didn't care that Dong Ruolin was extremely disappointed in him. Consumed by jealousy, he gritted his teeth and said, I think this guy isn't here to rescue you. He's just taking advantage of the situation, trying to assault you. As soon as Xiao Hailong finished speaking, all the Xiao family members turned their attention to Dong Ruolin. Everyone's thoughts mirrored his own. A beautiful woman, disheveled, lying in front of a stranger, allowing him to touch her. This raised many eyebrows. Dong Ruolin was so furious she was trembling, utterly disappointed in Xiao Hailong. Not only did he run away first, but now he was maliciously speculating about her in front of so many people. This was not just unkind, it was downright shameless. With a cold tone, Dong Ruolin said, Xiao Hailong, the person who saved me didn't do anything inappropriate. I took off my own pants. This has nothing to do with you. As she spoke, she gritted her teeth and scolded. And you, Xiao Hailong, you caused all this trouble tonight, and when the other party came looking for revenge, you ran off so fast, leaving me behind to get stabbed, and now you have the nerve to say such things? Do you even have any shame? Xiao Hailong was taken aback, his face turning red, speechless. Dong Ruolin didn't even look at him. She immediately got up and left the hospital, hailing a cab to return to her hotel. The Xiao family members were stunned as well. No one had expected the truth to be like this. It turned out that Xiao Hailong was the one who caused the trouble, leaving Dong Ruolin behind, which led to her being stabbed. As soon as Dong Ruolin left, the old lady of the Xiao family slapped Xiao Hailong across the face in anger. Xiao Hailong was taken aback, and the old lady scolded, How have I taught you? I told you to treat Dong Ruolin well, and what did you do? You abandoned her to save yourself. With such beastly behavior, how could she ever like you? Grandma, I was wrong. Xiao Hailong covered his stinging face, suddenly realizing the gravity of his mistake, filled with regret. It was at this moment that he understood he and Dong Ruolin would never have a chance. Yichen returned home and didn't tell his wife about what happened that night. His wife was completely unaware of Dong Ruolin's ordeal. After all, the Xiao Charan family had been ostracized by the old lady, so they weren't qualified to stay in the Xiao family villa, and naturally, they had no way of knowing what was happening. The next day, as Xiao Charan was just getting out of bed, she received a call from the old lady. The old lady said to her, Charan, today you need to go to Tianhao Building Materials Group and try to speak with their boss about whether we can get 1,000,000 yuan worth of materials on credit. We will pay them back once we receive the payment from Dihao Group. Xiao Charan hurriedly replied, Grandma, Tianhao Building Materials Group is a large business with significant influence. They never extend credit. The old lady said, There's nothing we can do. The Xiao family is currently facing some financial issues, and we can't cover these costs anymore. It's also difficult to get a loan, so we can only find a way through the Tianhao Building Materials Group. She continued, Charan, our family is in trouble both inside and out, and your cousin isn't helping at all. We're counting on you now. Think of a way to have a good chat with Zhou Tianhao, the owner of Tianhao Building Materials Group. As long as he agrees, we'll have a chance. Xiao Charan hesitated for a moment, but reluctantly agreed, saying, Grandma, I'll give it a try. Good. I believe you can do it. Zhao's grandmother sighed in relief. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Charan felt a bit melancholic. Yichen couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Xiao Charan briefly explained the situation to him. Yichen nodded and suggested, Why not ask Tianhao Group to advance 2 million for the project? Xiao Charan quickly replied, That won't work. We're already reaching by collaborating with Tianhao Group. If we ask them to advance project funds, it would be humiliating. Yichen wanted to say that Tianhao Group belongs to your husband. What's 2 million to them? Who would dare to look down on you? But Xiao Charan didn't know that. She suggested, How about I go and talk to Mr. Zhou first? Yichen said, Then I'll go with you. That's not appropriate. Xiao Charan replied, It's unprofessional to bring your husband to a business meeting. With that, she added, Just stay at home. If you get bored, go out for a walk. There's nothing going on here anyway. Seeing her firm attitude, Yichen didn't press the issue. He knew his wife valued independence and preferred to tackle things on her own. So he thought it best to let her try, and if it didn't go well, he could step in to help discreetly. After breakfast, Xiao Chuan made an appointment with Zhou Tianhao and drove alone to the Tianhao Building Materials Group. This group is one of the largest building materials companies in Jinling and even in Jiangnan, specializing in various aluminum alloy materials, essential suppliers for large real estate projects. Years ago, Zhou Tianhao came from humble beginnings, but he was fortunate enough to marry into a powerful family, which helped him grow his business over time. However, Zhou Tianhao is rather controlled by his wife. Although she is extremely unattractive, he never dares to stray, which has earned him a decent reputation locally as a good man who doesn't forget his roots. The Tianhao Building Materials Group is located on the outskirts of the city, occupying thousands of acres of land for its factory, making it quite large in scale. After arriving at the Tianhao Group, Xiao Chuan headed to the office building. Upon parking, she saw Zhou Tianhao waiting in the lobby for quite some time. As soon as he spotted her, he put on a warm smile, approached Xiao Chuan, and extended his hand, saying, "Ah, President Xiao. It's a pleasure to have you here today. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner." Xiao Chuan extended her hand for a polite handshake, smiling as she said, "Mr. Zhou, you're too kind." After saying this, she tried to pull her hand back, only to find that Zhou Tianhao was holding on tightly and griping even harder. It took a bit of effort for Xiao Chuan to free her hand, and with a wary expression, she said, "Mr. Zhou, what is going on here?" Zhou Tianhao quickly scratched his head and laughed. "Oh, I'm really sorry. I've always heard about how stunning you are, and seeing you in person today caught me off guard. I didn't mean to be rude, and I hope you can forgive me." Seeing that he was straightforward and willing to apologize, Xiao Chuan felt a bit more at ease. At that moment, Zhou Tianhao quickly gestured for her to follow him. Smiling as he said, "Ms. Xiao, let us head to my office to chat." Chapter 73. Indulge. Zhou Tianhao brought Xiao Chuan to his office. And the moment he closed the door, a fiery glint appeared in his eyes. Casually, he locked the door and then invited Xiao Chuan to sit on the sofa. Xiao Chuan appeared a bit nervous, twisting her hands as she sat across from him. Zhou Tianhao smiled and asked, "Xiao, I wonder what brings you here today? Are you looking to discuss a potential collaboration?" Feeling a bit shy, Xiao Chuan replied, "To be honest, Mr. Zhou, our cash flow at the Xiao Group has been a bit tight recently. So I wanted to ask if we could possibly arrange for a batch of building materials on credit?" "On credit?" Zhou Tianhao said, looking troubled. "You must know the situation of our Tianhao Building Materials Group, Ms. Xiao. We have a strict policy of no credit sales. We only release materials after payment is received." "I understand," Xiao Chuan said apologetically. "I really have no other options. But you can rest assured that our partner is the Dihao Group, the largest company in Jinling. They will definitely honor their payments. As soon as we receive the funds, we will promptly settle our debt with you." Zhou Tianhao chuckled awkwardly and said, "That is true, but Ms. Xiao, I'm not trying to target you. Do you know why I established the no-credit policy?" Xiao Chuan shook her head. "Why?" Zhou Tianhao explained, "I used to be quite accommodating. When clients wanted to take goods before settling payments, I would agree to maintain relationships and expand business. Everyone assured me that as soon as the clients settled their payments, they would pay us immediately. But what happened? I ended up losing over 300 million in receivables that I still haven't recovered. That much." Xiao Chuan was stunned by the figure. The total assets of the Xiao Group barely exceeded 100 million, and she couldn't believe that Zhou Tianhao had over 300 million in outstanding receivables. Sighing, Zhou Tianhao continued, "I had no choice. These clients always make the same excuses, promising to pay me soon, but they just never do. Eventually, I had to stop all credit sales. I can provide plenty of goods, but payment must be made up front." Xiao Chuan's expression fell, realizing that this deal was unlikely to proceed. However, she understood that since he had his principles, it wouldn't be right for her to try to persuade him otherwise. So, she stood up and said, "I'm really sorry. Mr. Zhou, I'll go back and discuss with my grandmother and try to raise the funds for our cooperation as soon as possible." Seeing her get up to leave, Zhou Tianhao quickly exclaimed, "Oh wait, Miss Xiao, don't be in such a hurry." He hurriedly stood up and continued, "What I just said applies to ordinary partners. But with you, Miss Xiao, we can certainly consider other options." Xiao Chuan looked puzzled. "Mr. Zhou, what do you mean?" Zhou Tianhao narrowed his eyes, greedily gazing at Xiao Chuan. To be honest, she was simply too beautiful. She was so stunning that it took Zhou Tianhao's breath away. For so many years, all Zhou Tianhao had to face at home was his plain-looking wife, a woman who was unattractive and withered, light years away from someone like Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan was simply flawless, and her figure was irresistibly alluring. She was truly a rare gem. Why didn't he have the fortune to enjoy life with a woman like her? Why did such an exceptional woman have to marry a well-known loser in town? Was her useless husband really better than him? The thought of it made Zhou Tianhao feel as if countless ants were crawling around in his heart. He realized that after all these years, he had never had the chance to cheat or even come close to his stunning beauty. Now, halfway through his life, he was still stuck paying dues to that disgusting plain wife. Today was the perfect opportunity to break free from the shackles of fate. Yes, he wanted to give Xiao Chuan a try, to see this super beauty that drove every man in the city crazy. With that thought in mind, he smiled and said, Ms. Xiao, since you have this need, we could have a good chat. I, Zhou Tianhao, am not as hard to talk to as you might think. Xiao Chuan, thinking there was a chance, quickly sat down and eagerly asked, Mr. Zhou, would you be willing to extend credit for our building materials? Zhou Tianhao deliberately left his words vague, responding, if it were someone else, I would definitely refuse outright. But if it's you, Ms. Xiao, then I might consider it. Xiao Chuan hurriedly replied, actually, our cooperation with the Dihao Group is really close. If you extend credit to us for the building materials, we can settle the first payment with Dihao right away, and we will pay you immediately. Zhou Tianhao nodded and said, wait a moment, let me brew some tea, and we can talk slowly. With that, he stood up and went to the cupboard to fetch a teapot. While his back was turned to Xiao Chuan, he added tea leaves to the pot and discreetly pulled out a box of sleeping pills from his pocket. These were the pills he took for his recent insomnia. The doctor had prescribed some strong sleeping pills, and just one could keep him asleep for an entire day. Zhou Tianhao planned to take this opportunity to take advantage of Xiao Chuan in the office, so he dropped 6 pills into the water. This way, as soon as Xiao Chuan took a sip of the tea, it would be like taking a pill. Once the effects kicked in, wouldn't she be at his mercy? He could first have his way with her, then use his phone to record some compromising videos and photos, and later threaten her with them. If she ever thought of calling the police or telling anyone, he would use the videos and photos to blackmail her, ensuring she could never hold her head high again. Always being pointed at by others, he was sure Xiao Chuan wouldn't dare to report it or make it public. At that point, he would have all the power. He could initiate relations with her whenever he wanted, and if she refused, he could threaten her with the videos and photos until she complied. Wouldn't that be utterly thrilling? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. After brewing the tea, he composed himself and returned to sit in front of the sofa. As he poured a cup of tea for Xiao Chuan, he said, President Xiao, don't rush. Let's take our time and have a chat over some tea. Xiao Chuan didn't think much of it. Having spoken so much, she felt a bit parched. So she picked up the cup and took a big sip. Zhou Tianhao was thrilled. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Chuan, taking in her long, straight legs, her slender waist, her perfect figure, and her charming face. This woman exuded an irresistible charm from every angle, igniting a fire within him. Today was truly a golden opportunity. Just the thought of being able to fully enjoy this perfect woman soon made Zhou Tianhao feel like he was about to burst into flames. Chapter 74. I'm going to kill you. Seeing Xiao Chuan drink the tea, Zhou Tianhao was extremely excited. Now, all he had to do was wait for the effects of the drug to kick in. After finishing a cup of tea, Xiao Chuan quickly sensed that something was off. It felt like her head was a bit dizzy and heavy. What was happening? She was shocked. Could it be that Zhou Tianhao had drugged her tea? The thought sent shivers down her spine. She tried to get up, but her legs felt weak and unresponsive. At this rate, it would be difficult to escape on her own. While her consciousness was still intact, she discreetly opened her phone, found Yichen's chat on WeChat, and pressed the voice message button. While sending the message, she said to Zhou Tianhao, Mr. Zhou, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Is there something wrong with this tea? Zhou Tianhao laughed heartily. No problem at all. This tea is top-notch Bilyuakun, over 10,000 yuan a pound, very delicious. Would you like another cup, Miss Xiao? Xiao Chuan replied, No, thank you, Mr. Zhou. I'm feeling unwell. Could you please have someone take me out? Zhou Tianhao chuckled and, originally sitting beside her, stood up and moved closer to Xiao Chuan, sitting right next to her. Assessing the uneasy Xiao Chuan, he said with a smile, Miss Xiao, everyone says you are the top beauty of Jinling. Now that I see you in person, it's truly well-deserved. I'm quite the admirer. When Xiao Chuan noticed him inching closer, she shifted to the side and shook her head. Mr. Zhou, could you please keep your distance? Zhou Tianhao laughed. What's wrong, Miss Xiao? We are partners. Isn't it fine to be a bit closer? As he spoke, he leaned in even closer to her. Xiao Chuan wanted to move away again, but she had already reached the edge of the sofa and could only shrink her body as much as possible to avoid contact with Zhou Tianhao. He kept inching closer, his gaze constantly scanning her, his intentions all too obvious. Xiao Chuan's head felt heavier, and as her grip loosened, the voice message went through to Yichun. At that moment, Yichun was at home doing chores when he suddenly received a voice message from his wife. He instinctively opened it, and his entire demeanor changed. Damn it, this bastard Zhou Tianhao dared to lay his hands on his wife? He must be tired of living. He immediately pulled out his phone and called Qin Feng, his face darkening as he said, Gather everyone you can to Tianhao Building Materials Group. I'm going to level it today. Qin Zikai, surprised, asked, Young master, what's happened? Zhou Tianhao's wife has some power. Her family is a small clan allied with us. If we recklessly flatten the Tianhao Building Materials Group, it could be tough to explain to other allied families. Yi Chen coldly replied that Zhou Tianhao wants to violate my wife. Tell me, is it reckless to flatten him? Huh. Qin Zikai immediately stiffened. He had thought that Zhou Tianhao had accidentally offended the young master, but he hadn't expected him to have designs on the young mistress. Anyone who dared to entertain such treasonous thoughts deserved to be punished. He immediately said, Young master, I will gather people and rush over right away. Good. I'm on my way there now. Qin Zikai quickly responded. Where are you, young master? I'll send a helicopter to pick you up. It will be faster. All right. Moments later, a top-of-the-line heavy, civilian helicopter roared into the sky. Inside the helicopter were Qin Zikai and 10 skilled fighters dressed in black. His expression was extremely grim. Damn it. How dare anyone lay a hand on the young mistress in Jinling? They are truly asking for trouble. The helicopter was incredibly fast, and in no time, it arrived at the rooftop of Xiao Chern's home. Yi Chun dashed to the rooftop, climbed into the helicopter, and immediately told Qin Zikai, Get us to Tianhao Building Materials Group as fast as possible. Meanwhile, at Tianhao Building Materials Group, Zhou Tianhao saw that Xiao Chern was already too weak to struggle and laughed excitedly, reaching out his hands to strip her of her clothes. Just then, the front door was suddenly kicked open by a group of people. An incredibly ugly but fierce-looking woman charged in, accompanied by several men who looked like bodyguards. Upon seeing Zhou Tianhao about to take off Xiao Chern's clothes, the woman was furious and yelled, Zhou Tianhao, how dare you cheat on me behind my back? Zhou Tianhao was instantly dumbfounded. How did this ugly woman find him? Little did he know, most of the people around him had been bought off by his wife. Every day, wherever he went, whoever came to find him, his wife knew all about it. When she learned that Xiao Chern had come looking for Zhou Tianhao, she immediately became alarmed. Xiao Chern was famous for her beauty in Jinling, and since his wife was so unattractive, she hated beautiful women the most. Upon hearing that Xiao Chern had arrived, she rushed over right away. Sure enough, upon arrival, she discovered that her husband was trying to get involved with Xiao Chern. At that moment, Zhou Tianhao was scared out of his wits and hurriedly said, Wife, please let me explain. It was all her seducing me. The ugly woman saw Xiao Chern's flushed face and slightly disheveled clothes, and she became furious, cursing, Damn it, you two shameless lovers. None of you will escape today. After saying that, she immediately ordered her bodyguards, Grab this pair of shameless lovers. Several bodyguards rushed forward, firmly seizing Zhou Tianhao and also restraining Xiao Chern's hands behind her back. The ugly woman first stormed up to Zhou Tianhao and slapped him several times, angrily scolding, You bastard. The Feng family has treated you well. Without us, you wouldn't even know where to find a public restroom to eat crap. How dare you betray me? As she spoke, she slapped him with all her might, trembling with rage. Zhou Tianhao cried out in pain, sobbing, Wife, it's not my fault. You can't blame me. It's all that vixen Xiao who seduced me. The ugly woman coldly questioned, You better explain to me what exactly is going on. Zhou Tianhao hurriedly explained. This Xiao Chern had some cash flow issues at home and wanted to come to me for a credit of 10 million in building materials. Our factory has never offered credit, as you know. I've never given anyone the chance to buy on credit. At this point, Zhou Tianhao angrily pointed at Xiao Chern and cursed, This shameless vixen. When I rejected her, she said she would sleep with me. Hoping I would extend her credit for the materials, the woman with a stern face coldly questioned, So you were about to go sleep with her? I didn't. Zhou Tianhao cried, tears streaming down his face. I was just momentarily confused. I swear nothing happened between us. The angry woman stepped up to Xiao Chern, who looked somewhat dazed, and raised her hand to slap her hard across the face. You filthy seductress. How dare you try to tempt my husband? Just wait until I finish with you. Not only will I make sure you regret this, but I'll also ruin that shameless face of yours. Chapter 75. I am the young master of the Yi family. The haggard woman slapped Xiao Chern across the face, instantly jolting her into a state of awareness. She covered her face and looked at the fierce-looking woman in front of her, instinctively asking, Who are you? What do you want? The woman gritted her teeth and said, What do I want? I want to kill you, you filthy little wretch. With that, she shouted to the bodyguards beside her, Where's the knife? Give it to me. I want to slash this filthy wretch's face. Yes, miss. One of the bodyguards immediately pulled out a sharp knife and respectfully said, Miss, this kind of slut shouldn't dirty your hands. Let me handle it. The haggard woman raised her hand and slapped him, snatching the knife from his grasp, cursing, Damn it. Are you going to talk back to me now? The bodyguard immediately knelt on the ground, terrified, and said, "Miss, I'm sorry. Please forgive me." The woman kicked him away, fuming, "Get away from me." She then approached Xiao Charan, ready to slash her face. Xiao Charan trembled in fear, trying to break free. But the bodyguard had a firm grip on her, rendering her immobile. Her body felt weak, and she couldn't muster any strength. Just at that critical moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Put down the knife." The haggard woman turned around to see a young man bursting in with 10 men in black. "Who the hell are you? Daring to meddle in my affairs? Do you know who I am?" Yi Chun gritted his teeth and replied, "I don't care who you are." With that, he rushed forward and kicked the woman, sending her flying across the room. Seeing Yi Chun, Xiao Charan broke down in tears and cried out, "Husband, save me." Yi Chun gathered his energy, channeling it into his fist, and suddenly punched at the two bodyguards holding his wife captive. Boom. The two men were instantly sent flying, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. Now that Xiao Charan was no longer restrained, her legs gave way, and she was about to fall to the ground. Yi Chun rushed over and caught her in his arms, his heart aching as he noticed the slap mark on her face. "Charan, don't worry. Your husband will avenge you." Xiao Charan sobbed uncontrollably, tightly embracing Yi Chun, and cried, "Husband, please take me home." Yi Chun patted her back, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I'll take you home right now. No one can hurt you." Saying this, he released a wave of energy that put Xiao Charan into a deep sleep. He laid her on the nearby sofa and turned to Qin Zikai, saying, "Make sure to protect my wife." Qin Zikai nodded and sternly replied, "Young master, don't worry. If anything happens to the young mistress while she is in my care, I'll come to you with her head." Yi Chun then turned his attention to the haggard woman he had kicked. He grabbed her from the ground and landed a heavy punch on her face, asking, "Did you hit my wife?" With blood streaming down her face, the woman screamed hoarsely, "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I'll kill you." With that, she shouted to her bodyguards, "Kill him! Kill him! I'll give 1,000,000 to whoever kills him." Excited by her words, several bodyguards charged forward. Yi Chun said expressionlessly to Qin Zikai's subordinates, "Kill them. No mercy." Several men in black immediately pulled out their pitch-black handguns and fired at the bodyguards. The bodyguards never expected that these black-clad men were armed. Moreover, their marksmanship was exceptional. Each shot hit directly in the forehead of the bodyguards. In an instant, all of the yellow-faced woman's bodyguards lay dead. The yellow-faced woman was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Who are you?" Yi Chun sneered, "I am Xiao Charan's husband." Next to him, Zhou Tianhao stood frozen in fear, his legs trembling. "Why you're that live-in son-in-law. How is this possible?" Yi Chun smiled and asked, "What? Are you curious how a son-in-law like me has such a powerful background?" Zhou Tianhao nodded repeatedly. The yellow-faced woman regained her composure and blurted out, "Let me tell you, my name is Feng Shui. I am the daughter of the Feng family in Haiqing. Have you heard of the Feng family? Our master is the Yi family from Yanjing. If you provoke me, no matter how strong your background is, the Feng family will not spare you. The Yi family will definitely not let you go." "Oh," Yi Chun sneered, looking at the yellow-faced woman, "Listen well. I am the young master of the Yi family from Yanjing. I am your master. My name is Yi Chun." Boom. As soon as he said this, Feng Shui felt as if struck by lightning. She looked at Yi Chun with wide eyes as if she had seen a ghost. "Why you are the young master of the Yi family? How is that possible? The young master of the Yi family couldn't possibly be in a small place like Jinling." At this moment, Qin Zikai suddenly walked over and shouted, "Feng Shui, you dare to talk tough even when death is approaching? This is our young master Yi Chun." Only then did Feng Shui see Qin Zikai. "Qin Zikai, this is the spokesperson of the Yi family in Jinling. He is also the person my father has been trying so hard to curry favor with. How could he be here? Could it be that this young man really is the young master of the Yi family?" Feng Shui immediately broke down, kneeling on the ground and banging her head. "Young master, I was wrong. Please forgive me, young master. I truly regret it. If I had known she was your wife, I wouldn't have dared to lay a finger on her, even if you killed me, young master." Zhou Tianhao was so scared he wet his pants, collapsing to the ground and weeping, "Young master, please spare me." Yi Chun's expression turned cold. "You dare to have designs on my wife, and you expect me to spare you?" With that, Yi Chun shouted to the men in black, "Do it." Two martial artists in black immediately stepped forward and struck Zhou Tianhao sharply in the lower back. Crack! Zhou Tianhao felt a wave of intense pain. But this pain lasted only a second. The next moment, he realized he had completely lost feeling below his neck. A high-level paralysis? Does that mean he could only live his life lying down? He couldn't even turn over. He couldn't even control his bowel movements. Life is worse than death. Isn't that akin to being a living corpse? Zhou Tianhao felt utterly desperate. wishing he could just end it all. But at this moment, he didn't even have the strength to do that. The man in black looked at Yi Chun and asked, "Young master, what should we do with this woman?" Yi Chun replied coldly, "The same. Let them be a pair of living dead spouses." Feng Shui was terrified, pulling at her hair and screaming for mercy. But Yi Chun wouldn't give her a chance. Anyone who dared to touch his bottom line would only face a dead end. No, shooting them would be too merciful. A lifetime of suffering worse than death is the best outcome. Chapter 76. Flattening the Tianhao Building Materials Group. With a crack, Feng Shui's spine was shattered. Another one. Both husband and wife were now paralyzed from the waist down, with no hope of recovery. At this moment, Qin Zikai stepped forward respectfully and said, "Young master, the 300 heavy excavators I mobilized have arrived. Just say the word, and we can flatten the entire Tianhao Building Materials Group immediately." "Good." Yi Chun nodded, his voice cold as he commanded, "Notify all workers to evacuate within 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, I want this place completely leveled." Zhou Tianhao and Feng Shui were terrified, their souls almost leaving their bodies. Was their life's work coming to an end just like that? Their lives were over, and they would become living corpses. Without money, who would take care of them? Yi Chun ignored their pleas. He instructed someone to activate the fire alarm, and the factory began to evacuate immediately. Then, he picked up the already sleeping Xiao Chuan and had several men in black carry the paralyzed Zhou Tianhao and Feng Shui. By the time they stepped out of the office building, most of the factory had already been evacuated. The workers, thinking there was a fire, were fleeing in panic. At this moment, the 300 excavators had surrounded the factory. The thousands of people Qin Zikai had called were on the perimeter, helping to evacuate all the workers. Yi Chun stood in the square and told Zhou Tianhao and Feng Shui, "I want you to see with your own eyes how your life's work turns to ashes." With that, he immediately instructed Qin Zikai, "Let the excavators in. Tear it down." The 300 excavators roared to life, their digging buckets and booms making a tremendous noise, like 300 heavy tanks ripping apart the factory buildings before leveling them into ruins. Zhou Tianhao and Feng Shui felt utterly hopeless. This was all their hard work. Each brick, each beam, every building was the result of half a lifetime of effort. To them, the factory was like their child. Now, someone was methodically tearing it down. A punishment akin to death by 1,000 cuts. At that moment, both of them had completely lost the will to live. One thought consumed their minds. Better to end it all. But that was not an option. Yi Chun would not grant them a quick death. He intended for them to experience suffering for the rest of their lives. Then, Yi Chun addressed them, "I'll spare your miserable lives. But remember this, if anyone dares to reveal my identity, I will ensure that not a single one of their family members survives, not even a dog." The two were terrified, breaking down in tears. "Young master, we wouldn't dare. If you kill us, we wouldn't reveal your identity, we swear." Yi Chun nodded. And as he looked at the two of them, now reduced to nothing, and at the ruins of the Tianhao Building Materials Group, the anger he had been holding inside finally dissipated. He then said to Qin Zikai, "Get the helicopter over here, and take me and my wife back." Qin Zikai nodded immediately and respectfully asked, "Young master, I think young madam might have been drugged. Should we take her to the hospital? Or should I find a doctor to come to the house?" Yi Chun waved his hand and replied, "No need, just take us back home." When they returned home, Xiao Chuan was still unconscious. This was mainly because Yi Chun had not retracted the spiritual energy he had infused into her. After placing her on the bed, he finally withdrew that energy from her body. Immediately, Xiao Chuan stirred and woke up. "Honey." Xiao Chuan opened her eyes, saw Yi Chun's face, and joyfully threw herself into his arms, unable to hold back her tears. Yi Chun hurriedly comforted her. "It's okay, sweetheart, don't be afraid. I've brought you home." Home. Xiao Chuan looked around and realized they were indeed in their bedroom. She couldn't help but ask, "Did Zhou Tianhao and the others give you any trouble?" "No." Yi Chun replied. "Zhou Tianhao and his wife are both paralyzed from the waist down now, and the entire Tianhao Building Materials Group has been reduced to rubble. This is the consequence of their own misdeeds." Xiao Chuan was shocked. How could this happen? What exactly went on? Yi Chun smiled faintly and said, "I called a few friends for help and rescued you. As a result, the entire office building and factory of Tianhao Building Materials turned out to be shoddy construction. After we left, one of their workshops exploded, collapsing the entire factory. It's a pity you were asleep at the time. Otherwise, you would have witnessed the dramatic scene. Like a line of dominoes falling." Xiao Chuan couldn't believe it. A factory in good condition, and just one workshop explosion brought it all down? "Yes," Yi Chun nodded. "It was that powerful. I think they were punished by heaven." After saying this, he quietly sent a message to Qin Zikai. "Handle the media, and let them report that the Tianhao Building Materials Group collapsed due to a chain reaction from the workshop explosion." Chun Zakai replied immediately, "Young master, don't worry, it will be on the news shortly." A few minutes later, as Xiao Chuan was trying to recall the details before her fainting, her phone suddenly received a flurry of notifications from news apps. She glanced at the headlines and was stunned. The news titles all read, Jinling Tianhao Building Materials Group Accident. The incident caused the entire factory's shoddy construction buildings to collapse, resulting in multiple fatalities. Boss Zhou Tianhao and his wife were also seriously injured, with doctors saying they may be paralyzed from the waist down. Only then did Yichen say, "See, I wasn't lying to you, was I?" Xiao Chuan finally believed him and sighed. Truly, evil begets evil. After saying this, she hurriedly asked Yichen, "When you went there, that bad guy didn't do anything to me, right?" Yichen nodded and said, "When I got there, your clothes were intact. It was Zhou Tianhao's wife who arrived first and stopped him from violating you." Tears streamed down Xiao Chuan's face as she said, "Yichen, I'm sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen." Yichen quickly reassured her, "Silly girl, what are you talking about? I would never blame you. It's all your husband's fault for not protecting you properly, allowing such a villain to take advantage of the situation and nearly harm you." Xiao Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and gently embraced Yichen, not uttering a single word. In that moment, she realized just how deep Yichen's feelings for her were, filling her heart with immense happiness. By the end of the afternoon, Tianhao Building Materials Group was reduced to rubble. The upper echelons of Jinling were in an uproar. Although the news reported it as an accidental incident, no one among the elite believed such an explanation. They immediately began speculating about which powerful figure could be behind this. Considering the situation, there was hardly anyone in Jinling capable of such a feat. Who could it be? They quickly recalled several recent clues from Jinling. A mysterious billionaire who had become a sensation on short video platforms after purchasing jade worth over 10 million with a fleet of Rolls-Royces. The chairman of the Empire Group, who spent 20 billion to build a 6-star hotel. A mysterious individual who booked the Buckingham Palace rooftop garden for a wedding. And now, the person who dismantled Tianhao Building Materials Group in just one afternoon. All these clues pointed to one person. The only possible suspect was the enigmatic chairman of the Empire Group. Who else could possess such power? This revelation made the identity of the Empire Group's chairman even more inscrutable in Jinling. Chapter 77 Invitation. The Tianhao Building Materials Group has been destroyed. And the person who is the most heartbroken is Grandma Xiao. The Xiao family's finances are currently in disarray, and she had hoped that Xiao Chuan could persuade Tianhao to extend credit for a batch of building materials, which would indirectly alleviate their financial pressure. However, to her shock, the entire Tianhao Building Materials Group disappeared in just one afternoon. Now, the biggest concern for Grandma Xiao is the funding issue. Figuring out how to raise a sum of money has become her greatest desire. Xiao Chuan did not share the events of yesterday with her grandmother. After this experience, she made a silent vow to herself to no longer involve herself in other family matters and to focus solely on collaborating with the Empire Group. No matter what her grandmother asked of her, she would not intervene in anything else. The next day, Xiao Chuan felt much better both mentally and physically and was eager to get back to work. In the morning, Yichen went out for a stroll to buy groceries. When he returned home, he found his father-in-law, Xiao Chongquan, sitting on the sofa with a gloomy expression, sighing heavily. Yichen furrowed his brow and asked, "Dad, what's wrong? Who upset you? Please don't tell me you got scammed while buying antiques again." Xiao Chongquan took a sip of jasmine tea and said angrily, "Don't even mention antiques. Just thinking about it makes me furious." "What's the matter?" Yichen couldn't help but ask, "Did you really get scammed?" Xiao Chongquan replied, "I wasn't scammed. But it's about the invitation to the Treasure Pavilion auction." Yichen asked in surprise, "What is the Treasure Pavilion?" "It's a club run by the Cultural Relics Association in Jinling City, where high-end antique auctions are frequently held. They auction off items that you can't find on the market. And every family gets a slot to participate," Xiao Chongquan explained, a hint of longing on his face. But then, he looked dejected and continued, "The Xiao family only received one invitation, and your grandma gave it to Xiao Hailong. That kid knows nothing about antiques. What is he going to do there? Just embarrass himself." Yichen knew how obsessed his father-in-law was with antiques, and losing this opportunity must be very painful for him. So he smiled and said, "Dad, if you really want to go, just find a scalper to buy an invitation." Xiao Chongquan waved his hand dismissively. The Treasure Pavilion auction is organized by the Song family, the most powerful family in Jinling. Their invitations are in such high demand that countless people are vying for them. How could you possibly buy one? Yichen chuckled. So it's an auction organized by the Song family. Didn't their eldest daughter, Song Wanting, come to me asking for help with antique appraisals? A small matter like an invitation should be easy to resolve with just a word from her. With that thought in mind, Yichen casually said, "I happen to know someone from a Jinling family. Getting a couple of invitations should be no trouble at all. Xiao Chongqing didn't believe him and shook his head. Forget it. What kind of decent friends could you possibly have? They're probably just a bunch of good-for-nothings. How would they have the ability to connect with the Song family? Yichen didn't respond. He went straight downstairs and called Song Wanting, saying, Miss Song, I was wondering if you could help me get 2 invitations for the Treasure Pavilion auction? Song Wanting said directly, Mr. Yi, are 2 invitations enough? If not, I can get you a few more. Yichen took a glance at the invitation and replied, It's enough, but I'll be attending with my father-in-law. Xiao Chongqing is an enthusiast of cultural relics, while Xiao Churan and her mother-in-law have no interest at all, even if they were invited. They would consider it a waste of time. After the antique street incident, Yichen realized his father-in-law's temperament and worried that he might get swindled again, losing everything. So he felt it necessary to keep an eye on him. He also wanted to check if there were any rare spiritual herbs or treasures at the auction. Speaking of treasures, Yichen couldn't help but think of that piece of Hitian jade pendant. After saving Dong Ruolin, the jade pendant had disappeared, and he suspected it must have been lost during the rescue. He even retraced his steps that day, but found nothing. Fortunately, he had absorbed the pendant's spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would truly regret it. Since the treasures auctioned at the Treasure Pavilion are unique items, he might just find something worthwhile. By the time Xiao Churan got off work and returned home, Xiao Chongqing still looked dispirited, even lacking the energy to eat dinner. Yichen knew he was sulking over the invitation to the auction. At that moment, Song Wanting happened to call, saying, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. I was handling some business in Haicheng this afternoon and am now downstairs at your building. I'll bring the invitations up to you. Yichen quickly replied, I'll come down to get them. He hurriedly went outside. Song Wanting, sitting in her Rolls Royce, arrived downstairs and, seeing Yichen come out, quickly got out of the car to hand him the 2 invitations. Yichen thanked her and, without chatting further, rushed back home. Once inside, he found his father-in-law still fuming. Xiao Churan tried to console him. Oh, Dad, don't be upset. Grandma gave the invitation to Xiao Hailong because she hopes he can take this opportunity to meet some people from high society and build social connections. Xiao Chongqing sighed. Your grandmother has always favored your uncle and Hailong over me, ever since we were young. It really makes me furious. Xiao Churan nodded helplessly. She knew her grandmother was biased. Grandma initially thought her father lacked ambition and capability, leading her to favor her uncle more. Then, believing that as a girl, she couldn't inherit the family business, she spoiled Xiao Hailong even more. After Xiao Churan married Yi Chun, her grandmother had completely given up on their family. At that moment, Yi Chun walked over and handed the 2 golden invitations to his father-in-law, saying, Dad, here are the invitations you wanted. What? Xiao Chongqing exclaimed in surprise, an invitation? Where did you get this? He quickly snatched the invitations from Yi Chun's hands and eagerly opened them. Once he confirmed they were real, Xiao Chongqing's excitement was beyond words. He exclaimed, I have an invitation too. I have an invitation too. Ha! This is fantastic. Truly fantastic. Xiao Churan was equally shocked. She never expected that Yi Chun could actually secure this hard-to-get invitation. She leaned in and asked Yi Chun in a low voice, Honey, where did you get the invitation from? She knew her father was eager to have it, but this invitation wasn't something just anyone could obtain. In the entire Jinling, only about 20 people were invited, all of whom were from top families and major corporations. Therefore, she couldn't understand how her husband, who had no connections, managed to get this invitation. Yichen realized that he couldn't just brush this off casually, so he smiled slightly and explained, The invitation was given to me by the head of the Qin family. I helped him out with a small favor before. Xiao Chongqing, her father, was also puzzled about where Yichen got such connections. Upon hearing this, he suddenly understood and quickly chimed in, Daughter, Yichen is right. The head of the Qin family is indeed very grateful to him. He even gifted Yichen a bracelet worth over $1 million. Chapter 78. The auction at the Treasure Pavilion. As soon as Ma Lan heard about the bracelet worth 5 to 6 million, her eyes lit up. A bracelet? Where is it? Let me see it. Yi Chun felt a twinge of caution and replied, Mom, the bracelet is in the bedroom, but I'm planning to return it. Return it? Ma Lan frowned. Are you out of your mind? Something worth 5 to 6 million, and you want to return it? Yi Chun explained, I just helped someone out a little, and they gave me such an expensive gift. It doesn't feel right to keep it. What do you mean it doesn't feel right? Ma Lan exclaimed. If they dare to give it to us, we should dare to accept it. Where's the bracelet? If you're too scared to take it, I will. Yichen knew his mother-in-law had no good intentions. The bracelet was actually meant for Xiao Churan, but he hadn't found a suitable reason to give it to her yet, so it was temporarily set aside. He hadn't expected his father-in-law to spill the beans so quickly. It wasn't that Yichen couldn't afford a few million for a bracelet. After all, he had nearly 10 billion in his bank account. But he felt his mother-in-law didn't deserve such an expensive gift. With her petty nature and temper, a bracelet worth 30 to 50,000 would be more fitting. However, Malan wasn't about to miss this opportunity. Just think of how impressive it would be to wear a 5 to 6 million bracelet. She urged, "Where's the bracelet? Let me see it." Xiao Charan knew that if the bracelet came out and landed in her mother's hands, it would never come back. So, she interjected, "Mom, since it's meant to be returned, let us not take it out. What if it gets scratched or damaged? It wouldn't be right to return it like that." "Really going to return it?" Malan was getting anxious. She stood up and scolded, "Have you both lost your minds?" Xiao Charan, aware that her mother was about to throw a fit, firmly stated, "Mom, stop it. I've already discussed this with Yi Chun, and it's settled." Malan knew Xiao Charan's temper well. If she insisted on returning it, there was no way to stop her. The thought of returning something worth millions made her tear up, and she cried out, "Not only did I get a useless son-in-law, but my daughter isn't on my side either. I might as well just die." Xiao Charan put a piece of meat on her mother's plate, saying, "All right, Mom. I'll buy you a bracelet later. That is a promise." On the day of the auction, Yi Chun got up early. Just as he stepped out of his bedroom to freshen up, Xiao Changquan excitedly grabbed him. "Yi Chun, let us hurry up. Don't waste any time." Knowing they were going to the auction, Xiao Changquan hadn't slept well all night and had been waiting for Yi Chun. The moment he saw him, he didn't even give him time to wash up and dragged him out the door. Today, they were headed to the famous treasure pavilion in Jinling City. While it wasn't a state-run organization, it was the top private association in Jinling, having established a sprawling estate covering dozens of acres in the Yunmin Mountain Scenic Area. The owner of the treasure pavilion is a well-known figure in the province. It is said that he previously worked in the real estate industry and made a fortune. Later, out of a passion for collecting, he invested billions of his own money to gather renowned collectors from various fields and established the treasure pavilion. Yi Chun brought Xiao Changquan to the entrance of the villa, and before they even got out of the car, Xiao Changquan was already full of praise. Pavilions and towers, small bridges and flowing water, everything was present. The place exuded wealth while still offering tranquility, and the luxury cars parked at the entrance were all top-tier models, with Rolls-Royces and Bentleys being quite common. In comparison, Yi Chun's BMW 5 Series seemed rather ordinary. Xiao Changquan couldn't wait to get out of the car. This was his first time visiting such a high-end place, and as he took in his surroundings, he nervously adjusted his clothes, fearing that others might notice his discomfort. At the entrance, he nervously presented the invitation. Deep down, he was worried that the 2 invitations Yi Chun had obtained might be fake. However, the security guard at the entrance quickly verified them and respectfully said to the 2, "Gentlemen, please enter." Xiao Changquan finally breathed a sigh of relief and walked in with Yi Chun. Just as they entered the venue, Xiao Hailong, who was dressed to impress, swaggered in right behind them. As soon as he stepped in, he noticed Yi Chun and Xiao Changquan, and his expression turned sour. What were these 2 doing here? The entire Xiao family only had 1 invitation, which was in his possession. Did they think they could sneak in? Having been humiliated by Yi Chun before, he felt a surge of anger and rushed over, cursing, "Yi Chun, how dare you show up in a place like this? You've got some nerve." Yi Chun turned to see Xiao Hailong, and his expression darkened as he coldly replied, "Who told you I snuck in?" Seeing Xiao Hailong, Xiao Changquan smiled smugly. "Oh, Hailong, you're here too." Xiao Hailong not only looked down on Yi Chun, but also regarded his uncle Xiao Changquan with disdain. He frowned and asked, "What are you 2 doing here? Do you have an invitation?" "Of course we do," Xiao Changquan replied without hesitation. Xiao Hailong pressed on aggressively, "With you too? How could you possibly get an invitation? Where did it come from?" Yi Chun glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "Xiao Hailong, where our invitation came from is none of your business." Xiao Hailong sneered, "You 2 pathetic losers could never get an invitation from the Song family. I bet you stole someone else's invitation to sneak in, didn't you? You're delusional." Yi Chun couldn't be bothered to engage with him and turned away in silence. His dismissive attitude only fueled Xiao Hailong's anger further. In his eyes, Yi Chun was a worthless freeloader with no standing in the Xiao family, a lower-class person. Now that Yi Chun was at the treasure pavilion, Xiao Hailong felt deeply insulted. How could a lowly person who relied on others stand beside him? Xiao Hailong glared at Yi Chun, pointing a finger at his nose, and demanded, "Tell me, how did you 2 sneak in here?" Yi Chun frowned and said to Xiao Changquan, "Dad, don't pay attention to this idiot. Let's go, ignore him. Stand right there." Xiao Hailong grabbed Yi Chun and blocked his path, sneering, "Thinking of running away now? I'm afraid it's too late for that. You better explain how you snuck in here. Do you even know what the treasure pavilion is? Someone like you doesn't deserve to even step through its doors. Show me your invitation." With Xiao Hailong's repeated provocations, anger surged within Yi Chun. He shrugged off Xiao Hailong's grip and replied coldly, Why don't you take a good look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are, thinking you can order me around? Xiao Hailong was immediately furious. To him, Yi Chun was just a useless son-in-law, and he couldn't believe Yi Chun had the audacity to insult him. He shoved Yi Chun's shoulder and yelled, "You better get to the bottom of this today, or I'll make sure no one lets you in." Chapter 79. You must be tired of living. Xiao Hailong struck quickly, but Yi Chun easily dodged. Then, he quickly grabbed Xiao Hailong's wrist and gave it a slight shake. Coldly mocking, "What's wrong? Is your injury healed? Have you forgotten the pain now that the wound has healed?" Xiao Hailong instantly let out a miserable scream, feeling as if his wrist was caught in a vice, pain causing him to shake his hand repeatedly. Knowing he was no match for Yi Chun, Xiao Hailong cursed coldly. "Damn it, you worthless piece of trash, just wait. I'll call the manager to have you thrown out." With that, Xiao Hailong turned and shouted toward the manager standing nearby. Soon, a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and an expensive suit rushed over, followed by several security guards standing at the ready. This middle-aged man exuded an air of authority as he approached Xiao Hailong, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. "Mr. Xiao, is there something I can assist you with?" Xiao Hailong pointed at Yi Chun with his chin, sneering, "Manager, I suspect these two losers snuck in with someone else. Please verify their identities for me." As the host, Jinbao Pavilion naturally kept a list of all invited guests, and they had already registered in advance. The manager, noticing Xiao Hailong's designer attire, guessed he came from a prominent family. On the other hand, looking at Yi Chun, dressed in cheap knockoffs, he figured that Yi Chun's entire outfit didn't even cost as much as Xiao Hailong's shoes. He immediately knew how to handle the situation and, with a blank expression, said to Yi Chun, "Sir, please present your ID for identity verification." Yi Chun sensed the contempt in the manager's eyes and felt anger rising within him. Coldly, he replied, "What if I refuse?" The manager's expression darkened, and he sneered, "Then please tell me your father's name, so we can see which prominent family's descendant dares to disregard the rules of Jinbao Pavilion." Before Yi Chun could respond, Xiao Hailong interjected, "This kid's father has been dead for a long time. Now he is just a live-in son-in-law at our Xiao family. But I don't recognize him as one of us. At most, he is just a dog raised by the Xiao family. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, the manager understood Xiao Hailong's implication and realized that the Xiao family was not a support for Yi Chun. Furthermore, it seemed that this loser had offended the true young master of the Xiao family. The manager snorted disdainfully, straightened his collar, and arrogantly said, "You'd better confess how you managed to sneak in here." Yi Chun felt disgusted by Jinbao Pavilion's snobbish attitude. With everyone waiting for him to explain, he felt even more irritated. He replied indifferently, "Do I need to explain anything to you?" The manager, already aware of Yi Chun's identity, had no intention of showing him any courtesy. He scolded, "As a guest of Jinbao Pavilion, you are obligated to provide us with your ID for verification. If you refuse to follow our rules, I'm afraid I'll have to have you forcibly removed." With that, several security guards behind him closed in menacingly. Seeing this situation, Xiao Changkai suddenly felt a bit flustered. Fearing that the invitation might indeed be problematic, he hurriedly said to Yi Chun, "Yi Chun, I think it's best if we avoid trouble and head back quickly." Yi Chun furrowed his brow in surprise and asked, "Dad, aren't you going to watch the auction?" Xiao Changkuan shook his head and replied, "No, we shouldn't be here in the first place. If we get kicked out later, it would be quite embarrassing." Seeing that his father-in-law had made up his mind, Yi Chun didn't say anything further. He nodded and led Xiao Changkuan out. It was just an auction, which he had never been interested in anyway. Since his father-in-law didn't want to stay, he felt there was no need to linger and get entangled with those people. As for Song Wanting, if she asked about him, he would simply say, "I fear I can't afford to be in your family circle." With that, he turned around with his father-in-law and left. Behind them, Xiao Hailong laughed heartily. "Ha, two losers, scared? Feeling guilty? They actually dared to crash into the Song family's auction. Truly asking for trouble." Yi Chun ignored him and continued walking outside. At that moment, a stir erupted in the crowd. The people parted to create a pathway, and a man and woman stepped into the venue. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, wearing a water blue evening gown that accentuated her stunning figure. Under the lights, her skin appeared to glow, and with every gesture, she exuded the grace of a high-born lady, making others feel inferior. She was mesmerizing, and Xiao Hailong stared at her, momentarily forgetting about causing trouble for Yi Chun. Song Wanting elegantly walked into the hall, her beautiful eyes scanning the area. She noticed the VIP seats at the front, where everyone else had already taken their places, but Yi Chun was nowhere to be seen. Frowning, she asked, "Are the esteemed guests I invited not here yet?" Bao Fugui glanced at the guest list and frowned. "Miss Song, the entrance shows that these two esteemed guest invitations have been verified, meaning they have entered our auction. We just don't know where they are now." After saying this, he immediately instructed someone nearby, "Go get the manager." Soon, the manager approached and asked, "Master Bao, what can I do for you?" Bao Fugawei pointed to the 2 empty seats in the VIP area and asked, "2 esteemed guests have had their invitations verified. Why aren't they in their seats?" 2 esteemed guests? The manager suddenly recalled the old man and young man he had just kicked out. Could it be? That's not right. Since they had an invitation, especially a VIP one, why wasn't he allowed to verify it? Were they upset? This is bad. Seeing the manager's panicked expression, Bao Fugawei glanced at the nearby security guard and said, "You explain." The security guard looked at the manager and, not daring to oppose Bao Fugawei, stammered as he recounted what had happened earlier. After hearing this, Song Wanting furrowed her brows, glanced at Bao Fugawei, and said, "Master Bao, I will go look for Mr. Yi. You handle this here. I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory resolution regarding this matter." Bao Fugawei nodded repeatedly. After watching Song Wanting leave, his face darkened as he glared at the manager. "Are you tired of living? You dare to offend a distinguished guest personally invited by Miss Song?" The manager was immediately terrified, collapsing to his knees and grabbing Bao Fugawei's leg, pointing at the distant Xiao Hailong while crying out, "Master, I didn't mean it. It's all this bastard's fault." Bao Fugawei kicked the manager hard in the face, sending him sprawling on the ground. He scolded, "If I catch you looking down on people again, get out of my sight right now. Also, you've offended a valuable guest of the Treasure Pavilion and caused me losses. I'll have the legal department calculate your compensation. If it's even a penny short, I'll make you pay." "Master Bao, I'm so sorry. I realize my mistake. Please forgive me just this once." The manager wailed, knowing that if Bao Fugawei himself demanded compensation, he would have to exhaust his entire fortune to cover it. Bao Fugawei kicked the manager aside, shouting, "Stop wasting my time. If I spare your life, consider it a blessing from several lifetimes." The manager lay on the ground, mumbling apologies and begging for mercy. Bao Fugawei, feeling annoyed, kicked him a few more times before instructing the security, "Throw this useless piece of trash out. Break his arms and legs. And let's see if he dares to look down on others again." Having been in Jinling for many years, Bao Fugawei had seen both the good and the bad. Although he maintained a friendly image in front of others, he was ruthless behind the scenes. "Please, Master Bao, spare me this once. I swear I'll never do it again." The manager trembled in fear, repeatedly bowing and apologizing. But the security had already rushed forward, grabbing him by the collar and dragging him out. Only then did Bao Fugawei turn his attention to Xiao Hailong, saying to those around him, "Go get that Xiao Hailong for me." At this moment, Xiao Hailong was still feeling pleased with himself. Hearing that the master of the Treasure Pavilion wanted to see him made him even happier. Everyone knew that the master had a deep background, and if he could get in good with him, there would certainly be benefits in the future. When he stood before Bao Fugawei, he flattered, "Ah, Master Bao, it's an honor to finally meet you. I've long admired your reputation, and seeing you today, it's clear you are indeed a dragon among men, living up to the legend." Bao Fugawei gritted his teeth in anger and kicked Xiao Hailong far away, cursing, "Damn it, Xiao Hailong, right? You dare to offend our Miss Song's guests? I think you're tired of living." Chapter 80. A terrible injustice. Xiao Hailong initially intended to take the opportunity to get close to Bao Fugawei, but he never imagined that Bao Fugawei would suddenly kick him away. He rolled on the ground several times before barely stabilizing himself, sitting there at a loss and saying, "Master, what's going on? Is there some misunderstanding?" The others present were equally stunned. "Isn't this guy from the Xiao family? How did he offend the master of the treasure hall?" The Xiao family is already lacking in power, now that they've offended the master. They won't be able to survive in Jinling anymore. In an instant, there was a flurry of discussions. Many people watched with glee, eager to see Bao Fugawei take action against Xiao Hailong. At that moment, Bao Fugawei glared at Xiao Hailong and coldly snorted, "Misunderstanding? What the hell are you talking about?" After saying that, he kicked him again, making Xiao Hailong scream in pain. Bao Fugawei, still not satisfied, stepped on his chest and shouted, "You bastard! Do you even know who you've offended?" Xiao Hailong, completely bewildered, replied, "I haven't offended anyone, Master Bao. This is truly a huge injustice." Bao Fugawei raised his hand and slapped him twice across the face, furiously cursing, "You filthy dog! The 2 people you offended are our Miss Song's esteemed guests. I swear I could kill you and still not feel satisfied." After that, he immediately ordered those around him, "Drag this bastard out and give him a good beating." From now on, besides those 2 esteemed guests, no one from Xiao Hailong or the Xiao family is allowed to step into the treasure hall. Whoever dares to let them in will have their legs broken. Following this, several security guards pounced on Xiao Hailong and gave him a thorough beating. After the beating, they dragged him out and tossed him out of the treasure hall. He was bruised and trembling, too scared to speak. He realized he had gotten himself into serious trouble and had endangered the entire Xiao family. But how could he have known that Yi Chun was actually a guest invited by Song Wanting? What right did this waste have to know the young lady of the Song family? Afterwards, Yi Chun and his father-in-law got into the car to head home. Xiao Chanko sighed deeply in the car, saying, Yi Chun, it's not that I'm scolding you, but if you really couldn't find an invitation, why steal someone else's? Dad, there's no issue with the invitation. It's just that their people look down on us. Yi Chun explained helplessly. Xiao Chanko, fuming, said, if you had a bit more ambition and capability, would they dare treat us like this? In the end, it's still because you're too useless and pathetic. Yi Chun shook his head, too lazy to explain further. Just then, a Rolls-Royce sped up from behind, passing by their car before slowing down and stopping by the roadside. Seeing that the other party was looking for him, Yi Chun also stopped the car. Song Wanting stepped out of the car with her elegant long legs and, looking apologetic, said to Yi Chun, Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry about what happened at the auction just now. It was my mismanagement. Please don't take it to heart. Yi Chun shook his head and replied, it has nothing to do with you. It's the treasure hall that needs to better manage its employees. Song Wanting hurriedly said, Mr. Yi, the manager involved has already been fired from the treasure pavilion. Let us go back and continue attending the auction. What do you think? Yi Chun declined, I'm sorry, Miss Song, but my good mood for today has been spoiled by a couple of flies, so I won't be going back to the auction. Let's talk about it next time. Song Wanting looked quite apologetic and said, I'm really sorry, Mr. Yi. With that, she took a wooden box from the car and handed it to Yi Chun, saying, Mr. Yi, this is a small token of my appreciation, just a little apology. The moment Yi Chun received the wooden box, he felt a surge of spiritual energy emanating from it, so he didn't refuse. Seeing that Yi Chun accepted the gift, Song Wanting continued, how about this? We'll pause today's auction, and I'll have Bao Fugue properly restructure the team at Treasure Pavilion. Once that's done, we can hold another event. And I hope you and Uncle Xiao will grace us with your presence then. Xiao Chanko was already stunned. This woman was the young lady of the Song family who had accidentally broken the antique vase at Jiqing Hall last time. She was being so courteous to her son-in-law and even willing to pause the auction to hold another one. That was quite a lot of face for him. Wasn't he it? Was it because he had repaired that vase last time? Wow, he really needed to look at his son-in-law with new eyes from now on. Yi Chun noticed Song Wanting's sincerity and nodded lightly, saying, then we'll come to support when it reopens. His father-in-law quickly chimed in, yes, we'll definitely go. All right, then you two should head back. I'm truly sorry about today. After another apology, Song Wanting bid them farewell and turned to leave. Once Song Wanting was gone, his father-in-law pointed at the wooden box in Yi Chun's hands and asked, Yi Chun, what treasure did Miss Song give you? Open it and let us see. Yi Chun nodded and opened the wooden box. Immediately, a rich spiritual energy poured out, invigorating them. What is this? Xiao Changquan leaned in for a closer look, his face showing surprise. Inside the box was a rough, black object, about the size of a fist, which at first glance looked like a piece of coal, but it was coarse and covered in dirt. Upon seeing this, Yi Chun couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise at Song Wanting's generosity. Xiao Changquan examined the black lump again and, unable to tell what it was, remarked, I thought it was something valuable, but it's just a piece of wood. Yi Chun smiled and said, Dad, it is indeed wood, but it's quite rare. Xiao Changquan was even more puzzled. Son-in-law, what exactly is this thing? Yi Chun replied, this is thunderstruck wood. It's formed from trees struck by lightning. Xiao Changquan had heard of it before and quickly said, but you often see this kind of wood in the mountains when it thunders. What is so precious about it? Yi Chun chuckled and said, Dad, ordinary trees struck by lightning are indeed common. But this piece of lightning-struck wood, just look at it. It's already charred and vitrified. It can only be instantaneously carbonized at extremely high temperatures, indicating that the energy of this celestial lightning is incredibly powerful, likely a rare giant thunderstorm that only occurs once in hundreds of years. Moreover, this piece of wood is pitch black and shiny, with faint blood-red veins running through it, which signifies that it is the heartwood of the king of woods, blood dragon wood, making it even more precious. Upon hearing this, Xiao Changquan scoffed, I don't believe it. How can a piece of lightning struck wood be worth so much money? It's all a scam. What is truly valuable are antiques and relics. If this would have been touched by Emperor Qianlong, then maybe it would be worth something. Yi Chun smiled. To him, this item held immense value, not only because of its abundant spiritual energy, but according to the records in the 9 Xian Heavenly Classic, it could even be refined. However, Xiao Changquan obviously wouldn't understand that. So, Yi Chun didn't bother explaining further and simply put the box away. Chapter 81. An apology at the door. When the two returned home, neither of the women in the house was present. Mother-in-law Ma Lan was still at the mahjong room, and Xiao Churan had not yet finished work. So Yichen went to the bedroom first and took out the thunderstrike wood from its box. A faint aura emanated from the thunderstrike wood, indicating that it was indeed extraordinary. Yichen did not absorb the aura from the thunderstrike wood. Instead, he planned to use it to forge a defensive talisman. According to the records in the 9 Mysteries heavenly scripture, the thunderstrike wood could be used to create an offensive talisman known as the Thunder Command, which had the primary function of summoning heavenly thunder. Although Yi Chun had significantly improved his strength, he did not have any weapons at hand. So he decided to forge the Thunder Command from the thunderstrike wood for future emergencies. With his mind made up, Yi Chun sat cross-legged on the ground, placing the thunderstrike wood in the palm of his hand. He closed his eyes slightly and began to run the talisman creation techniques from the 9 Mysteries heavenly scripture, gradually channeling his aura into the thunderstrike wood and perfecting the formation within it. As time passed and the aura flowed steadily, a talisman gradually took shape in Yi Chen's hands. The thunderstrike wood had transformed into a token-like appearance. This was the Thunder Command. Seeing that the forging was successful, Yi Chen was eager to test it out. However, knowing that the Thunder Command could summon heavenly thunder, he dismissed the thought of trying it at home. After all, the spectacle of lightning would undoubtedly be massive, and he didn't want to risk burning down the house. He decided it would be better to wait for an opportunity in the future. By the time Yi Chen finished storing the Thunder Command and exited the room, it was already evening. As soon as he entered the living room, he heard his mother-in-law coldly snort and say, "So you've gotten too big for your britches now, huh? Not even cooking dinner anymore, just waiting for me to serve you?" Yi Chen awkwardly chuckled and explained, "Sorry, Mom. I was too tired this afternoon and fell asleep." "Oh, did the auction wear you out? Or was it that you got yourself into trouble with Xiao Hailong?" Ma Lan said irritably. Yi Chen was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head. "I didn't cause any trouble for Xiao Hailong. Where did you hear that?" Ma Lan scoffed and replied, "Of course, the old lady called me and chewed me out. You embarrassed yourself, and now you've dragged Xiao Hailong into this mess. You really need to be more considerate and stop causing trouble for the family." Xiao Churan chimed in from the side, "Mom, I think Xiao Hailong getting kicked out was definitely his own doing. It has nothing to do with Yi Chen. He is not that kind of person." "What do you mean it has nothing to do with him?" Ma Lan angrily slammed her chopsticks down. After Xiao Hailong came back, he complained that he was kicked out because Yi Chen used improper means to obtain the invitation. When they found out, it angered the Treasure Pavilion, and now he, as a member of the Xiao family, got kicked out too. The head of the Treasure Pavilion even threatened that no one from the Xiao family is allowed back. If they do, they'll break their legs. The Xiao family has lost face this time. At this moment, Xiao Chongquen finally spoke up, "Humph. The invitation issue is definitely not a problem. I think that kid, Xiao Hailong, must have gotten himself into trouble and, fearing his mother's punishment, is deliberately trying to shift the blame onto Yi Chen. And here you are, defending this good-for-nothing. If it weren't for your desire to attend that auction, would any of this have happened?" Ma Lan shot Xiao Chongquen an annoyed glare and scolded him. Xiao Chongquen quickly fell silent and focused on his meal. Not daring to speak, Ma Lan, impatiently, continued, "What can a useless person like him do to get an invitation? Now he's offended Xiao Hailong too. Let's see how he gets out of this mess." Before she could finish her sentence, a series of knocks echoed through the door, followed by a deep voice asking, "Is Mr. Yi at home?" Ma Lan's expression turned tense as she shot a furious glance at Yi Chen, thinking, "Oh no, it must be the old lady come to demand an explanation. Look at the trouble you've caused. Let's see what happens first," Xiao Churan said, her face serious as she stood up and walked toward the door. The living room fell silent, with Ma Lan and Xiao Chongquen both standing up nervously, calculating how to respond. Yi Chen's expression darkened. If the old lady twisted the truth and barged in to accuse him, then he wouldn't have to show her any respect. Xiao Churan cautiously opened the door a crack and asked warily, "What do you want?" Yi Chen frowned, quickly stepping to the door, subtly pulling Xiao Churan behind him, and coldly addressing the person outside, "Are you looking for me?" A sharply dressed middle-aged man immediately smiled respectfully upon seeing him, saying, "You must be Mr. Yi Chen. I'm the new manager of Jinbao Pavilion, just appointed this afternoon. The pavilion master is very sorry about what happened this morning when you left Jinbao Pavilion and specifically sent me here with a gift to apologize." Yi Chen looked at the group in surprise. "You are from Jinbao Pavilion?" "Jinbao Pavilion?" Xiao Churan behind him was also taken aback. The man hurriedly continued, "Our pavilion master feels deeply responsible for your departure. He immediately expelled Xiao Hailong from the venue and even halted the auction. Our hospitality was lacking. And this is our mistake. We hope Mr. Yi can overlook past grievances and forgive us." After he spoke, the middle-aged man waved his hand behind him. Several burly men in black quickly brought gifts to the door. Yichen stole a glance and was surprised to see quite a number of items. A box of limited edition Huangalu cigarettes, a case of 30-year aged Maotai Feitian liquor. Additionally, there was a pair of Ming Dynasty antique vases and a set of tortoiseshell go pieces. These gifts were worth over $1 million. Mr. Yi, this is Jinbao Pavilion's mistake. The pavilion master is currently preparing for a new auction with Miss Song and cannot come in person, so he asked me to apologize on his behalf. He promises to personally apologize to you when he has the chance. Please forgive us. The middle-aged man finished speaking and bowed deeply in front of Yichen. Yichen nodded and said, "All right, put the things down." The middle-aged man then took out 2 golden invitation cards from his pocket, respectfully handing them to Yichen, and continued, "These are the invitations to the new auction. Please make sure you and Mr. Xiao attend. I guarantee you won't be disappointed this time. Please give us a chance to make amends." After finishing his sentence, he explained, "We also have a special Treasure Pavilion VIP card, of which only 10 have been issued. This card is valid for a lifetime and grants the highest privileges when visiting the Treasure Pavilion." Yichen glanced at the VIP card, which gleamed with gold foil and was adorned with diamonds. He replied nonchalantly, "I'm not very interested in the auction. You might want to ask my dad for his thoughts." "All right." The middle-aged man quickly held the card out to Xiao Changquan with a smile, saying, "Mr. Xiao, I sincerely apologize for today. Please make sure to attend the auction the day after tomorrow." Xiao Changquan, having regained his composure from the initial shock, looked at the VIP card and couldn't help but swallow hard. He recognized it as the limited edition VIP card from the Treasure Pavilion, which was only issued to members of the cabinet with status and was not available for public sale. Owning this VIP card meant unrestricted access to the Treasure Pavilion, along with the highest level of service. Cardholders could freely enjoy all the antiques and collectibles within the pavilion, and purchases would come with significant discounts. The temptation was so great that Xiao Changquan found it hard to refuse. Just as he was about to muster the courage to accept it, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and snatched both VIP cards away. It was Yichen's mother-in-law Ma Lan, who joyfully seized the 2 VIP cards with a beaming smile, saying, "Oh, since you're here to apologize, I'll reluctantly accept these gifts and VIP cards. Don't worry, my husband will definitely attend the auction the day after tomorrow." Chapter 82. The crisis of the Qin family. Ma Lan was over the moon. The gifts that had been sent were all worth a fortune. She wasn't sure how much the antiques were worth, but that box of collectible Maotai Feitian liquor was worth around 40,000 to 50,000 yuan per bottle, with 12 bottles in the box. That added up to several hundred thousand. And then there were the collectible Huangalu cigarettes, which cost 5,000 yuan a pack, or 50,000 yuan for a box of 10 packs, over 200,000 yuan for those alone. Together, these 2 items were worth $1 million. Why not take it? Plus, with those 2 VIP cards, she now had something to flaunt in front of her old friends. When Xiao Chuan saw Ma Lan's money-hungry expression, she helplessly called out, "Mom." Ma Lan shot her a glare. "What's wrong? Am I not allowed to accept gifts?" Xiao Chuan replied, "What I mean is we shouldn't accept them. We haven't figured out what's going on yet. How can we accept such expensive gifts?" At that moment, Yichen calmly said, "This is an apology gift. We should accept it." The middle-aged man finally let out a sigh of relief. Before leaving, the head of the establishment had specifically mentioned that if Mr. Yi didn't accept the gifts, he wouldn't be coming back. When Yichen turned around, he saw Ma Lan happily moving the cigarettes and liquor into the house, holding a pair of antique vases up to the light to inspect them. He could only shake his head internally and said to the middle-aged man, "You can go back now." "All right, I won't disturb you any further, Mr. Yi," the man replied. Yichen closed the door and turned around, only to be taken aback. "What are you all staring at me for?" In the living room, the 3 of them were all focused on him, 6 eyes wide open. His mother-in-law Ma Lan cleared her throat and forced a smile, asking, "Yichen, when did you become acquainted with the Treasure Pavilion? How did they come to our home to deliver gifts and apologize?" Yichen shook his head. "Mom, you misunderstood. I don't have any connections with them. They came to apologize mainly because of their good service. Their employee made a mistake, and the boss, being mindful of their reputation, decided to compensate generously." Ma Lan's excitement deflated instantly, and her expression soured as she said, "I thought you had made some progress and managed to befriend important people. I didn't expect it was just because their service was good." Xiao Chuan, on the other hand, was a bit puzzled. Did they really send such expensive gifts just because of a service issue? However, receiving such a pile of gifts did lift Ma Lan's spirits, and she stopped targeting Yichen, feeling pleased as she thought about selling the liquor and cigarettes quickly. After dinner, Yichen was in the kitchen cleaning up the dishes when he suddenly received a phone call. The caller was Qin Gang, someone he had met a couple of times and had helped before. The jade bracelet was also a gift from Qin Gang. On the phone, Qin Gang respectfully said, Master Yi. Yichen replied coolly, "What up?" Qin Gang hurriedly said, "Thanks to your guidance last time, the Qin family has been doing much better these days. We owe it to your insightful advice. Otherwise, we would have been facing a major disaster." Yichen replied indifferently, "I doubt it's really that smooth. If it were, why would you be calling me now?" Qin Gang coughed awkwardly and forced a smile, saying, "Mr. Yi, you truly have a gift for foresight. Nothing can escape your keen eye." Yichen smiled faintly, but remained silent. Sure enough, Qin Gang trembled as he spoke, "Mr. Yi, I beg you to save my Qin family once more. This great kindness will be remembered by the Qin family for generations." His face was pale, and his body shook slightly, as if gripped by immense fear. Yichen frowned slightly and asked casually, "So the talisman has been damaged?" "Mr. Yi, you are indeed a master. You hit the nail on the head," Qin Gang said earnestly, sighing. "I initially followed your instructions and kept the talisman safe, instructing my family to eat vegetarian for 7 days and avoid any bloodshed. But unexpectedly, my useless nephew, Qin Aodong, heard that drinking chicken blood could enhance vitality, so he secretly had someone prepare it for him. Unfortunately, he accidentally spilled the chicken blood on the talisman, and the moment the dead man's tooth came into contact with it, it shattered into pieces. I gave him a good beating and locked him up at home. But strange things keep happening." Yichen furrowed his brow and asked, "What strange things are occurring?" Qin Gang hurriedly replied, "Last night, there was a storm, and my great-grandfather's tombstone was knocked down and shattered in half by a tree branch blown by the wind. I went to the ancestral hall to burn incense and seek protection from my ancestors, but every time I lit the incense, it would fail to burn completely, extinguishing itself halfway through without any reason." Hearing this, Yichen couldn't help but frown. The fact that the ancestral tomb was damaged was indeed an ominous sign. Typically, affluent families rely on their ancestors' blessings, and their ancestral graves are supposed to be rich in feng shui. A storm strong enough to blow a tree branch onto a tombstone was a clear indication that the family's ancestral protection had been exhausted. Furthermore, the inability to burn the incense completely suggested that the ancestors no longer had the fortune to receive offerings, let alone bless their descendants. This was clear evidence that a malevolent force had driven the Qin family's fortunes to the brink of despair. Yi Chunhanti anticipated that the talisman made from the dead man's tooth would harbor such intense malevolent energy. He had thought he had contained it with his charms, yet it managed to break free and become even more powerful simply due to a bit of chicken blood. Not receiving a reply from Yichen, Qin Gang felt increasingly anxious and pleaded, "Master Yi, although my Qin family is in business, we have always treated others with kindness and have not committed any heinous acts. I implore you to show mercy and save my Qin family." Yichen replied, "Qin Gang, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the malevolent energy from the talisman is too strong. It has been carried by Qin Aodong for too long, and the dark energy has already enveloped the Qin family courtyard. Ordinary charms won't be effective against it. What should we do then? With such a disaster befalling the Qin family, it's truly a misfortune." Qin Gang sighed heavily, his voice trembling. Yichen pondered for a moment and said, "The malevolent energy becomes even more intense when it comes into contact with blood, especially fresh chicken blood. To suppress such a heavy malevolent force now, we will likely need to harness the power of rare spiritual treasures from heaven and earth. All right, Master Yi, whatever you need, I will spare no expense to obtain it, even if it means exhausting my family's wealth." Yichen said lightly, "How about this? I happen to be attending the auction at the Treasure Pavilion tomorrow. I can check if there are any rare spiritual items available. Whether or not you can acquire them will depend on your luck." "All right, then I'll trouble Master Yi with this." Qin Gang seemed to have found a lifeline, repeatedly thanking Yichen. After that, he hurriedly added, "Mr. Yi, I'll send you a black card tomorrow. If you need to use any money, just swipe it." Yichen nodded. After all, he was helping the Qin family, so he shouldn't have to spend his own money. Then he said, "You'd better be prepared. Rare spiritual treasures aren't easily obtainable. They are often encountered by chance rather than sought after. As for whether there will be any at the auction, that will depend on your family's luck." Qin Gang repeatedly affirmed, Yes, I'll also make some private inquiries, but I still need to trouble Master Yi." After the incident, he had consulted several well-known feng shui masters, but those individuals had only taken a glance at the Qin family's door and immediately waved their hands to decline, not daring to step inside, and quickly leaving in a hurry. Now, Qin Gang's only hope for salvation rested with Yichen. Yichen felt a sense of pity in his heart. According to his calculations, Qin Gang should have lived a life devoid of wrongdoing and should have been able to enjoy peace in his later years. Who would have thought that fate would play such tricks, bringing in Qin Aodong, this harbinger of misfortune, and disrupting the family's peace. If he didn't help him, within a year, the Qin family would surely face disaster. Not only him and Qin Ao Dong, but even his beautiful daughter, Qin Ao Shui, might also meet an untimely end. Chapter 83. Song Wanting personally welcomes. The next day, Qin Gang arrived early at Yi Chen's house. He waited until Yi Chen came out to buy groceries before approaching him and handing him a black card. According to him, there were several $100 million in the card. And to save the Qin family, it wouldn't matter if Yi Chen spent it all. Little Pepper, Qin Ao Shui, was also present. But this time she wasn't as proud as before. Upon seeing Yi Chen, her face was filled with respect. Ever since Qin Ao Dong got into trouble, the Qin family had encountered numerous issues, and the old man's health had inexplicably worsened, leaving him on the brink of death. She finally realized that the only one who could save her family was Master Yi Chen. After handing over the card, Qin Gang suddenly knelt in front of Yi Chen, tearfully pleading, "Master Yi, please, no matter what, save the lives of my entire Qin family. I don't mind dying, but my daughter is still so young." Qin Ao Shui, standing beside them, couldn't help but tear up as well. She knelt down, crying, "Master Yi, please save the Qin family. If possible, I'm willing to trade my life for my father's longevity." Qin Gang scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yi Chen shook his head helplessly and reached out to help them up. When he helped Qin Ao Shui, he couldn't help but notice the softness and delicate touch of her small, fair hand, stirring up his emotions. After helping them up, Qin Ao Shui's face turned a bit red. Clearly feeling shy, Yi Chen reassured them, "Don't worry, I will do my best to help the Qin family get through this crisis safely." The father and daughter were deeply moved and wanted to kneel again, but Yi Chen stopped them, saying, "All right, no more kneeling. It's not good for the image. You both should go now, and I will inform you once I have news." "Thank you, Master Yi." The father and daughter expressed their gratitude and left. When Yi Chen returned home after buying groceries, his father-in-law, Xiao Chongquan, hurried over, looking anxious. "Yi Chen, I just saw you talking with Qin Gang outside the community?" "Yes. He came to me for something," Yi Chen replied. Xiao Chongquan couldn't help but say, "I saw his face looked grim. It didn't seem like good news. Did you predict something bad for his family last time?" Xiao Chongquan had been worried about this matter and always felt that Yi Chen was just speaking without thinking. Yi Chen smiled. "Dad, Qin Gang came to ask me to help remove the negative energy from his home. He even gave me a bank card, asking me to see if there's anything useful at the auction tomorrow." Xiao Chongquan was taken aback and quickly asked, "How much did he give you?" Yi Chen casually replied, "I'm not sure, but it could be several tens of millions or even hundreds of millions." "What?" Xiao Chongquan's eyes widened in shock. Clutching his chest and nearly choking on his words, his heart almost giving out from the surprise, he anxiously grabbed Yi Chen's arm. "Yi Chen, you mustn't deceive him. If the Qin family gives you so much money and something goes wrong, won't they kill our whole family? Listen to me, quickly return the money." "Dad, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. It will be fine." Yi Chen then added, "This matter is serious. It's best if you don't tell Charon or Mom. Otherwise, it could become uncontrollable." I know. Xiao Chongkong knows his extravagant wife all too well. That woman is a money-crazed lunatic. There's no telling what she might do if she found out. If she knew there were billions in that card, she wouldn't care about the Qin family at all. She'd just blow the money first and ask questions later. We're talking about billions. Just the thought of that amount makes Xiao Chongkong's heart race. He tried to persuade Yi Chen for a while, but when that proved futile, he just slumped onto the sofa with a deep sigh. He couldn't believe Yi Chen had the capability to help the Qin family with their problems, and he was worried that Yi Chen might spend their money recklessly, leaving the Qin family to settle the score later. At this point, all he could do was keep an eye on Yi Chen at the auction, hoping he wouldn't make any foolish purchases. If he ended up scamming the Qin family out of that much money, wouldn't they wipe out his entire family? The next morning, Yi Chen prepared to head to the auction. Xiao Chongkong, troubled by the Qin family's situation, hadn't slept well all night and kept reminding him in the living room. Yi Chen brushed him off a bit before asking, "Dad, I heard there's a showstopper item at the auction this time. Is that right?" "Yes." Xiao Chongkong, not fully understanding, replied, "I heard it's a priceless treasure, one of a kind." After finishing, he suddenly thought of something and quickly grabbed Yi Chen, warning him, "Son-in-law, you better not set your sights on that showstopper. Its starting bid is in the tens of millions. We should just go and watch." Yi Chen, knowing his father-in-law was worried about him spending the Qin family's money, smiled and said, "Dad, you're right. I'll just take a look. I won't bid recklessly. At least you know what's good for you." Xiao Chongkong let out a sigh of relief, stretched, and said with a smile, "Just remember, after the auction ends, whatever Qin Gang gives you, you give back the same amount, not a penny more." Yi Chen chuckled, "I'll just see how it goes. If the showstopper isn't interesting, I won't spend anything." Xiao Chongkong quickly added, Even if you're interested in the showstopper, it won't matter. It's already been reserved by someone. Curious, Yichen asked. Who reserved it? Xiao Changkong replied. Have you heard of the Xuanji Hall in Hong Kong? Yichen shook his head. No? Xiao Changkong rolled his eyes. And you call yourself knowledgeable about feng shui? You don't even know about Xuanji Hall. Yichen nodded. Dad, I'm busy all day buying groceries, cooking, and doing laundry. How would I know about the gossip outside? Xiao Changkong explained. Let me tell you, Xuanji Hall in Hong Kong is a well-known metaphysical establishment. Its owner, Yu Jinghai, is one of the top feng shui masters in Hong Kong. Many celebrities and famous people seek him out for fortune-telling. If you don't have a few million, don't even think about it. He continued, not only is Boss Yu incredibly skilled in feng shui, but his talismans are exceptional too. Anyone who's visited his place and received guidance has enjoyed great wealth and boundless prospects. With curiosity, Yichen asked, if a feng shui master is that powerful in Hong Kong, why is he here in Jinling? Xiao Changkong replied, of course, it's for the showstopper item at this auction. Yi Chun, intrigued, asked, what exactly is this showstopper item? Xiao Changkong said seriously, I don't know what it is, but we're just here to look, not to buy. Let's take this opportunity to broaden our horizons. As Xiao Changkong continued to ramble, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. He answered it, and Song Wanning's voice came through. Mr. Yi, my car is parked right outside your house. I thought I'd pick you up on the way, because there had been an issue with the invitation last time. Song Wanning was worried that something might go wrong again, so she decided to pick up Yi Chun and accompany him. When Yi Chun stepped outside, he indeed saw a shiny red Bentley parked by the roadside, its sleek body glistening in the sunlight. Leaning against the car was Song Wanting, dressed in a stunning red fitted dress that accentuated her graceful curves. Her wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she looked enchanting, sporting a pair of stylish sunglasses. Seeing the two men come out, Song Wanting took off her sunglasses and said, Uncle Xiao, Mr. Yi, I was just heading to the auction at the Treasure Pavilion and thought I'd pick you up along the way. Oh, it's Miss Song. Xiao Changkong recognized her, visibly surprised. You're too kind, Miss Song. Not at all. Please get in. Song Wanting said politely, nodding as she opened the car door. Who would have thought that the young lady of the Song family, Song Wanting, would take the initiative to open the car door for a son-in-law? Chapter 84. This guy is here again soon. The car arrived at the exhibition center. The center was a grand dome-shaped building, surrounded by shops selling floral and bird-themed crafts, with the auction hall located in the middle. Built last year, this exhibition center had an impressive and antique charm. Yi Chen followed Song Wanting into a glass elevator that offered a scenic view as it ascended to the 6th floor. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by an art-filled exhibition hall, with ancient-style paintings adorning the walls. This was the auction venue. The auction stage was covered in a red carpet, and the seating area was filled with plush sofas. Tables were laden with fine wines, drinks, and fresh fruits for the esteemed guests to enjoy. Compared to the last auction, it was clear that Jinbao Pavilion had spared no effort this time. Just the rental and decoration costs must have approached $1 million. Song Wanting's private box was right in the center of the front row. As the group started to move forward, they suddenly heard a commotion behind them. Yi Chen barely had time to turn around before he was jostled aside by a few people pushing through. His brows furrowed as he watched a crowd enter the hall, led by several bodyguards. Is Master Yu here too? Song Wanting exclaimed softly, looking up at the crowd. The newcomers were all distinguished guests attending the auction, but they were gathered around a middle-aged man in a blue long robe, who had a proud demeanor and an expression of cold indifference. The respect shown towards him was palpable. Yi Chen glanced over and remarked, so this is Master Yu. He certainly knows how to make an entrance. Master Yu was being escorted forward by the crowd, casually pulling out a light yellow triangular talisman and handing it to the most eager businessman beside him, saying, Today we are fated to meet, so I'll give you this safety talisman for free. It will ensure your safety and prosperity at home. Thank you, Master Yu. The businessman received the talisman with a look of delight, as if it were a treasure, and tucked it into his pocket. He then turned to those around him and declared, Master Yu's talismans are incredibly effective. I request one every year, and thanks to him, my business has flourished in recent years. The crowd watched with envy, and some shamelessly approached Master Yu for their own talismans, but he ignored them completely. His assistant scoffed, speaking in a Cantonese accented Mandarin. Do you think Master Yu's talismans are something you can just ask for? People come to our Xuanji Hall to request a talisman, and the minimum price is 200,000. The crowd snapped back to reality, and someone shouted, It's rare for Master Yu to come to Jinling City. I'm willing to pay 200,000 for a talisman. Please, Master, grant me one. I want to buy one too. Master, please bestow a talisman upon me. Master Yu's talismans are priceless. 200,000 is nothing. I want 5. The atmosphere became lively, with numerous businessmen immediately transferring deposits to purchase Master Yu's talismans. They lined up one by one, eager to get their hands on the coveted items. The assistant impatiently took their information, and the scene was bustling. Yichen couldn't help but comment, "What kind of safety talisman is worth so much? It seems like making money is too easy for them." His voice wasn't loud, but Master Yu suddenly looked up, frowning and glaring at him. Master Yu pushed through the crowd and strode confidently up to Yi Chun, sizing him up before saying, "My friend, it seems you have some objections to my amulet?" Yi Chun replied calmly, "I just think this amulet isn't worth that much." Immediately, someone in the crowd shouted, "What do you know? Master Yu's talismans are a bargain at 200,000. Exactly. There are plenty of people willing to pay 2 million for a talisman. This kind of loser probably can only afford the $2 ones from the temple." Master Yu looked at Yi Chun and sneered coldly, saying, "You can eat whatever you want, but you shouldn't speak carelessly. The reason we have brains is to think before we speak. It's best not to pretend to know what you don't." With that, he disdainfully curled his lip and walked into the exhibition hall first. Yi Chun remained unfazed, not concerning himself with Master Yu at all. Beside him, Song Wanting said awkwardly, "Mr. Yi, don't take it to heart. Master Yu has quite the temper." Yi Chun shook his head dismissively and said to Song Wanting, "Let us go in too." The guests entered in turn, and the host of the event, Bao Fugi, the head of the treasure pavilion, delivered a few routine opening remarks before moving on to the auction segment. The auction officially began. Due to the last auction being cancelled at the last minute, there were more items this time, and the number of guests had doubled. Two hostesses wheeled the first item onto the stage, an antique purple-bronze incense burner, with white smoke curling gracefully and a delightful fragrance wafting through the air. The auctioneer introduced it. "This is a Song Dynasty pine and crane reverse flow incense burner, one of the treasures bestowed by the Song Emperor to the famous calligrapher Su Dongba. The 2 boxes of dragon saliva incense that accompany it were used in the Song Dynasty court and cannot be used by the public, as the method of production has been lost to time. The fragrance is invigorating and even has a slight uplifting effect." After finishing, he signaled the hostess to light the incense. A hostess in a qipao carefully scooped a small pinch of incense with a silver spoon and ignited it. The pure white smoke flowed down the incense burner like a waterfall, and amidst the swirling mist, the pine and crane on the burner appeared lifelike, as if about to take flight. A faint, enchanting fragrance immediately filled the auction hall, refreshing everyone's spirits and providing a sense of tranquility. Yi Chun nodded. "This is indeed authentic dragon saliva incense, made from sperm whale fat, and this handmade incense-making technique is nearly impossible to find nowadays." The auctioneer tapped the small wooden hammer twice and announced, "The starting bid for the pine and crane reverse flow incense burner is 800,000, with increments of 100,000. This incense burner is exquisitely crafted, has certain collectible value, and the starting bid is reasonable, prompting guests to raise their paddles." Before long, the incense burner was sold to a bidder for 1,600,000. Following that, several more items were presented, all high-quality antiques. The atmosphere in the hall was lively, and guests eagerly placed their bids. Xiao Chongquan watched with great interest, though his pockets were light. Otherwise, he would have felt the urge to bid as well. However, Yi Chun had little interest in these collectibles, though they were precious. They were limited to being mere collectibles and held little value for him. At that moment, a hostess brought out a white porcelain plate, on which lay a string of purple pearls shimmering under the lights. The auctioneer introduced it, saying, "These are natural purple pearls from the East China Sea. It takes 1,000 mollusks to find just one. The pearls are round and evenly sized, making them a rare gem." The starting bid for this strand of purple pearls was surprisingly reasonable, only 400,000. Yi Chun raised his head and immediately placed a bid. 500,000. Xiao Chongquan's eyelid twitched, and he quickly interjected, "What are you doing? A pearl necklace is only worth a few thousand at most. This 400,000 is a trap for fools. Don't bid." Yi Chun looked at the pearls, thinking of Xiao Chuan, and smiled as he said, "I think this would suit Chuan perfectly. Pearls are calming, and she's been under a lot of stress lately, not sleeping well." Hearing that he was buying it for his daughter, Xiao Chongquan wanted to say something, but wisely kept his mouth shut. The necklace had little collectible value, so there were no other bids. Just as the auctioneer was about to finalize the sale, a voice suddenly rang out. 600,000. Yi Chun turned his gaze to the side, where he saw Qin Outong from the Qin family, a notorious troublemaker, peeking out with a smirk on his face. He said to Yi Chun, "Sorry, but I also have my eye on that necklace." Yi Chun frowned. What was this guy doing here? Wasn't he supposed to be grounded by Qin Gang? Chapter 85. If you don't bid, You're going to lose. The past few days have been quite miserable for Qin Feng. After getting into trouble a few days ago, he was severely beaten by his uncle and grounded. Not only did his uncle hit him, but his father and grandfather did as well. The thought that he was the reason the tombstone of the Qin family's ancestor was destroyed made his family so furious that they would have loved to beat him for 3 days and nights to vent their anger. However, Qin Feng, who loved to show off and always considered himself an antique expert, couldn't miss out on such a high-level auction. So today, he went to great lengths to sneak out and attend the auction, only to unexpectedly run into Yichun there. He had always looked down on Yichun, believing that his uncle had been completely fooled by this kid. But he didn't dare to directly provoke Yichun. When he saw Yichun bidding on a necklace, he immediately followed with a counterbid. Although it wouldn't be effective, it was still satisfying to make Yichun uncomfortable. Yichun glanced at him and then coldly turned his head away, continuing to bid. 700,000. Qin Feng quickly followed up. 800,000. Xiao Chongquan couldn't sit still and quickly said, Yichun, just let it go. Don't compete with that kid. Yichun smiled faintly and replied, compete? Just watch how I play with him. With that, he raised his hand and said nonchalantly, I bid 8 million. Everyone in the room was stunned. While others were bidding 800,000, he jumped straight to 8 million. Is he out of his mind? Qin Feng was also taken aback and thought to himself, damn it. This kid is not playing by the rules. I bid 800,000, and you should have gone for 900,000, at most 1 million. What does it mean when you bid 8 million? Are you burning money or just short-circuiting your brain? Seeing Qin Feng's dark expression and silence, Yichun raised an eyebrow and smiled. Young Master Qin, continue. Qin Feng spat. Am I crazy? 8 million for this worthless trinket? Forget it, it's yours. Although Qin Feng was embarrassed, he really didn't want to bid higher than 8 million. The value of this bead was at most 700,000. If he really spent over 8 million to buy it, he'd definitely be beaten up at home. You don't just throw money around like that. At this moment, Yichun looked at Qin Feng with disdain and said, Young Master Qin, you were tough for just a few seconds, and now you're backing down so quickly? Looks like you're not as tough as you think. Everyone burst into laughter. Qin Feng's face turned red as he said, Don't provoke me. I see you can't even afford it, just making a scene to bait me? I spit on that. I want to see how you're going to come up with this 8 million. Yichun rolled his eyes. If you can't afford it, just say you can't afford it. What is the point of explaining so much? At that moment, the auctioneer's hammer came down. 8 million sold. Congratulations, Mr. Yi. Immediately, a staff member with a wireless card reader came up to Yichun and said, Mr. Yi, please swipe your card for payment. Everyone was staring at Yichun, and Qin Feng sneered. Yichun, let us see how you swipe that card. Can you really come up with 8 million? Others were also curious, wondering if Yichun could actually produce such a staggering amount after making such a reckless bid. Yichun smiled calmly and took out the black card belonging to Qin Gang, swiping it with a crisp sound. The black card had no password, and the POS machine automatically printed the receipt, confirming the transaction. The etiquette lady handed the receipt to Yichun and respectfully said, Mr. Yi, the payment has been received. The treasure you bid on will be delivered to you before the end. Great. Yichun nodded. The others were all in shock. It seemed he really had money. Buying a 700,000 necklace for 800,000. This guy really had guts. At that moment, Yichun turned to Qin Feng and smiled, asking, Young Master Qin, are you convinced now? Laughter erupted around them, with someone teasing, Young Master Qin, are you going through hard times and can't afford to pay anymore? Haha. I think Young Master Qin is too weak to even lift a knife now. Haha. Qin Feng felt his face burning. Damn. This guy actually managed to come up with so much money. He was really embarrassed now. Gritting his teeth, he said, Yichun, I will not lose to you on the next item. Yichun nodded nonchalantly and replied, Sure, let's see how it goes on the next one. Qin Feng couldn't understand where Yichun's confidence came from, nor did he know that Yichun also had a card given to him by his uncle. Soon, several more items were auctioned off, and the next was a semi-finished piece of Tianhuang jade. Half of the jade was encased in rock, showcasing its natural formation, with a starting price of 800,000. Natural jade contains a certain aura, and Yichun thought this would be perfect for refining a talisman for Qin Gang, so he immediately raised his paddle. I bid 900,000. But as soon as he spoke, a familiar voice interrupted. Damn it, I'm tired of these 100,000 increments. I bid 2 million. Yichun turned to find Qin Feng looking at him provocatively, a smug expression on his face as he gritted his teeth, and said, Don't worry. This time I won't lose to you. Everyone was eagerly watching for another show, keeping their eyes on Yichun's paddle to see if he would bid again. Yi Chen smiled and asked Qin Ao Dong, "So you bid 2 million, right?" Qin Ao Dong sneered, "That's right. I want to see how much more you can come up with." Yi Chen nodded, slowly raising his paddle and saying, "Since young Master Qin has bid 2 million, I'll bid 20 million. What the hell? 20 million? This guy. Does he have so much money he doesn't know what to do with it? A tenfold increase? This guy is really bold." The crowd went wild. From 2 million to 20 million, just like that? Just like before, a tenfold jump. Qin Ao Dong's face turned extremely ugly. Is Yi Chen trying to kill himself? Even if he has money, is it really worth this much? So wasteful. He was known as the spendthrift in Jinling, but even he wouldn't be willing to spend 10 times the price on something. He suddenly fell into hesitation. Should he follow? If he does, that's over 18 million down the drain. If he doesn't, Yi Chen might crush him. And these people will definitely laugh at him. Qin Aodong had already lost face once, and if he were to be outbid by Yi Chen again, he would have no dignity left to show his face in public. The thought of this made him grit his teeth and blurt out, "I bid 21 million. Gasps erupted in the crowd. Qin Aodong had raised the stakes by 100,000. This was a challenge. At that moment, Yi Chen smiled slightly and raised his hand again. "I bid 30 million. What the hell? This guy must be crazy. Is he really that bold?" Raising the bid from 2 million to 30 million, and from 21 million to 30 million, Yi Chen's audacity left everyone in the room stunned. Qin Aodong was on the verge of a meltdown. What exactly does Yi Chen do for a living? Is he really that wealthy? 30 million. That could buy 15 pieces of jade like this. Anyone who bids that amount is essentially throwing their money away. Yi Chen then turned to Qin Aodong and said, "Young Master Qin, come on, keep going." Qin Aodong panicked. Spending over 30 million on a piece of jade? If his family found out, he would be done for. His sister, Qin Aoshue, would probably turn him into a lifelong cripple. But with so many people watching, what should he do? His face flushed with embarrassment. The auctioneer called out, 30 million going once, 30 million going twice. The lively audience began to shout, "Young Master Qin, place your bid. Come on, young Master Qin. You need to stand your ground. Young Master Qin, don't let us down. Are you really backing out after acting so tough just now?" Yi Chen, still smiling, said, "Young Master Qin, if you don't bid now, you'll lose." Chapter 86. I'll snatch it from you today. At this moment, Qin Aodong was the center of attention. His face flushed as he struggled for a long time, but reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. He mumbled, I give up. TCH. Coward. What a disgrace. You're really embarrassing the Qin family." A wave of angry jeers and mocking laughter filled the room, leaving Qin Aodong utterly humiliated. He even regretted sneaking out today, otherwise he wouldn't have made such a fool of himself. Overwhelmed with shame, Qin Aodong's anger flared up when he caught sight of Yi Chen's mocking gaze, making him even more furious. Unable to contain himself, he stormed out of his private room and confronted Yi Chen. "Hey, are you deliberately messing with me?" Yi Chen leisurely picked up the Bai Luo Chun tea from the table, took a sip, and replied, "No one forced you to bid against me. You chose to go against me. Now that you can't win, you're throwing a tantrum?" Beside them, Song Wanting coldly added, "Mr. Qin, that's just how the auction rules work. If you can't handle the stakes, then don't play." Qin Aodong gritted his teeth in anger, but he dared not offend Song Wanting. "You wait," he shouted, pointing angrily at Yi Chen before storming back into the room. Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head, with a reckless air like Qin Aodong around. It would be tough for the Qin family to get back on track. Under the gaze of everyone, Yi Chen continued to swipe that black card for payment. After all, it was all Qin Gang's money, so he felt no guilt spending it. Speaking of which, if Qin Gang knew that he was shelling out so much cash because of his wasteful son, how would he feel? He'd probably want to kill Qin Aodong to vent his frustration. How amusing. An hour passed, and the auction was nearing its end. During this time, Qin Aodong hadn't placed a single bid. It seemed he was intimidated by Yi Chen. Just then, several waiters struggled to push a small cart onto the stage, on which sat a massive object. Yi Chen suddenly held his breath and looked up at the stage. He sensed a powerful aura. At that moment, Master Yu in the adjacent room perked up, his eyes fixated on the auction item. This was the grand finale treasure. However, when Bao Fugua pulled back the curtain covering the item, the crowd displayed expressions of disappointment. The cart held a large, battered rock, covered in seaweed and dried shells. The audience buzzed with confusion, unable to understand why the treasure pavilion would present such a broken stone as the main attraction. At this point, Bao Fugua finally spoke up to clarify. "Everyone, please remain calm. This is the grand finale item, natural tridacna. This tridacna was naturally formed on the seabed, and after expert appraisal, it has been confirmed to be hundreds of years old. It was submerged on the seabed for over 1,000 years after its death. and its shell now exhibits a unique swastika pattern, making it a one-of-a-kind treasure. After finishing, he instructed a hostess to wipe a section clean for everyone to see. Indeed, the revealed palm-sized area displayed a stunning transparent golden-red color, reminiscent of amber, adorned with swastika patterns, truly a sight to behold. This revelation sent the venue into a complete uproar. The price of giant clams is internationally measured by weight, ranging from 30 to 50,000 per gram. Moreover, the lifespan of these shells is only 20 to 100 years, making it exceedingly rare to find one that has lived for hundreds of years. This particular giant clam is truly a treasure among treasures. Even more remarkable is its golden red, translucent color after resting on the ocean floor for 1,000 years, adorned with natural patterns that resemble the character for 10,000. It carries auspicious meanings and is regarded as a top-tier gem among giant clams. The starting bid for this clam was set at 9,990,000, aligning with the Buddhist belief that the number 9 is sacred. The crowd began to place bids, and the price quickly soared to 13 million. Many withdrew upon realizing the challenge, but some discerning individuals persisted. At that moment, Master Yu stood up and declared loudly, "I bid 15 million. After speaking, he turned to the crowd, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and smiled, saying, "To be honest, I came to Jinling specifically for this treasure. If you all could grant me a favor, I would be happy to bless each of you with a treasure of your own, absolutely free of charge." The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Given Master Yu's statement, it was clear he didn't want anyone to compete with him, allowing him to purchase the giant clam at the lowest possible price. This approach was somewhat unscrupulous. Something that could have fetched a much higher price would result in significant losses if there were no bidders. However, for the vast majority, this clam would only serve as a decorative piece with no practical use. Therefore, rather than competing, it seemed more courteous to give Master Yu face, especially since he would bless each of them with a treasure for free. Bao Fugui maintained a calm exterior, but he was genuinely displeased. An auction should reward the highest bidder, yet Master Yu was breaking the rules. If he successfully bid 15 million, it wouldn't matter much in terms of profit, but the reputation of the Jinbao Pavilion in the industry would surely suffer. However, Bao Fugui also understood that Master Yu was a formidable individual with considerable skills, making it unwise to provoke him, so he decided to let it go. Master Yu was filled with satisfaction, his excitement barely contained. He had flown to Jinling for this giant clam, and after several twists and turns, he was finally about to achieve his goal. What was 15 million to him? Once the item was in his hands, he was certain to make a significant profit. The atmosphere in the room was indeed silent. It seemed that with Master Yu bidding, no one dared to challenge him. This was prestige. This was authority. Across the country, who wouldn't give Master Yu a bit of face? It appeared that this giant clam was a tremendous bargain for him at 15 million. Just then, a calm voice broke the silence. "I bid 30 million. As soon as the words were spoken, the venue fell silent. All eyes turned to the person making the bid, a shared sense of astonishment among the crowd. It was him again, that seemingly ordinary young man, who at first glance did not appear remarkable, had made quite an impression with his 2 previous bids against Qin Feng. The key was that he had called out sky-high prices twice and paid promptly with his card, which was incredibly impressive. However, no one expected this guy to dare challenge Master Yu. Master Yu spotted him immediately, and his expression darkened. At that moment, Qin Feng stood up excitedly, looking at Yi Chun with a sinister smile on his face, secretly thinking, "You, with the surname Yi, are finished today. Challenging Master Yu? Do you have a death wish?" Song Wanting was also taken aback. She never expected Yi Chun would suddenly bid against Master Yu. She knew Yi Chun had a talent for appraising treasures, but she had no idea how much wealth he possessed. She couldn't help but wonder. Even she wouldn't want to offend Master Yu. Does Yi Chun not worry about his retaliation? Xiao Chongquan was extremely anxious and whispered to Yi Chun, "Are you crazy? How can we afford to offend Master Yu? Quickly retract your bid." Yi Chun chuckled, "Dad, do you think this is like sending a WeChat message? Once it's sent, it can't be taken back. I'm bidding 30 million. Qin Feng immediately turned to Master Yu and said, "Master Yu, this kid is clearly going against you. You can't let him off easy." Yi Chun couldn't help but mock him. "You should just sit there quietly and not say anything. After losing face just now, don't you feel embarrassed?" Hearing this, Qin Feng felt ashamed and immediately sat back down, no longer speaking. Master Yu's expression darkened as he said, "Kid, you were disrespectful to me just now, and I let it slide. Now you're trying to take something from me? You've got quite the nerve." Yi Chun sneered and replied, "Yes, I'm taking it from you today. What are you going to do about it? Let's talk money."